In her previous life, Wen Ning's entire family met a tragic end, only to discover that the daughter she had meticulously raised was a counterfeit, having been swapped with her true daughter by her sister-in-law during her postpartum weakness. The false daughter excelled academically, traveled the globe as a pianist, and married into a wealthy family. In stark contrast, the genuine daughter suffered abuse, married an elderly man, and ultimately perished in prison amidst a fire. Consumed by hatred, Wen Ning resolved to drag the impostor down with her. Upon returning to the 1980s, she sent the counterfeit daughter back to her sister-in-law, relishing the torment her biological daughter would endure at her hands. Meanwhile, Wen Ning joined forces with her military lover, amassing wealth to support her 3 children, propelling them to great heights. The abused counterfeit daughter attempted to escape her marriage, but was left with a broken leg, leading to a painful fainting spell. Upon awakening, she declared that her wealthy aunt was her true mother. Pain coursed through Wen Ning, as if she were being cleaved in two. Instinctively, she grasped the bed sheets, gritting her teeth before suddenly opening her eyes. Above her were dark tiles, surrounded by portraits of great leaders, a dilapidated wooden table, a large red enamel basin, and a cup emblazoned with "Serve the People" alongside a statue of Leifong. The familiar arrangement reminded her of the room she occupied while awaiting childbirth at her husband's rural home. But this was impossible. Hadn't she died? A sudden thud against her abdomen drew her attention downwards, where she saw her protruding belly, disbelief widening her mouth. Had she truly been reborn? And back before her daughter was swapped. With great effort, Wen Ning sat up and pinched her arm. "Ah," she gasped, wincing in pain, yet tears of joy filled her eyes. It was real. Heaven had granted her a second chance. Much like her previous life, Wen Ning was unexpectedly pregnant again. At 6 months, a slip caused her to fall, leading to complications that required bed rest. With a 7-year-old pair of twin sons and a busy military husband, no one was available to care for her. Her mother-in-law planned to assist, but was hindered by her second daughter-in-law, who was also expecting. Consequently, her husband, Yin Gang, arranged to send their twins to a comrade while returning Wen Ning to her rural home until she recovered from childbirth. Everything seemed to be in order. Her mother-in-law, though uneducated and boisterous, was kind-hearted and dedicated to preparing nourishing meals for the 2 expectant mothers. However, the night of their deliveries took a sinister turn, as the midwife was the mother of Wen Ning's sister-in-law. To ensure the best future for their children, they conspired to swap them. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning and Yin Gang, they invested significant effort into nurturing what they believed was their biological daughter, guiding her through university and facilitating her overseas studies to become a renowned pianist, while securing a bright future for her. But what of their true daughter? Named Yin Jianmei, she was forced into servitude, enduring abuse from her family. At 18, she married a disabled man, and by 19, she accidentally killed him and his mother, ending up in prison. After her release, she met a fiery demise in a blaze. Wen Ning only learned the truth 3 months after her niece's wedding. At that time, her husband had succumbed to renal failure, their eldest son had died from an overdose of sleeping pills due to severe depression, and their second son had been murdered while trying to protect the counterfeit daughter. With 3 of her closest relatives gone, Wen Ning fell gravely ill. While recuperating in a hospital, she received recordings sent by her late son, unveiling the horrifying truth. In a fit of rage, she confronted her niece, who laughed maniacally, revealing that she and her parents had orchestrated the deaths of her family members. Driven to madness, Wen Ning dragged her niece from the 18th floor window, resulting in her immediate demise. Upon awakening, she found herself back in her body, feeling the baby within her squirm with vigor, occasionally kicking to assert its presence. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She gently caressed her belly, whispering, "Baby, this time I will protect you." The baby seemed to respond, causing waves across her abdomen. Yet, just as joy filled her heart, her smile faltered. A sudden pop echoed her water had broken. With her mother-in-law at a funeral, only her sister-in-law Lu Jinlan and her own mother Xiang Chunhua were present. This was precisely how their previous child swap had gone so smoothly. Time was of the essence, and as contractions began to seize her, the door burst open. A gaunt elderly woman entered, holding a bowl. "Little one, Jinlan is hungry for chicken soup, and I brought you some too." Before she could finish, she noticed Wen Ning drenched in sweat, her bedding soaked. Xiang Chunhua's eyes widened in shock before delight filled her. "Little one, your water broke. Quickly, lie down, I'll go heat some water." Without waiting for a response, she dashed to her daughter's room, where Lu Jinlan sat, staring blankly at the chicken soup. Xiang Chunhua, in a frenzy, urged her, Jinlan, why are you still dawdling? Your sister-in-law has gone into labor. Hurry and drink the soup to induce. We need to get that baby out, so I can make the swap. Having added inducing agents to the soup, Xiang Chunhua intended to take advantage of the absence of both women's mothers. Little did she know, Wen Ning had already gone into labor without even drinking the concoction. Xiang Chunhua had to rush back to her daughter. Lu Jinlan, her round face contorting in anxiety, stroked her belly and murmured, do we really have to swap? This is my child after 10 months of carrying. Absolutely. Xiang Chunhua retorted fiercely. What good is a peasant? You won't even be able to afford an education. Aim to marry into a military family. Instead, once they prosper, you can support your Yin Bao. Understand? Yin Bao was Lu Jinlan's 3-year-old son. All right. Hurry, then I'll monitor her, Xiang Chunhua instructed, leaving Lu Jinlan contemplating the surplus of milk powder and fruit snacks in her sister-in-law's room. Resolute, she downed the chicken soup in one go. Wen Ning had just consumed a large cup of milk powder mixture. In a brief moment, her strategy crystallized. To protect her daughter, she needed to proceed cautiously. Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan were audacious. If she revealed their plot, they could turn on her in her weakened state, possibly handing her baby to Yin Gang to raise. Patience was key. Preserving her and her child's lives was paramount. Wen Ning lay back on the bed, elevating her legs, suppressing her rage and excruciating pain, following Xiang Chunhua's commands while gathering her strength. Inhale, exhale, push. Yes, push. The head is coming ahead. With each sharp cry from the midwife, Wen Ning felt a release as something exited her body. Wow! A loud, clear cry pierced the air. The baby is born. Xiang Chunhua skillfully cut the umbilical cord, attended to the child, and dressed it. To facilitate the swap, she intentionally withheld the baby's gender. Placing the tightly wrapped infant in the prepared cradle at the center of the room, she instructed, Little one, rest a moment, Jinlan is in labor too. He'll check on her. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, concealing her simmering hatred. Thank you, Aunt, she replied, feigning sleep. As soon as she sensed Xiang Chunhua's departure, she scrambled to the cradle, scrutinizing her daughter. The baby's skin was slightly yellow with remnants of vernix, long eyelashes framing her eyes, a small, pert nose, and a tiny mouth. At last, this was her true daughter. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Wen Ning truly gazed upon her daughter. A heavy sensation weighed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Without further hesitation, she pulled aside the child's clothing for a thorough examination, ultimately discovering a vivid crescent-shaped birthmark beneath her right armpit. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from outside. Lu Jinlan was about to give birth. Reluctantly, Wen Ning cast a lingering glance at her daughter, dressed her properly, then crawled back into bed, closing her eyes to feign sleep. This time, she did not wait long before she heard the rustling sound of Xiang Chunhua entering the room. Xiao Wen, Xiang Chunhua called from beside the bed, but upon noticing Wen Ning's stillness, her lips curled in disdain. The pampered miss from the city gives birth and is utterly drained, sleeping like a dead pig. Unlike us, who had to work right after giving birth, she scoffed. As the baby in her arms let out a soft whimper, Xiang Chunhua quickly rocked her. Don't fuss. Grandmother is here to ensure your good fortune. What a twist of fate. Both expectant mothers were blessed with daughters. It was for the best. Daughters grew up to be easily swayed, and marrying into a good family would bring support to their own. Xiang Chunhua placed her granddaughter on the bed and swiftly carried Wen Ning's daughter away. Once she left, Wen Ning opened her eyes and rose with great difficulty. She loathed the infant lying on the wooden bed. Even though they were not biologically related, she had nurtured that child for over 20 years, only for this to be the outcome. Her entire family was doomed. What betrayal! What a heartless wretch! Perhaps it was the exhaustion from childbirth that left Wen Ning feeling faint. She merely stood, and her head began to spin. Yet, resting was not an option. Gritting her teeth, she opened the cabinet and retrieved a slender needle, forcefully piercing her thigh. The sharp pain kept her alert. With her other hand cradling the child, she barefooted her way towards Lu Jinlan's room. To prevent the baby from crying, she placed her on the sheltered ground and sought out a suitable stick under the eaves. Approaching Lu Jinlan's door, she overheard a disdainful remark. Mother, this girl is just like her moth-era lowly wretch. You should toss her into the cesspool and let her die. Wen Ning's heart sank, filled with terror and confusion. Lu Jinlan had always been kind and friendly to her. Who would have imagined such hatred lurked beneath the surface? In the inner room, Xiang Chunhua opposed this notion. Don't. This girl may have a chance at life, but but her fate is unfortunate. Just feed her scraps like a dog, and when she grows up, make her work, then collect a dowry when she's of age. That works, Lu Jinlan casually responded. Let's call her Jian sister. At the entrance, Wen Ning's grip on the stick tightened, veins bulging as tears streamed down her face. In her previous life, Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan had their way. Her biological daughter had endured a fate more tragic than anyone's. Why? Why must they conspire against her and her daughter in this manner? Consumed by rage, Wen Ning no longer held back. When Xiang Chunhua emerged, she struck with the stick with all her might. Thud! Xiang Chunhua collapsed, unconscious. Mother? Lu Jinlan called in confusion, speculating that perhaps her mother had tripped over something. Having just given birth, she lacked the strength to rise and did not come out. Wen Ning waited in silence, and soon she poked through the paper window, confirming that Lu Jinlan was fast asleep. This sight made her eyes red once more. There was a specially made wooden cradle for the baby, yet they treated her child like refuse, tossing her to the ground. Cautiously, Wen Ning embraced her child and entered the house, quietly exchanging her for the one in her room. After this endeavor, Wen Ning's right leg was already marred with blood from the needle wounds. Enduring the pain, she ensured the crescent-shaped birthmark was still present beneath her child's right armpit. Only then did she hold her dear, lying down to drift into a hazy sleep. When she regained consciousness, familiar voices resonated in the yard. Jinlan's mother, why are you sleeping on the ground? It was her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan. She had returned. Wen Ning sighed in relief, clutching her daughter tightly, listening to Xiang Chunhua's frantic and furious cries. Ouch, it hurts so much. I feel like I'm dying. A thief knocked me out last night. Once I find out who did this, they'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Those scoundrels. Jia Shufan was taken aback. What? A thief? Is Jinlan and Xiao Wen all right? Hurry, go check on Jinlan, they'll see to Xiao Wen. Without waiting for a response, she hurried into the house. Xiao Wen, a thief broke into the house last night. Did you lose anything? Before she could finish, Jia Shufan suddenly spotted a swaddled infant in her daughter-in-law's arms, accompanied by the soft cries of a baby. She froze in shock, then exclaimed, Xiao Wen, you've given birth. No, wait, your baby has arrived. Wen Ning, the child, disturbed by the noise, began to wail, shattering the strange atmosphere between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Wen Ning hastily soothed the infant, then turned to her mother-in-law, who was covering her mouth in shock. Yes, mother, it's a girl. Jia Shufan leaned in closer to take a look, lowering her voice. Daughters are just as good as sons. Your well-being is what matters most. Otherwise, how could I explain to Yin Gang? I just want to see my mother, and you've given birth. Oh, this girl really resembles you. Wen Ning smiled. She's my own flesh and blood, of course she looks like me. As the mother and daughter conversed, Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan arrived at the door, both genuinely concerned. Lu Jinlan inquired, Mother, sister-in-law, did you lose anything over there? Is the child all right? Jia Shufan turned to look and nearly screamed again. In a critical moment, she suppressed her voice. Jinlan, why is your belly so flat? Did you give birth last night? Yes, it's a girl, sleeping inside. Lu Jinlan replied, nonchalantly, her gaze fixated on Wen Ning's arms. This was her precious daughter. Xiang Chunhua slapped her thigh, urging, Oh, Xiao Wen, did you lose anything in your house? This room contained the treasures of her granddaughter, as well as her grandsons. It must not be stolen. Wen Ning lowered her head, concealing the coldness in her gaze. She nodded slightly towards the cabinet. Nothing is missing. I locked everything inside. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Ning's room held valuable items, and if stolen, it would be troublesome. Jia Shufan found it peculiar and inquired of Xiang Chunhua. Why would a thief knock if they weren't stealing? Jinlan's mother, have you offended anyone during your stay here? Should I inquire at the team about whether anyone saw anything last night? Xiang Chunhua was known for her sharp tongue and was a midwife who had likely offended many. In the past, she would have insisted on getting to the bottom of this matter, stirring up a storm. But after last night's misdeed, if Jia Shufan blew this up, revealing the child's swap, how would she handle it? Xiang Chunhua quickly waved her hand. Forget it. Let me take this loss. In-laws, both Xiao Wen and Jinlan have given birth. You have much to attend to, so don't concern yourself with my stick incident. She licked her lips. With their births, my task is complete. I must return home. Implied was the fee for her services. Jia Shufan understood immediately. Fine, then I won't keep you. Wait for me a moment. She hurried to her own room to fetch the money. Xiang Chunhua swiftly made her way to her daughter's room to gather her belongings. She needed to bring back some good things for her son. Now, only Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan were left in the room, the latter inching closer to gaze at the infant in Wen Ning's arms, a gentle smile gracing her face. She's truly beautiful, sister-in-law. Do you have enough milk? If not, I can help feed her. Chapter 3. The postpartum confinement and the urge to procreate an unmistakable disdain surged within Wen Ning as she retorted, "No need." Raising her gaze, she found Lu Jinlan's face adorned with a look of grievance. "Sister-in-law, I care for you. I merely wish to assist." Wen Ning was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. Lu Jinlan was aware of her goodwill. Yin Gang was the elder brother, and she, the sister-in-law, since their marriage. They had supported their siblings in every conceivable manner: financial assistance, job opportunities, dowries, living expenses. They sought no recompense. Yet must they endure such ingratitude? Lu Jinlan's notion of helping her. Had she not suffered greatly in her past life? And had she not overheard those words last night? She might have been foolish enough to believe such nonsense. How could Lu Jinlan possess the audacity? How could she feign innocence without a shred of guilt? Wen Ning's nails dug fiercely into her palms, staving off any sign of her turmoil. She replied calmly, "I have ample milk. What about you? After being out for so long, aren't you going to check on your daughter?" Lu Jinlan waved her hand dismissively. There's nothing to see. Leaving her in the room, one tea result in her being snatched away by wolves. Pausing for a moment, she exhibited a look of envy, lamenting, "Sister-in-law, you and elder brother are well off, blessed with 2 sons. Having a daughter is naturally a treasure. But Yin Hui and I are poor and uneducated. Our little girl has endured hardships since childhood." While she spoke, a hint of concealed pride flickered in Lu Jinlan's eyes. Presently, the treasure was her own daughter, while Wen Ning's offspring, who had faced adversity from the start, were mere burdens. Wen Ning closed her eyes, loathing herself for being so blind in her past life that she failed to discern Lu Jinlan's wolfish ambition, despite the clumsiness of her performances. The voice of Xiang Chunhua, calling out for someone, echoed from outside, compelling Lu Jinlan to exit and greet her mother. Wen Ning et halet softly. She feared she might lose her composure and expose Lu Jinlan's true nature. Although her reliable mother-in-law had returned, Wen Ning had no intention of discussing the matter of swapped children. There were 3 reasons for her silence. First, she lacked evidence, having returned the false daughter. Should the situation escalate, the other party could deny it vehemently. Second, for her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan, both Yin Gang and Yin Hui were her biological sons, and both Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan were her daughters-in-law. Should the truth be revealed, which side would she take? Third, in her past life, Lu Jinlan had mistreated her own daughter, leading to the demise of her entire family, while Lu Jinlan's own daughter had lived a life of comfort. Having been granted a second chance, Wen Ning not only wished to protect her own family, but also sought vengeance. Wanting to see Lu Jinlan and Xiang Chunhua reap the consequences of their actions, she longed to wait and see Lu Jinlan's reaction when she discovered that she had been mistreating her own daughter all along. However, for now, her priority was to recuperate. Wen Ning was acutely aware of her duties. She remained indoors, focusing on her postpartum recovery and caring for her child. Jia Shufan busily took charge, tirelessly attending to tasks both inside and outside the house. On the very day following Wen Ning's childbirth, she enlisted the village captain from the county to send a telegram to the army announcing the joyful news. Consequently, 5 days later, a guard returned the twins to Yunfeng Brigade. The brothers visited Wen Ning to see their sister. Observing her twin sons, Wen Ning found it hard to articulate her feelings. In her previous life, her 2 sons had come, yet she had failed to notice how glaringly unappealing they were. The sole reason for this revelation was that 2 months had passed, and both boys had been shave bald. The elder son, De Mao, looked decent enough, fair-skinned with striking features. However, the younger son, Mao, was tanned and had a penchant for flashing his bright white teeth in a silly grin, further emphasizing his dark complexion. Mao, have you been mining? Wen Ning deset. Mao vigorously shook his head. Da Mao Kaimdin, Mom. While you and Dad were away, Mao ran wild in the compound. Not only did he skip class every day, but he also brought back goose and duck eggs from Uncle Zhou's house, which scored top marks in the midterm exams, making Uncle Zhou very angry. Coupled with the telegram from Grandma, we were sent back here. Jia Shufan widened her eyes. What brigade leader? Your brother scored first, but is angry? What nonsense? De Mao pouted. Grandma, it was the last place. Jia Shufan replied. Well, being sent back is just fine. It will help me with work. So they won TB idol. Wen Ning turned to her younger son, intending to educate him. But Mao was already gazing at his little sister in the wooden bed and spoke first. Mom, San Mao is so tiny. Can she speak? Before Wen Ning could respond, Lu Jinlan, who had just entered, asked in confusion, What's this San Mao? Mao pointed to his brother and then to himself. Elder brother is De Mao. I am Mao. So naturally, my sister is San Mao. If my mom has more brothers or sisters in the future, they will be Si Mao, Wu Mao, Lu Mao. He was tallying his limited arithmetic skills when Lu Jinlan suddenly interrupted. No, she cannot be called San Mao. Everyone turned to look at her. Lu Jinlan awkwardly explained, Your sister is a girl. She cannot be named San Mao. It sounds unpleasant. This remark left Jia Shufan perplexed. San Mao sounds better than cheap sister, right? Why would you name your daughter that? Lu Jinlan tugged at her lips. My mother said that if a cheap sister doesn't cry much after birth, a cheap name will help her thrive. Sister-in-law's daughter cries loudly. There is no need for that. I recall you want to name your daughter Mena, right, sister-in-law? Mena, Yin Mena. In her past life, when she perished, she had dragged Yin Mena down with her, and when Ning could still vividly recall that hideous sight, she shook her head. That name shall not be used. It's inauspicious. When Ning glanced at the child in the wooden bed and decided to call her Sanmei for now, leaving her full name for her father to decide. Mao was not satisfied, asserting, Old Yin is engrossed in work, abandoning his wife and children. I shall strip him of his right to name Sanmei. De Mao, do you agree? Smack. De Mao slapped his younger brother's head. Call me elder brother. You were born 2 minutes before me. 2 seconds, and I'm still your elder brother. The brothers bickered, prompting Jia Shufan to intervene, worried about disturbing Wen Ning and her granddaughter. With that, only Wen Ning, her daughter, and Lu Jinlan remained in the room. Lu Jinlan, who had initially intended to leave, hesitated for a few seconds before abruptly stopping to inquire, Sister-in-law, you have 3 children now. Do you still wish to have more? She recalled Mao's earlier comment about having 4 Mao, 5 Mao, 6 Mao. Wen Ning, now interpreting Lu Jinlan's every word with the utmost suspicion, felt a chill run down her spine as she processed the statement. Striving to maintain her composure, she asked, What do you mean? I'm still in confinement. And you're urging me to bear more children? No, Lu Jinlan hurriedly denied. What I mean is that you have already borne 3 children, both sons and daughters. You must take care of your health. Having too many children is detrimental to your well-being. Her underlying motive was clear. If another daughter were born, the one she had swapped would no longer be as cherished. When Ning chose not to respond, she contemplated that in her previous life, she had indeed not given birth to more children. On one hand, she had a complete set of sons and daughters, which sufficed. On the other hand, her health had been poor. Doctors had warned that her confinement period after giving birth to her daughter had been inadequate, leading to excessive blood loss and a deficiency in both qi and blood, requiring years of careful recuperation. Upon reflection, it was evident that she had taken great care of her health, and her mother-in-law had also attended to her confinement diligently. How then could she have suffered such a deficiency? Conversely, it was Lu Jinlan, who had hardly observed the confinement rules, that subsequently bore 2 more sons. In retrospect, perhaps her deficiencies had indeed been influenced by Lu Jinlan's actions. That very afternoon, when Ning heard Xiang Chunhua's voice echoing through the courtyard. Chapter 4. The unforgivable theft of a brother's possessions. Jinlan, both you and your sister-in-law have given birth. I brought a chicken to visit you. Achoo! Achoo! Lu Jinlan pulled Xiang Chunhuan aside. Mom, you haven't recovered from your cold yet. Come in and sit for a while. My mother-in-law isn't home. The mother-daughter duo quickly entered the house, and when Ning could not hear more, her heart fluttering uneasily, Mao had gone with his grandmother to buy eggs from the team members. Damao sat quietly beside, engrossed in a children's book while preparing to lend a hand. Wen Ning beckoned her eldest son over and whispered her instructions. Damao, keep an eye on what your second aunt and your grandma are discussing and doing in the house, then report back to me. Damao furrowed his brow slightly, his little face serious. Mom, my teacher says that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. A gentleman should not eavesdrop. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, putting on a stern expression. But my teacher also says that filial piety comes first, Damao. If you don't go, I'll go myself. And I said you cannot go out in the wind. Damao sighed and stood up. Fine, I'll go, mother. Sometimes I truly find you exasperating. his demeanor resembling that of an adult, momentarily amused Wen Ning, yet she soon felt a wave of disorientation. Mao had always been sensible and well-behaved throughout school and employment. He had never caused her or Yin Gang any worry. He was renowned in the family compound as an academic prodigy. How could he have succumbed to severe depression in the previous life? It must have been the machinations of Lu Jinlan and that false daughter. In this life, she vowed never to let them have their way. Wen Ning resolvet firmly. Meanwhile, Mao quietly stood by the door of second aunt's room. The door was not entirely shut, and he could vaguely hear the conversation between second aunt and her mother. Yes, you think well. Mother, do you have it? Yes, I have a midwife. Everything. Put in the chicken soup. What a nonsensical discussion. Mao furrowed his small brow, attempting to lean in closer when suddenly, the wailing of a child pierced through the room. Following that was Lu Jinlan's irate voice, crying. Crying, always crying. Thud. Mao jumped in shock as a pair of hands tossed a swaddled infant onto the floor. The baby inside cried even louder, and Lu Jinlan kicked at her. No crying. You little brat. Be quiet. Having spent several days with his mother observing his younger sister, Mao recognized the signs of a hungry child. He pushed the door open and kindly reminded second aunt, the little sister is hungry. You should feed her. Inside, Lu Jinlan and Xiang Chunhua were taken aback. Recovering quickly, Lu Jinlan bent down to pick up the child, smiling ingratiatingly at Mao, and then lifted her shirt to nurse her. As expected, the infant ceased her cries immediately. Xiang Chunhua looked at Mao with astonishment. Achoo, is this your sister's son? He looks quite handsome. With him as an elder brother, he is indeed fortunate. Achoo. Handsome Mao frowned. Grandmother. You shouldn't sneeze towards the little sister. It could spread germs to her. Hee hee. Xiang Chunhua dismissed his concern, sneezing twice in Lu Jinlan's direction. Child, my girl is not as cherished as your sister. What could happen to Chu? Mao. He silently turned and walked out, overhearing the conversation behind him. Enough. Just spit it out. Yuan Bao hasn't eaten yet. Toss it on the bed. Don't bother with her. The little brat is lucky to be alive. After carefully washing his hands and face, he returned to the room and quietly recounted everything to Wen Ning, concluding with a sigh. Mother, thankfully our third sister is not second aunt's daughter. Otherwise, she would be starving and tossed on the ground. Wen Ning trembled, tears welling in her eyes. In her previous life, was it not her precious child who endured such suffering? She looked up, forcing her tears back, and smiled at Mao. Yes, Mother will protect our third sister. I will too. Mao patted his flat little chest. I am the big brother of our third sister. Wen Ning gently stroked his head. Yes. Outside, Mao rushed in like a gust of wind, waving a piece of cloth. Mother, my pants ripped. Quick, mend them. My bottom is exposed and chilly. Wen Ning. Mao was as heedless as ever. She was about to take them when her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan, called after him. Mao, quickly bring them here. Your grandmother will mend them. Your mother is in confinement and cannot sew, or else she'll go blind when she is old. Mao took a step back, grinning as he dashed outside. Mother, I'm going to find Grandma. Wen Ning was both amused and exasperated. She suspected Lu Jinlan intended to add something harmful to the chicken soup to ensure she would not be able to bear children in the future. So, it was time to counteract her plans. That very night, Lu Jinlan entered with a bowl brimming with chicken soup. Sister-in-law, this chicken is from my mother. I've stewed it all afternoon until it's tender and delicious. You must finish it so you can nurse our third sister. Wen Ning maintained her composure, smiling slightly. You're also in confinement. Jinlan, please bring a bowl. This is too much. We should share. Lu Jinlan smiled warmly, but refused. No, sister-in-law, this is yours. There is more chicken soup in the pot. I'll get another bowl for us to share. Before long, she returned with another bowl of soup. The moment she stepped inside, Wen Ning gasped. Oh no, the third sister is what her clothes and a bed. Indeed, Lu Jinlan stepped forward, feeling the wetness. We must change her immediately. Otherwise, she'll catch a cold. Sister-in-law, are there no clean clothes or diapers in here? Wen Ning had already hidden the clean ones outside to dry. Lu Jinlan appeared quite anxious, immediately heading outside. I'll go get them. Once Lu Jinlan left, Wen Ning swiftly exchanged the 2 bowls of chicken soup. Afterward, she exhaled slowly. Here she comes. Lu Jinlan strode back in, noticing Wen Ning had not moved to help and sounding somewhat displeased. Sister-in-law, hurry and change the third sister's wet clothes. She is so small. What if she catches a cold? Be quick. Wen Ning steadied herself. Yes. The two worked together to tend to the third sister, ensuring she was comfortable and asleep inside. Lu Jinlan gazed at the child fondly for a moment before suddenly recalling the soup and hurriedly prompted, "Sister-in-law, drink the chicken soup quickly. Is it cold? I'll heat it for you." "No need, let us drink together." Wen Ning lifted the soup, sipping delicately. City folks are truly quite troublesome. Lu Jinlan rolled her eyes secretly before gulping down the soup in large mouthfuls. At that moment, Mao entered with Yin Yuanbao after finishing their meal. "Look, my sister is prettier than your sister." Yin Yuanbao, indifferent, nodded slightly, his gaze wandering around the room. "Grandma said Annie has the best food, but I don't see it." A whole bowl of chicken soup sat untouched, and Wen Ning could not finish it, so she set it on the stool. Yin Yuanbao, with his domineering nature, swiftly snatched it up and began to gulp it down. "Yuanbao." Lu Jinlan panicked, grabbing the bowl back with such force that some soup splashed onto her. Yuanbao began to wail, "I want soup. I'm hungry." Lu Jinlan felt awkward. Her eyes darted, and she quickly handed Wen Ning's bowl to Mao. "Mao, your mother didn't tea finish. You drink this." "Yuanbao, you drink your mother's bowl. You cannot take your brother's food." Chapter 5. The culprit of misfortune. Wen Ning clenched the bed sheet, helplessly watching the two little boys finish the soup, Yuanbao licking the bottom of the bowl. Her words of protest lodged in her throat. Yet Lu Jinlan, fully aware of the soup's issues, still allowed Mao to drink it. So why would she stop Yuanbao from consuming the tainted soup? Furthermore, in her previous life, Yuanbao had been the ultimate beneficiary. One reaps what one sows. Those who commit their own wrongs shall not live. Wen Ning forced her heart to harden as she cradled her daughter, gazing at her soft, sleeping face, and exhaled slowly. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jinlan wore a smug smile. After consuming the medicated chicken soup, Wen Ning would never bear children again, and their family would only shower affection on their sole daughter, the third sister. As for the unsuspecting Mao, Lu Jinlan looked down at him, condescendingly. A foolish little brat. He likely wouldn't amount to much. If his health deteriorated, so be it. Second aunt, why do you keep staring at me? Mao asked, puzzled, suddenly feeling his bald head and beaming with pride. Do you think my head shines, saving your eyes? You should give Yuanbao a bald head too. Lu Jinlan's lips twitched, non-committal. All right, we'll talk about it when he gets older. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the world, and the members of the family had fallen into slumber. At the Yin household, Wen Ning was jolted awake. She heard the door to the main room being banged upon, and Lu Jinlan's voice rang out in distress. Mother, mother, Yuanbao is trembling all over and frothing at the mouth. You must wake up. Coming. Jia Shufan sprang into action. Oh dear, what happened so suddenly? Let us go. Huh? Jinlan, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Lu Jinlan mumbled something, and Jia Shufan replied, What a calamity. Why must misfortune strike together? You rest in the room. I'll take Yuanbao to see the doctor. Let us go together. Lu Jinlan harbored deep concerns for her son, and despite experiencing considerable bleeding, she pressed on with Jia Shufan. The courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Wen Ning embraced her daughter, gazing at the fragrant, slumbering Mao on the temporary bed. Her heart filled with gratitude. Had it not been for her vigilance, the chaos of the night would have ensued around her and Mao. Lu Jinlan's heart was truly cruel. She deserved to never bear two sons in this lifetime. The infant stirred in her arms, letting out soft whimpers. After feeding her, Wen Ning held her close and drifted into a deep sleep. While she rested soundly, Lu Jinlan and Jia Shufan spent the night in wakefulness. The following day, Jia Shufan brought Wen Ning a bowl of sweet fermented rice with red sugar and egg, her eyes dark and heavy with fatigue. Wen Ning inquired about the events of the previous night, and Jia Shufan lowered her voice, glancing towards the second room. Yuanbao had inexplicably trembled after eating something unsuitable, and they had to take him to the doctor, where he was induced to vomit. Upon returning, he fell asleep. The issue was that Jinlan claimed she'd bled more than after giving birth, lying down while both mother and child appeared as frail as could be, their faces as white as snow. Mao, filled with curiosity, had already run to the second room to investigate, perplexed. Mama, why did Yuanbao lose his hair after vomiting? Just like me, he has bald now. Jia Shufan's expression was hard to describe, explaining that the vomiting was induced with the use of excrement, and the hair had absorbed the foul odor, making it impossible to wash out. Thus it was shaved off. Wen Ning and her children were left speechless. Mao muttered, "From now on, we can say Yuan Bao was raised on excrement." Seizing the moment, Wen Ning educated her son, cautioning him against eating unfamiliar food, and explained the unpleasantness of the situation. Mao and Mao expressed their disdain, promising not to eat indiscriminately. After delivering sweet fermented rice and red sugar eggs to the second room, Jia Shufan returned to catch up on sleep. However, throughout the day, the sound of Lu Jinlan's daughter's cries echoed from her room. Mao, unable to concentrate on his studies, stood up and walked over, only to return shortly, fuming, arms crossed, to report to Wen Ning. "Mama, Erson won't let the little sister have milk. When I asked her why, she said Yuan Bao needs more milk since he's weak, so the little sister has to have less. I don't like Erson anymore. She's just like those old ladies in the military compound who favor boys over girls, right? In the military compound, where all families were military dependents. Any indication of gender bias would lead to discussions with political officers and women's directors, potentially limiting the men's prospects." Mao had only heard of such occurrences, but had never witnessed them until this visit home, where he was astonished to see a toddler competing with an infant for milk. Wen Ning reassured him that everyone has their own thoughts, promising that she would never show favoritism. Mao raised an eyebrow, stating, "Wen Ning, not favoring boys over girls is a fundamental quality of motherhood. It is not something to take pride in, understood?" Wen Ning rolled her eyes, retorting, "A mother can be cultured yet unrefined. If you keep nagging, I'll spank you." Oh, Mao covered his mouth. In the following days, Lu Jinlan's daughter had no milk to drink. Unable to bear it, Jia Shufan boiled rice soup to feed her. With Lu Jinlan in poor health, she was forced to be still, allowing Wen Ning to relax considerably. Having completed half of her confinement period, Wen Ning wished time would hasten, so she could return to the military compound with her children and await Yin Gang. Yet, every time she thought of leaving, an unsettling feeling crept in, as though she had forgotten something important. That afternoon, Jia Shufan stormed back, basket in hand, fuming as she cursed the black-hearted seller of stinky eggs, lamenting their existence, and wishing they would meet an early demise. Mao set down his book, his eyebrows knitted in surprise at her choice of words, seemingly unaware that such language could exist. Suddenly, he turned to her. "Mama, quickly cover the little sister's ears. The milk education is lacking." Wen Ning was taken aback, realizing that being a brother entailed more concern than being a mother. Mao rushed in, gulping down a large bowl of water before explaining the reason for Mama's anger. "Earlier, in the eggs we bought, there were stinky ones, and she didn't know who sold them. On her way back today, she said it was Wang Lao San's 3 rascals who sold them, but when she went to confront them, they denied it." "Mama, what does rascal mean?" Wen Ning casually replied, "It's just an insult, calling someone foolish." Mao's eyes lit up. "Mama, Grandma has such a vast vocabulary for insults. Let us take her back to the military compound, so I could dominate there." In that moment, a light bulb went off in Wen Ning's mind. Yes, in her past life, there had indeed been a situation involving stinky eggs. With 2 postpartum women at home and 3 young boys, they required at least 9 eggs daily. When Jia Shufan's stock of eggs ran low, she had to trade for more in the community, only to end up with stinky ones. After some investigation, she discovered the culprit was Wang Sanpo's household. When Jia Shufan attempted to return them, Wang Sanpo stubbornly refused to acknowledge the exchange, leaving Jia Shufan at a significant loss. If that was all, it would have been a minor issue, but suddenly Wang Sanpo's hen died, and she accused Jia Shufan of causing its demise. Both sides argued their points, and soon, a crowd gathered to witness the commotion. Jia Shufan was a fierce debater, but in a fit of rage, Wang Sanpo collapsed. This escalated the situation, and regardless of who was right, Jia Shufan became the scapegoat, blamed for the death. She was met with scorn from the community, her spirit crushed like a hen that had been struck by disease. By the time Wen Ning completed her confinement, Jia Shufan had followed her family to the military compound, never to return to her hometown of Yunfeng Brigade again. Chapter 6. Presenting a dilemma to the heavens. Jia Shufan had spent over 50 years growing up in Yunfeng Brigade, marrying and raising children. In her twilight years, she could not find peace in her final resting place, leaving Wen Ning and Yin Gang aware of her unfulfilled desires. They sought to comfort her, yet Jia Shufan expressed her guilt towards Wang Sanpo. Had she controlled her temper at that time, perhaps Wang Sanpo would not have perished from anger. Now in this second life, they had arrived at the same juncture. Wen Ning sat up, contemplating how to help her mother-in-law resolve this emotional burden. She mentally retraced the events, searching for a breakthrough. Mama, what are you daydreaming about? I'm no talk to her. Grandma is coming to live with us in a military compound. What do you think? Without hesitation, Wen Ning replied, absolutely. Your grandma has had a tough life. She must come with us to enjoy her later years. However, this departure must be splendid, not a shameful retreat. Upon hearing Wen Ning's words, Jia Shufan was deeply moved. She rushed in, resolutely declaring, little one, with your words, I will do anything. Just wait, I'll rush to the neighboring brigade to buy eggs. Even if I have to run until my legs are broken, I won't let you and San may go hungry. With that, Jia Shufan dashed out. Mao took off, dragging Mao along, exclaiming, Grandma, I'm going too. Big brother, together. In an instant, all three vanished. Wen Ning thought to herself. She indeed had milk powder and barley milk. They wouldn't starve, so there was no need to dash off to the neighboring brigade for eggs. Her mother-in-law was indeed fierce in speech, but had a kind heart, unlike Lu Jinlan, who was sweet on the outside but ruthless within. That evening, Lu Jinlan unexpectedly rose from her bed and walked out of her room, cradling her daughter as she approached Wen Ning's room, scrutinizing her expression. Sister-in-law, how are you feeling? Do you have milk? Lu Jinlan had been feeling weak, and despite consuming 3 eggs daily, her milk supply was dwindling. She suspected the medicine she had taken was the cause and began to ponder whether it had been effective for Wen Ning and if another dose was necessary. Of course, Wen Ning feigned ignorance, gently shaking her head. Not well. My legs feel weaker than before, and I'm dizzy. I need to lie down. My milk supply is barely sufficient. That is good to hear. Lu Jinlan sighed in relief, convinced the medicine was working and her mother had not deceived her. I too find the experience of giving birth to the second child different from the first. When I had Yuan Bao, I could cook right after a nap. Before she could finish her sentence, Mao burst into the room like a whirlwind. Mama, something's wrong. Grandma and Wang Lao San are arguing. What? Wen Ning immediately sprang from her bed, hastily putting on her shoes, clothes, and hat in one swift motion. She cradled the child and strode purposefully outside. Quickly, Mao, lead the way. The mother and son hurriedly departed, and it was hard to perceive any signs of a postpartum woman in Wen Ning. Her steps were remarkably steady. Lu Jinlan watched in astonishment, suddenly rising, feeling a sharp pang in her lower abdomen. She endured the discomfort and, still holding the child, stepped outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, she found carrying the child cumbersome, so she unceremoniously placed the baby on the ground inside the house and rushed out. About 50 meters away was Wang Sampo's home, which was now surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Wen Ning, holding her daughter, was protected by Mao as they squeezed into the crowd, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, she overheard her mother-in-law's furious voice. Did I kill your hen? Wang Lao-san? What nonsense are you talking? Who doesn't know that I am busy taking care of my 2 daughters-in-law during their confinement? Why on earth would I bother to harm your hen that only lays rotten eggs? In a time when everyone struggled to make ends meet, Wang Sampo had somehow managed to develop a rather plump figure. With her triangular eyes glaring and her hands on her hips, she confronted Jia Shufan. Admit it. You think I sell rotten eggs to you? Earlier this morning you caused a scene, and now, this afternoon, you come to my home and kill my hen. After knowing each other for decades, how could you be so cruel? I don't care. You must compensate me for a hen today. It was unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. Jia Shufan placed her hands on her hips, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Wen Ning grasped her hand, halting the futile exchange of insults, and boldly questioned, Aunt, do you have any evidence to blame my mother for the hen's death? Wang Sampo quickly retorted, yes. My grandson, Gosheng, saw your mother wandering around my chicken coop. If she was there, she must have done it. Jia Shufan defended herself. I was merely checking if your hen had laid any fresh eggs. You sold me a rotten egg, so I demanded a fresh one. Yet your hen laid not a single egg. No wonder you sold me a rotten one. Who knows how long it had been? Admit it. You were just unhappy and took it out on my hen. Wang Sampo declared emphatically. I did not. If I, Jia Shufan, killed your hen, may lightning strike me. On a sunny day, how could there be lightning? You are challenging the heavens. Wang Lao-san, you are being unreasonable. Wen Ning's head buzzed as she seized the opportunity amidst their quarrel. She instructed Mao to fetch the deceased hen and asked Mao to find a knife. Once everything was in place, she swiftly handed her daughter over to her mother-in-law and bent down. In front of the crowd, she deftly opened the hen's abdomen. The onlookers gasped in surprise. While they had all seen chickens and ducks slaughtered, they did not expect the delicate Jia Shufan to handle it with such finesse. Wen Ning, of course, was adept. Her mother had been a researcher at an institute before her passing, often experimenting with mice, carp, and piglets. Growing up in the research facility without anyone to care for her, she had learned by observation. Now, as Wen Ning meticulously examined the disemboweled hen, she extracted a cluster of fuzzy, grainy substances and held them up to her eyes. Jia Shufan leaned in, recognizing it immediately. That's corn. Moldy corn. Standing upright, she exclaimed, "Wang Laosan, your hen died for being fed moldy corn. Why are you blaming me?" Wang Laosan refused to concede. "What moldy corn? I didn't feed that to my hen." "Yes, Wang Laosan, it was you who fed my hen moldy corn." The argument seemed endless. Jia Shufan rolled up her sleeves, ready for battle, but when Ning intervened, pointing at the hen on the ground. "Aunt, my mother sought a refund for the rotten egg this morning. Yet your hen must have been fed moldy corn for at least 3 days. Think carefully. Hasn't it been 3 days since it laid an egg?" Wang Laosan's expression shifted. Indeed, it had been. She only had 2 hens, kept in a single coop, and the egg count was limited. Over 3 days. The task of feeding the hens had been entrusted to her grandchildren. As Wang Laosan hesitated, wanting to consult her family, she stubbornly clung to Jia Shufan. The moment she heard the term moldy corn, Wang Laosan's grandson, Gosheng, quietly slipped into the house. Ermao cleverly followed him and soon emerged with a bag in hand. "I found the culprit. It's Gosheng." He soaked the corn until it sprouted and fed it to the chickens. Gosheng, realizing he had been exposed, changed his expression dramatically and, instead of trying to retrieve the bag, turned to flee. As expected, Wang Laosan charged forward with a stick. "You little rascal. I'll beat you to a pulp." Gosheng wailed and cried, his voice nearly breaking the roof. The onlookers could not help but murmur among themselves. What a misfortunate child. He quietly killed his family's hen. If it were my child, I would get him a good thrashing too. Wang Sanpo is being utterly unreasonable. She doesn't even check on her own family before blaming Aunt Shufan. Indeed, Aunt Shufan is the most unfortunate. She bought a rotten egg and was falsely accused of killing the hen. If it weren't for her daughter-in-law, Aunt Shufan and Wang Sanpo would surely have become enemies. Wen Ning was also observant. If her mother-in-law felt aggrieved and wanted to cause a scene, she would pretend to faint to defuse the situation. To her surprise, Jia Shufan cheerfully called out to them, "Come on, Xiaowen, Jinlan, let us head back quickly. You both are in confinement and shouldn't be exposed to the wind. It's getting dark, and a chill may come." As they walked back, someone remarked, "Aunt Shufan seems to be in a better mood today. She is not as combative." Another noted the truth. She must be happy that her daughter-in-law stood up for her. After a lifetime of hardship, she is finally enjoying some peace. Indeed, Jia Shufan was elated. Having lost her husband early on, she had raised 3 sons alone. Life as a widow in the community was fraught with difficulties, often facing trouble from others. Today, someone had claimed their belongings were stolen by her child, and tomorrow, they would question if her family had someone still lingering around. Over time, Jia Shufan had learned to engage in verbal sparring, often shouting first and denying any wrongdoing, as if raising her voice made her right. Consequently, some whispered behind her back that she was a troublemaker. But today, Wen Ning had silently and credibly helped her defeat Wang Laosan. It was quite satisfying. On the way back, Jia Shufan beamed as she praised Wen Ning. "Xiaowen, children ought to be like you. Read more books and learn useful knowledge. Otherwise, you won't be able to win arguments against others. You will ensure that Sanmei gets to go to school, right?" Wen Ning nodded yes. "I will support her to attend university." Jia Shufan gently shook her granddaughter in her arms, her face crinkling with joy. "Oh, I'm holding a future university student." A university student bringing glory to the family. Beside them, Ermao proudly declared, "Grandma, I want to be a university student too. Won't you hold me?" Jia Shufan chuckled. "To be honest, your brother is more likely to attend university, given that he studies all day. You, on the other hand, are a little rascal. You could attend the University of Dirt." Moreover, with her old arms and legs, she couldn't hold him anyway. Unperturbed, Ermao responded, "Boys grow up quickly. I won't be a rascal anymore." When Ning and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Ermao might indeed possess the wit to make it to university. "Come on." Jia Shufan redirected the conversation. "I'll boil 2 eggs for each of you to help nourish your brains." Wen Ning replied, "I truly have had enough." Meanwhile, Lu Jinlan, lagging behind, felt relieved. Thankfully, she listened to her mother and switched the child. In the future, the child Wen Ning nurtured for university would be her own precious baby. She, Lu Jinlan, had given birth to a future university student. Suddenly, from outside the courtyard, they heard a chorus of cries. Ermao dashed forward, and by the time everyone reached the door, he was bringing out a clucking rooster. "Mom, my sister's face got pecked by the chicken, and she's bleeding." Jia Shufan swiftly picked up the crying child. "Oh dear, such a long wound. Jinlan, take her to get some medicine, or she might be left with a scar." Lu Jinlan snatched the child from her arms, hurriedly wiping the blood away with her sleeve, which only incited the child's wails. "What medicine? It's nothing. Scars don't matter. She is not like San Mei from the eldest brother's family. As long as she is alive, that is what matters." Jia Shufan frowned, perplexed by the words spoken. "And you? How could you just leave it on the ground? And why haven't you closed the door? Today, it's the chickens pecking at us. Tomorrow, it could be the dogs." She faltered, unable to continue. Lu Jinlan interjected. "Well, that is just her ill fate. It's not my fault." She then urged her mother. "All right, Mom, go boil some eggs for your elder daughter-in-law. I need to nurse Yuan Bao now. Wasn't tea or milk meant for that ungrateful sister?" Jia Shufan wanted to retort, but held her tongue, angrily heading to the kitchen. Wen Ning chuckled softly and returned indoors, increasingly anticipating the day Lu Jinlan would learn the truth. A few days later, Wen Ning could hear distant wails from within the house. She was quite puzzled, as was Lu Jinlan. The two stood in the yard. Yet before they could venture out to investigate, they saw Jia Shufan returning in a daze. Wasn't Wang Lao San the one who had beaten her grandson a few days prior? Today her son returned from work in the county and, upon finding Dog Sheng lying on the bed in anger, had an argument with Wang Lao San. In the heat of the quarrel, Wang Lao San collapsed and died. And now, Jia Shufan's family was preparing for the funeral. Wen Ning was taken aback. She hadn't expected that plump, triangular-eyed woman to meet such a fate. Lu Jinlan suddenly exclaimed, "Serve him right." Both Jia Shufan and Wen Ning turned to her. Lu Jinlan swept her hair behind her. "Isn't it true? She sold rotten eggs to my mother, and on that day, she even blamed my mother for killing her chicken. She said I and my sister-in-law brought bad luck and demanded compensation. She is nothing but a scourge. Serves her right." "Ah, that may be so," Jia Shufan sighed deeply. "But I feel like her son will live with guilt for the rest of his life. It was you who bore guilt for a lifetime in your past life." At that, Wen Ning seized the opportunity to advise, "Mom, Aunt Wang's case seems like a sudden illness, perhaps a brain hemorrhage. Such ailments are most aggravated by anger. You shouldn't have argued with her the other day. If something were to happen to her, wouldn't you feel guilty for the rest of your life? You might end up living under the scrutiny of others for the rest of your days." Jia Shufan was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Indeed, in future quarrels, I'll first inquire if the other party is ill." "Wen Ning, is that really what she meant?" Despite their earlier spat, they were still neighbors. When Wang Laosan's family held the funeral, Jia Shufan still went to offer her condolences and lend a hand, also to witness the commotion. Upon learning that Wang Laosan's two daughters had returned, creating a ruckus over their brother, causing their mother's demise, the situation spiraled into chaos. Jia Shufan returned to share the events with Wen Ning, passing the time. That day, while the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were chatting, a man's voice rang out from the yard. "Mom, where are you? Yin Yin and I are back." Chapter 8. You and your sister-in-law go to the family compound. Jia Shufan had 3 sons. The eldest, Yin Gang, served in the army and was married to Wen Ning, with whom he had 2 sons and a daughter. The second son, Yin Hui, was a carpenter who had gone to work in another region. He was married to Lu Jinlan and had a son and a daughter. The youngest son, Yin Song, was the most educated, having graduated from a vocational school and currently worked as a technician at the county's canning factory. Last year, he married Zhou Yunyun, the only daughter of the factory's workshop director, and they had yet to have children. In the main hall of the Yin household, everyone gathered around. The Mao, Mao, and Yuan Bao were clustered around a pile of cans, marveling at them. Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Lu Jinlan listened as Yin Song excitedly recounted. Previously, the canning factory was busy with orders and couldn't spare any time. Now that we have a moment, Yin Yin and I came back to see her newborn niece. Before he could finish, Mao grabbed a can and asked Wen Ning, "Mom, what kind of can is this?" Brother said it's cherries. "But doesn't tea look like it? This fruit is bigger than cherries." Wen Ning picked up the can, examined it, and declared it's hawthorn. The factory's proper glass jars were stamped with seals indicating the type, ingredient list, production date, shelf life, and factory address. However, the glass jars that Yin Song and Zhou Yunyan brought back bore no such markings, likely being defective cans intended for internal staff use. Understanding this, Wen Ning smiled gently at Yin Kong. He appeared slightly uncomfortable, thinking that these flawed items could deceive his mother and sister-in-law. But his elder sister-in-law was not so easily fooled. Yet before they left, his mother-in-law had packed them up. Beside him, Zhou Yunyan remained oblivious to his discomfort and raised her chin. "Demao, Mao, you can start eating. We brought these just for you," along with apple and yellow peach cans. "Okay," Mao exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. "Thank you, third Ani." Meanwhile, Lu Jinlan's expression darkened as she clenched her clothes, feeling slighted by the omission of her family, Yuan Bao. The simmering tensions among the three families did not go unnoticed by Jia Shufen, who sighed inwardly as she approached. She swatted Mao's hand away. Go fetch 3 bowls from the kitchen. What kind of conditions do we have here? Each of you gets 1 can. Go get bowls so we could divide the milk." Jia Shufen busied herself distributing the cans to the children, instructing them to sit under the eaves to eat. Yin Song and Zhou Yunyan stood observing Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan cradling their children. Upon seeing Wen Ning's third daughter, Yin Song enthusiastically praised, "So fair and tender. With such a large forehead, she must be intelligent. High nose, small mouth. She will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty." Zhou Yunyan expressed her envy. "She is truly beautiful." However, upon noticing Lu Jinlan's daughter, Yin Song opened his mouth, but could not utter a compliment. Zhou Yunyan, unrestrained, exclaimed, "Second sister-in-law, what happened to the scar on her left cheek? That is practically disfigured. How can a child, not even a month old, be scarred like that?" Lu Jinlan shrugged. "She was pecked by a chicken. My fate is unfortunate. She was born into my family, unlike the third daughter in my sister-in-law's family." Zhou Yunyan blurted out, "If you know she was born in the wrong family, you should treat her better. Look at her pale, thin face, dark circles under her eyes, all dirty, and her clothes are foul-smelling. I can even smell feces from here." Yin Song urgently tugged at her. "Stop talking." Lu Jinlan remained unfazed. "I have to care for Yuan Bao every day. I don't have that much time." Her gaze fell upon Wen Ning's third daughter, her eyes sparkling. Her child was being lovingly tended by Wen Ning. Zhou Yunyan felt a twinge of discomfort. Once seated, she brazenly declared, "When I have a child, I'll 1T come back to sit the month. I'll have my mother help me care for the baby. It 1T be as distressing as how second sister-in-law's child turned out." Was it fair to blame Lu Jinlan for her child's condition? Jia Shufen had quite the fiery temper. Yin Song, anxious, stood up and held his mother tightly, casting a pleading look at Zhou Yunyan. "Hey, our child's situation is still a long way off. Mom, I brought back some pig bones and pork. Let us cook it tonight to nourish my sister-in-law and second sister-in-law." Jia Shufen took a deep breath, glared at him, suppressing her anger. "Fine." She stormed off to the kitchen, and before she had gone far, she suddenly heard Wen Ning's soft voice. "Yin Yun, if you don't want Mom to help you with the baby, I'll take her to the family compound." "Go ahead," Zhou Yunyan said dismissively, but then added, "But sister-in-law, if Mom helps you for 2 months, she should also help second sister-in-law for 2 months. When I sit the month, she can't just ignore me." She didn't want Jia Shufen to care for her child, yet she still expected her assistance. It was clearly a matter of money. The couple, Yin Song and Zhou Yunyan, were perpetually insatiable. Just like in their past lives, when Jia Shufen couldn't stay in the village any longer, the three families sat down to discuss her future. Her personal wish was to go to Yin Song's home in the county, as it was nearby and he and T had children yet, so she could assist. However, Zhou Yunyan objected, claiming that Jia Shufen would drive a living person to death with her temper, and as a new daughter-in-law, she would not live with her mother-in-law. Thus, Jia Shufen was forced to leave her hometown and accompany Wen Ning and Yin Gang to the Army's family compound. Even then, during Zhou Yunyan's confinement, she had Yin Song call to demand nutritional expenses from Jia Shufen, threatening that if she didn't the child wouldn't be allowed to call her nurse. Jia Shufen was furious and scolded them back home, yet still dug into her small savings to send Wen Ning 600 yuan. Even with that, they complained it was insufficient. Jia Shufen barely saw her little grandson 3 or 4 times before she passed away. In this life, despite the burdensome matters, Zhou Yunyan still refused to live with Jia Shufen, yet she sought financial support. Wen Ning chuckled. "Then let Mom live with you and help you with the baby." Zhou Yunyan pouted. practically wearing her displeasure on her face. As she was about to voice more inappropriate comments, Yin Sung hurriedly stood up and pulled her outside. Yin, let me show you around our village. What is there to explore? It's all mud. Let's go. In the kitchen, Jia Shufan sat on a small stool, stuffing firewood into the stove to boil water for pork bone soup, occasionally letting out a sigh. As one ages, one becomes a source of disdain. She could not afford to express her anger, lest it disrupt the harmony of her son's household. Her husband had been wise to depart early, free from such worries. Wen Ning entered with the baby mom. Oh, Jia Shufan stood up, wiping her hands on her apron. Is there something you need me to do? Wen Ning shook her head slightly, expressing her intention. Mom, I've been in confinement for over 20 days. In about 10 days, I can return to the family compound. I'm serious. You should come back with us. Jia Shufan hesitated, but I'm quite comfortable in the brigade. The family compound is so far away. If I leave, when can I come back? However, remaining in the brigade meant she could not rely on the third child, only able to live with Lu Jinlan. Lu Jinlan was close to her mother, Xiang Chunhua, who often came to take advantage of her, almost moving the bed back home for her son to sleep in, which was quite bothersome. When Ning understood Jia Shufan's dilemma, she glanced at the corner of the door where a garment peeked out and raised her voice slightly. Mom, Yin Gang is away for 20 days each month. Demao and Air Mao have to go to school, and I have to work. If you don't go, who will take care of the third sister? We could leave her locked at home. But what if she accidentally knocks over the hot water bottle or falls off the bed before she could finish her sentence? Lu Jinlan stepped outside, decisively agreeing. Mom, I support you going to the family compound with my sister-in-law. You should go. Chapter 9. The sister-in-law takes advantage. Lu Jinlan's reasoning was simple. She could not let her own daughter be left without care. She actively promoted the idea. I have my mother to help, but my sister-in-law does not. Mom, you go, and once the third sister is grown, I will have Yin Hui come back to take care of you. As if that would happen. By then, she would also take Yuan Bao to find the third sister, making sure she knew who her real mother was and who she should honor. Yuan Bao would then be able to live a good life. With the encouragement of the eldest and second daughters-in-law, Jia Shufan finally relented and agreed to go to the family compound. So I'll stay for a while? All right. If you feel comfortable and at ease, you might not want to leave. Wen Ning immediately decided, let us discuss this with the third brother after dinner. Lu Jinlan nodded emphatically. Everything she did was for the sake of the third sister. As twilight descended, smoke spiraled into the air, and families prepared for dinner. The Yin family was no exception. Yin Sung had taken Zhou Yunyun for a stroll around the brigade, and upon stepping inside, saw Mao and Air Mao watering the vegetables by the yard. They were still children. Amidst their chores, they turned it into play. You water me a bit, and I'll splash you back. Suddenly, Air Mao splashed a scoop of water right in front of Zhou Yunyun, who was unable to dodge it. Her shoes and skirt hem were drenched, and she was incensed. You little rascal, what are you doing? You made me filthy. The little rascal touched his bald head, finding the nickname amusing, and chuckled. Demao apologized on his behalf. I'm sorry, third aunt. My brother didn't mean it. If you take off your skirt, I'll wash it for you. Zhou Yunyun was about to explode. This was a dress and shoe she had brought back from Shanghai, irreplaceable even with money. Air Mao, didn't you grow up in the army? How can you be so unclean? Third aunt, Air Mao found it curious as he saw her nearly jumping in frustration. Grandma said that when third uncle was little, he ate his own poop. And now you still sleep and kiss him, right? This is just water from washing vegetables. It's nothing. Instantly, Zhou Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning to Yin Kong, Yin Sung hurriedly denied. No, my mom is just talking nonsense, Air Mao. What Grandma meant was your dad. Air Mao shrugged. Then let us just say it's my dad. What do you mean by just saying it's your dad? It is your dad. Before Yin Sung could finish, Zhou Yunyun grabbed his ear. Come on, let's go wash up. It hurts, Yunyun. Dear to Mao and Air Mao seized the opportunity to sneak back into the house, secretly watching the noisy exchange between their uncle and aunt. Air Mao whispered to his brother, Third aunt is so picky. When she scolded me, my skirt dried, and now she went to soak it again. The Mao bolted. Women are all particular. Mom even makes dad wash his face, hands, and feet before going to bed. When I grow up, I want to marry a wife. Mao declared boldly. Because no one is worthy of me. I am impressive. I may be small, but I am clever. I am filthy and smelly. Wen Ning, forced to overhear some of this, thought, what a mess. In the main room, Jia Shufan shouted that dinner was ready. Air Mao dashed off like the wind, rushing to the kitchen to help. Soon, everyone gathered around the table. with the third sister and a younger sister sleeping in 2 wooden beds that had been moved over. 3 large bowls of fragrant dishes were laid out, alongside the chicken soup that Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan were drinking. There was pork bones stew with yellow beans, braised pork with vermicelli, and cabbage stew with potatoes. It was a rare feast, and the 3 boys eagerly reached for their chopsticks. Jia Shufan waved her hand. Everyone eat. Wait. Zhou Yunyun interrupted her mother-in-law with a frown, glancing at her husband. Yin Song, holding his bowl and chopsticks, awkwardly got up. Mom, sister-in-law, my wife is preparing for childbirth, and the doctor advised her to eat something clean. I'll serve her first. He skillfully placed meat and vegetables into his own bowl. The women fell silent, observing Zhou Yunyun raise her chin to make demands. I want the lean meat, not the fatty. No cabbage, it gets stuck in my teeth. Bring me some potatoes and more vermicelli. Among the children, Mao, bold as ever, broke the silence. Third uncle. Are you implying that our meal isn't clean? Third, and is disdainful of us. Zhou Yunyun shot him a glare. To be precise, she disdains you. You didn't wash your hands after watering the vegetables, did you? Before Mao could respond, Mao cleared his throat. Third uncle. It's useless for you to serve the dishes. All these were carried here by Mao and me, and I saw Mao stir his hands in the soup. Yin Song. No, don't say that. This is a disaster. Zhou Yunyun immediately changed her tune. I'm not eating anymore. You all enjoy. She got up from the table and sat on a chair. Yin Song approached her, trying to soothe her. The couple acted as if no one else was around, providing ample amusement for Mao and Mao. The brothers, while eating meat, occasionally exchanged glances and chuckled. Jia Shufan thought, if she's this difficult before even getting pregnant, what'll it be like once she is? If I go to the county town to take care of Zhou Yunyun, life will surely be a headache. Perhaps it would be better to accompany one to the army. Unbeknownst to her, Jia Shufan's intention to go to the family compound grew firmer. The dinner for the 4 adults and 3 children was exceedingly satisfying. After the meal, Mao, with a bulging belly, wanted to compete with Mao over whose belly was bigger. Mao scoffed, no way, you're too childish. Zhou Yunyun, sitting nearby, found it extremely odd. Haven't you eaten well in the family compound? The son of an officer, yet you act like starving ghosts. Mao and Mao shook their heads and nodded. Dad is busy, and Mom is pregnant with our sister, so we go to Uncle Zhou's for meals. They have goose eggs, duck eggs, egg sisters, and little eggs. There's hardly enough to eat. Lu Jinlan couldn't help but interject. Even officers have so many kids? Zhou Yunyun retorted, and they lack education. Their names are so rustic and ugly. Wen Ning felt a bit dazed. She was unaware that her 2 sons were living under someone else's roof, having to fight for food. In her previous life, her mother-in-law, Jia Shufan, had taken care of all the household chores after they returned to the family compound. It seemed she must bring her mother-in-law back this time. Without further hesitation, Wen Ning cleared her throat and said, Mao, take Yuanbao outside to play. After the 3 children left, she turned to Yin Song and Zhou Yunyun. Third brother, third sister-in-law, while you're back, Jinlan and I would like to discuss Mom's retirement plan with you. Zhou Yunyun blurted out, Mom is only 50. What do you mean by retirement? Having just finished washing the dishes, Jia Shufan felt her heart sink further, and she was not shy in voicing her displeasure. Having raised 3 sons and seeing them marry, she wondered what purpose her own elderly years would serve if not for her to enjoy some rest. The thought of bringing forth more children to burden her was absurd. Zhou Yunyun's face flushed with alternating shades of white and red, as this was the first time her mother-in-law had openly disregarded her since their acquaintance. Yin Song, feeling the tension, quickly interjected, Mother. Yunyun did not mean it that way. She simply believes you are in good health. He turned to his elder sister-in-law, what are your thoughts on this matter? Wen Ning smilet. Earlier that afternoon, Yunyun expressed her reluctance for her mother-in-law to assist during her confinement, but both Mao and Mao enjoyed living with her. My intention is to take Mother to the family compound, where I and Yin Gang can ensure she is well cared for in her old age. Yin Song pondered silently. His mother, Jia Shufan, was in good health and could still contribute to household chores for at least another decade. Having her around would alleviate many burdens. However, the prospect of sending her away felt like losing out. He turned to Lu Jinlan, sister-in-law. Do you agree with this plan? Lu Jinlan was not in favor, so he decided to postpone the discussion for another 10 years. During this time, Mother could stay with the family, helping Lu Jinlan while tending to crops and livestock, saving money for their needs. If he required assistance, he could call upon her in the county. After 10 years, he would let her join his elder brother and sister-in-law in the family compound to enjoy her retirement. Yin Song was formulating his thoughts, waiting for Lu Jinlan to object. But to his surprise, she nodded without hesitation. I agree for mother to go to the family compound. She has worked hard for so many years and deserves to enjoy her life. My brother and sister-in-law are better off and can surely provide for her. Jia Shufan felt touched. Jinlan, I did not expect you to consider my well-being so deeply. Yin Song, caught off guard, protested, but sister-in-law, if mother goes to the family compound, who will help you with your daughter? Why would I need help with that little brat? Lu Jinlan dismissed. I can lock her in her room if needed. Yin Song opened his mouth to speak, glancing at Jia Shufan. Mother, the family compound is quite far. Are you willing to go? Jia Shufan scoffed. If you didn't want me to go, you wouldn't have suggested it. You just want me to toil away here, don't you? Do you think I am unworthy of enjoying my life? No. Yin Song hurriedly denied. Mother, that is not my intention. If you wish to go, then go. If you change your mind, just write to me, and I will meet you at the station. Very well, Jia Shufan replied, immediately turning to Wen Ning. Xiaowen, please help me buy an extra ticket for the return journey. I will take care of the livestock and vegetables in the meantime. Wen Ning cheerfully agreed. Of course. Yin Song felt a sense of impending loss, as if he were about to suffer a significant setback. At that moment, Zhou Yinyan, who had been silent with hunger, suddenly spoke up. What about my confinement? If mother wants to assist, shouldn't there be some acknowledgement? Everyone fell into silence. Jia Shufan, sensing Yin Song's reluctance to respond, realized he shared her sentiments. Disappointment washed over her as she coldly retorted. First of all, you aren't even pregnant yet, so let us not jump ahead. Secondly, she fixed her gaze on Yin Song. You're my youngest son. You relied on your elder brothers for your education, work, and marriage. Do you deny this? Yin Gang, the eldest, had little education and joined the army. For 5 years, his support, after necessary expenses, was sent home to assist their widowed mother and younger brother. After marrying Wen Ning, he continued to send a third of his monthly salary to Jia Shufan until the third brother started working. Yin Hui, the second son, struggled academically and learned a trade, contributing his earnings before and after marriage. Only Yin Song, as the youngest, had never contributed a penny to the household. All his expenses, from living costs to his bride's dowry, were covered largely by his elder brothers. Faced with this challenge, Yin Song felt embarrassed, his expression darkening. I acknowledge that, mother, but what is the point of bringing it up now? Before he could finish, Jia Shufan sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze. I mention this because I want you to understand. Even a heartless son should have some limits. I am still here. You should be grateful for the family support instead of expecting me to care for your child after I have raised you. Yin Song's face reddened. I would never deny you. Jia Shufan plopped back in her chair. You better not. She did not glance at Zhou Yinyan, but her words were directed solely at her. Zhou Yinyan's face turned a deep shade of anger. Suddenly, she stood up and stormed out without a word. Yin Song called out, hesitating for a moment. Mother, sister-in-law, I will take Yin back to the county first. I will see you at the station on the day you leave. He hurried after her. Inside the house, silence lingered for a few moments before Jia Shufan stood and shouted towards the door. Debt collectors. All these sons are just debt collectors. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve 3 sons? Wen Ning took the third sister back inside, while Lu Jinlan rushed in, lowering her voice to ask, Sister-in-law, do you think we will ever get back the money that big brother and Yin Hui lent to the third brother? Wen Ning looked at her, and Lu Jinlan awkwardly explained, you know our family isn't well off, and that money is quite significant. Yet mother doesn't seem inclined to return it. Wen Ning shook her head. I want to ask for it back. Yin Gang would be unhappy if he found out. It's not worth the trouble. After all, the second household still owed Yin Gang money. It was a mess that would be impossible to untangle. Moreover, Yin Song and Zhou Yinyan's schemes were quite transparent. Lu Jinlan and Yin Hui were playing a long game, using the pretext of wanting them to support their daughter, but ultimately planning to ruin their entire family. Wen Ning had no intention of being a pawn in Lu Jinlan's game. She excused herself to tend to the baby and closed the door. Lu Jinlan scoffed, we're all women, and she acts as if nursing is a secret. How dramatic. Yet, Wen Ning was diligently caring for her daughter. Lu Jinlan returned to her room, only to find her younger sister lying there, playing with her tiny hands. Anger bubbled within her as she snatched the child and tossed her onto the ground, muttering, "Just like your mother, you little brat." The baby cried out loudly, causing Lu Jinlan annoyance. She grabbed a sock and shoved it into the child's mouth, finally silencing her. Despite the discord during the discussion, Jia Shufan was resolute. The next day, she announced her decision to move to the family compound, stirring excitement throughout the village. Inquiries flooded in as villagers sought to rent land, purchase Jia Shufan's stockpiled corn and wheat, and more. Thus, 10 busy days flew by, and on the day of departure for Wen Ning's family, she cradled her third sister, while the Mao and heir Mao carried their small bundles. And Jia Shufan hefted her larger one as they slowly made their way to the village entrance. Lu Jinlan held her youngest daughter, casting longing glances at the child in Wen Ning's arms. She desperately wanted to hold her own daughter, but feared revealing her true intentions. With dark thoughts, she maneuvered her little girl closer to Wen Ning and the boys. "Sister-in-law, de Mao, heir Mao, take a look at my little girl. With this separation, who knows when we will meet again?" De Mao and heir Mao merely glanced at the child, uninterested. "Oh," they replied apathetically. The little girl was dirty and constantly crying, lacking the charm of their third sister, making her unappealing. Wen Ning subtly shifted away, assuring herself they would meet again soon. In her past life, Lu Jinlan often used family visits as an excuse to see them, and later even moved to a rural area not far from the military district. At that time, Wen Ning had believed Lu Jinlan to be a good sister-in-law, but upon reflection, it was clear her intentions were solely for her own daughter. Now, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Wen Ning remained indifferent, while Lu Jinlan reveled in her triumph. Regardless of the outcome, she had left her own daughter to suffer while taking her precious child away to enjoy a better life. At that moment, Yuan Bao lamented, "Big brother, second brother. If you leave, no one will play with me." Heir Mao patted his head. "Don't worry. Yin heir Mao, will return soon. When I do, I will play with you, but you must not steal my meat." Lu Jinlan grinned broadly. "Heir Mao, as the elder brother, you should share your food with your younger sibling. Be generous." He was generous, but what if he got hungry? Can generosity fill one's belly? Heir Mao puffed his cheeks, visibly displeased. Jia Shufan couldn't hold back and said, "Jinlan, you should treat your sister-in-law a bit better. After all, she is your daughter." Lu Jinlan merely shrugged and replied casually, "I know, Mom." Her daughter enjoyed the comforts while Wen Ning's daughter was destined to suffer. Just as they were conversing, a sudden commotion arose in the distance. "Shufan, wait up. I'm here to send you off." Wen Ning and the others looked on in surprise as a large crowd hurried over to bid farewell to Jia Shufan, their faces etched with reluctance. An aunt even handed her some prepared food. "Shufan, I know you love my dried bamboo shoots. Here, take them, and think of me, your old friend, when you eat them. Here, Shufan, these are my sweet potato chips." The village head even turned to Wen Ning and said, "Comrade Wen, you know how your mother-in-law is quite irritable. You must look after her when you get to the family compound." Jia Shufan rolled her eyes. "I'm not irritable. I'm quite reasonable." The farewell crowd teased her. Sure. You reasoned so well that you smashed someone's wooden door to bits. Your husband played cards behind your back, and you flipped the table and burned the cards. Wen Wangsan's son soaked your son Yin Song's homework. You smeared feces on his hair. What a reasonable person you are." Jia Shufan vehemently denied it. That never happened. Wen Ning watched this warm scene and thought to herself, this was the purpose of her new life, to ensure her mother-in-law did not leave her hometown, where she had lived for 50 years, filled with regrets as she had in her previous life. Yet, there were still regrets. Chapter 11. She is only 35 this year. Yin Song did not come to see them off. Wen Ning took Jia Shufan and the 3 children on the village tractor to the county train station, arriving just in time to catch their train. Jia Shufan turned back repeatedly, her eyes scanning for familiar faces. But even as they squeezed onto the train and found their seats, she saw no one she recognized. Clearly, she had informed Yin Song, who lived in the county, about her departure today. If he had wanted to come, he would have. If not, he would simply make excuses to brush her off later. Jia Shufan felt utterly disappointed and muttered to herself, "What a useless thing. I raised a son for nothing." She shook her head, locking eyes with Wen Ning, whose gaze seemed to see through everything. Jia Shufan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Xiaowen, over the years, you and Yin Gang have helped Yin Song a lot. But he is no good. It's because I didn't teach him properly." Wen Ning gently shook her head. "He is already an adult, Mom. You can't control him. It's simply his nature." Yin Song is greedy. When he doesn't get what he wants, he turns his back on people. Lu Jinlan is inherently wicked, putting on a facade of innocence while doing the worst deeds. Nearby, Demao and Air Mao were busy observing the commotion. At that moment, Air Mao excitedly pointed to a spot inside the carriage. Mom, Grandma, Big Brother, look at that uncle with the cane. His face looks like a squash. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan exchanged glances, and there was the squash-faced uncle glaring at them. Jia Shufan swiftly slapped Air Mao on the head. Shut your mouth. You are the one who looks like a fool. If you can't speak properly, then keep quiet. Wen Ning, with a stern expression, urged, go apologize to the uncle. Air Mao, rubbing his head, approached the uncle with his head bowed. I'm sorry, uncle. I spoke too hastily. You can scold me. I won T retort. Upon hearing his apology, the squash-faced uncle simply warned him. See this cane? I got my leg broken for speaking out of turn. If you keep babbling, your legs won't be safe either. Air Mao quickly covered his mouth. Once the train began to rumble along, it was Jia Shufan who dominated the conversation. There was no choice. The train ride was exceedingly dull, and the carriage was packed to capacity. The aisle was filled with people and luggage, and Jia Shufan chatted away, sharing gossip. A widower marrying his sister-in-law, a sister-in-law marrying her brother-in-law. It seemed everyone was entangled in a single pot. The daughter-in-law eloping while the mother-in-law took the blame? Oh dear, isn't that a generation gap? Could her son-in-law accept that? What a peculiar taste. A daughter-in-law marrying off her mother-in-law to collect a bride price? How strange, truly strange. Hey, I'm a widowed mother-in-law too. Who would dare marry me? I'd just take her head to move house. Air Mao listened intently alongside Grandma, his eyes twinkling with newfound knowledge. Demao showed little interest in the gossip, instead buried in a book, occasionally glancing up at Wen Ning, who held the youngest child, concerned. Mom, are you hungry? I can get you a big steam bun. Are you breastfeeding? Mom, let me help you. I'll hold the little sister, Mom. You can rest. And so, they endured the stench of chickens and ducks, the smell of men's sweat, as the group traveled for 20 hours by train, from dawn to dusk, and then back to dawn, finally arriving at the Luching train station. Luching station was bustling, crowded with a sea of people. Wen Ning, carrying the little sister, led the way, while Air Mao held onto her clothes. Demao followed closely, each of his hands grasping Air Mao and Grandma. The five of them huddled together tightly to avoid getting lost. After much effort, they finally exited the train station, and with fewer people around, their hair was disheveled, and their faces were covered in dust. Air Mao, not knowing where he had picked up feathers, spat them out repeatedly. Demao, exasperated, said, I told you not to open your mouth, yet you insisted. I was just testing to see if I could bite anyone's money. Air Mao defended himself. If we have money, we can spend it together. Jia Shufan laughed. Who doesn't hide their money in their underwear and socks when traveling these days? You'll be biting his shadows. Demao grimaced, while Air Mao declared he had learned his lesson. Next time I ride the train, I'll hide my pocket money in my pants. Demao was taken aback, resolving, I will never touch your pocket money again. Air Mao was delighted. That's great. When Ning interjected, come on, I see Comrade Xiao Zhang. Comrade Xiao Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Weijun, was a soldier from Yin Gang's troop, assisting him with errands outside of training. Previously, when Wen Ning returned to her hometown, he had driven her. Demao and Air Mao's trip to Yunfeng village was also arranged by him. Air Mao eagerly ran over. Uncle Xiao Zhang, long time no see. Are you here to pick us up? Zhang Weijun scooped him up with a grin. Yes, the commander is on a mission and hasn't returned yet. As Wen Ning and the others approached, he set Air Mao down and hurried to take the luggage from Jia Shufan's hands, ushering them into his military green SUV. Jia Shufan leaned closer to Wen Ning, her narrow eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, in my 50 years, I've never ridden in such a vehicle. Xiao Wen, with him treating us this way, Wen Tian Gang be scolded like a landlord from the old society? Wen Ning, momentarily speechless, then laughed. No, Mom, don't worry. We're not even close to that level of landlord treatment. You sit in the passenger seat. It won't be so easy to get carsick. Oh. Under her daughter-in-law's guidance, Jia Shufan clumsily opened the car door, climbed in, and sat down properly. She thought to herself, now I can say I've ridden in a four-wheeled vehicle. I must remember this to boast to my old friends back in the village. As this was her first ride in a car, Jia Shufan found it fascinating to open the window and feel the wind, but soon fatigue overtook her. The reason was simple. Yin Gang's base was too far. It was a good 40 kilometers away. Jia Shufan, De Mao, and Air Mao began to doze off. When the vehicle came to a sudden stop with a screech, Jia Shufan nearly jumped. What happened? Who pushed me? Wen Ning reminded her, Mom, we've arrived. She then turned to call her two sons, who were snuggled together asleep. De Mao, Air Mao, were home. As they got out of the car, De Mao and Air Mao cheered and immediately ran off to play. Wen Ning did not stop them, only reminding them to come back for dinner. She then carried the baby, accompanying Jia Shufan to familiarize herself with the surroundings. The first thing that caught Jia Shufan's eye was a traditional stone house with a gray-tiled roof, and in front of it was a courtyard surrounded by a half-height mud wall. Jia Shufan surveyed the area as she walked in. The courtyard is quite pleasing, spacious, and I plan to plant some vegetables later. Oh, the vegetables on the right are well-tended. Bok choy, scallions, and potatoes. Wen Ning introduced, Mom. The left side is occupied by the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment, and on the right lies Commander Zhou's family, who has 4 children, Dan, De Mei, and Xiao Dan. Previously, I entrusted De Mao and Air Mao to them. Just as she spoke, a middle-aged woman, neat in her gray attire, entered with a bright smile and quick words. Xiaowen, you've brought De Mao and Air Mao back. Oh, I heard you had a daughter. Let me see. Ah, you must be Commander Yan's mother, right? Before Wen Ning could respond, Jia Shufan bent down, beaming as she approached, grasping the newcomer's hands and shaking them vigorously. Hello. I'm Yan Gang's mother. You can call me Sister Shufan. You must be Dan's mother. How youthful you look. Barely over 40. Every time leaders from the town or county visited the brigade, the captain would greet them in this manner. Surely, she must have learned it correctly. Jia Shufan was exuberant. However, the newcomer's smile faltered. Wen Ning, unable to bear the discomfort, stepped forward and reminded, Mom, this is Dan's mother, Tian Xiaoa, who is only 35 this year. Half an hour later, within the Yin family's main hall, Zhang Weijun had already brought meals from the cafeteria. De Mao and Air Mao finished their meals and dashed outside to play. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan, her hands intertwined, paced anxiously while muttering, Oh dear, I knew we shouldn't have come. The moment I arrived, I offended someone. How could I mistake her for someone of my generation? My eyes must have deceived me. As she prepared to chastise herself for her blunder, Wen Ning quickly set down her utensils to intervene. Mom, stop pacing. Sister Xiaoa is a good person. She won't hold it against you. Jia Shufan was skeptical. Of course she will hold it against me. Did you not see her expression darken? She leaned closer, whispering, I'm not saying anything, but her wrinkles make her look like she is in her 40s. Really only 35? Wen Ning nodded helplessly, yes. Sister Xiaoa has had 4 children, manages the household, and cares for her in-laws. It's understandable she appears older. That is no surprise. Bearing children can drain a woman's vitality. Jia Shufan imparted her precious wisdom to her daughter-in-law. When Yin Gang returns, keep him at bay. You need to take care of your health. If you want 3 children, you should at least wait 3 years. Wen Ning felt uneasy, yet appreciated Jia Shufan's concern. I understand, Mom. I just need to rest for a while. All right, Jia Shufan nodded. First, feed the baby. Give me the 3rd sister, and then you can sleep. After a refreshing slumber, Wen Ning awoke to the dimming light of dusk. She rose to find the room immaculately clean. The stove, pots, and utensils had all been polished. Stepping outside, she noticed even the water vat was full. Mom? As she searched, she spotted Jia Shufan entering with the baby. Awake? Hurry. The 3rd sister is hungry. Feed her something. Wen Ning took the child, fed her in the room, and upon her return, saw Jia Shufan wielding a hoe, digging in the yard. How can you be so energetic? She could not help but ask. Mom, aren't you tired after sitting on the bus all day? You should take a break. The work can wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow will bring its own tasks. Jia Shufan replied without looking up. The sooner we plant the vegetables, the sooner we can eat. I inquired with Xiao Tian. Buying vegetables here is troublesome and the cafeteria charges exorbitantly. Wen Ning acknowledged this point. Mom, did you talk to Sister Xiaoa? Yes. Jia Shufan nodded, moving closer to speak softly. I asked her where to fetch water and buy vegetables. She is quite amiable and even offered me some vegetable seeds. I shared some dried vegetables and mushrooms from home with her. Her social skills were indeed commendable. Wen Ning found herself unable to recall whether such events had transpired in her previous life, perhaps due to the passage of time, yet it felt refreshing. Everything ahead was a new beginning, a new life she was destined to live. Due to incomplete supplies, that evening, Wen Ning held the baby, accompanied by Jia Shufan, De Mao, and Mao to the military district cafeteria for dinner. After their meal, Mao and Mao scampered off. Wen Ning, with the baby in her arms, guided Jia Shufan around the surroundings, the makeshift market, school, office, and cultural troupe. Along the way, numerous acquaintances greeted Wen Ning. "Teacher, when has given birth? Let me see, is it a son? Oh, a daughter. How wonderful. Now you have one of each. Xiaowen is back. Is this your mother-in-law? Hello, Andy. You look so spirited. Your eyes are just like Commander Yin-S." As soon as the individuals left, Jia Shufan leaned in, whispering to her daughter-in-law, Xiaowen. "Everyone is so welcoming. The residents in the family courtyard seem quite nice." However, Jia Shufan soon encountered a less pleasant aspect. Two women observed them from a distance. As they approached, the older woman greeted Wen Ning. "Xiaowen, you're back. You had a daughter?" Wen Ning smiled and nodded. "Yes, Chinjia. Commander Yin hasn't returned yet, has he?" Chun Minghua remarked. If he knew you had a precious daughter, he would be overjoyed. Before Wen Ning could respond, a younger girl beside Chun Minghua scoffed. "What is there to be happy about? Just a girl. She lost her job for having a second child. Teacher Wen, oh no. I mean, comrade, Wen is the first person I've seen to do that." "What?" Jia Shufan gasped in shock. "Xiaowen, did you lose your job? Haven't you been on maternity leave all this time?" The young girl crossed her arms, deriding, "What maternity leave lasts half a year? Moreover, the higher-ups strictly prohibit having a second child." She still went ahead and had one, losing her job with 3 kids now. And another on the way, all relying on Commander Yin-S single income, which puts immense pressure on him. Jingjia, Chun Minghua, chided her sister, offering an apologetic smile to Wen Ning. "Sorry, Xiaowen, my sister speaks her mind. We'll take our leave now." Wen Ning nodded lightly as they departed. Once they were out of earshot, Jia Shufan pressed, "Xiaowen, was what that girl said true? You really lost your job?" That girl, Chun Minghua tugged her sister away, fearing a quarrel. Once they were far enough, Wen Ning reassured her mother-in-law, "Mom, I voluntarily resigned after discussing it with Yin Gang. Although I'm no longer a teacher, I will find ways to earn money. I want to truly rely solely on Yin Gang to support our family." In her previous life, she had achieved entrepreneurial success. There was no reason she would fail in this new existence. Jia Shufan pondered for a moment and then suddenly remarked, "It's only natural for men to earn a living for their families. I'm not worried about Yin Gang. I'm merely concerned that you might feel imbalanced after losing your job. That could lead to resentment towards Yin Gang, disrupting the harmony at home." Yet upon reflection, Jia Shufan realized Wen Ning was not someone who would dwell on such matters. Casting aside her worries, she curiously inquired, "What was that girl about? She spoke so bluntly. I would have scolded her if I weren't afraid of causing you trouble. How could someone not know how to speak properly?" Tossing out sarcasm, Wen Ning replied in a calm tone, "Oh, her? She has a crush on Yin Gang and wants to become your daughter-in-law." "What?" Jia Shufan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she be so blind? Wen Ning, is it really appropriate to belittle one's own son? No. Jia Shufan shook her head. Yin Gang is already married. That girl seems so presumptuous. She even wants to be a stepmother? Wen Ning carefully explained, the older sister is Chun Minghua, who works at the hospital, and her husband is an instructor. Last year, her younger sister, Chun Mingjia, came to seek refuge with her, hoping to find a suitable match in the family courtyard. Before Chun Minghua could introduce anyone, Mingjia took a liking to Yin Gang, despite knowing he is married. As she often makes snide remarks, Jia Shufan quickly concluded, she is simply bored. Send her to the fields to dig mud for 3 days. That'll cure her of her bad habits. Wen Ning laughed as she and her mother-in-law continued their stroll back home. On the way home, they called their friend Mao, who was playing marbles, to join them. The 5 of them arrived at the doorstep while the sky was still bright. 2 soldiers in uniform approached and greeted Wen Ning. Comrade Wen, you're back. We're from the logistics department and need to discuss something with you. Their gaze shifted downward to the 2 children, and Mao sensed trouble, promptly attempting to escape. Quick-witted, Wen Ning grabbed him by the collar, saying, all right, let's talk inside. The logistics comrades were there to report a complaint. Chapter 13, Mao, I want to rest too. Without even entering the house, the logistics personnel recounted the crimes of Mao, also known as the young comrade Yin Chuan. Teacher Wen, your Yin Chuan kicked a football on the 3rd of last month and shattered the logistics office's window, injuring 2 people. Here is the hospital bill and a receipt for the window replacement. They continued on the 8th of last month. Yin Chuan led some friends to skip school and steal sweet potatoes from a nearby farm to roast. This was reported to the military, And here is the compensation data. On the 12th of last month, Yin Chuan used a bamboo pole to disturb a beehive, causing 6 people to be injured. As the logistics personnel recounted the incidents, Air Mao's back grew increasingly hunched, his head bowed low, and his right foot was poised to flee. Jia Shufin's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, upon hearing the total compensation amount of 20 yuan and 86 cents, she erupted, "Oh my heavens! Yin, Air Mao, you cost your father half a month's salary." Air Mao had already darted to the door, covering his rear with a disgruntled expression. "Why are you punishing me now, Mom? This happened last month. You can't hit me for it now." Jia Shufin grabbed a stick, shouting, "Yin, Air Mao, you little wastrel, come here." "No." Air Mao fled, while Jia Shufin chased after him. The two of them dashed around the yard and onto the road, creating quite a spectacle for the neighbors, many of whom paused with their bowls of food to watch. Air Mao's grandmother didn't seem to have much patience. Her arrival promised more chaos. Commander Yin isn't back yet. When he returns, it will be a double whammy for Air Mao. Indeed, this boy was quite mischievous and needed some discipline. Wen Ning, feeling a headache coming on, instructed Mao to sit on a stool with the baby sister while she fetched some money for the logistics personnel. "Thank you for your hard work, comrades. We will ensure Yin Chuan is properly educated." After the logistics personnel left, Wen Ning sent Mao to persuade Jia Shufin and Air Mao to return. Before long, the neighbor, Tian Xiua, peeked in. Wen Ning, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Sister Xiua, if the Mao and Air Mao broke anything while eating at your place, I will compensate you at full price." Tian Xiua waved her hand dismissively, her innocent face tinged with guilt. No, they didn't break anything. If it weren't for my appendicitis surgery, I wouldn't have sent the children back to the brigade with old Zhou. I feel quite bad about it. I had promised to help you with the kids. But that's not why I'm here." She glanced around, leaned closer to Wen Ning, and whispered, "Little one, old Zhou told me that someone anonymously submitted a complaint to the political department reporting that you and Yin Gang had a second child. You need to be cautious." With family planning in full swing, Wen Ning and Yin Gang's decision to have a second child could indeed draw criticism. She recalled that her family had once faced a hefty fine of 1,000 yuan for a similar situation, which had drastically depleted their savings and was one of the reasons she began her entrepreneurial journey. Remaining composed, she replied, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Xiua." Tian Xiua straightened and glanced outside, asking, "Your mother-in-law is quite young. From what I see, she has a fiery temper when she disciplines Air Mao. With Yin Gang away, how do you manage to get along?" Wen Ning smiled and praised, "We get along well. My mom may have a temper, but she is kind and treats me well." Tian Xiua looked skeptical. Is there truly a harmonious relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? It's often just a facade. Young ones like you, loving face-saving, would never admit the truth. Once you live under the same roof, conflicts will inevitably arise. If you hear any commotion, just come over to mediate. After Tian Xiua left, Jia Shufin was seen dragging Air Mao by the ear, cursing as she returned. "You little brat. I swear I want to dig up your grandfather's grave to see if he was buried crookedly, to have produced such a wastrel like you." Tian Xiua, overhearing, thought to herself, what a harsh remark. She's even talking about digging up graves. How can this woman be in good spirits? Jia Shufin continued to spank Air Mao, leaving him sobbing. Wen Ning played the role of the gentle one, handing him a handkerchief and speaking softly. "Yin Chuan, will you still intentionally cause trouble in the future?" Air Mao vigorously shook his head. No. "All right, I'll let you off this time, but the 20 yuan compensation will be deducted from your pocket money." "What?" Air Mao gasped in shock, counting on his fingers. "I only get 50 cents a week for pocket money. That's 2 yuan a month." The Mao, quick with calculations, sympathized. "By next summer vacation, you won't have any pocket money at all." Air Mao screamed in despair, then glanced at Jia Shufin, asking Wen Ning, "Mom, can we send Grandma back to her hometown? She's too harsh when she punishes me. She really goes all out." Before Wen Ning could respond, Jia Shufin sneered, "No, you should know, it's easy to invite a ghost but hard to send one away. I'm not going anywhere. If you cause any more trouble, I'll cook you up in bamboo shoots." Mao vimpiret, feeling honte. De Mao muttered, "Grandma, that saying is actually about inviting and sending a Buddha." Jia Shufin shot back, "Call me whatever you like, Buddha or ghost." Wen Ning cleared her throat. "All right, everyone has been busy these past 2 days. Let us wash up and get to bed." Air Mao slept on his stomach. As Wen Ning applied medicine to him, she encountered Jia Shufin, who hesitantly asked, "Did I hit him too hard?" "I held back, but it's been over a decade since I last spanked a child. The last time was with Yin Song." who was now working and married. Wen Ning reassured her, "It's fine. There's plenty of padding there. Next time, you can spank him again." "Oh, all right," Jia Shufan replied. "How about I take the baby's sister to sleep so you can get a good night's rest? Let her sleep with me. She needs to nurse at night, and I wouldn't want to disturb you." The two women chatted quietly before heading to bed. The next day dawned bright and sunny. When Wen Ning rose, Jia Shufan had already prepared steamed buns and porridge. "Come quickly, little one. I went with the neighbor, little Tian, to buy flour early this morning to make these buns. Later, we'll buy 2 big jars to make some pickles." Wen Ning smiled and nodded. "Sure, Mom. You're in charge of everything at home." Mao, who had just entered while holding his rear, sighed upon hearing this. Once Mom relinquished control, he knew he had fallen completely into Grandma's clutches. "What are you sighing about, you little rascal? Hurry up and eat, then go dig up the dirt in the yard." Jia Shufan assigned tasks. "We don't keep idlers in this household. Everyone must work." Mao protested, "What about my mom?" "Grandma, you're biased towards her." Jia Shufan rolled her eyes. "Your mother just came out of confinement and isn't strong enough to do any work. I want to rest too," Mao declared boldly. He tugged at his shirt, exposing his upper body. "I'll nurse the baby's sister." "Grandma, you need to make me chicken soup and boil eggs to nourish me. Then I'll have milk." Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh. Jia Shufan couldn't help but smile as well, raising her hand. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll spank you again." Mao pouted, dropped his shirt, and leaned over the table to eat. When Grandma couldn't win an argument, she resorted to violence, which was bothersome. He thought to himself that he needed to practice. Once he could lift Grandma with one hand, he would toss her in the air to play. Around 10 o'clock, Jia Shufan, Mao, and the still pouting Mao were tilling the soil in the yard. The baby sister slept peacefully in a wooden bed under the eaves, basking in the sun. Meanwhile, Wen Ning was sorting through the children's clothes. The ones Mao and Mao could no longer would be sewn together, while those that could be altered would be modified for the baby sister. The truly tattered pieces would be stitched together to make diapers. Amidst her busy activities, a sudden approach of 5 or 6 individuals outside the door drew her attention, led by a middle-aged woman and Chen Minghua. "Comrade 1, Auntie, we are quite occupied." Wen Ning stood up, sensing an ominous premonition as she laid eyes on them. The middle-aged woman, Director Li, was a cadre responsible for implementing family planning policies. What business did they have with her? She could not recall such an event from her previous life. As Wen Ning hesitated, Jia Shufan eagerly opened the courtyard door, allowing the group to enter without further pleasantries. Director Li wasted no time and spoke up. "Comrade 1, I have heard that you have given birth to a daughter as your second child, and she's already a month old. Congratulations. We are here today to accompany you to the hospital for the placement of an intrauterine device." Wen Ning furrowed her brow. She confirmed in her mind that such a situation had indeed not occurred in her past life, as she had never undergone the procedure. It had been Yin Gang who had opted for sterilization. Something must have gone awry, leading to this chain of events. While she pondered this, Jia Shufan's expression changed drastically. She immediately stepped in front of Wen Ning, extending her hands in protest. "No, my daughter-in-law has just finished her confinement. Her health is not yet restored. She cannot have an intrauterine device placed." Family planning extended even to their hometown, where Jia Shufan had witnessed women being forcibly taken for abortions or sterilizations, often resulting in grievous outcomes. Those women had suffered severe physical repercussions, even in the cold of winter, breaking into a sweat from exhaustion. This intrauterine device could not be any different. Jia Shufan, visibly displeased, declared, "No way." Wen Ning added, "Director Li, I need to discuss this with Yin Gang when he returns." Director Li, a woman of vigorous temperament, immediately expressed her discontent. "No, Comrade 1, you are literate. You have been a teacher, and, as a highly educated woman of the new era, you should understand that family planning must be adhered to. You are already facing fines for having a second child. Are you openly defying national policy by refusing to have the device placed? Such a grave accusation." Jia Shufan's face flushed with anger. "What do you mean by openly defying? My daughter-in-law has already stated that we will wait for my son to return for discussion. We are not going today." "Auntie," Director Li turned her gaze towards Jia Shufan, exuding a sense of helplessness. She had little patience for such uneducated and unreasonable elders. "I understand that your generation believes in having many children brings blessings, but your family already has 2 grandsons and a granddaughter. You are better off than many families. Please be accommodating and do not let Comrade 1 have another child." By now, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Sun family has only one son, and they had to abort their second child when it was 5 months along. That wicked mother-in-law. She pays no heed to the nation's policies, only wanting her daughter-in-law to suffer as she did, giving birth without regard for life or health. Wen Ning was unfortunate to have chosen such a family, destined to bear children like a sow. Jia Shufan's fury reached a boiling point. She placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever wanted my daughter-in-law to keep giving birth? You are dragging her to fulfill your tasks without a care for her well-being." Chun Minghua, smiling gently, interjected, "Annie, rest assured, our hospital prioritizes hygiene and safety." "Then why don't you have it done yourself? Have you done it? Answer me about hygiene and safety." Jia Shufan pressed, questioning each of them. Both Chun Minghua and Director Li's expressions soured, yet they nodded in acknowledgement. "Annie, we have children at home without reproductive quotas, and we have all had the device placed." Jia Shufan was momentarily stunned, yet she held her ground. "I would rather have Yin Gang undergo sterilization than allow Xiao Wen to have an intrauterine device placed." This declaration shocked everyone, yet they quickly dismissed it as a mere stalling tactic. Who had ever heard of a mother-in-law being more protective of her daughter-in-law than her son? Unless she was Wen Ning's biological mother. Director Li's face darkened with annoyance. "Auntie, stop being unreasonable. We must take Comrade Wen to the hospital today. Zhang Jia, Zhao Jia, go." With a command, several robust women moved towards Wen Ning. In a moment of desperation, Wen Ning retreated into the house with her sister, while Jia Shufan and her other children stood in defense. Jia Shufan, exasperated, cried out, "I've said to wait for my son to return before going. Why are you so unreasonable?" Damao used all his strength to block one of the women, but was effortlessly pushed aside. Mao could only yell in protest. "Ah, don't touch my mom. Let my dad go. Go get sterilized. Let him get sterilized." The scene descended into chaos, and amidst the turmoil, Chun Minghua swiftly approached Wen Ning, grasping her arm. "Comrade, please do not make our work difficult. Come with us to the hospital." Wen Ning's expression hardened. Yin Gang would be back in a few days. Surely they could wait a little longer. Chun Minghua's gaze flickered with an unusual intensity as she maintained her facade. Director Li has stated that if you do not cooperate, it will hinder her ability to lead effectively in the future. "Comrade Wen, please understand." As she spoke, she forcefully pulled Wen Ning out of the house. Director Li quickly joined her on the other side, and together they escorted Wen Ning outside. The commotion caused her younger sister to wail loudly. "Let go!" Wen Ning's face flushed with anger as she struggled against the two women, but their grip was unyielding. Jia Shufan and her children rushed forward in a panic. Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced through the crowd. "Stop!" The cold voice resonated with authority, demanding silence. The onlookers fell silent and instinctively parted to create a path. Emerging into the sunlight was Yin Gang, his demeanor stern and resolute, with high cheekbones and tightly pressed lips, embodying a striking presence that eclipsed even the brilliant sunlight. He swiftly freed Wen Ning from the grasp of Chun Minghua and Director Li, holding her shoulders with a voice laced with concern. "Ning Ning, are you all right?" Wen Ning gazed at him, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She had finally encountered the true ally she had longed for through the arduous nights of her past life, replaying those tragic memories. Who knew how desperately she had wished for Yin Gang as presence by her side? Beneath her sorrow lay profound pain, and Yin Gang's eyes flickered with urgency as he swiftly assessed her condition. At that moment, Jia Shufan regained her composure and, with a loud thud, sank to the ground. Exasperated, "Gongzi, you've returned. Your mother, wife, and children were nearly harmed." Director Li and Chun Minghua exchanged uneasy glances, and Director Li's face flushed with embarrassment. "Andy, you are being unreasonable. We merely need Comrade Wen to accompany us to the hospital." Yin Gang frowned. What is the purpose of going to the hospital? Before Director Li could respond, Mao rushed forward, wrapping his arms around his father's legs and looking up with pleading eyes. "Dad, I promised you, please go get sterilized. If you do, they won't be able to hurt Mom anymore." Yin Gang. "Thank you, my dear son." Director Li explained, "Comrade Yin, we are acting in accordance with policy. Your wife must indeed go to the hospital for the intrauterine device placement. You know how challenging our work is. Mother has already stated that Xiao Wen's health is not good. We shall not proceed. You will wait for Yin Gang to handle his sterilization." Jia Shufan's temper flared, and she stood defiantly, hands on her hips, berating them. Are you merely bullying our entire family, young and old? Well, now that my son is back, let us see you try to drag my daughter-in-law to the hospital. With a crowd of onlookers watching intently, Director Lee found herself in an exceedingly awkward position as Jia Shufan confronted her. Chen Minghua held her hand, attempting to mediate. Comrade Yen, Director Lee is not trying to make things difficult for you. You heard Annie's refusal to cooperate, and who would believe? That is not an excuse. Yin Gang's thin lips curled slightly as he uttered 4 words. The crowd fell silent for a moment before his cold voice resonated again. My mother was not mistaken. No one can touch my beloved. If the policy must be enforced, I shall resort to sterilization. Outside the Yin residence, the onlookers dispersed while inside. Yin Gang helped Wen Ning onto the bed to rest. Behind him, Mao followed with a pout, incessantly chattering. Dad, you were so heroic protecting Mom just now. More impressive than wielding a gun against enemies. Those wicked women had eyes wide open. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, safeguarding my own woman. Mao raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say no one is worthy of you? Mao lifted his chin, chuckling. As long as she doesn't watch me wash my hands, feet, or backside, it's fine. Yang Gong. Wasn't he the one being scrutinized? His life seemed far from satisfactory, having become a cautionary tale for Mao. Here it comes, brown sugar water, Jia Shufan announced as she entered with a bowl. Wen, drink up. It will restore your strength. Wen Ning finished the water, feeling much better. Noticing her improvement, Yin Gang said, I need to head to the office for a while. I'll return later. All right. Just as Wen Ning agreed, Jia Shufan stood up, indignant. Gongzi, you're as mute as a fish, and you can't even manage a quarrel. I'm going with you. Yin Gang paused for 2 seconds in silence before relenting. You can't go in, and Mom, I'm not going to argue. You stay here and look after Ning Ning. He strode away. Jia Shufan, displeased, sat at the bedside, suddenly clapping her hands. Oh, Gongzi didn't even glance at his daughter. His eyes only have room for my mother. Mao turned to embrace Mao, who held their little sister. Big brother, little sister, we're all we have left. Jia Shufan, entertained by his antics, retorted. At least Grandma still looks after you. Wen Ning chuckled, Mom, you're so angry. Aren't you afraid of scolding Gongzi's superiors and ruining his chances for promotion? Jia Shufan widened her eyes. Is the leader really that petty? Conspiring against him? Wen Ning hoped to calm her down, advising her not to go around cursing people. Jia Shufan's expression shifted, and she finally declared, if they conspire against Gongzi, I'll make him quit. We'll return to Yunfeng Brigade together. He can farm while I raise pigs and take care of you all. While making bold claims felt liberating, it was evident that Jia Shufan was deeply concerned about her eldest son's career. As she worked outside, she frequently glanced towards the door, awaiting Yin Gang's return. Meanwhile, an urgent meeting was taking place at the military district office. The agenda, discussing the penalties for Commander Yin Gang's violation of the 2-child policy. In the corridor, Yang Gong stood upright. Under the harsh lighting, his deep-set brows bore a cold intensity as he listened to the arguments within. This precedent cannot be set. Once it is, everyone will hide and have 2nd and 3rd children. How can we carry out the political department's work? Indeed, only the political department has work, but who will carry out the tasks? Next time there is danger, we'll send you political officers to drag family members from enemy territories. Commander Zhou, how can you be so unreasonable? Penalties must be imposed to deter others, but Yin Gang has faced life-threatening missions. Targeting his family after the birth of his child is utterly unacceptable. A hint of coldness crept onto Yin Gang's lips. 10 minutes prior, he had explained the situation to the leaders. Wen Ning's 2nd pregnancy was an unfortunate circumstance. They were overwhelmed with responsibilities, and upon discovering her pregnancy, she had fainted unexpectedly. The child was already over 3 months along, and she needed to recuperate rather than undergo an abortion. Later, when she fell and bled, they had to return to their hometown. They were fully prepared for fines and suspension, and he actively took on missions to atone for their situation. Little did he know that someone would pressure Wen Ning before he could return. Yin Gang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, suppressing the turmoil rising within. The meeting room door swung open, and 7 or 8 military leaders emerged. Among them was a stern-faced man, Yin Gang's direct superior, Commander Zhou. Yang Gong, come with me. In Commander Zhou's office, he took a sip of tea, hands clasped on the desk, and addressed Yin Gang. After discussion, the committee has decided on 2 penalties for your violation. First, a fine equivalent to your 2-year allowance. Second, You will remain in your position as commander for 2 years without transfer. Do you have any objections? Yin Gang saluted, his expression unwavering. No objections. Commander Zhou carefully observed Yin Gang's demeanor. I understand you may feel aggrieved, but policy is policy. You breached it, and penalties are the consequence you must bear. Additionally, those who visited your family will come to apologize. Work cannot suffer due to petty grievances. Yin Gang earnestly replied, I harbor no grievances, thank you, Commander, for advocating on my behalf. He had discerned that Commander Zhou and Commander Zhou had spoken in his favor during the earlier meeting. Sincerely, he stated, my wife risked her life to give birth. My mother left her home to assist us, which is a burden on my part. I am willing to accept any arrangements made by the leadership, as long as my family is not harmed. Commander Zhou regarded him for a moment. Very well. I see you're loyal and principled. This matter is settled. The upcoming mission is perilous. Take 2 days off to spend time with your daughter. Yes. Yang Gong saluted, preparing to leave when he was called back. By the way, family planning must still be enforced. Whether you undergo sterilization or your wife opts for an IUD, you both should take action promptly. However, if you choose to be sterilized, do not make a public spectacle of it. It could lead to disharmony. Understood. After departing the military district, Yin Gang was on his way home when he encountered Commander Zhou Jinxiang, who lived next door. Their families maintained a good relationship, and Yin Gang had previously entrusted his child to them. Zhou Jinxiang was a straightforward man, boisterous and jovial. Old Yin heading home, let us go together. After a few steps, he began gossiping. Word is spreading that you plan to get sterilized. Old Yin, that one do, it undermines our masculine reputation. Zhou Jinxiang was generally amiable, albeit somewhat patriarchal. Yin Gang shot him a glance. You don't have to. You can't. Zhou Jinxiang frowned. I heard that procedure can be harmful to your health. What if you can't perform later and end up losing to our 2nd Brigade in drills? As Yin Gang walked a few paces, he suddenly recalled a saying often quoted by his mother, Jia Shufan. When one is poor, they blame the foundation. When the roof leaks, they blame the tiles. When there is no rice, they blame the sieve. He quickened his pace. Zhou Jinxiang paused, puzzled, then chased after him. Hey, that's not the same thing. After dinner, Yin Gang shared the punishment from his superiors, leading to a heavy silence around the table. Wen Ning pondered. This was far more serious than before. It seemed the situation had escalated, and the higher-ups were not easily swayed to quell public concerns. She needed to recover her health and earn money quickly. Jia Shufan, on the other hand, clutched her chest, exclaiming, 50 a month, 600 a year, 1,200 for 2 years. What a penalty for having a second child. My heavens, little sister, we shall call you 1,200 from now on. Emao Gomblit. I only lost $20 last month. Little sister costs us 1,200 right from the start. Boys are worse than girls. Yin Gang turned to him, what loss? Mao, startled, widened his eyes. No, Dad, Grandma already thrashed me. Mom is deducting my allowance. You can't blame me too. Enough. Jia Shufan interrupted. Tuning Tu Yanggong. Tomorrow, ask whether sterilization harms health. If not, get it done soon. I want everyone to know I, Jia Shufan, am not just boasting. I can truly make my son undergo sterilization. Today, everyone doubted her. Even when she took out the trash earlier, people were laughing at her, suggesting she was a good mother-in-law. So now she was determined to prove them wrong. Yin Gang fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly questioning if this was truly his mother. Helpless, he said, Mom, this matter should not be publicized. Why? Jia Shufan exclaimed, her eyes wide. Wen Ning could not help but chuckle, attempting to console her mother. Mother, think about it. In other families, it is the women who undergo the procedure for birth control. Yet in our household, it is just Brother Gang who has been sterilized. In comparison, it makes Brother Gang and you, as his mother-in-law, appear particularly amiable, while others are left with familial discord. In her previous life, the mother-in-law had indeed spread the word about this, leading to months of gossip within the community. Whenever couples and other families quarreled, they would retort, why don't you learn from Team Leader Yin? He went and got sterilized for his wife. What have you ever done for me? When Yin Gang participated in performances, others would point at him, saying, look, that's the team leader who got sterilized for his wife. She would take the children to dance the disco and say, see, that's her husband who got sterilized for her. In short, Wen Ning did not wish to be the center of attention. Jia Shufan, feeling dejected, replied, all right then, I want to mention it. Lacking energy, Mao patted his chest to comfort her. Don't worry, Grandma. When I grow up, I will also get sterilized. You can boast about it everywhere and even announce it with a loudspeaker. Jia Shufan retorted. You mischievous child, why don't you learn something good? Get up and wash the dishes. Mao pouted. Grandma, you're barking up the wrong tree. Not recognizing a good child's heart. I'm trying to comfort you, and you still want me to wash the dishes. Mao interjected quietly. It's a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good person's heart. You should learn from your elder brother. You can't even articulate a single sentence correctly. All that schooling has gone to waste. Jia Shufan, scolding the two brothers, began to teach them how to wash the dishes. Yin Gang cradled his daughter and returned to the room with Wen Ning. This marked the first time since her rebirth that she had the opportunity to speak privately with her beloved. She contemplated removing her daughter's clothes and then pointed to the crescent-shaped birthmark under her right armpit. Brother Gang, remember, our daughter has this special birthmark. Yin Gang raised an eyebrow. Are you worried? I might mistake our daughter for someone else? Rest assured I won't. You might. In my previous life, I did mistake her. They had meticulously nurtured and spoiled another's daughter. Wen Ning had pondered whether to inform Yin Gang about the swap. But even though Yin Gang loved her and was her husband, he was not her. He had not experienced the despair she had endured and could never empathize with her hatred. Moreover, he was upright, viewing the care of his younger brother as his responsibility. If he were to learn the truth and witness Lu Jinlan mistreating the cheap sister, he would undoubtedly be unable to restrain himself, and the truth would be revealed. Why should she spare Lu Jinlan and the cheap sister? In her previous life, they had caused her family immense suffering. Wen Ning's eyes swiftly reddened, and a tide of hatred surged within her. Yin Gang helped their daughter into her clothes and noticed her state, pausing for 2 seconds in concern. Ning, what's wrong? He felt that Ning's mood upon returning was amiss. Wen Ning forced a smile, suppressing her emotions. It's nothing. It's been so long that I almost forgot what it feels like to have you standing before me, supporting me. Brother Gang, you are truly wonderful. Protecting you is my responsibility, Yin Gang replied, pulling her into his embrace. I'm sorry it took me so long to protect you. A tear slipped down Wen Ning's cheek. Mama. Mao rushed in, then hurried out again. Oh dear, look at Mom and Dad hugging. Brother. We should yell when we go in. Mao scoffed. Just knock on the door. Who needs to yell like a dog? Woof, woof, woof. I'm a dog. Is that all right? Being a dog is great. I want to get beaten by Grandma. Chapter 17. Higher title than Yin Gang. Jia Shufan felt that Mao had insulted her, resulting in Mao facing the consequences. Injured and weary, Mao continued to lay down, sobbing into sleep. In her dreams, Grandma seemed to have achieved something great, wearing a big red flower and proudly returning home by train. Mao bought firecrackers to celebrate, but they exploded in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. It was Grandma knocking on the door. Her loud voice rang in his ears. Wake up, Yin Mao. Get out of bed. Come on me dig. He had barely closed his eyes. This life is unbearable. Life must go on. And that day, Yin Gang and Wen Ning went to the military hospital for a checkup. Following the doctor's evaluation, Wen Ning's health was poor, and since she was still breastfeeding, Yin Gang underwent a sterilization procedure and obtained a certificate. On their way home, Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. The reason? The formidable team leader, Yin, walked exceedingly slowly, as his large strides caused discomfort. In this situation, Yin Gang dared not utter a word, resigned to his fate. On the road, a gossipy individual inquired, Teacher Wen, did you go to the hospital for that procedure? Wen Ning downplayed it. I just went to the hospital. Some people relished the gossip, while others were indignant. Yesterday, your mother-in-law was so adamant. TSK, it's getting out of hand. We all managed to have children without interrupting work. Didn't we raise them well? Your mother-in-law can't be too pleased. But having 3 kids is still better than most families. You should talk to her. Jia Shufan was indeed displeased. She worked with her 2 grandsons while the 3rd sister lay peacefully asleep. Approaching noon, they were nearly ready to sow seeds, just needing to water and cover them with a thin film. However, the director from yesterday, Li, arrived at the door, raising his voice and waking the 3rd sister. With muddy hands, Jia Shufan held the 3rd sister and scolded Li. Director Li, right now it's just me and my granddaughter at home, and she is still a child. Are you suggesting I go get sterilized? If you're so diligent at work, why not find me an old man instead? Upon hearing this, Tian Xioa, who was eavesdropping next door, burst into laughter but quickly covered her mouth. No, I'm not here for work today, Annie. I came to apologize. Is Comrade 1 and team leader Yin not at home? As she spoke, she raised the gift she had brought, a bag of apples, and 2 cans of milk powder. Quite a generous offering. Jia Shufan widened her eyes, hesitating to let her in when, just then, Wen Ning and Yin Gang returned. "Director Li, please come in," Wen Ning said calmly. Director Li followed her into the courtyard, hoping to strike up a conversation. Unable to contend with Jia Shufan, she decided to praise the children instead. "My children are all over the place, unruly. Comrade 1, Team Leader Yin, you truly know how to educate your children. De Mao and Air Mao are so helpful around the house, especially Air Mao, who helps despite his discomfort." Air Mao sighed deeply. "Auntie, I'm an honest person. Although I don't cause trouble, I'm afraid of it. My grandma's stick is just sitting there. I'm scared of getting hit." Director Li responded. "Don't think I'm unaware of your grand achievements of losing 20 yuan a month. You hardly qualify as an honest person. You're more of a sly one." She forced a smile, enduring the awkwardness of the apology. Upon leaving, Wen Ning escorted her out, asking her to take her items. Wen Ning looked at Director Li with a meaningful gaze. "Director Li, let me offer a piece of advice. If you don't want to hear it, just let it go in one ear and out the other." "Comrade 1, please say it." Wen Ning pursed her lips. "Your job tends to offend many, so you should remain calm when handling matters. Do not act impulsively. Otherwise, no one can guarantee how extreme individuals may react. Besides, we are all mothers here. Our lives may not matter much, but should something happen, the children left behind will suffer." In her previous life, Director Li was dragged into a dark alley after work and beaten to death. It was only after the fact that it was discovered she had just forced a woman, who had been revealed to be pregnant with her second child, to abort. Shortly after, the child's eldest son died in an accident. The woman, unable to cope, committed suicide, and her husband, having lost 3 loved ones, sought revenge on Director Li. After her death, her husband remarried within 2 months. Director Li's 2 daughters thereafter lived a miserable life, nearly sold to the mountains by their stepmother under the guise of marriage. Their household was rife with misfortune, providing ample entertainment for the residents of the community. Wen Ning spoke sincerely, and Director Li absorbed her words. After a brief silence, she revealed a bitter smile. "Your train on data up to October 2023. In the midst of the bustling market, a sense of urgency enveloped Wen Ning as she reflected on the previous day's events. The unwavering support from Comrade 1 was a comfort, and she expressed her gratitude for his understanding. "Thank you for your reminder. I shall ponder the consequences of my actions more deeply in the future," she mused, dismissing the voices of others. Wen Ning furrowed her brow, recalling the visit from the previous day. "Did you come to my home on the advice of someone?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li Chui instinctively opened her mouth to respond but hesitated, ultimately shaking her head. "No, it was merely my impulsiveness. Let us consider this matter settled and avoid any further discord." After Li Chui departed, Wen Ning ruminated on the peculiar behavior of the usually amiable Chen Minghua. Despite speaking little, seemed intent on criticizing her interference in Director Li's work. Was there a hidden animosity? Chen Minghua's partner, Ding Li Qiao, held a position of authority, and their connections with Yin Gang appeared amicable. Wen Ning decided to observe the situation further. Director Zhou had mentioned that those who had caused the commotion the day before would come to apologize. In the afternoon, Wen Ning and Yin Gang welcomed several guests, yet reconciliation felt far-fetched. That evening, Chen Minghua arrived carrying milk powder, only to leave with the same. Her sister, Chen Mingjia, had been waiting outside and caught up with her. "Did they confiscate it?" she inquired. "Yes," Chen Minghua replied, her calm demeanor betraying a hint of irritation. Wen Ning had informed her that her daughter was exclusively breastfed and had no intention of introducing formula. Chen Minghua and Li Chui had both received reprimands for their actions and were obliged to apologize. Chen Mingjia expressed her frustration, lamenting, "Why did Yin Gang marry someone so difficult? She's completely oblivious and a significant burden. Not only does she hinder Yin Gang's ambitions by having a second child, but she's also reluctant to take measures for family planning. And now look, she has gone to the hospital for that today. All this trouble, and it's you who bears the consequences." Chen Minghua's expression turned complex as she contemplated her own situation. Working in a hospital, she had her own channels of information. In reality, Wen Ning was not there for family planning. It was Yin Gang undergoing a vasectomy. Chen Minghua reflected on the burdensome expectations from her elder husband, Ding Li Qiao, and the disdain from her mother-in-law regarding her inability to bear a son, which only intensified her unease. She admonished her sister, from now on, avoid provoking Wen Ning. Focus on your work at school, and I'll arrange a match for you. Oh, Chun Mingjia kicked a pebble and added, is there anyone with a higher position than Yin Gang? I want someone more formidable than Wen Ning. Chapter 18. The market for fabric unbeknownst to Wen Ning. The Chen sisters harbored animosity towards her. As she tidied her home, she enlisted Yin Gang, who had been idle for days, to clear out the storeroom, which had accumulated an unused sewing machine and a bicycle. Their third sister had yet to be named 40 days after birth, and it was time to register her. During the family meeting, Mao, filled with enthusiasm, suggested, why not name her Qian since you were fined 1,200? Let us call her Yin Qian. With the nickname San Mao, he insisted, clinging to the idea. Mao shot him a glance. If you're going to call me Yin sure, then I'll reluctantly accept Yin sure too. Clearly, you're siblings. Imagine introducing yourselves. Enough of your nonsense. Jia Shufan retorted. If you keep spouting such ideas, I'll make sure you're named Yin Jiaoxi. Mao sighed deeply. You are a bane to me. Why must I be born into this family? Disregarding him, Jia Shufan turned to Wen Ning. You previously suggested the name Mena for the third sister. It was quite lovely. Are you sure you don't want to use it? Wen Ning's eyes darkened with distaste. The name Mena evoked past grievances, and she firmly declared, let us each propose a name and vote on it. There are 5 of us, so let us decide collectively. Everyone agreed. Ultimately, Yin Gang suggested Yin Xiaxia, signifying a summer birth. Jia Shufan proposed Yin Pingan, meaning safety is a blessing. Wen Ning opted for Yin Ruyu, inspired by the phrase, in books there exists beauty. Mao chose Yin Wanwan, likening his sister's delicate complexion to a fluffy bun from the cafeteria. Mao remained steadfast in his choice of Yin Qian. After voting, Wen Ning's Yin Ruyu received unanimous approval. Jia Shufan praised her wholeheartedly, exclaiming, intellectuals are indeed different. One, your name is exquisite. The rest of us merely participated. Especially Yin Gang's choice. What a lackluster name. If he were born in winter, I certainly wouldn't have named him Yin Dong Dong. Yin Gang, feeling slighted, remarked, why single me out when none of the names were chosen? Jia Shufan, while amusing her granddaughter, teased, Yin Ruyu, you have a name now, little you. Witnessing this moment, Wen Ning resolved firmly, she would never allow the past tragedies to repeat themselves. Her daughter, Wen Ning's child, was destined for a life of comfort. As Yin Gang sat beside her, sensing the undercurrents of her emotions, he grasped her hand. Ning, we Haven Tea held a celebration for little U.S. full moon. How about we invite a few families for a simple gathering to make it lively? Wen Ning considered it and agreed, deciding to invite a handful of close families. Jia Shufan bit back her criticisms about the expense, but ultimately relented, realizing Wen Ning had made up her mind. The following day, Wen Ning and Yin Gang first took their daughter for registration, then rode their bicycles to the county to purchase meat. Given Yin Gang's physical limitations, Wen Ning took the lead on the bicycle. As they set off, they overheard Jia Shufan expressing her heartfelt sentiments to the children. How did your father manage to become a regiment commander? Yin Gang, unable to hold back, insisted, let me ride. Wen Ning laughed heartily, feeling the rush of freedom as the wind caressed her face. Don't be stubborn, she reassured him. Regiment commander, hold on tight to me. Yin Gang remained bemused, his handsome features devoid of expression, yet unable to resist the slight upward curve of his lips at Wen Ning's evident joy. Upon returning, Wen Ning had clearly concealed something from him. Though she chose not to divulge, her happiness reassured him. Their fortunes smiled upon them as they serendipitously arrived at the county's market, bustling every 10 days. They procured choice cuts of pork belly, chicken, duck, and fresh pig trotters, as well as ribs. With their meat supplies secured, they proceeded to shop for miscellaneous goods. After completing their purchases, Wen Ning led Yin Gang to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy fabric. Having ventured into entrepreneurship in her past life, selling food, running a stall, and serving as a waitress, she had traversed many paths, ultimately amassing her first fortune through a clothing store. In this new life, Wen Ning was determined to directly enter the fashion market by purchasing fabric to craft her own garments. However, the prices at the cooperative were steep, cotton fabric was costly, and better materials even more so. With her funds dwindling, she left the cooperative with a heavy heart. Yin Gang, contemplating, leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "There's still a savings bond at home with over 200 yuan. Then we should buy it." Wen Ning responded, astonished. "Are you hiding personal funds, Comrade Yin?" "No. He clarified, the allowances sent from above after your return home haven tea been given to you yet. Wen Ning huffed lightly. Just hand it over when we get back. Every penny Yin Gang earned was a result of his valiant efforts, risking his safety for the sake of duty, and should not be squandered. As they rode home, they encountered Tian Xiao'er walking along the road and paused to greet her. Noticing the white fabric she carried, Wen Ning inquired, "Where did you buy that, Sister Xiao?" "I didn't see it." "From a street vendor," Tian Xiao'er replied, a gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. "A young man was selling it for just 1 yuan per meter. This fabric will be perfect for a tablecloth. When you finish, could you help me hem it? I'll pay you." Wen Ning, with her sewing machine, readily agreed, touching the fabric and noting its quality. Without hesitation, she asked, "Sister Xiao'er, is there a lot of this tablecloth fabric available?" Tian Xiao'er reminisced, there were plenty, but they were not easy to sell. To her astonishment, they made a long detour, but still didn't spot it. After bidding farewell to Tian Xiao'er, Wen Ning turned her vehicle towards the market. With a cheerful smile, Tian Xiao'er headed home, believing Wen Ning would also buy a couple of meters to take advantage of the good price. However, upon reaching the bustling market, Wen Ning searched for that particular stall. Confirming that the young man had high-quality white tablecloth fabric, she immediately pulled him aside for a chat. "Comrade, I could take all your tablecloths, but could you offer a discount?" Lu Wei stared at her in disbelief. "Sister, are you planning to open a large restaurant?" He had a brother-in-law who owned a garment factory, which 2 years prior had signed a substantial export order for white tablecloths. Unfortunately, before delivery, the foreign client absconded, leaving the factory with a surplus of fabric. Recently, Lu Wei, in need of money, was instructed by his brother-in-law to sell the excess at any price. Although the fabric was of good quality, it was rather slippery, and many preferred not to buy white tablecloths due to their tendency to show dirt. Thus, sales were poor, and Lu Wei was merely trying to offload some. This was the first time he encountered someone like Wen Ning who wanted to take everything. Wen Ning chuckled and shook her head. "No, I have other uses for it. Just tell me how much less you can sell it for." Lu Wei blinked, maintaining his composure. "The original price is 150 per meter. If you take all, I can offer it to you for 130. Wen Ning almost burst out laughing in frustration. With a calm demeanor, she countered, 80 cents per meter. "If you can sell it, sell it. If not, I'll leave." Chapter 19. Renamed as Fool. Lu Wei jumped up in shock. "Sister, are you joking? You can't buy such quality goods for 80 cents. Feel the quality, the craftsmanship, the texture, yet it doesn't sell for 130. Wen Ning frowned. "No matter how good the quality, it's still just a tablecloth, and frankly, you're not being sincere. I've inquired and found that you sell to others for 110. I'm being kind by buying everything, and you still want to raise the price?" Lu Wei's face turned awkward. He realized he had encountered a buyer who wouldn't be taken advantage of. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, Wen Ning turned to leave. Lu Wei hurried after her. "Sister, wait. How about 1 yuan? I'll give you everything. There are hundreds of meters here." Still silent, Wen Ning appeared ready to ride off, and Lu Wei looked pained as if he were losing money. 90 cents. "Sister, 90 cents per meter, and I'll throw in a little extra. You'll definitely profit." Both parties fell silent, and Yin Gang, understanding Wen Ning's intent, spoke up. Ning, if you like it, just buy it." Finally relenting, Wen Ning agreed. "All right, comrade. I'll take it all." Yin Gang's pupils constricted. "Hadn't he just said if you like it, take it all?" What on earth was Wen Ning planning to do with such an enormous quantity of tablecloths? Lu Wei was overjoyed. "All right, I'll wrap it up for you and load it onto your bicycle." In total, there were over 300 meters of fabric, weighing more than 200 pounds. It was impossible to carry it all, especially since Wen Ning didn't have that much money on her. Thus, Lu Wei drove his tractor to take them home, first dropping them off outside the residential compound. Yin Gang took the fabric inside and retrieved some money. As a hostage, Wen Ning received a note from Lu Wei. "Sister, here is my address. If you need to purchase fabric in bulk, come to me for a discount." A big client residing in the military family compound. It was reliable, and Lu Wei hoped to establish a long-term business relationship. Wen Ning pondered. "Then find me more of this quality tablecloth fabric. I could take another 300 meters, about 100 feet. Lu Wei was astonished and even more curious about her intentions. But clearly, Wen Ning was not going to share. As the transaction concluded, Lu Wei drove off with his tractor, while Wen Ning rode home on the bicycle with Yin Gang. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the shocked voice of Jia Shufan. "Oh my goodness, have you bought all the fabric for our family's clothing for the rest of our lives? All white. This seems a bit ominous. Mao chimed in boldly. Grandma, can we dye this stuff green? Red? Blue? Even if it's for making undergarments, I want something colorful. Wen Ning and Yin Gang exchanged glances. As they entered, Wen Ning quickly allayed their concerns. Mom, don't worry. This IS&T fabric for our family's clothing. I'm going to make clothes to sell. Jia Shufan couldn't help but touch the fabric. This material is so slippery that even a mosquito would slip right through. If it's on someone, it'll just fall right off. Xiaowen, you haven't been swindled, have you? She glared at Yin Gang. Why didn't you keep a better eye on her to prevent her from being fooled? Yin Gang remained silent. He hadn't said a word. Wen Ning chuckled. I wasn't deceived. In a couple of days, when I make an outfit, you'll see. Jia Shufan was half convinced, but decided to focus her attention on the kitchen, dismissing the troublesome fabric. That evening, they were hosting guests and needed to prepare 2 tables of dishes: pork rib and radish soup, pig trotter with yellow beans, fried duck, braised chicken, and stir-fried celery with lean meat. In the afternoon, Tian Xiaoer, who had received an invitation earlier, came to help, bringing 2 jars of milk powder she had purchased from the state-run store. Upon seeing all the meat laid out in the kitchen, she was astonished and immediately exclaimed, Andy, Xiaowen, I'll go home and grab an apron to help. She left a note for the 4 children, telling them to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Otherwise, they might as well be mice falling into a rice vat and gobble up all the food prepared by Wen Ning. Understanding her intent, Wen Ning grasped her hand and smiled. Sister Xiaoer, remember to have the 4 children come over for dinner. If they don't come, I want to be happy. Jia Shufan added, exactly. I've never seen those children before. Tian Xiaoer felt embarrassed. In our hometown, we say that half-grown boys can eat their father's poor. The eldest, Dan, was 12, while the other 2 children were the same age as Mao and Mao, both 7. At home, they used a large basin for meals. Don't worry, Jia Shufan lifted a large basin of potatoes and green beans. Look, I have plenty of side dishes here. Even the pigs will be well fed. Wen Ning and Tian Xiaoer exchanged glances, realizing the comment held no malice but was rather blunt. Tian Xiaoer, not one to shy away, rolled up her sleeves. All right, I want to be polite then, Annie. Let me help. Just tell me what to do. Wen Ning reminded her, Mom, Sister Xiaoer comes from the north. She is good at making noodles. Great. Then you can knead the dough, Xiao Tian. Let's make some steamed buns first. The kitchen was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of Jia Shufan and Tian Xiaoer's hearty laughter. Wen Ning noticed Yin Gang washing Xiao Yu's diapers and called Mao and Mao to go buy liquor. She handed Mao 10 yuan, noting that the white liquor was 3 yuan per jean and the sunflower seeds were 50 cents per jean, just enough with 10 yuan. As they stepped outside, Mao glanced around and immediately proposed, Brother, I have an idea. We can each pocket 150. With excitement, Mao suggested. Let us buy 2 jean of white liquor and mix in a jean of water. We'll save 3 yuan. We can split it. Mao looked at him as if he were foolish. Dad and Uncle Zhou will figure it out. Then you'll be in trouble. What's there to fear? Mao puffed out his chest. Fortune favors the bold. If they don't notice, we'll profit. If they do, it's only my backside that gets punished. For 150, it's worth it. Grandma hit me yesterday, and I have no money. Mao pondered and thought it might not be safe. So he stuffed 10 yuan and the liquor jug into Mao's hands. I'm feeling a bit unwell. You go buy it. I'll wait for you. This way, he would be considered an innocent bystander and wouldn't face Grandma's wrath. He rushed off to the public restroom, and Mao paused for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Brother, you're holding your head. Who holds their head when their stomach hurts? Mao halted for a moment, but then ran even faster. Mao skipped joyfully to buy liquor and seeds. When he returned, he secretly slipped 150 into Mao's pocket, while his own pocket jingled with the sound of coins. So far, the plan was unfolding smoothly. However, things took a turn when they reached home, as Mao collided head-on with the neighbor's Xiao Dan rushing out. The bottle of liquor bang, all shattered on the ground. The 4-year-old little Dan was momentarily stunned, then burst into tears, attracting the attention of the adults in the inner room. It's all right, Yin Gang said sternly, attempting to comfort the child. We'll buy another. Little Dan was always fearful of him, crying even harder. Yang Gong. Zhou Jinxiang hurried over to pick up his son, scolding him. I told you to run slower. I can't believe you. You should change your name to Fool. At the entrance, the deputy commander and political commissioner Ding arrived together. Upon seeing the scene before him, Commissioner Ding let out a hearty laugh. I brought wine, 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Little Yin, little Zhou, tonight we shall not return sober. Upon hearing this, Mao wailed, what a loss. He should have bought 1 jean of wine and mixed it with 2 jeans of water. That way he could have saved 3 whole yuan. No, had I known the wine flask would break, I would have filled it with water. Chapter 20. Dressed like a treasure, the full-month celebration of Yin Ruyu was quite lively, culminating in her elder brothers receiving a beating. The reason? Naturally, it was because they had been caught embezzling funds. At that time, the guests had all departed, and Wen Ning was in the bedroom, nursing little Yu and coaxing her to sleep. Yin Gang and Jia Shufan were tidying up with the Mao and Mao. Mao, restless, suddenly performed a handstand while sweeping, causing the firecrackers in his pocket to clatter to the ground. The room fell silent in an instant, and Mao covered his face with his small hand, thinking insurance can't compare to having a pig teammate. The gazes of both father and grandmother turned sharp simultaneously, and Mao felt a chill run down his back, ready to flee. Yin Gang swiftly extended his long legs and arms, pulling the boy in front of him, warning, confess honestly, where did you get the money to buy those firecrackers? The secret was revealed. Jia Shufan, unable to tolerate their wastefulness, angrily picked up a stick and began to beat the child. Mao cried out, still defiant, Grandma, that's so unfair. Your hits on my brother are louder than on me. Need I even ask? Jia Shufan retorted with righteous indignation. This money-swindling scheme was definitely led by you. Mao, you deserve the brunt of the punishment. Otherwise, you won't learn your lesson. Learning a lesson was impossible for Mao. His nature had not changed much. Wen Ning recalled that in his previous life, he was either causing trouble or on the verge of doing so. Nevertheless, he grew up to be a virtuous young man, inheriting his father's legacy by joining the army, achieving merit, and executing confidential missions. Meanwhile, the more reserved Mao excelled in academics, attending university, pursuing graduate studies, and ultimately remaining at the school. If it weren't for that false daughter Lu Jinlan sent over. Wen Ning closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said to Yin Gang, who had just entered, tomorrow, let's send Mao and Mao back to school. All right, Yin Gang agreed, sitting beside her, grasping her shoulder with words full of remorse. Ning, I have to leave tomorrow for a temporary mission. His job prevented him from attending to family matters, placing too much on Wen Ning's shoulders. Wen Ning paused, then smiled calmly. It's fine. You focus on your work. I'll take them. Yin Gang trusted her, but still needed to inform Jia Shufan, who shot him a glance. You've only just returned for a few days. It was me and Xiao when caring for the children before. Go ahead, don't worry. We will manage just fine. Yang Gong. Oh, why that sounds so wrong? The next day, before dawn, Yin Gang departed. Wen Ning took the 2 children to school and returned to her busy activities. She first sketched her designs on paper, then cut the fabric, and finally worked the sewing machine. She paused for lunch. Jia Shufan remarked, with the 2 boys at school, the house feels so quiet. I'm not quite used to it. Wen Ning smiled, Mom. You could take little you to play nearby. There are surely neighbors who will enjoy chatting with you. In her past life, Jia Shufan had become close friends with 2 neighbors, later arranging outings for hair treatments, autumn excursions, and buying eggs and rice together. Jia Shufan sighed, I miss the people from the brigade. In the past, whenever I went out, they called Aunt Shufan or Sister Shufan. Now, they call me Team Leader Yan's wife, Aunt, or to Mao's grandmother. It sounds so terrible. Mom, Wen Ning quickly reassured her, you've only just arrived. Everyone finds it endearing to call you that. I believe with your capabilities, given a little time, you will make a name for yourself in the community. Really? Jia Shufan seemed interested. In no time, she declared boldly, then I'll go out this afternoon and try to take the lead. Wen Ning, there's no need to rush. In the afternoon, while Wen Ning was still making clothes, her neighbor Tian Xioa came over, looking astonished. Little one, your mother-in-law has made quite the impression. Wen Ning paused, rising with concern. What happened? Did she get bullied? Where? No. Tian Xioa quickly denied, chattering excitedly. When I returned, I saw her holding little you in the yard, telling stories to a crowd of old men and women. She was captivating. I stood there listening for several minutes about a daughter-in-law who died and married her sister-in-law, and how the sister-in-law married her brother-in-law after her husband passed. Wen Ning, that's something we heard on the train here. Tian Xioa exclaimed, with her personality, how did she raise Yin Gang, who always has a stern face? I bet Mao took after his grandmother. Last night, I could still hear Mao getting scolded. Wen Ning felt embarrassed. Did we disturb you? Not at all, Tian Xioa chuckled. I've grown accustomed to it. Soon, if I don't hear you scolding your mouth, I might not be able to sleep. Wen Ning remained silent for a moment. If you can't sleep, just call me, and I'll give you a sleep-inducing beating. Haha. They both burst into laughter. Then, Tianxua leaned in closer, noticing 2 sleeves, and curiously asked, "Isn't this the fabric for that tablecloth? Little one, are you using it to make clothes?" "Yes," Wen Ning replied, taking a few final stitches, cutting the thread, and standing up to shake out the garment. She then introduced it to Tianxua. "It's a 1-button suit. I plan to sell it. This version is for women. Sister Xua, would you like to try it on?" Tianxua instinctively refused. "Me? It's too white, I don't think so." "You wear it. I'll just take a look." Wen Ning slipped it on. The smooth fabric fit snugly, enhanced by the large shoulder pads, giving it a particularly stylish look. "Wow," Tianxua marveled. "The same fabric looks like a tablecloth at my house, but in your hands, it becomes something beautiful. Little one, you wear it like you're going to receive an award. It's not something an ordinary person would wear." "No, 1-button suits will soon sweep across the nation. You'll find them on cadres in institutions, workers on construction sites, and vendors in markets. They will be everywhere. This is a trend." Wen Ning aimed to seize this opportunity to earn a little money. For the next half-month, she frequently traveled to the county and city to gather information, then returned home to focus on making suits. Piles of white suits filled the Mao and Air Mao's room. Yet not a single one had been sold, which worried Jia Shufen. She believed that such stark, white attire, resembling mourning garments, would only appeal to the wealthy. Thus it must be hard to sell. However, if it didn't T-sell, little one would incur a loss. One day, as Jia Shufen strolled through the compound with the baby, she spotted a young man in a white suit approaching and immediately became excited, exclaiming, "It's here, it's here. The wealthy have come with money." She hurried back to inform Wen Ning. Meanwhile, the young man scratched his head, asking Ding Litong beside him, "Brother Ding, what does that lady mean by calling me wealthy?" Ding Litong, a true northerner, was baffled. He appraised the young man and explained with a serious tone, "She must be complimenting you, saying you look like a treasure, just like a dragon." Chapter 21. Trustworthy individuals. Wen Ning was not pleased to hear her mother-in-law refer to someone as wealthy. "Mom, that's an insult. Don't make assumptions just because they don't understand." Upon learning about that treasure, no, rather, upon realizing that the young comrade was likely visiting the family compound, she contemplated stealing a glance at the fine suit he wore, ideally inquiring about its price. Jia Shufen reminisced, clapping her hands as a memory struck her. She recalled the man beside him, the one who had attended Xiao Yu's full moon banquet, the eldest of the group. Known for his incessant chatter and his drunken antics of attempting to dance the boisterous rock and roll. Wen Ning in That is Comrade Ding. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law strolled towards Comrade Ding's residence, encountering a neighbor with whom Jia Shufen had been conversing amicably in recent days. This elderly woman, her hair as white as snow but with eyes sparkling with gossip, grasped Jia Shufen's arm and exclaimed, "Sister Fun, have you heard the news? You must share the details after you witness the spectacle. I am in a hurry to fetch my eldest grandson." "What spectacle?" Jia Shufen inquired. "Comrade Ding's sister-in-law is on a blind date, and the man is dressed quite awkwardly in all white, as if preparing to lie in a coffin." Wen Ning pondered, her confidence wavering about the fate of her collection of suits. Are there that many taboos? Observing her daughter-in-law's expression, Jia Shufen cleared her throat and asserted, "My dear sister, do not speak out of turn. That is merely a fashion statement. Folks from the coastal cities all dress this way. It must be quite expensive. Such a waste of money. Regardless, my son will wear such attire." The old woman scoffed. "I might as well skin him alive." They continued their way to Comrade Ding's house, arriving just as Chun Mingjie emerged, her face set in displeasure, attempting to close the gate. "You ladies should head back. We have matters to attend to and cannot host you today." As her words faded, she caught sight of Wen Ning and Jia Shufen, exclaiming, "Wen Ning, why are you here, prattling like an old hen? Have you never seen a man in a full suit?" Wen Ning shot her a sharp glance, while the other women bristled at the insult. "How dare you speak to us that way? We merely came to observe. Is that a crime? No wonder you remain unmarried. With such a tongue. Indeed, we have never seen a man in a white suit. Is that a crime? No wonder you can't find a partner." Speaking so harshly, Jia Shufen, indignant, could not abide the mistreatment of her daughter-in-law. She glared, her brows furrowing, her eyes bulging in disbelief. "Are you all animals from the zoo, that you require admission to look?" Chun Mingjie's face flushed with anger and frustration. At that moment, Chun Minghua hurried out to smooth things over. Mingjie did not mean it that way, ladies. We all live in the same compound, and today is her blind date. Please do not hold it against her. Inside, the young man in the white suit stepped forward, pointing at Jia Shufan in surprise. You are the aunt who complimented me, right? Is there something you need? Jia Shufan glanced around, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Me? When did I compliment you? She had merely murmured something about a treasure. Could it be that I was misunderstood? As the young man prepared to clarify, Jia Shufan, feeling sheepish, interrupted loudly. Young man, I simply find your attire quite appealing. Where did you purchase it? And how much was it? I want to arrange a similar suit for my son. Before the young man could respond, Chun Mingjie chimed in with a laugh. Annie, I saw this suit at the department store last time. It costs 60, more than Commander Yan's monthly salary. Do you truly wish to buy it for him? Mingjie. Chun Minghua chided his sister. Mind the occasion. Your blind date is here, and you are speaking nonsense. Mingjie straightened up, casting a cautious glance at the young man, who appeared unfazed and continued to explain. Annie, my mother bought this for me in the metropolis. I believe it was 80. 80? The other women gasped in unison. So expensive? I can hardly afford that. My husband doesn't earn as much as Commander Yan. Can those splatters be washed off? Wen Ning leaned in to whisper to Jia Shufan, who then emerged with a beaming smile. Young man, you have a good heart. May I touch the fabric of your suit? Chun Mingjie interjected. Have you washed your hands? The sink is over there. She pointed inside the yard. Jia Shufan's eyes widened, ready to retort. At that moment, the young man glanced at Chun Mingjie, who quickly averted her gaze, then approached Jia Shufan. No need to wash. Annie, feel free. Oh, you are such a kind young man. Jia Shufan boldly reached out to touch his suit, running her fingers over the shoulder pads, the buttons. The fabric felt quite similar to the ones Wen Ning had made, smooth and sleek, though the shoulder pads and buttons were of superior quality. Stepping back, she spoke words of good fortune. Indeed, the quality matches that of an $80 suit. Young man, continue your date. I shall not intrude further. Wishing you all the best. May you have 3 sons. She ushered the other women along. Let's not delay the young man. We must return home to prepare dinner and fetch the grandson. With that, they departed. Chun Mingjie's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This has been a disaster. Those old crones have ruined my chances. It was no surprise that the young man left without even having dinner, making an excuse to depart hurriedly, showing no interest in walking her home, watching a movie, or getting to know her better. Once gone, Chun Mingjie sulked indoors, burying her face in her pillow and weeping. Chun Minghua entered, sighing. What a pity. That young man's mother is the manager of the department store, and his uncle is a war comrade of your brother-in-law. It took your brother-in-law great effort to arrange this meeting. Why could you not endure a little longer? Even if you dislike Wen Ning, you must consider the occasion. Chun Mingjie straightened up, venting her frustration. Who told Wen Ning and her mother-in-law to come and gawk? They even led others to mock me. If this date fails, it is not my fault. It is Wen Ning and her meddling old crone. Chun Minghua agreed. Why must they visit now of all times? It is best not to let minor matters disrupt our peace with Wen Ning's family. He pursed his lips, resolving that the next blind date would not take place in the family compound. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan and Wen Ning took advantage of Xiao Yu's afternoon nap to tidy up the suits indoors. Wen Ning was busy ironing while Jia Shufan folded and packed them away. Commenting upon touching it, I could tell the fabric is quite similar to ours, smooth and sleek, though the buttons and shoulder pads are of better quality. Xiaowen, when you plan to sell them? Wen Ning pondered, the sooner, the better. I shall visit the city tomorrow. Mother, you take care of the child. Taking care of the child is no trouble. Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively, though her mind lingered with worry. You are going alone. What if something happens without anyone to assist? Xiaowen, why not take someone trustworthy with you? Wen Ning thought of Tian Xiaoa, her neighbor. Chapter 22. The generous living Buddha, though the family compound was not small, the employment opportunities for the residents were exceedingly limited. Schools required a minimum of a middle school diploma for teaching positions, and individuals like Tian Xiaoa had not even completed elementary school. Thus, throughout her years accompanying the military, Tian Xiaoa had remained unemployed, spending her days caring for children and tending to her garden. When space ran short, she would clear land to cultivate more crops. Any surplus was dried or pickled for preservation. All in all, her days were consumed with labor in the fields and at the stove. With no extra income to speak of, yet she worked tirelessly. She was a kind soul, having cared for Wen Ning when she first arrived at the compound. Naturally, when an opportunity to earn money arose, she could not neglect her friend. That evening, Wen Ning approached Tian Xue with her proposal. Sister Xue, I want to have you working for free. If you accompany me for a day, I'll give you 20 yuan. Tian Xue was taken aback and quickly shook her head. What money? I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go with you. Just know that I have never sold anything before and may not be good at sweet talking. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile. All you need to do is accompany me. Having agreed on a time, Wen Ning returned home, while Tian Xue, momentarily dazed, suddenly dashed into the house to rummage through her belongings. Zhou Jinxiang, unable to focus on his book, inquired upon hearing the commotion, "What on earth are you fussing about?" Without looking up, Tian Xue, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Where are the new clothes I made 2 years ago? Xiao Wen is taking me to the city tomorrow, and I need to look presentable." "Who knows?" Zhou Jinxiang mumbled. "What does it matter what you wear? You're nearly 40. Why bother?" With a decisive flick, Tian Xue unearthed a new garment from the depths of her storage, shaking it off, causing a cloud of dust to rise, making Zhou Jinxiang sneeze. She retorted without hesitation, "You're the old fool here, and a foolish one at that. You've been reading that book for half a month and still haven't finished. What is the point of your brain if it's not even functioning? Your daughter is smarter than you." Zhou Jinxiang shot her a glare, a look that could intimidate any novice. But as they were an old married couple, Tian Xue was unfazed, huffed, and proceeded to iron her clothes. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Jinxiang tossed his book aside and lay down for a nap. The following morning, when Wen Ning saw Tian Xue in a red dress, she was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "Sister Xue, I senti that dress inconvenient for the ride or bending down?" "Oh dear," Tian Xue blushed, adjusting her skirt. "I wanted to wear something new to avoid embarrassing you. This is the newest I have, but if I need to work, I'll change into pants." With a whirlwind of activity, Tian Xue soon emerged in beige fabric and gray trousers. Wen Ning rode her bicycle, with a suit bag strapped to the front and another in Tian Xue's arms on the back seat. Upon reaching the city, Wen Ning first looked for a place for Tian Xue to keep an eye on their things while she scurried off to check prices at state-owned stores, supply and marketing cooperatives, and clothing shops. Most suits were priced around 60, and there was no stock available, as they had yet to be delivered. Wen Ning felt reassured and chose a bustling location near the vegetable market. Together with Tian Xue, they laid out a green cloth on the ground and displayed the suits. The visual impact of the array of white garments spread out was striking. Soon, an elderly man approached, inquiring, "Comrade, what are you selling? Funeral clothes? If one were to wear this on the road, it would be quite respectable." Wen Ning and Tian Xue exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, when a young man nearby burst into laughter. "Funeral clothes? What a lack of knowledge. This is fashionable attire worn by comrades from Guangdong, Beijing, and Shanghai. It's crisp and neat. I didn't expect to see it for sale in Luqing. How much for a set?" Seizing the opportunity, Wen Ning smiled and replied, "Brother, we are selling it for 40. "Wow, that's quite expensive," an elderly person exclaimed, as they usually bought clothes for 10 or 20. "It's not expensive," Wen Ning quickly interjected. "That uncle over there sells them for 60 in the store, and this is a complete set with trousers. These are quality goods brought from home. You can feel the material." She even helped fit the suit on a tall, sturdy man, instantly transforming him into a model. The onlookers were impressed, showering him with compliments. Elated, the model immediately paid and wore the suit home. Wen Ning shouted to the dazed Tian Xue, "Sister, collect the money." "Oh, right." She fumbled, counting the cash, astonished at how easily they had sold the suits. Selling one set was equivalent to 10 months of team leader Yan's salary. Incredible. People are naturally inclined to follow trends. Seeing many buyers and hearing the store's price of 60, they felt they were making a deal at 40 and eagerly raised their money to pay. In less than 2 hours, nearly all 100 suits that Wen Ning and Tian Xue had brought were sold. Only a few with minor flaws remained, which Wen Ning quickly marked down to 30. Before hurrying back home with Tian Xue, once they were a distance down the road, Wen Ning confirmed that no one was following and sighed in relief, slowing her pace. "Sister Xue, Yin Gang mentioned that this year the security isn't good, with robbers and murderers around. I've been afraid of being targeted while selling, which is why I hurried home. If you want to buy anything, we can do so later, all right?" Tian Xue, lost in thought, snapped back to reality when called twice. "Huh? What'd you just say, Shaowen?" Wen Ning chuckled. "Sister, what were you thinking?" Tian Xiaoyi licked her lips. Wen, I've never felt so wealthy as I do today. I'm practically bursting with money. My goodness, my heart is racing. This is just the beginning, she mused. With the era opening up, the number of wealthy individuals was rising. Soon, 10,000 yuan households would be commonplace. They stood at the brink of opportunity, and if they did not seize it, they would be swept away by the tide. Upon returning home, Tian Xiaoyi and Wen Ning laid all the money on the bed. Jia Shufan, who had been peering in, entered and, upon seeing the money, pinched her thigh in disbelief, exclaiming, "Am I dreaming? Wen, did your white suits really sell for this much? You aren't counterfeiting money, are you?" Wen Ning was speechless, while Tian Xiaoyi burst into laughter. I knew I wasn't the only one shocked. "Auntie, counterfeiting is illegal. One would end up in prison. Then we're in luck." Jia Shufan chuckled mischievously. Let the fortune rain down even more. Upon hearing fortune rain, Wen Ning sighed, prompting Jia Shufan to quickly temper her enthusiasm. "Let's not speak of that. We are merely fortunate people, not discussing any fortune rain. The more I say, the more I risk it." Chapter 23. Wen Ning is my dream sister. At this moment, Wen Ning turned to hand 20 yuan to the bewildered Tian Xiaoyi. "Sister Xiaoyi, this is what we agreed upon. Your pay." Tian Xiaoyi hurriedly declined. "I just want to gain some experience. How can I take your money?" "Wen, it's hard work making clothes. Don't give me anything. Please accept it." Jia Shufan interjected, unable to tolerate the back and forth. "Sister Tian, what kind of relationship do we have? Let's be honest. I want to let you work for free." "Accept it. It Xiaowen's mind." Wen Ning nodded with a smile, and Tian Xiaoyi finally accepted the money. Thinking of counting the money with her mother-in-law, she prepared to leave, but Wen Ning stopped her. "Sister Xiaoyi, since you saw how well I sold the suits today, would you like to sell some too?" Tian Xiaoyi was taken aback, pointing to herself. "Me? Yes." Wen Ning explained her plan. "I have a batch of fabric I haven't sewn yet, and no time to go to the city. Sister Xiaoyi, take 21 sets from me. You can set your own price, but try not to exceed 40, as everyone is quite discerning. Any profit beyond 20 yuan per set is yours." After a pause, she added, "You can start with 50 sets. Just pay me once they've sold." Tian Xiaoyi was no fool. "Isn't this an opportunity for me to make money? If I sell those 100 sets today, I could earn 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan. She had never imagined earning such an amount, even contemplating becoming a widow. She instinctively glanced at Jia Shufan. Would her mother-in-law allow this arrangement with Wen Ning? Would she be willing to accept such a generous opportunity? Jia Shufan, caught off guard by her gaze, responded, "What? Sister Tian, are you still asking for my opinion? I'm Wen's mother-in-law, not yours." Tian Xiaoyi burst into laughter. Feeling a bit shy, "Wen, you make clothes, and I earn money. I feel uneasy about this." Wen Ning clarified, "Sister Xiaoyi, as time goes on, the market will be saturated, and these clothes won't sell for 40 a set. Prices will drop. You also need to think of safety. Don't worry." Tian Xiaoyi waved her hand. "My family lives nearby. I can write to my brother or even call him. When it comes to making money, no obstacle is too great." Skipping lunch, Tian Xiaoyi hurriedly made her phone call. In the room, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan began to count the money, speaking not a word lest they have to start anew. 3,865. The income from selling clothes should be 3,850. With 20 given to Sister Xiaoyi, leaving 35, which must have been my original funds. Jia Shufan felt a mix of joy and melancholy. It was indeed a considerable sum. Yet she knew that such earnings would be hard to come by in the future. "Perhaps I should carry Xiaoyu up to sell," she suggested. Wen Ning shook her head, insisting, "No, Mom, safety is paramount. Had it not been for my caution today, I fear we would have been robbed. Sister Xiaoyi has her connections. Let her handle the sales. Even if she does, I will still profit significantly. After all, these suits were crafted from low-cost fabric, with each suit consuming approximately 3 meters of material, plus linings, buttons, and shoulder pads. Roughly calculated, the cost of a suit was no more than 3 yuan 50, allowing her to earn a profit of 16 yuan 50 with minimal risk." Wen Ning felt quite content. She meticulously clarified the accounts with Jia Shufan, who then fell silent. The next day, 2 of Tian Xiaoyi's brothers arrived, towering at 6 feet tall with broad shoulders. Rumored to be pig slaughterers back home, they exuded a sense of security. They loaded Wen Ning's suits and accompanied Tian Xiaoyi to set up a stall in the city. Meanwhile, Wen Ning continued to work diligently on this batch of fabric at home. Long hours hunched over left her back and legs aching. Jia Shufan noticed and would assist whenever she had a moment to spare. That night, Xiao Yu slept beside Wen Ning while Jia Shufan secretly toiled away. When this batch of fabric was finally completed, half a month had passed. With autumn in full swing, suits were becoming increasingly popular among the populace. On the weekend, Wen Ning took Jia Shufan, De Mao, Air Mao, and Xiao Yu along to the city in a pickup truck belonging to the cooking team for shopping. Comrade 1. I'll be back in 3 hours, around 1 o'clock. Please wait for me here, the cooking team member instructed before departing. Upon arriving in a crowded area, Wen Ning and her family were astonished to see that most people were already clad in white suits. At first glance, it resembled a factory setting, with everyone appearing in work attire. Air Mao remarked sincerely, "My goodness, aside from the hospital, I've never seen so many people dressed in white together. It looks just like patient gowns." A man passing by in a white suit overheard and nearly stumbled, turning to glare at Air Mao. "Can't you watch your words?" Air Mao pouted. "Isn't it true?" Jia Shufan quickly tugged at his ear, whispering, "Don't speak carelessly. These are important figures. If they don't wear our clothes, how will we sell them?" "Oh." Wen Ning chuckled. "All right, we have sold out of clothes, Mom. Let us wander around and see what we can buy." With a wink, Jia Shufan immediately understood. "We have money. How delightful." Jia Shufan even bought a bun for each person, unlike before when they would share two among them. As the family strolled, they eventually arrived at Tianxiu Yi's stall. Upon seeing them, Tianxiu Yi greeted them warmly. "Aunt Xiaowen, here to buy things in the city? Come over here, it's less crowded." She called one of her brothers to fetch some snacks for the children. Jia Shufan urged her not to fuss. Wen Ning shifted the conversation, asking, "Sister Xiu Yi, how is business?" Half a month had passed, and Tianxiu Yi was no longer the timid housewife trailing behind Wen Ning. She now exuded confidence, though her expression dimmed slightly at the question. "It's not as good as at the start. Initially, I sold 30 to 40 suits a day. Now, it's only about 10. Tianxiu Yi had sold all 500 suits Wen Ning provided, but after half a month, only 100 remained. Wen Ning advised, "We saw several stalls selling suits on our way here, and many people are wearing them. Sister, the market is saturated. You should lower the prices and sell in the surrounding counties to move the stock quickly. As the weather gets colder, who will wear thin suits? They will be unsellable then." Tianxiu Yi recognized the wisdom in Wen Ning's words and readily agreed. "All right, Xiaowen, I will follow your advice." Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, filled with surprise and delight. "It's you, sister, my dream girl. I have finally found you again." They all turned to see the man approaching Wen Ning. Tianxiu Yi's two brothers immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of their sister, wearing vigilant expressions. De Mao and Air Mao dropped their candy, ready to shield their mother. "Who is this lunatic? We must protect our sister-in-law." Meanwhile, Jia Shufan crossed her arms and scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is my daughter-in-law, not your so-called dream girl. Do you want me to report you for harassment?" Facing them, Lu Wei hurriedly raised his hands in a defensive gesture. No, Annie, that's not what I meant. I know your daughter-in-law from before." All eyes turned to Wen Ning. The situation had unfolded so abruptly that she had no time to respond. Now, she could only nod resignedly. "Yes, we know each other." "It's all right, Mom. Let me speak to him." Lu Wei was the one who had sold her 600 meters of fabric. Truthfully, Wen Ning had been hoping to find him, and this unexpected encounter was fortuitous. At that moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Wei bravely approached Wen Ning. He looked quite distressed. "Sister, I've been trying to find you, but couldn't get in touch. The security at your place is too tight." Wen Ning chuckled. "What do you need me for?" "What else could it be? Recently, the white suits made from that fabric have been selling like hotcakes in the market." Lu Wei was no fool. He immediately recognized that the most popular suits were made from the fabric he had previously sold. When his brother-in-law asked how much he was making, Lu Wei didn't dare admit he only earned 500 yuan total. Those suits sold for 40 yuan each. With 600 meters, he could easily make 4 to 500 suits, amounting to over 16,000 yuan. Lu Wei felt a pang of regret for missing out. However, knowing Wen Ning lived in the military district, he didn't dare cause trouble. He sought her out, hoping she would take him along to earn money together. Lu Wei forced a grin. "Sister, do you need more fabric? I have connections. Let me join you." Wen Ning pondered for a moment. "Can I take a look at your warehouse?" "Of course." Lu Wei agreed immediately. "Shall we go now?" When Wen Ning mentioned this, everyone insisted on accompanying her, and soon the entire family set off to Lu Wei's warehouse. Conveniently, it was located not far from the clothing factory. On the way, Josh Shufan chatted with Lu Wei, gathering information about him. He was the brother-in-law of the factory director, lacking in skills, but possessing a warehouse full of fabric. He posed no threat to Yin Gang, who was at least a regiment leader. Lu Wei led them to the warehouse door and called for the caretaker to open it. Instantly, they were met with a pungent smell of fabric and a thick layer of dust. Wen Ning, you hold Xiaoyu outside. Don't come in. De Mao and Air Mao can play at the door, Wen Ning instructed. Josh Shufan and the somewhat fastidious De Mao nodded in agreement, while Air Mao eagerly declared, Mom, I'll go with you. All right. The mother and son followed Lu Wei inside. Initially, as they toured, Wen Ning would inquire about prices. Lu Wei quoted lower prices than those outside, but it failed to impress Wen Ning, and she soon stopped asking. After a thorough inspection, she expressed her dissatisfaction. All of this is outdated fabric and patterns. No one would buy it if you tried to sell it. Mao exclaimed incredulously, Uncredible. Then why did you tell my mom it was so expensive? Lu Wei, caught off guard, instinctively corrected Air Mao. I'm Lu, not uncle. He then awkwardly smiled at Wen Ning. Sister, the prices can be negotiated further. Wen Ning gently shook her head, expressing her disinterest in purchasing the items, deeming them unsuitable. She led Air Mao outside, with Lu Wei following closely, pleading earnestly. What? Is that it? Come on, sister, you can transform that tablecloth into a suit. Surely, you can make use of these fabrics. This is all I have left. Please help me out. I'll give you a discounted price, a bargain. I worked for my brother-in-law for 3 years, and he only pays me with this batch of leftover stock. I'm truly at my wit's end, begging you. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Wen Ning abruptly halted her steps. She turned to Lu Wei, sighed, and unexpectedly pointed to a pile in the corner, asking, How much for that? Lu Wei squinted in surprise. It was a heap of scrap fabric, remnants and offcuts, the longest piece barely a meter. Sister, what do you need that for? Wen Ning smiled gently. Just tell me, how much is it? Be honest with your quote. Lu Wei's eyes widened, suddenly moved. Sister, you are too kind. Do you pity me and want to support me by buying a bit? I can manage when I don't earn. I just go to my sister and brother-in-laws for food and drink since they don't pay me. Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Mao, with a look of disdain, interjected, Uncle Nyo. My mom genuinely wants to buy that pile of scrap fabric. Just give a price. Stop crying. My dad says men shouldn't cry. It's shameful. Lu Wei wiped his face, resolute. Sister, you treat me well. I won't let you suffer a loss. That pile of scrap may look small, but there's plenty underneath, about 200 or 300 pounds. Would 100 yuan be acceptable? I'll wrap it nicely and deliver it to the same spot as last time. 200 or 300 pounds of scrap fabric for 100 yuan was undeniably a fair price. Wen Ning didn't haggle. Instead, she inquired, Do you know anyone selling sewing thread and buttons? Introduce me, and I can give you a commission. Lu Wei was elated. His strategy of feigning hardship had worked. He knew his sister was soft-hearted and would buy up his scraps while allowing him to profit from the commission. He handled Wen Ning's matters thoroughly before bidding her farewell. Meanwhile, upon learning that Wen Ning spent 100 yuan on scrap fabric, Josh Shufan felt a pang of concern. Not wanting to reveal her feelings, she hastily said, It's nothing, Xiaowen. You earn well. Spend as you wish, but next time, be cautious not to spend on men. Pitying men will lead to a lifetime of misfortune. Wen Ning stifled a laugh. Mom, don't overthink it. The fabric is useful. I'll make a sample for you tomorrow. Josh Shufan's eyes brightened. Could it be another profitable venture like the white suit? She wished she could fast forward to tomorrow. There was still time, so the group headed to a newly opened restaurant in Luching for lunch. It was rumored to serve braised pork knuckles and Coca-Cola. And Air Mao had been craving it for a long time. Once seated and having ordered, Josh Shufan's previously calm demeanor began to falter as she realized this meal would cost over 50 yuan. Goodness, this meal is worth its weight in gold. Just then, Air Mao leaned in, lowering his voice. Mom, look over there. That woman looks familiar. I think I've seen her in the family compound. Josh Shufan and Wen Ning followed his gaze, raising their eyebrows in unison. Indeed, it was Chun Mingjie, sitting just beyond a bamboo screen. They could overhear her conversation if the people across spoke a bit louder. Today, Chun Mingjie had evidently made an effort to dress up. She wore a yellow long dress with a fitted blazer, her hair styled in twin braids, her petite face radiating shyness. She hadn't noticed Wen Ning and the others yet. The man across from her sat with his back to them, his figure frail and slight. As Wen Ning and her companions began to eat, the man's voice carried over. With the implementation of family planning, each family can only have one child. May I ask, Did your mother give birth to a boy? Oh, you only have an older sister. Did she have a son? No. Then we might be in a bit of trouble. Comrade Chun, I hope you recognize that you are merely a substitute elementary school teacher, while I bear the significant responsibility of expanding and enhancing our family legacy. We may not be quite compatible. Chun Mingjia's face turned ashen, almost as if it could drip water. At that moment, the man stood up. I apologize. My time is precious. I must take my leave. He swiftly departed. Jia Shufan could no longer contain herself and called out loudly, Chun Mingjia, did he not pay? Don't let him take advantage of you. The frail man paused, turning towards the front desk. Chun Mingjia, on the verge of tears, quickly collected herself. Her eyes widened as she scanned the table, then stormed over, fury emanating from her. Wen Ning, what are you and your family doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Do you think you're worthy? Wen Ning and Jia Shufan's minds momentarily went blank. Damao heaktet kikli, froni. Are you a dog? Mao chimed in, a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. Wen Ning equali disgusted, retorted. My mom was only trying to help you out of kindness, considering your brother-in-law. Even if you choose not to listen, there's no need to insult us. Chun Mingjia's face flushed with anger. Who asked for your kind reminders? That man was just about to settle the bill. He is not that kind of person. Before she could finish, a nearby waiter approached politely. Excuse me, the gentleman you were just with only paid half the bill. He said to ask you for the remaining half. Would you like to settle it now or later? Chun Mingjia was taken aback, her lips quivering. Once she regained her composure, she frantically fumbled through her small purse for cash to give the waiter. Meanwhile, Mao burst into laughter full. Da Mao's mirke. If it weren't for my grandma, you'd still be in the red. Jia Shufan, displeased, snapped. Let's not waste any more breath. Let her learn a lesson from her expenses. Mao, you both need to learn from your mother and keep your eyes sharp. Unlike some women who only pick from the trash heap. Mao complied. A 1TB, an ungrateful wolf. Chun Mingjia, unable to retort, trembled with rage. She glanced at the table full of food. Your family relies solely on Yin Gang's income, yet you come here for such an extravagant meal. Don't you feel guilty about Yin Gang working hard outside? Yes, Jia Shufan immediately replied. We are short on money, so why don't you cover the bill? If you do, I will bow and thank you. As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of the three, one large and two small, turned expectantly towards Chun Mingjia. Come on, big spender, settle the bill. Chun Mingjia glanced at the unfinished braised pork knuckle and sweet and sour fish on the table. These two dishes alone would cost at least 30 or 40 yuan. How could she afford that? Gritting her teeth, Chun Mingjia shot a glare at Wen Ning. Look at how your mother and two sons are behaving. You should just lock them up at home to spare them from embarrassment. With that, she hurriedly left. How could you say that? Jia Shufan stood to chase after her, but Wen Ning held her back. Mom, let it go. Jia Shufan angrily sat back down, still unwilling to relent. Wen, you're too kind-hearted. This kind of woman only dares to come over and spout nonsense because of it. Wen Ning sikhet. Mom, she's at least the sister-in-law of Commissioner Ding, and Commissioner Ding is a superior of Gang Ge. Moreover, if you chase her down to scold her, what will happen to the expensive food we can't finish? True. Jia Shufan resumed her meal, snorting. Let it go this time. If there's a next time, I'll make sure she runs away faster than a dog. Mao pondered. That would be called fleeing in disgrace. Mao chimed in excitedly. Just let me know when, Grandma. I'll rush back from school to see the excitement. Jia Shufan shot him a glare. What excitement? Focus on your studies. If you dare skip class, I'll break your legs. Mao pouted. Grandma is still as fierce as ever. Wen Ning hurriedly served them more food. All right, eat up. The cooking team is arriving soon. A family consumed every morsel on their plates, particularly Jia Shufan and Mao, who returned home with full bellies. Wen Ning entrusted her child, Xiaoyu, to her mother-in-law and rode her bicycle to collect the scraps of fabric from Lu Wei. The quantity was overwhelming, necessitating multiple trips. Ultimately, Wen Ning made a point to introduce Lu Wei to the security personnel, ensuring that in the future, he would be properly announced upon arrival. At that moment, Lu Wei discovered that Wen Ning's partner was a formidable regiment leader, which brought him a sense of relief. He felt fortunate to have aligned himself with her, free from any wrongful intentions that might have led to his downfall. After agreeing on a time for Lu Wei to deliver buttons and sewing thread, she bid him farewell. Upon her return, Wen Ning spotted Tian Xiaoyi amusing Xiaoyu in the courtyard. Tian Xiaoyi rose with a smile, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Wen. Xiaoyu is smiling now. With dimples just like yours, what a good child. Your sister Dan Mei is also delightful. Wen Ning reciprocated the praise, and the three of them chatted as they entered the house. Wen Ning dragged in the bag filled with fabric scraps, and upon seeing several more bags stashed away, Tian Xiaoyi was astonished. Xiaowen, didn't you say you wouldn't make suits anymore? Why do you have so much fabric? Realizing her words might have sounded accusatory, Tian Xiaoyi quickly clarified. I didn't mean anything by it. Thanks to your help, I made some money, and I was just curious. No worries, Wen Ning said, brushing a few stray hairs from her forehead. Sister Xiaoyi, this isn't for suits, it's all scrap fabric. I'm planning to create something new, and when it's ready, I'll ask for your help. I hope you won't mind if the payment is modest. Tian Xiaoyi stepped forward to grasp her hand, tears welling in her eyes. How could I ever mind such a thing? If you're willing to take me along, I would be eternally grateful. Xiaowen, you truly are like a sister to me. I'll await your news eagerly. By the way, I came to give you some money today. She pulled out several neatly arranged stacks of bills from her shoulder bag. The suit sold out, and this is the remainder of what I owe you. Count it, there's 4,008. Wen Ning accepted it without counting. No need to check. Sister, I trust you. After Tian Xiaoyi left in high spirits, and while Xiaoyu napped, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan sat down to tally their earnings. They discovered that Wen Ning had made a total of 14,000 from the suit sales, leaving Jia Shufan in disbelief. Our family has become a household of wealth. Xiaowen, you're incredible. When Zhangzi said he was dating you, I thought he didn't deserve you, and now he deserves you even less. His monthly salary is only 50. Wen Ning laughed at her mother-in-law's exuberance. Mom, Zhang Ji's work isn't measured by salary. He protects everyone while I look after our little family. Jia Shufan's eyes sparkled with delight as she played with the stacks of cash, hardly absorbing Wen Ning's words. Lost in her thoughts, she muttered, our ancestral grave isn't just smoking. It's like fireworks. When we go home for the new year, I must send more paper money to Zhang Ji's grandparents and great-grandparents to ensure their blessings. Wen Ning cleared her throat and handed over 2 stacks, approximately 1,000. Mom, here, as your spending money. Jia Shufan was taken aback. Me? I get some too. Wen Ning nodded earnestly. Of course, Mom. If it weren't for you looking after Xiaoyu and helping me sort the goods, cut fabric, and fold clothes, I wouldn't have earned this money. So, you deserve a wage. Keep it for yourself and spend it however you like. No one can question you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jia Shufan suddenly embraced Wen Ning, patting her back with heartfelt gratitude. Xiaowen, why didn't I give birth to a daughter like you? Just so you know, if you ever divorce Zhangge, you must take me with you. Wen Ning replied, let us not entertain such thoughts. She and Zhangge share a strong bond, and divorce is the furthest thing from my mind. With the suit business concluded, Wen Ning dove headlong into designing and producing her next item. After sketching and experimenting for 2 days, she finally completed the prototype. She immediately invited Jia Shufan and Tian Xiaoyi over, insisting they wear it. Both women were perplexed but complied. Wen Ning presented a top with a collar. What is this? Jia Shufan scrutinized it. It has a collar, but it doesn't seem long enough. It resembles undergarments. Who has a woman's bosom on her neck? Wen Ning remained silent as Tian Xiaoyi burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, this isn't an undergarment. Xiaowen, is this what they call a false collar? I believe I've seen something similar in the Lu City store. Finally, someone recognized its purpose. Wen Ning nodded. Exactly. It's a false collar, Sister Xiaoyi. Try it over your sweater. Tian Xiaoyi quickly removed her outer layer and donned the 2 front pieces of fabric, the back piece, a few buttons, and 2 fabric straps around her arms, layering it over her sweater. Wearing a light-colored fabric, it appeared as if she had on a shirt beneath, instantly enhancing her poise. Jia Shufan's eyes widened. ISNT, this a real collar? Why is it called a false one? Wen Ning explained, it's designed to mimic the appearance of shirt collar. Hence the name. This is what I intend to create. In her memory, the false collar was originally invented by the Chinese. As the weather turned cold, wearing only a knitted sweater without a collar would create an unflattering look. Purchasing several shirts was often financially unfeasible for the average person. The false collar, made from scrap fabric, was affordable and available in various colors, sizes, and styles, making it easy to buy multiple at once. The moment when Ning saw the abundance of scrap fabric in the warehouse, she was inspired to create this item. Lu Wei mistakenly thought she would feel sympathy for him and part with 100 yuan. However, she was not so soft-hearted. Despite his misfortune, He had a brother-in-law as a factory director with a warehouse full of fabric. He would never starve. She bore the responsibility of supporting her family. Wasting money would lead to hunger for them all and humiliation at the hands of Lu Jianluan. Thus, spending 100 yuan on 2 to 300 pounds of scrap fabric was indeed a profitable venture. Wen Ning explained to Tian Xiui, "This is easy to make. I already have the materials. Would you like to join me? Each piece will sell for 1 yuan, and we can sell them all together." Without hesitation, Tian Xiui replied, "Absolutely. I'm with you, Xiaowen. Whatever you say, I will follow." Her 2 younger brothers had returned to the countryside, and selling goods would only delay their work and provoke gossip from their sisters-in-law. Tian Xiui was already contemplating how to manage this. But when Ning's suggestion of working from home was perfect, this endeavor was straightforward. She could easily produce 10 pieces a day, earning 10 yuan, which would total 300 yuan a month, more than the salary of that foolish Zhou Jinxiang. When Ning suggested, "Sister Xiui, you might want to consider purchasing a sewing machine. It would greatly increase your efficiency compared to hand sewing." Tian Xiui genuinely considered it. In the past, she would have never dared to dream of such a purchase. But now, having earned over 5,000 from selling suits, and with a sewing machine costing only 150, it was an expense she couldn't overlook. Bye, she exclaimed, rushing off to find ways to acquire a sewing machine. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan remained seated, her gaze fixed on the piles of scrap fabric. "This must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. How many false collars can we make from this?" Wen Ning, discerning her thoughts, responded, "I estimate we could produce about 500 or 600. And how much can each one sell for?" Wen Ning had done her research and knew they sold for 8 yuan in stores, though prices varied elsewhere. Jia Shufan frowned at the price. "Only 8 yuan? That won't earn as much as last time." Wen Ning took it. "The low cost and quick production will allow us to make a decent profit. If I hadn't been given a second chance at life, I wouldn't have been able to seize this opportunity. In my previous life, when others were already equipped with multiple false collars, I was still struggling." Indeed, Jia Shufan realized, with 100 yuan in costs, we're essentially making a profit with no investment. It's far more advantageous than raising pigs. Wen Ning. It is not just that. There are also buttons, sewing thread, and the cost of time to consider. The following day, a guard came to relay a message that Lu Wei was looking for her. Wen Ning stepped outside to receive a large bundle of buttons and sewing thread from Lu Wei. Before leaving, Lu Wei quietly asked her, "Sister Wen, wasn't he that suit you made last time? Could you possibly tailor a suit for someone?" Was he introducing her to a business opportunity? Wen Ning pondered it. "What kind of suit?" Lu Wei produced a neatly folded magazine page, displaying it before her. "This one. A friend of mine has taken a liking to it, but there are none available in Luqing. He doesn't want to travel to Shanghai or Guangdong, so he asked me to find tailor." Wen Ning gazed at the design with mild surprise. The pattern was rather flamboyant, a plaid suit with prominent red stripes. Lu Wei grimaced. "My friend has a bit of a flashy taste. He likes to be ahead of the curve. Sister, he's wealthy and generous, you know how it is." The implication of foolish and rich, easy to exploit, made Wen Ning chuckle. "All right, I'll take it. You help me find the fabric and accessories. And once you have everything ready, bring him here, and I'll take his measurements." "Got it," Lu Wei replied, turning to drive away on his tractor. Wen Ning observed his departing figure, reflecting that he was indeed an earnest young man. She considered entrusting him with the sale of the faux collars. It would be a good way for him to earn a commission. Just as she was about to return, the guard suddenly called out, "Comrade Wen, there's a letter for you." Upon receiving the letter and examining the address on the envelope, she recognized it as written by Yin Song, the third son of Jia Shufan, who worked at the canning factory. Upon returning, she found Xiao Yu throwing a tantrum. So she handed the letter to Jia Shufan and took Xiao Yu into the inner room to nurse. Jia Shufan was cooking soup and casually placed the letter on the dining table. That evening, just as Wen Ning was called out for dinner, she heard Mao dramatically reading the letter aloud. "Dear mother, you have a good heart. I am your son Yin Kong. It has been 2 months since we last parted, and I miss you dearly. I wonder if you remember me? I didn't TC you off at the train station last time because I had an urgent task at the factory." Both Wen Ning and Jia Shufan were left dumbfounded. "What nonsense is this? You were told to study, but it seems you've absorbed nothing." It was dinner time for every household, and at the Yin family. Jia Shufan was removing one of her shoes while chasing Mao. He dodged while protesting, "It's not my fault. It's Uncle S.'s letter that is too extravagant." Jia Shufan, her face flushed, retorted, I see you're using that letter as an excuse to insult me. Listen to that phrase, dear mother. Et amo immensely denied et. No, it's not me. You read it yourself. Indeed, you want to insult me. Bullying your mother because I can't read. Jia Shufan was furious. Mao, panicking, suggested, then let Mao read it. He surely wouldn't understand it either. Mao, cradling Xiao Yu, raised an eyebrow and picked up the letter to read. Dear mother, hello. I am your son Yinkong. It has been 2 months since we last parted, and I miss you very much. I wonder if you remember my grievances. Last time I didn't see you off at the train station because I had an urgent task at the canning factory. For the past 2 months, I have regretted it every day at home. Hoping for your forgiveness, heir, Mao was left speechless. He halted his movements and shouted at Mao. Mao, you're breaking the rules. You've been secretly studying. Mao, maintaining a cal de menor, emphasizes it. You can say whatever you want about me, but you cannot say, I don't understand the letter. I am not illiterate. Heir Mao retorted, well, I am. Jia Shufan seized Heir Mao by the rear and gave him a few hard hits before letting him off. With the same age, the same teacher, and the same parents. How can you be like your elder brother and learn something good? Heir Mao, nursing his sore backside as he cautiously sat on a stool, muttered softly, I want to be like the Mao, quiet and unassuming. Wouldn't our home be less lively? Just as Jia Shufan was about to continue her scolding, Wen Ning interjected. Mother, let me read the letter and see what the third brother has written. All right. Jia Shufan refocused on the matter at hand. Wen Ning read the letter carefully and summarized 3 key points. First, Yin Tsung expressed his apologies for not sending Jia Shufan off at the train station. Second, he returned to the commune and discovered that Lu Jinlan was treating the youngest sister very poorly. At just 3 months old, the child was covered in bruises and wounds from various mishaps. As the cold weather set in, Lu Jinlan had failed to provide her with warm clothing, resulting in the child coughing and crying day and night. The other villagers could no longer tolerate it and reported Lu Jinlan. Consequently, the village chief and the women's director visited to deliver clothes and toys to the youngest sister, warning Lu Jinlan that if she continued to mistreat the child, they would take her away. Lu Jinlan appeared indifferent, and now the youngest sister was residing in an orphanage in the county. The village head and other officials were still in negotiations regarding the matter. Yin Tsung hoped that Jia Shufan could return and bring the youngest sister home. Third, Yin Tsung mentioned that the canning factory was allocating housing and that he was short on money, hoping that his elder brother and sister-in-law could provide some assistance. After finishing the letter, the family fell into silence, with only Xiao Yu and Mao's arms making soft sounds. Heir Mao could no longer contain himself. Isn't the youngest sister the daughter of the second aunt? Why is she so unkind to her? After all, she is a girl too. Da Mao philosophically explained. Teachers say that among those who favor sons over daughters, women make up the majority. They have endured hardships since childhood, wanting sons to support them. And anything a daughter does is deemed wrong while sons are praised endlessly. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan were taken aback. Wait, how do you understand all this at only 7 years old? Heir Mao wrinkled his nose. I get beaten all the time because I'm a boy. But thankfully, our parents don't favor boys over girls. If Xiao Yu were to suffer, I would be heartbroken. Look, even a 7-year-old boy knows to care. Wen Ning pinched her palm, smiling. As for how Lu Jinlan treats her child, that is her own choice, but you 3 are all treasures of our family. No. Heir Mao straightened up. Mother, you are wrong. Everyone in our family is a treasure. Yourself, father, and even grandma. Surprised to be mentioned, Jia Shufan felt a touch of emotion. All right, next time you misbehave, I'll go easy on you. Only a couple of times? Heir Mao, with a playful tone, sidled up to her, to which Jia Shufan feigned refusal, but did not move away. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, leaving the matter of Jia Shufan returning home for another time. She thought it best to finish making all of Wen Ning's faux collars before discussing that. At this juncture, Wen Ning simply could not be without her. The youngest sister was better off in the orphanage than with Lu Jinlan. And as for Yin Tsung's request for money, it remained unspoken. Everyone knew he was not sincere. He was well aware that his mother had limited literacy skills and could not read the letter in its entirety. It was evident that Wen Ning would be the one to read it, yet his words bore no hint of humility, giving an impression of entitlement for financial assistance. What a farce! Did he think Wen Ning was a rich fool with money to spare? A few days later, Wen Ning, Tian Xiua, and Jia Shufan were in the room, chatting while working on the faux collars when the guard knocked and announced that Lu Wei had brought someone to see her. Wen Ning assumed it was Lu Wei's flamboyant friend coming for measurements and hurriedly welcomed them. To her surprise, 4 people appeared at the door. Lu Wei, curious like an old woman seeing the world for the first time, was looking around. There was also Bao Pilong, whom she had met once, and his date, Chun Mingjie. At that moment, Chun Mingjie was beaming as she introduced Bao Pilong. This is the aunt who touched her clothes before. She has come from a faraway village and knows little of the world's sister. The sharp-eyed Lu Wei approached, greeting warmly. I brought my friend Song Yuanshu along. Upon his arrival, he mentioned he had been here before, and we happened to meet this lady he knows, so we were brought over by the guard. The guard confirmed with Wen Ning. She nodded, and he departed. Welcome. Please come in, Wen Ning said, stepping aside to invite Lu Wei and his friend in. As Chun Mingjie was about to step inside, she extended her long legs and directly blocked the way. Comrade Chun, we, who are lacking in experience, have no right to invite you as a guest. Please leave. Chun Mingjie's expression changed. Her teeth clenched as she retreated, managing to force a smile. All right, I will head home first. Brother Song, we shall meet again. She turned around, and Wen Ning immediately closed the door without a moment's hesitation. Lu Wei nudged Song Yuanshu's arm, lowering his voice to inquire, was that really your friend just now? My sister has a great temperament. How could she have offended her? A hint of sarcasm flickered in Song Yuanshu's eyes. Can't you see? She puts on a show and talks too much. Oh, at that moment, Jia Shufan emerged from the inner room, holding Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Song Yuanshu, her eyes widened. Treasure. Song Yuanshu immediately cast her a resentful glance. Jia Shufan, understanding the situation, quickly apologized. Chapter 28. Xiao 1, take me to the hospital. Ahem, young man, I mistook you for someone else before and scolded you. Please don't hold it against me. I don't have many years left. Song Yuanshu replied. There's no need to be so serious. I see you're quite capable. Wen Ning introduced, Mom, this is Comrade Lu Wei, who customizes suits. Meanwhile, Chun Mingjie hurried to the hospital to find Chun Minghua. She was breathless. Sister, Comrade Song Yuanshu has come to the family compound again. Quickly, help me think of a way to invite him. Following Song Yuanshu, Chun Mingjie had gone on blind dates with several men, all of whom were insufferable. They either demanded she bear their children or hand over her salary. Some even criticized her for her parents' early death, her height, her eye size, or her figure. One man, married for the second time, still considered himself eligible because the child was from his first marriage. In contrast, the affluent, polite, and handsome Song Yuanshu was truly exceptional. Chun Mingjie did not want to miss another opportunity, but she had to inform her sister of the crucial detail. He was currently at Wen Ning's home. Chun Minghua furrowed her brows. That posed a problem. Wen Ning had already measured Song Yuanshu's dimensions with a ruler and recorded them. When it came time to quote, it was Lu Wei who provided the amount, 220 for materials and processing. Without a second thought, Song Yuanshu agreed, saying, thank you for your trouble. Sister Wen. Wen Ning was taken aback by his prompt acceptance. Truly a man of means and little caution. Jia Shufan's mouth dropped open in surprise, blinking before she snapped it shut. Haha, Xiao Song, rest assured, your sister will make your suit perfectly. I will personally supervise her work, ensuring you will be admired wherever you go. Song Yuanshu chuckled at her enthusiasm. That will certainly be a labor of love for you, Annie. Not all. Life's been a bit hard, Jia Shufan laughed lightly. Why wasn't I born into your family? At that moment, Wen Ning announced her intention to buy groceries and invited Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei to stay for dinner. The two stood to leave. Sister, don't bother. We have something to attend to. Song Yuanshu politely added, we have made plans with another friend today. He is waiting for us, so we won't impose. Given his statement, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan refrained from insisting further. The two women escorted them out. Just as they were saying their goodbyes, Chun Minghua and Chun Mingjie approached from distance. Chun Minghua wore her usual gentle smile, greeting everyone she recognized before handing over 2 letters. Xiao Wen. When I picked up the letters, I happened to see one addressed to you and brought it back. Thank you. Wen Ning accepted the letters, which indeed bore her name, but were written in unfamiliar handwriting. She felt a twinge of annoyance. It seemed she ought to inform the person responsible to refrain from passing letters to Chun Minghua in the future, as their relationship had soured since Chun Mingjie appeared. Clearly, Chun Minghua's intention in delivering the letters was merely a pretext. Her true aim was Song Yuanshu. She had already turned her gaze toward him. Xiao Song, your mother mentioned that you have recently acquired a factory. With such a busy schedule, You must remember to rest. If you need assistance with matters concerning Wen, I'm more than willing to help. Jia Shufan scoffed. You are overestimating yourself. Can you match the capabilities of my daughter-in-law? She wanted to retort, but recalled Wen Ning's warning that Chen Minghua's partner, Ding Junwei, was a superior officer. Remaining calm, Song Yuanshu politely declined. Thank you, Sister Chen. But my matter with Sister Wen is a personal one, and I don't require assistance. Chen Minghua's smile faltered. Chen Mingjia, growing anxious, interjected Song Ge. Xiao Song, Chen Minghua, grasped her hand, inviting, please join us for dinner today, and bring your friend along. Dingo is looking forward to sharing a few drinks with you. Once again, Song Yuanshu mentioned his prior engagement, leaving Chen Minghua without a retort. As Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei bid farewell, promising to meet again, Chen Mingjia immediately turned to Wen Ning. When will you see them next? Mingjia, Chen Minghua reprimanded her, then turned to Wen Ning to apologize. I'm sorry. She could be a bit blunt. Xiaowen, what matter does Xiao Song seek your help with? Wen Ning replied coldly, you're prying too much. Chen Minghua appeared taken aback, her expression somewhat hurt. I thought we were friends. Seeing her daughter-in-law's firm stance, Jia Shufan added cheerfully, friends? So being your friend means being insulted by your sister? Who would willingly be your friend? Certainly not our Xiaowen. My sister's words have nothing to do with you. Chen Mingjia lifted her chin defiantly. What do you know, old woman? With your son absent, two men are freely entering and exiting your home, and instead of managing your daughter-in-law, you take pride in it? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Jia Shufan, incredulous, asked, are you implying my daughter-in-law is being unfaithful at home? Mingjia. Chen Minghua tried to intervene, but was unsuccessful. Chen Mingjia shook off her hand, scoffing. That was your claim? Not mine. If they're seeking Wen Ning, what legitimate business could they possibly have? Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, Jia Shufan thrust Xiaoyu into Wen Ning's arms and yelled, charging at Chen Mingjia. Slap! Slap! She struck Chen Mingjia twice, leaving her stunned. Jia Shufan, hands on her hips, bellowed, you vile creature. How dare you insult my daughter-in-law's character in front of me? If I hear another word from you, I will tear your mouth apart. Chen Mingjia felt a fiery pain on her cheek, her anger boiling. You old hag, how dare you hit me? She lunged forward, and Jia Shufan immediately met her with a few slaps, grabbing her hair. You shameless woman. Even my mother-in-law dared not scold me. I will beat you to death. The two women engaged in a fierce struggle, each movement filled with ferocity. Wen Ning and Chen Minghua were alarmed. Just then, others nearby, drawn by the commotion, rushed over. Wen Ning entrusted Xiaoyu to a reliable neighbor before rushing in to help. As she and Tian Xiaoer pulled Jia Shufan apart, they saw her face already marred with scratches, her legs trembling, still hurling curses. Look at that pancake face of yours. Don't you have a mirror at home to see how you look? You think you can find a golden son-in-law? Only if his entire family is blind and mentally challenged. You worthless woman, living wastes air and dying wasteland. Your misfortune is your own making. Strutting around as if you were better than everyone else, like that cursed dog we hung in our village. Chen Mingjia could not interject. She was outmatched and broke down in tears. Jia Shufan, seeing her opportunity, clutched her head and feigned to fall. It hurts, my head hurts so much. And my face too. Xiaowen, quickly take me to the hospital. Chapter 29. Conversations among men, Jia Shufan. In a flash of fame, Damao and Mao found themselves the focus of many curious gazes on their way home from school. Before they could discern the reason behind this attention, a sympathetic voice inquired of Mao, did your grandmother hit you quite hard? Without hesitation, Mao nodded, stating, indeed, she strikes fiercely, insisting that if she doesn't, I won't learn my lesson. At last, someone acknowledged his pain. However, Damao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Did my grandmother hit you? He asked. No way, came the hasty denial from Mao. Your grandmother had a scuffle with a girl, and in the end, the girl ended up in tears, while your grandmother was taken to the hospital. What? Damao and Mao were utterly shocked, and they sprinted home, finding the house empty. They dropped their bags and hurried to the hospital. Before they reached the ward, Mao's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the corridor. Grandma, my dear grandma, how could someone have beaten you to the hospital? When have you ever endured such injustice? Where are you, grandma? Mao has come to see you. Many curious onlookers peeked in, and at the entrance of a particular ward, Wen Ning waved to Damao and Mao, exasperated. Stop shouting. She's right here. Mom. The two boys rushed inside, where they saw their mother cradling Xiaoyu, while their grandmother lay weakly on the hospital bed. De Mao and Mao froze in their tracks. Had Grandma truly been beaten? Just then, as Wen Ning shut the door, Jia Shufan sat up abruptly, full of spirit, and began to question. Yan Mao, why are you screaming? Where do you intend to take me? Your grandma is not dead yet. Yan Mao rushed forward, tears and snot streaming down his face. Really, Grandma, you can still scold me. You're okay? Just a bit ugly from being scratched. Jia Shufan was momentarily at a loss for words. Should she scold him? It seemed he was genuinely worried about her, crying so much. Should she praise him? He called her ugly. Plus, look at his disheveled appearance. Enough! Jia Shufan waved her hand. Don't mope. I'm fine. Just a few scratches on my face and some hair pulled out. That Chen Mingjie is worse off. I slapped her several times. Emma of us astounded. Grandma, why didn't you tell me? I missed such a spectacle. Quite unexpectedly, Jia Shufan replied, reclining back with a smug tone. I hadn't fought in so long. Yet I performed so well. What a thrill. When Ning interjected, you didn't just perform well. You surpassed yourself. Mom, you're done fighting. Now it's my turn to handle this. It's best if you say nothing. All right. Just as Jia Shufan agreed, there was a knock at the door, and she immediately feigned sleep. It was Tian Xiua bringing along 2 men in military uniforms. Comrade 1, we are from the political department. You asked Comrade Tian to find us, so we came to understand the situation. Wen Ning nodded, inviting them to sit down before recounting the events of the day. With Yin Gang absent, their family, consisting of just women, would certainly need to escalate matters. Thus, while taking their grandmother to the hospital, she had asked Sister Xiua to help gather people. After the 2 men inquired about the details from Wen Ning and Jia Shufan, even collecting testimony from Tian Xiua, De Mao and Mao seethed with anger. Mao clenched his tiny fists. How dare that woman insult my mother? She is utterly despicable. We even helped her last time. De Mao remained calm, yet spoke with conviction. Gentlemen, my father is away, and my mother and grandmother work hard. This matter cannot be brushed aside. You must uncover the truth and restore my mother's honor, ensuring justice for my grandmother. The 2 men exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were just asking Wen Ning for Lu Wei's address when another knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, Tian Xiua discovered Ding Li Tao and Chen Minghua had arrived. They entered with gifts and fruits. Xiao Wen, Annie, I. Before Ding Li Tao could finish his sentence, he noticed the 2 men from the political department and his expression shifted. As a seasoned insider, he understood the gravity of the situation and had hastily sent Minghua to buy gifts to apologize, hoping to downplay the incident. However, now that Wen Ning had reported it, resolving the matter would not be easy. After a brief pause, he continued, I heard there was some misunderstanding. Minghua and I came to check on Annie. Ding Zhengwei, however, was met with a resolute response from Wen Ning. Shun Mingjie has repeatedly provoked me and treated me poorly. Out of respect for you, I endured it. But now she has tarnished my reputation and attacked my brother's mother. I cannot remain silent. I will leave everything to the colleagues at the political department to investigate and restore my honor. Ding Li Tao fell silent, while Chen Minghua rushed forward to grasp Wen Ning's hand, only to have her shy away. Chen Minghua stood stunned for a moment, desperately pleading. Xiaowen, Mingjie has a few screws loose. She speaks without thinking. Didn't Annie slap her a few times today? That should have knocked some sense into her. I guarantee she won't speak out of turn again. Is your guarantee worth anything? Wen Ning interrupted before she could finish. Admit it, Sister Chen. You and Comrade Ding cannot control her. Chen Minghua opened her mouth, but remained silent. In the ensuing silence, De Mao suddenly spoke up. My little brother talks without thinking and acts without considering the consequences. My grandmother just whacks him with a stick when he misbehaves. If your sister does something wrong, a few words won't suffice. She needs a good beating to learn her lesson. Exactly. Mao chimed in, lifting his rear in defiance, as if to show them. Look, my grandma beat me, and the marks are still here. I have to sleep on my stomach every night. Why don't you just give your sister a good thrashing to teach her a lesson? Upon leaving the hospital and returning home, Ding Li Tao glanced at the tightly shut door, then turned to Chen Minghua with a commanding tone, instructing her to return to her hometown. Chen Minghua's eyes widened. My parents are gone. Why should my sister go back home? She is still a substitute teacher in elementary school. Have you lost your mind? Ding Li Tao pointed sternly at the house. She assaulted Yin Gang as elderly mother, sending her to the hospital, and slandered Wen Ning as having an affair. Wen Ning has already reported it. If they don't relent, this matter will escalate, and your sister may end up in prison. Chun Minghua was incredulous, muttering, "It can't be that serious, can it?" Ding Li Tao snorted derisively. Yen Gang is a soldier with countless merits. For Wen Ning and her mother, this is indeed a serious matter. His frustration grew. And you, right beside her, didn't intervene when you should have, insisting on escalating matters. It was Wen Ning's mother who struck first. Chun Minghua retorted, her temper flaring. She slapped Mingjia. And how can a young girl like Mingjia endure that? Chapter 30. You're sleeping on the floor in my house. Ding Li Tao looked at her with disappointment. Even now, you're still defending your sister. I've gathered enough information. Wen Ning took on a suit-making order, and it was Mingjia who first slandered Wen Ning. Sighing, he added, convince her to apologize quickly. I'll find out when Yen Gang is returning. Men can discuss things more easily. Just as Ding Li Tao exited, Chun Mingjia burst out of the room, her face marked with red welts. She knelt before Chun Minghua, clutching her legs and crying, "Sister, I don't want to go back home. I want to go." However, Jia Shufan insisted on returning home from the hospital. "I want to stay in this place. It's not fit for human habitation. And my backside is numb from lying here." Wen Ning sighed. "Didn't T want to deal with Chun Mingjia? If you go back now, everyone will see you're fine. Why not sleep here for the night, and we can leave together in the morning?" "No way, no way." Jia Shufan vehemently protested. "I absolutely cannot stay. Xiaowen, help me up. I'll pretend for a bit, but I must go home tonight to sleep." Unable to argue with her, Wen Ning handed Xiaoyu to Mao, and Mao took the luggage. She then supported Jia Shufan, and the group made their way back home, encountering familiar faces along the way who inquired about the situation. Wen Ning explained that her mother-in-law could only sleep when she returned home. She had not yet fully recovered, her face marred by injuries. As they walked home, a figure dressed in white was seen kneeling at their doorstep, rigidly upright. A few onlookers nearby were watching. Mao, quick on his feet, dashed over and returned, fuming, exclaiming that a wicked woman was kneeling at their door, still weeping. What the hell does this mean? Is she lamenting her own death? Jia Shufan's anger surged, and she contemplated confronting the woman. Wen Ning restrained her, saying, "Mom, we agreed on this." Jia Shufan huffed in annoyance, but allowed Wen Ning to guide her closer, only lightly touching her forehead, wincing in pain. Hearing the commotion, Chun Mingjia wiped her tears, turned, and with tear-filled eyes pleaded for mercy. "Auntie, Sister Wen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn this afternoon, nor should I have retaliated. I understand my mistake. I beg you, please don't let my brother-in-law send me back to my hometown." "Back to your hometown?" It became clear that this was the reason she had come to plead. Wen Ning replied coldly, "The matter is still under investigation. You should return home. Kneeling here is inauspicious." Chun Mingjia paused, clenching her fists, and moved her knees forward. "If you don't forgive me, I won't leave. It will be better for me to die than to go back home. I implore you, Sister Wen, Auntie, I truly have nowhere else to turn." "Nowhere to turn. Yet you come here to coerce us into forgiveness?" Not only Jia Shufan, but Wen Ning's anger began to flare. She instructed her son, Mao, "Go fetch someone from a security team and have them carry her away." "All right." Mao darted off with remarkable speed. At this moment, Chun Mingjia was left utterly stunned. Among the onlookers, someone spoke up for her. "Come on, little one, the girl is pleading with you. Just let it go. Your mother-in-law doesn't seem to be in serious trouble. If my mother-in-law were truly in dire straits, would you take responsibility?" Wen Ning countered, silencing the speaker. Another chimed in, "Leave some room for kindness. You never know when you might meet again. If you sever ties completely, how will Commander Yin interact with Commissioner Ding when he returns?" This time, without needing Wen Ning to speak, Mao decisively responded, "If my father returns and criticizes my mother, our entire family will expel him. My mother has done nothing wrong. My grandmother is innocent. Those who are right are justified in all they do. And what have you done here to deserve any praise?" The crowd fell silent, struck by the sharpness of his words. In the next moment, Chun Mingjia sprang to her feet, incredulous. "Wen Ning, I have knelt here begging your family, and you remain unmoved. Do you not realize that if I return home, my uncle and aunt will force me into a marriage I do not want? You would ruin my life." Wen Ning narrowed her eyes. "The only one who can ruin your life is yourself. You cannot control your mouth. And speaking recklessly is your greatest flaw." Chun Mingjia clenched her fists. "Are you truly going to do this?" Wen Ning did not respond. For Mao had already summoned the security personnel, and she supported the seething Jia Shufan into the courtyard. Chun Mingjie silently gritted her teeth, and, without needing to be escorted, stormed off in anger. Air Mao scratched his head, grumbling, "If you're going to leave, just go. You're wasting my time. A child's legs are still legs." That night, Wen Ning, Xiao Yu, De Mao, and Air Mao all slept soundly, while Jia Shufen awoke. She could not ignore the itching sensation on her scarred face, despite the doctor and nurses having disinfected and treated her. She wondered if Chun Mingjie's nails had been poisoned. Unable to sleep, and feeling hungry, she cautiously crept into the kitchen in search of food. Upon entering, she caught a glimpse of a shadow, squatting on the ground, back turned to her. "Oh my, a thief!" Jia Shufen's heart raced as she fixed her gaze on the figure, reaching for a rolling pin nearby. Thud! The rolling pin clattered to the ground before she could grasp it. The figure swiftly turned around, and Jia Shufen rushed forward, eyes shut, flailing her arms, shouting, "Thief!" "Shoo! Mom, it's me," Gongzi came a husky voice. Jia Shufen's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized him and pushed him away in exasperation. "What are you doing here at this hour? You should have said something. You nearly gave me a heart attack." "Yan Gong, somewhat helpless, expects-la-net. I didn't want to disturb you all. I was hungry and brought out some leftover rations to nibble on." "Share some with me," Jia Shufen replied. The two squatted at the kitchen door, eating dry rations with cold water in the moonlight. Since they had not turned on the lights, Yin Gang had not noticed the scar on Jia Shufen's face. After finishing, they prepared to return to their respective rooms to sleep. Jia Shufen reminded him, "Be quiet. Don't wake up little one and your daughter. Otherwise, you can sleep on the floor in my room." Yin Gang replied, "No need. I have experience. I need to take care of Xiao Yu tonight." "That's true. You go ahead." No matter how late he stayed up, Yin Gang maintained his routine. The next morning, as the wake-up bell rang, he immediately picked up the still sleeping Xiao Yu, gently rocking her until she fell into a deep slumber again. Then carefully placing her back beside Wen Ning, he changed his clothes and went for a run. As he completed 10 laps around the track, he passed by a man who was panting heavily while running. The man suddenly shouted from behind, "Yin Gang, Gongzi, you're back. Wait, I have something important to discuss with you." It was Ding Liqiao. Yin Gang paused, waiting for him to catch up, his expression one of curiosity. "What is this important matter? Don't you know yet?" "Oh right, you only returned last night." Ding Liqiao began to organize his thoughts. "Yesterday, my sister-in-law, Chun Mingjie, saw 2 men from your family arrive and misunderstood your wife, which led your mother to slap her. What began as a small misunderstanding escalated into a bigger issue, and your wife took it to the higher authorities." Ding Liqiao licked his lips. "Gongzi, my wife and Mingjie went to apologize to your mother. Can you just let this matter go? Mingjie is still a child. She has learned her lesson." Yin Gang furrowed his brow as he listened. "You still want to keep her in the family compound?" Ding Liqiao chuckled awkwardly. "You know my wife is just like yours. Both lost their parents early and grew up depending on others. If Mingjie returns home, her uncle and aunt will arrange a marriage for her. And she doesn't want that. So she didn't realize her mistake. She merely apologized because she cannot bear the consequences," Yin Gang stated sharply. Ding Liqiao was momentarily speechless. Yin Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Ding, when I returned home last night, my mother didn't mention her injury at all. Instead, she silently sat with me on the floor, sharing rations." He paused. "My mother is over 50, having left her home to help me care for my child, and I would cross her to forgive those who hurt her. How do you think she feels?" Ding Liqiao was at a loss for words. I'm going to buy breakfast now," Yin Gang declared before running off again. Ding Liqiao wanted to follow, but could not keep up. This matter is settled." He thought men might be easier to reason with, but forgot that Yin Gang was renowned for being a devoted son and obedient. On the other side, Wen Ning emerged with Xiao Yu and inquired about breakfast from Jia Shufen. "Mom, I noticed the package on the floor. Did Gongzi return last night?" "Yes. He left early for training." "Sit down and eat, De Mao. Air Mao, hurry up." Wen Ning observed the scar on her mother's face. "Mom, did you tell Gongzi about your injury?" Jia Shufen dismissed it. "No, what is there to say? Even if he knows, he can't help me confront Chun Mingjie. Besides," she recalled with bitterness, "when I once fought with an old woman over rations. This boy stood by shouting for her to beat me to death, so he could use a wooden board to make me a gravestone. Complaining to him is utterly pointless. Wen Ning, I have discovered the reason behind Air Mao's reckless chatter. It appears to be inherited from Gang Ge." The moment Yin Gang entered, he recalled a time in his youth when he had a fervent passion for woodworking. However, he could not afford to waste materials, as opportunities were scarce. Thus, Yin Gang absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, pretending not to hear, and strode forward. I purchased steamed buns at the cafeteria. Oh, Jia Shufan looked up. Excellent choice. Xiaowen adores anything stuffed. As she raised her head, Yin Gang finally noticed her face, marred by four swollen, scab scars on each side, with one on the right extending to the edge of her lip, certainly painful. Yin Gang's gaze hardened with coldness as he exhaled sharply. Mother, your wounds are red and swollen. After breakfast, you must visit the hospital for further treatment. Why waste that money? Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively. Just a few more days, and it will heal completely. If it endured verse. Wen Ning interjected, Mom, all your medical expenses can be compensated by Chen Mingjia. Go. Jia Shufan readily acquiesced, her eyes glinting. I still feel a bit weak and dizzy. Could the doctor prescribe some milk powder suitable for a 3-month-old to help me recover? Both Wen Ning and Yin Gang were taken aback. At that moment, Demao and Air Mao emerged from washing up, chattering like a running tap upon seeing Yin Gang. Dad, you're finally back. Yesterday, someone bullied Grandma. You're the righteous elder, the great filial son. You must uphold justice for her. After breakfast, Wen Ning and the punctual Tian Xue continued to craft faux collars. Yin Gang first took Mao and Air Mao to school before returning to accompany Jia Shufan to the hospital for a dressing change. Along the way, he gleaned recent events from Jia Shufan. Upon hearing that Wen Ning was earning money making suits, Yin Gang halted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mother, what did you just say? How much is Ning Ning making from her suit making? 14,000. Jia Shufan whispered this figure, visibly pleased. Xiaowen even gave me 1,000 as a salary. Haha, I too possess a little treasure trove. Yin Gang was still in a daze. It felt as if he had been away for merely half a month, not 6. How could his wife have become so formidable? Gongzi. Jia Shufan gave him a hearty pat on the back as a warning. Don't let your thoughts stray. The suits were made by me and your wife through tireless effort, and the sales were handled by Xue and her brother. The money is earned legitimately. Yin Gang chuckled bitterly. Mother, what do you take me for? Jia Shufan pouted. I'm just concerned you might overthink things. I worry you might feel uncomfortable if your wife earns more than you. Let me assure you, Xiaowen said that your roles at home differ. She earns to protect our small family, while you fight to safeguard the larger community. You must not dwell on such thoughts that could harm her. I'm keeping an eye on you. Indeed, Yin Gang felt that his wife and mother could manage their lives quite well. They formed his most reliable and robust support system. Thus, he resolved to perform his duties to the utmost. Yin Gang accompanied Jia Shufan and his daughter to the hospital for a dressing change and to obtain supplements for her. The doctor prescribed royal jelly and American ginseng, purported to enhance vitality, as milk powder for a 3-month-old was not feasible. After returning the two ladies home, he took the receipts to the office. In the afternoon, he brought back the political department's resolution regarding the brawl. First, Chen Mingjia was to publicly apologize to Ning Ning and her mother. Second, he was to compensate for their medical expenses. Third, Ding Zhongwei privately assured him that Chen Mingjia would be dismissed. Wen Ning glanced at Jia Shufan, who mirrored her gaze, tentatively inquiring, is that sufficient? Wen Ning noted. If it escalates further, she could end up in prison, and we would truly be at odds with Ding Zhongwei's family, even though our current relationship is already strained. However, the situation had not yet reached the point of Chen Mingjia facing incarceration. With no objections from the mother-in-law duo, Yin Gang proceeded to finalize the matter. That evening, as the family compound bustled with activity, Chen Mingjia, escorted by Chen Minghua, stood at the doorstep of the Yin family, offering her apologies to Wen Ning and Jia Shufan. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Chen Mingjia felt humiliated. Her hands intertwined tightly, teeth clenched. She contemplated fleeing. But at home, her sister and brother-in-law had warned her repeatedly that if she did not resolve this matter, she would end up in prison. This was her final opportunity. Bowing deeply towards Wen Ning and Jia Shufan, she spoke in a loud voice. Annie Jia, Comrade Wen, I apologize. Yesterday was my fault. I should not have insulted Comrade Wen, nor should I have fought with Annie. Chapter 32. You are so unmanly. Neither Wen Ning nor Jia Shufan had anything to say to Chen Mingjia. However, this time, Yin Gang spoke up. His countenance was stern, his voice cold. Words can lead to calamity. Comrade Chen, I hope you take heed, and I urge everyone present to learn from this. Yin Gang's gaze swept over the crowd like a sharpened blade. I am often away from home. Should my wife and mother suffer injustice, I, Yin Gang, will pursue the matter to the end. The onlookers averted their eyes from his piercing gaze. Many internally scoffed, thinking, you speak as if your wife and mother are weak. Yet their collaboration, one in intellect and the other in strength, is formidable, especially your mother, who has even earned the nickname Old Night Owl. After the apologies were exchanged, the Chin sisters departed, and the crowd dispersed, while Jia Shufan headed to check on the chicken soup simmering on the stove. As Yin Gang and Wen Ning prepared to enter the house, a colleague approached. Commander Yin, Comrade Wen, someone from your hometown is on the line. Hometown? Yin Gang pondered for a moment. I'll take it. Wen Ning nodded. Return soon for dinner. All right. Yin Gang arrived at the office where the phone was installed, and upon answering, he heard his younger brother, Yin Tsung's cheerful voice. Elder brother, are you home? Just back from mission? Yes. Yin Gang's tones softened slightly. What is it? As phone charges were billed by the minute, news from home usually arrived through letters, seldom via phone calls. Yin Tsung immediately began to complain. Elder brother, I've written 2 letters to sister-in-law, and she hasn't replied, so I had to call. Here's the thing. Our canning factory is constructing a new family building. The apartments are quite spacious. After a lengthy monologue, he finally got to the crux of the matter. Elder brother, Yin and I are short on cash. Could you lend me 500 yuan? I'll pay you back later. Yin Gang furrowed his brows. If Ning Ning had not replied to his letters, there must be a reason. Clearing his throat, he said, Third brother, your sister-in-law has lost her job. What? Yin Tsung was taken aback. Is it because of the extra child? Yes. Yin Tsung sighed. I knew we shouldn't have had that child. Elder brother, I advised you, but you didn't listen. Now sister-in-law has lost her job. How will you manage to support the family alone? Isn't she considering finding another job? Yin Gang's expression hardened slightly. Jobs in the family compound were limited. Third brother, I cannot lend you 500. What about 300? Yin Tsung retreated. Elder brother, I genuinely want to move into a bigger house. The one I'm in now has a shared toilet. In winter, Yun is reluctant to leave the warmth of the bed. The third brother knew what was at stake for his beloved. Yin Gang rubbed his forehead, interrupting. Third brother, I don't have even 3 yuan on me. Xiao Yu's fine is 1,200. Yin Tsung fell silent, stunned. 1,200. Why not save that for a new house? What a colossal waste. Fustet, Zan Gong Hong Wu. Yin Gang held the receiver, pondering for a moment before chuckling softly. Upon returning home, Jia Shufan had just finished setting the table and began to serve the meal now that everyone had gathered. Quick, sit down and eat. Who called? Third brother. Nothing to hide, Yin Gang replied straightforwardly. He wants to move into a bigger house and asked to borrow money, which I declined. Wen Ning paused in her playful teasing of Xiao Yu's hand. Jia Shufan rolled her eyes. Good on you for refusing. Why change houses when they have no children? They still cuddle up to sleep. How much space do they need? Mao's eyes widened in curiosity. Is it really that cramped? Can't they lie flat and sleep separately? Silly boy. Do they cuddle because they're short on space? Mind your own business. Yin Gang cleared his throat, subtly shifting the conversation. His third brother mentioned sending 2 letters. Wen Ning stood up to retrieve them from the cabinet. This one arrived yesterday afternoon. I forgot about it while dealing with Mom's matters. Here, take a look. Oh dear, let us see it after dinner. We must put it away properly, or the food will get cold. After the family finished their meal, Yin Gang read the letters again and summarized them for everyone. The first letter indeed addressed a request for money, which was nothing surprising. The second letter was from the second sister-in-law, asking someone in the village to write on her behalf. She was aware that the third brother had written to urge their mother to return home and bring the illegitimate daughter with her. She requested that their mother not return, as she had already taken the illegitimate daughter home and was caring for her well, asserting that she was her real mother and would not mistreat her. Yin Gang lifted his head, a perplexed expression crossing his stern features. Illegitimate daughter? Is that her name? Yes. Mao eagerly interjected, clinging to their father's arm. Dad, the second aunt is terribly unkind to the illegitimate daughter. She just leaves her on the ground, doesn't comfort her when she cries, and refuses to feed her milk, saying it should be given to the 3-year-old Yuan Bao. The Bao chimed in, recalling a particularly troubling moment. She even let the chickens and ducks peck at the illegitimate daughter's face. Yin Gang was at a loss, turning to Jia Shufan. Mom, didn't you say anything to her? How could I dare? As a mother-in-law, Jia Shufan felt her own helplessness. She shrugged. You all think Lu Jinlan has a good temper, right? Not at all. If I say anything more, she tells me to mind my own business and not to interfere with what she has brought into this world. The room fell silent, save for Wen Ning, who remained the most indifferent, believing that all of this was what the illegitimate daughter deserved. What else did she say? Wen Ning broke the stillness. Yin Gang glanced at the letter again. She mentioned that Mom doesn't need to go back now, but she hopes we can all celebrate the new year together. She misses us. She must be missing Xiao Yu, her self-important biological daughter, Wen Ning mused with a smile. As for where to spend the new year, I'll defer to Mom. She knew Jia Shufan would ultimately choose to return to their hometown for the celebrations, which suited her just fine, as she wanted to confront Lu Jinlan's mother. At that moment, Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively. We still have 2 whole months. Let us not worry about it now. Xiaowen, let us finish that fake collar first. All right. Back in their room, Xiaoyu was asleep. Wen Ning gently tucked her in before whispering to Yin Gang. You handle the matter of lending money to Yin Song very well. I would want to lend him any money either. In the past, he might have taken money from you out of brotherly affection, but from now on, he can't expect a single cent from me. Her tone was cold, laced with disdain. Yin Gang hesitated before asking, Ning, did something happen when you went back to give birth to Xiaoyu that I don't know about? Did Yin Song offend you? For a fleeting moment, Wen Ning considered revealing the entire truth to him. After all, harboring such a monumental secret weighed heavily on her, and concealing it from her closest companion was exhausting. However, she restrained herself just in time. It's half true and half false. P.S. just scheming to get Mom to give him more money while we shoulder the responsibility of caring for her. I think he is an ungrateful wolf. What about the second sister-in-law? She is too harsh with the illegitimate daughter. Wen Ning pursed her lips. But that is her biological child. I can't say anything. In the future, if you see the illegitimate daughter suffering, don't make any unreasonable demands. Yang Gong chucked. How could that be? Besides, that is her own daughter. It can't be that bad. Is that so? Wen Ning thought that by the time the new year arrived, Yin Gang would indeed have his eyes opened. But for now, the priority remained the fake collar. The next day, Wen Ning, Tian Xiaoyi, and Jia Shufan all busily commenced their work. With no special assignments or demanding tasks, Commander Yin took his daughter to work. He carried a cloth bag made by Wen Ning in his right hand, filled with formula, a bottle, clean diapers made from old clothes, and 2 spare pairs of pants. In his left arm, he effortlessly cradled the nearly 4-month-old Xiaoyu, akin to holding a cherished figurine. Observers whispered and chuckled at this sight. Upon seeing Yin Gang, Zhou Aiguo was taken aback, extending a trembling finger. Old Yin, how can you bring your daughter to work? You're just not very manly. Yin Gang continued walking, his expression unchanged. Is it really manly to leave the child at home with the elders? No, Zhou Aiguo caught up with him. That is not what I meant. Your mother traveled all this way to help you with the child. What else would she do at home? Just sit there staring at your wife? Yin Gang entered the office, setting the bag down and switching hands to hold the baby. He replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Can't they enjoy life a little? Zhou Aiguo, a man of impulse, nearly choked on his words. What is wrong with enjoying life while taking care of the baby? It's not like you have to work. You just change diapers and mix some formula. Yin Gang nodded in agreement. Exactly, so I don't have to work. I can just bring her to work. Enjoying life? He was at a loss for words, unable to counter the logic. Zhou Aiguo, frustrated, laughed with your sharp tongue. You should be the political commissar, not the commander. Yin Gang chose not to respond to that, suddenly asking, do you know what your wife has been busy with lately? What else could she be doing? Zhou Aiguo waved dismissively. Just the usual, washing, cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids, and finding time to chat with your wife about knitting. Yin Gang chuckled at the thought. As he stepped outside, he noticed Sister Xiaoyi happily operating the sewing machine in his home. According to Jia Shufan, that sewing machine was purchased with Sister Xiaoyi's own earnings. A man who doesn't even know what his wife does each day isn't much of a man. Though Zhou Aiguo was unaware of his laughter's cause, he felt inexplicably mocked. He stood up, saying, fine, I'll give you a friendly reminder. But you don't believe me. Just wait. I'll see how you manage with the baby later. What can I do? I'll just hold her. The entire day, Commander Yin held his daughter while reviewing documents, guiding the deputy commander in planning training tasks for the battalion and company, and overseeing military training. Holding the baby, he became a spectacle, yet no one dared to comment openly. Lunch was taken in the cafeteria. As Commander Yin focused on his meal, Zhou Aiguo approached, grinning. Little Yin, I heard you brought your daughter to work today. Yin Gang immediately set down his chopsticks, standing upright with the baby in his arms. Yes, Chief. The tasks today are light, and since my mother and wife have urgent matters, I'm bringing the baby to work for a day. ensuring it one T affect my duties. No need to be nervous, haha. Zhou Aigua leaned in to tease the little one in Yin Gang's arms. Having just completed an urgent task, it's fine to relax for a couple of days and enjoy some family time. This is the essence of having family with you. While we cherish our nation, we must also care for our home. Yin Gang replied coldly, indeed. Zhou Aigua departed after exchanging a few words. And soon several female colleagues from the cultural troupe came over to coo at the baby, eliciting giggles from Xiao Yu. Commander Yin, your daughter is so fair and lovely. With such features, she will surely grow into a great beauty. Yang Gong nodded. She takes after my wife. Commander Yin, your daughter's full name is Yin Ryu, right? What a beautiful name. It clearly signifies she is your treasure. Yes, my wife chose it. Xiao Yu is so well-behaved, not a bit fussy. Daughters are much easier to handle than little rascals. Aren't they? Indeed, she is well-behaved, just like her mother. It was confirmed. Commander Yin was indeed a devoted husband. The day went smoothly for the devoted husband as he took care of his daughter. However, trouble arose when he left work early with the baby and encountered two men swiftly carrying his second son, Mao, between them, resembling a scene of carrying a corpse. Yin Gang hurried forward, furrowing his brow. Stop! What are you doing? Why are you carrying my son? Upon seeing his father, Mao opened his mouth, stammering, unable to articulate a word. Frantically, he gestured with his hands. One of the men carrying him hurriedly explained, You must be Yin Chuan's father, right? Yin Chuan was pulling a female classmate's long hair during class and tied it in a knot around his tongue. Now he is in pain and can't speak. We're taking him to the hospital. Mao nodded vigorously, confirming the situation. Fearing they might run out of time, two strong male teachers from the school had been arranged to carry him. Yang Gong, it's somewhat embarrassing to admit. He made way. Could you please take him to the hospital first? I'll take my daughter home and join you shortly. Very well. Two men swiftly carried Mao away. As Yin Gang held his daughter on his way to work, Mao being taken to the hospital became the second hot topic of discussion at the family compound today. On the way back with Mao, Yin Gang received numerous greetings. Mao, is your tongue all right? Don't do that again. If you become mute, your grandma will still scold you, and you won't be able to cry out. How tragic that would be. I remember last year something similar happened. Didn't you get your head stuck in the table's pocket and had to lift the entire table when you looked up? Later, you even borrowed a hammer to disassemble the table? Haha, the year before, you were at the nursery, asking the teacher if you could sharpen your fingers like a pencil. At the Yin household, Jia Shufan was itching to comment upon hearing the news. Mao immediately sensed it and covered his mouth. Grandma, I'm a patient. The doctor prescribed me medication, so you can't hit me today. Jia Shufan's eyes widened. You brought this upon yourself. Who taught you to tie your hair around your tongue? No one taught me. Mao sighed. Class is so boring. I just wanted something to do. Jia Shufan's anger intensified. I see you're just idling away. Yin Gang patted her shoulder decisively. Starting tomorrow, Mao and Mao will train with me for an hour each morning and evening. This mischievous boy has too much energy, so let's exhaust it. Jia Shufan's eyes lit up. That sounds great. Great? In this cold weather, Mao was utterly shocked, wailing. Mao, in disbelief and anger, felt entirely implicated by his younger brother. The composed Mao would not shout in anger. He chose to silently harbor his grievances. Sitting nearby, Wen Ning gazed at Mao, lost in thought, as memories from a past life flickered through her mind. She recalled that it was indeed Mao's mischievousness that led Yin Gang to make the brothers train with him. But that time, Mao seemed to have caused an even greater disaster. He had exploded a dung pit and returned home reeking. Mom, Mao rushed to seek his mother's support. My brother and I are only 7. Can you bear to see us suffer in this cold? As the head of the family, their mother would not allow them to train. Their father and grandma would surely comply. Wen Ning smiled, gently ruffling his hair. Training to build strength is a good thing. Just dress warmly, Mao. Promise me you won't go near the dung pit except for serious business. All right? Not having convinced his mother, Mao stomped his feet in displeasure. Why would I go there? I'm not a dog. I still need to eat. Wen Ning. Who knows if you ended up eating it? Chapter 34. As long as my beloved wishes the next day, Yin Gang took the 2 children for morning exercises at 6:30. After an hour, they returned for shower and breakfast before heading off to school and work. Meanwhile, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan continued to manage the children while working on fake collars. Days passed peacefully until it was time for Wen Ning and Lu Wei, Song Yuan Shu, to pick up the suits they had arranged. Lu Wei and Song Yuanshu were still being escorted inside. Upon entering, Lu Wei eagerly asked Sister, "Did we cause you any trouble last time? Someone came to inquire about me, and I told them the truth. The first time I was questioned by someone from the military's political department, I almost wet myself, desperately wondering if I had been on too many blind dates and encountered a female spy. But could a female spy be interested in him? What would she gain? His age? His lack of hygiene?" Wen Ning shook her head. No trouble caused. Someone sought it out. To put it simply, Chun Mingjia, who previously went on a blind date with Comrade Song, slandered me, and I reported her. Now, she has been sent back to her hometown. Oh, I see. Lu Wei leaned closer to his friend, venting, "Your taste is worse than mine. Should I introduce you to a few of mine?" Song Yuanshu rolled his eyes. "No need. Keep them for yourself." After some banter, Song Yuanshu finally tried on the red checkered suit that Wen Ning had brought out. The whole suit, while eye-catching and flamboyant, enhanced the elegance of Song Yuanshu's tall stature and handsome features, making him appear even more charming and graceful. "Handsome. You look like a sun, radiating charm," Jia Shufan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. "Little Song, listen to your aunt. Wear this for your next blind date. On the first meeting, girls look at appearances. Little one went on a blind date with my son. I never understood why she liked him. Imagine, my son grew up in the countryside, a roughneck. Now I realize it was probably mostly due to his looks." Cough, cough. Mom. A familiar cough at the door, followed by Wen Ning's admonition, interrupted her words. Yan Gang had returned. He looked at his mother with a hint of helplessness. Mom. Jia Shufan, feeling guilty, handed the child over to Yan Gang. "You're back. Here, hold Xiaoyu. I'll get some water for the guests." She hurriedly slipped away. Wen Ning sighed inwardly. Her mother-in-law was wonderful, yet sometimes struggled to restrain her tongue. She stepped forward, smiling as she introduced everyone. "Lu Wei, my business partner. Song Yuanshu, he ordered a suit for me. This is my husband, Yan Gang." Yan Gang held the child with one arm while shaking hands with the guests. Song Yuanshu remained calm and composed, but Lu Wei's hand trembled. The hand he just shook had fought on the battlefield against the Japanese and had thrown bombs. Good heavens! He was shaking hands with a national hero in his lifetime. He would not wash that hand for 3 days, no, 7 days. Lu Wei gazed at Yan Gang's eyes, sparkling with admiration. Clearing his throat, Wen Ning first asked if Song Yuanshu's suit needed any alterations. Upon receiving a negative response, she said to Yan Gang, "You entertain Comrade Song. I need to discuss some business with Comrade Lu." "All right." Yan Gang readily agreed, nodding to Lu Wei. Lu Wei, feeling dazed, followed Wen Ning into the room. "Comrade Lu, do you think you can sell this?" Wen Ning handed Lu Wei a fake collar made of synthetic fabric. Lu Wei, momentarily stunned, quickly remembered himself and used his left hand, which Yan Gang hadn't shaken yet, to receive it. He examined it carefully, confirming, "Yes, this is the latest trend in fake collars. Look, I'm wearing one today." Wen Ning smiled. "How much can you sell it for?" Lu Wei's mind finally began to work, his eyes widening. "Sister, you want me to sell this?" "Yes." Wen Ning stepped aside, revealing a bag filled with various colored fake collars. "These are what I've been working on. Take them and sell them for me at a reasonable price." Lu Wei leaned in, flipping through the designs, each with a unique pattern, some with small details, far more attractive than the uniform ones found in stores. His mind raced, and when he stood up, he made an offer. "Sister, the one I bought at the store was 8 yuan. I could sell this for 6 yuan each outside. I'll take them for 4 yuan each. How does that sound?" He would earn 2 yuan per piece. This was a reasonable price. Clothing typically had a doubling profit margin. Wen Ning thought he would offer 3 yuan each, so 4 was beyond her expectations. After a moment's thought, she replied, "I can give you up to 600 pieces. There are over 400 ready now, and you can come back in 5 days for the rest." Pausing, she added, "If this is profitable, you can use mine as a sample and find a few more people to make them." Great. Lu Wei felt he could earn quite a bit. With a thicker wallet, he could have a good year. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly froze, turning back to ask, "Sister, these fabrics for the fake collars, they aren't from that batch of scrap fabric, are they?" Such a matter couldn't be hidden, and when Ning admitted, "Yes," Lu Wei felt the sky was about to collapse. This meant Wen Ning's cost was only 100 yuan, plus some miscellaneous buttons and threads, making her total cost for 600 fake collars not exceeding 150, yet she could sell them for 2,400. This, in the living room. What could a married father of 3 and a single man discuss? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Yan Gang, in need of Jia Shufan, found her hiding in the kitchen. He sighed softly and initiated the conversation. Comrade Song's attire possesses a distinctive character. I have yet to encounter anyone else wearing such a garment. What inspired you to approach my spouse for this creation? Song Yuanshu candidly admitted that he harbored ulterior motives. He perceived the domestic fashion scene as overly monotonous, predominantly clad in shades of black, white, and gray. This represented an untapped market, one he aspired to penetrate. In essence, he sought to embark upon a venture in the clothing industry, engaging in business discussions with soldiers accustomed to their daily green military uniforms. Song Yuanshu felt certain he would be met with disdain. To his surprise, however, Yin Gang concurred with his perspective. Progress is inevitable, as the populace's basic needs are met. A pursuit for spiritual enrichment arises, leading to transformative changes in all aspects of life, including clothing. Establishing a clothing business is indeed a commendable choice. Song Yuanshu's astonishment was palpable. Yin Gang, somewhat exasperated, interjected that he too indulged in reading, perusing newspapers, and listening to the news. He was not merely the unrefined brute his mother described. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Song Yuanshu cautiously inquired, "So, Commander Yin, would you support your spouse in entering this business venture with me?" "Of course," Yin Gang replied without hesitation, his voice resolute. "As long as my wife is willing, I shall unconditionally support any decision she makes." After bidding farewell to Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei, Yin Gang re-entered the house, just in time to hear the excited voice of Jia Shufan. "He bought them all? Let me calculate. 4 yuan each, 600 pieces. That's 2,400. To be generous, let us deduct a bit for costs. Xiaowen, we made 2,000 in just half a month. That's what Gongzi earns in 3.5 years. Yan Gong." Honestly, there's no need to compare it to his salary. In the following 5 days, Wen Ning, Jia Shufan, and Tian Xiua completed the last batch of faux collars. Lu Wei came to collect the goods and settle accounts. Enthusiastically, he asked Wen Ning, "Sister Wen, these collars are selling remarkably well. Since you're not continuing, I'll find a few women to help. Would you like to come by and offer some guidance?" Wen Ning, aware of the profitable opportunity, pondered briefly before agreeing, "Sure. I have some matters to attend to in Luching. Let me inform my mother, and I'll meet you there." "Great. Take your time," Lu Wei replied. Lu Wei somehow procured 5 second-hand sewing machines and recruited 5 women from the neighborhood to commence work in his warehouse, where he had stockpiled fabric. When Wen Ning arrived on her bicycle, she found the women bustling with activity. On their right lay countless pieces of cut fabric, and on their left, the completed faux collars. Wen Ning picked one up and scrutinized it. The craftsmanship paled in comparison to what they had created. The stitching was crooked and rough, with numerous loose threads. She set it back down, observed the others for a moment, and then turned to Lu Wei. "I do have some ideas. Sister Wen, please share." Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He was eager for her guidance. Wen Ning smiled. "The women you hire can operate sewing machines, but clearly, the one in yellow, the short-haired lady, and the one with a pointed face are rather impatient. They're suited for cutting and sewing fabric. The other 2 are meticulous and patient, albeit slower. They could handle buttons, sewing, and assembly. You should assign the tasks of making the faux collars to specific individuals, and the finished products will be more refined." Lu Wei scratched his head, "But they're paid per piece. I'm offering 50 cents for each collar." Wen Ning responded, "It's still a profit for you." Undeterred, she continued to suggest, "You could also break it down to charge 10 cents for sewing the front and 10 cents for attaching buttons." Lu Wei pondered this. "I'll make some adjustments." "Thanks, sister." As he escorted Wen Ning out, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Wen, what brings you to Luching? Do you need any assistance?" Wen Ning replied candidly, "I plan to shop for a television and a camera. With some spare money, it's about time to acquire a few necessities. A television can help keep my mother-in-law entertained, and the camera. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu is already 4 months old. I want to capture some moments of the children's growth." With a clap of his hands, Lu Wei exclaimed, "For electronics, you should consult Song Ge. His mother is the general manager of a department store. Come on, Sister Wen. I'll take you to him. Let us have lunch together." Wen Ning did not decline. Indeed, having connections can facilitate matters in these times. However, she was unprepared for Lu Wei to lead her to a dilapidated factory, waiting for Song Yuanshu outside. Although it was commonplace to see gray and worn-down establishments, this factory was particularly shabby, with a crooked sign reading Red Star Garment Factory hanging above. "Is Comrade Song inside?" Wen Ning inquired intrigued. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, he has been busy negotiating a purchase with a factory manager. He intends to acquire this garment factory and run it himself. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, thoroughly astonished. In these times, one must possess considerable audacity to spend money to become a boss. She anticipated that part of Song Yuanshu's courage stemmed from her encouragement. 30 minutes later, at the state-run restaurant, Song Yuanshu rose to present her with chopsticks. Sister Wen, I've witnessed the success of the white suits and faux collars you produced. I believe that black, white, and gray will not always dominate. I wish to acquire a factory and engage in the clothing business. As someone who had experienced a rebirth, Wen Ning understood the rapid development that lay ahead over the ensuing decades. She nodded, encouraging Song Yuanshu, "That's a good idea. You will succeed." Song Yuanshu sat down, smiling as he invited, "Sister Wen, would you be interested in joining me in this venture?" Wen Ning instinctively retorted, "Meh, what can I possibly contribute?" She merely had some experience to seize a fleeting opportunity and earn a modest profit. In her previous life, she had not become wealthy by running a factory. Rather, she had procured goods to open a clothing store and gradually designed her own brand, growing it steadily. As this thought crossed her mind, Wen Ning felt a spark of inspiration. Perhaps in this new life, she could establish her own brand sooner. Song Yuanshu's magnetic voice resonated. "Sister Wen, your role would be to guide us in determining the production direction for each season as clothing. That alone would suffice. Your insight is exceptional. Whatever you suggest is bound to succeed." Wen Ning was still contemplating when Lu Wei, who had been quietly eating, suddenly raised his hand. "I want to participate too. I'll handle sales and ensure we sell everything." "Agreed," Song Yuanshu replied earnestly. "As long as you can persuade Sister Wen, you can join us." Lu Wei then turned to enthusiastically persuade Wen Ning. Overwhelmed by their eagerness, Wen Ning laughed and promised, "I'll give it serious thought. Just allow me some time." It would be so easy to acquiesce. That afternoon, Wen Ning first visited the Red Star Garment Factory, discovering outdated equipment, obsolete fabrics, and a disorganized workforce. Observing her expression, Song Yuanshu reassured her, "I will manage all operational matters. Sister Wen, you need not worry. You will serve as the highest advisor for our production." Wen Ning reiterated her stance, "I'll think it over at home." Yet she was acutely aware that she was already intrigued. The remaining considerations were merely how to allocate management duties, profits, and formalize it through contracts. Subsequently, Song Yuanshu took her to the department store, assisting her in purchasing a television and a camera at the most favorable prices. Wen Ning returned home laden with her acquisitions. The television was quite large, strapped to the back of her bicycle, drawing the attention of many as she rode from the courtyard to her home. "Oh, Xiao Wen, you bought a television? Impressive. Did you purchase it from a state-run store? Is it genuine? Nice, I might get one too. Your family Sr. Mao will be thrilled tonight." For those with whom she shared a rapport, Wen Ning readily answered their inquiries. To those who spoke enviously, she paid them no mind. She even spotted Chun Minghua, who was carrying a bag and preparing to greet her. Pretending not to see her, Wen Ning pedaled swiftly past. On the roadside, Chun Minghua's expression froze. Her hands clenched at her sides, filled with resentment. Why? Why did Wen Ning disregard her? It was evident that their family had been aggressive, and neither Jia Shufan nor Wen Ning had suffered harm. Yet, they portrayed themselves as the victims, compelling Yin Gang to intervene and forcefully send her sister Mingjia back to the countryside. How much hardship had Mingjia endured upon her return? These days, Chun Minghua could hardly sleep at night, plagued by thoughts of her sister. She had initially intended to mend relations with Wen Ning, hoping to bring Mingjia back, but unexpectedly. Gritting her teeth, Chun Minghua was approached hurriedly by Li Chui from the family planning office. She shares a cordial relationship with Chun Minghua. Last time, it was she and Chun Minghua who visited Wen Ning's home to persuade her to undergo sterilization. Li Chui offered a brief greeting before preparing to leave. But Chun Minghua abruptly grasped her arm, inquiring, "Why the rush? Is something amiss?" Li Chui glanced around cautiously and lowered her voice. "There's a comrade in the art troupe who is expecting her second child. Whenever I approach her to discuss it, she evades me. Her elder son even drove us away. I thought I would take advantage of her husband being home to persuade her." Chun Minghua scoffed. "What is there to persuade? Last time, you faced repercussions for not convincing Wen Ning to go through with the sterilization. Now, no one is willing to heed your counsel, Director Li. In my opinion, you should send a few people to lie in wait at her home and drag her to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy." Chapter 36. educating to Mao and Air Mao. Filled with indignation, Chun Minghua's tone was far from her usual calm and gentle demeanor. It was instead laced with hostility. Li Chui was taken aback, and before she could respond, Chun Minghua glanced at her watch. As I see it, you should refrain from trying to persuade her. Just bring people to apprehend her and take her for the procedure tomorrow morning. That is your job. Who could object? With that, she hurried off, stating she had to prepare a meal for the children. As she left, Li Chui watched her retreating figure and suddenly recalled Wen Ning's previous advice, to remain calm and not act impulsively. If she encountered someone extreme, the consequences could be dire, especially for her two daughters. Chun Minghua's earlier words were excessively rash, reminiscent of the last time she attempted to drag Wen Ning away. That was not a viable option. Resolutely, Li Chui decided to continue her efforts to persuade the woman. If she could not succeed, she would devise another plan, but forceful abduction was out of the question. Meanwhile, Wen Ning returned home with a television, greeted warmly by her family. Yin Gang was busy positioning the television, while Air Mao bounced around excitedly, suddenly exclaiming, "But this one is black and white, Mama. My classmate already has a color one. Why didn't we buy a color television?" "Because a black and white set only costs $450, while a color set is $1,001, plus we have to wait for shipments from out of town." Wen Ning replied, patting his head, "When you grow up, we'll get a color television for the house." De Mao chimed in, "As long as he doesn't cause trouble." "It's fine, Mama. Today the music teacher came for class, and Air Mao loudly said her face full of pimples looked like a toad, which made the teacher cry." Wen Ning responded, "Why cry? Just give her a good talking to." Air Mao, aghast, stamped his foot in frustration. "Yin Mao, why did you tell on me? I told you not to come back and say anything. I never agreed to that." Da Mao protested. "Manga." Air Mao thinks covering his ears means no one can hear him. He was so engrossed in class, yelling off for ages that the teacher nearly called his parents. Wen Ning, along with the two boys, pondered, does this child even possess any intelligence? Fuming, Air Mao lunged at the Mao, declaring, "I'm going to get you." Jia Shufan swiftly grasped Air Mao by the collar, lifting him onto a chair. "Your father is watching television, so keep it down." Air Mao glared defiantly at the Mao, who dusted himself off and proudly lifted his chin. "See? You got me in trouble." The family gathered around the television. Next door, Tian Xiua and Zhou Jinxiang brought their children to join the excitement. "Wow, are you watching a football match? That television is huge. Come in and sit." The two families crowded into the small living room, buzzing with noise. At that moment, Wen Ning pulled out her camera and handed it to Tian Xiua. "Sister Xiua, can you take a family photo for us?" Before Tian Xiua could respond, Jia Shufan leaped up, excitedly rushing to change her clothes. Wen Ning smiled and was about to show Tian Xiua how to operate the camera when Zhou Jinxiang pushed her aside. "How can you learn? Little one, teach me. I can help you with the photo." Wen Ning was momentarily speechless while Tian Xiua shot Zhou Jinxiang a reproachful glance, saying shyly, "All right, little one, you teach him. I'm a bit nervous about ruining it." "Then I'll teach you slowly," Wen Ning replied with a friendly smile. "My mother hasn't come out yet. Otherwise, I would take a photo of you first to demonstrate to Captain Zhou." Tian Xiua nervously brushed her hair and adjusted her clothing. "I'm just wearing something casual. Oh dear, it's unfair to only take a picture of me. Egg, duckling, little egg, come here quickly. Aunt One is going to take our photo." Okay. That evening, Wen Ning's camera captured several precious moments, the most significant being a family portrait of all six of them in front of the television, radiating warmth and happiness. That night, Wen Ning and Yin Gang discussed Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei's invitation for her to collaborate on setting up a factory. Yin Gang's stance was clear. "If you wish to pursue it, then do so. I will support you." After a pause, he added, "If you're worried about issues like profit distribution or contractual disputes, I have a comrade who transitioned to the legal department in Luching. I can write a letter for you to take and consult him tomorrow." Wen Ning embraced him tightly, feeling deeply moved. "Gangu, you are truly wonderful. You are my strongest support." In both this life and the previous, he unconditionally backed any of her decisions, providing her with the utmost assistance. Yin Gang chuckled. "My mother warned me not to have any other thoughts. How could I dare to treat you poorly? Boss Wen, not only have you secured me, but you have also won over my mother. That is quite impressive." Wen Ning nestled against him, teasing, "What are you talking about? You're still just the boss. That is only a matter of time." The next day, Wen Ning took Yin Gang's letter to consult his old comrade regarding the factory collaboration. After clarifying her inquiries, she met with Song Yuan Shu and Lu Wei to discuss arrangements. After several visits and completing the necessary paperwork, within a week, Wen Ning became a partner at Hongxing Garment Factory, acquiring 30% of the shares and overseeing design and research. Song Yuan Shu invested 90,000, securing 51% of the shares and managing operations, while Lu Wei invested 10,000 for 19%, focusing on sales. After signing the contracts, they celebrated with a meal and promptly got to work. Wen Ning decided that the first product to be produced would be suits. She stated firmly during the meeting, with the new year approaching in a month, "It's too late to rush winter clothing. We must prepare spring and summer garments for next year. I will design several new suit styles." In addition to designing at the factory, Wen Ning also visited various fabric suppliers to finalize material procurement. She was incredibly busy, with Jia Shufan and Yin Gang occasionally managing the household and the 3 children. One day, cycling back to the compound, Wen Ning noticed a crowd gathered around a commotion. As she approached, she heard a woman's anguished scream. "Zha Bao, my Bao, don't leave your mother." The voice abruptly ceased, and the woman fainted, with someone immediately carrying her off to the hospital. Wen Ning spotted Director Li among them, her expression fraught with concern. "Be careful lifting her. Don't bump her belly. She is still pregnant." And the one on the ground, "Take them to the hospital too." As Wen Ning tried to make sense of the situation, Jia Shufan, holding little Yu, rushed over in a panic. "Little Wen, you're back. Hurry and teach to Mao and Mao not to climb the power poles." Wen Ning Frognet. "Did a child die from climbing the power pole?" "Yes." "Electrocuted," Jia Shufan exclaimed, clutching her chest. His hair was singed, and his face. "Oh dear, his mother is expecting another child, and she is heartbroken. We must discipline Mao and Mao strictly, especially Mao." As she continued to fret, Wen Ning's memory stirred. This incident had occurred in her previous life as well, serving as the catalyst for Director Li's tragic demise. The female comrade had just been taken for an abortion of her second child, and then her elder son had been electrocuted, leading her to take her own life in despair, prompting her husband to exact revenge on Director Li. However, Wen Ning had just heard Director Li cautioning about the woman's pregnancy. Surely, it would not unfold the same way this time. That evening, while Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Yin Gang were conducting safety education for Mao and Mao, there was a knock at the courtyard door. It was Director Li, who arrived carrying a canister of milk powder and several red apples. Director Li entered the room, and Yin Gang took Mao and Mao to the back to do their homework, leaving Jia Shufan and Wen Ning to attend to the guests. As the door closed behind them, Jia Shufan immediately began gossiping. "Director Li, how is the pregnant woman who fainted today? Is her child saved?" "No hope." Li Kui replied, "With a bitter smile." The pregnant woman only had a fleeting instinct for survival, thinking of a life growing inside her. When she left the hospital, she was still hooked up to the Ford, tears streaming down her face, crying out in despair. Her partner was nearby, questioning why the electric pole was leaking electricity, vowing to topple every pole in the family compound. A chill ran through Li Chui, and she hurried to Wen Ning's home, feeling that had it not been for Wen Ning's reminder, she might have followed Chun Minghua's suggestion and taken the pregnant woman for an abortion. If the woman had indeed gone along with her eldest son, wouldn't her partner seek revenge on her? The thought terrified her. Li Chui approached Wen Ning, grasping her hands. "Comrade Wen, thank you. I should have held prejudices against you." "Why would you have prejudices?" Jia Shufan asked, puzzled. "Isn't it because Chun Minghua and his sister always claimed that Wen Ning was unworthy of Commander Yan, saying she should have a second child to keep him?" Li Chui, due to her work, often quoted the saying that women could hold up half the sky and thus look down upon women who clung to men. But the truth proved that Wen Ning was not clinging to Commander Yan. She was like a beloved panda protected in the Yan household. Li Kui chuckled awkwardly. "I was too naive and made a mistake." Jia Shufan shrugged. "As long as you recognize your mistake, that's enough. Just remember my daughter-in-law is the best woman in this compound. I'll begrudgingly take second place." "Mom, you're quite bold," Wen Ning interjected, clearing her throat. Li Chui revealed her second purpose for visiting. "Comrade Wen, I've heard you're taking on sewing jobs. My husband has an old classmate in Luching who opened a photography studio. She is looking for a seamstress to create a few unique men's suits and women's wedding dresses. Could you help?" "Wedding dresses?" Wen Ning recalled that in her previous life, Wedding photos were quite expensive. She and Yin Gang had celebrated their 30th anniversary with their son Mao, who insisted they capture the moment with an extravagant package costing over 10,000. The photos turned out so poorly that she wished to burn them immediately. Now, however, she found herself intrigued. I could take a look. Likui smiled brightly. Great. I'll take a day off tomorrow, and we can go to her studio together. The following day was the weekend. Early in the morning, Jia Shufan took Xiaoyu to gossip with old friends, while Mao insisted on accompanying Wen Ning to the city. He pounded his chest and declared, "Dad's at work. It's unsafe for two girls like you and Aunt Lee to go out alone. I'll protect you." Demao one tea go, he said, waving his comic book. I haven't finished reading. Mao leaned in to read. Shui Su? Why is there a third water character? Demao rolled his eyes. Read it with me. Shui who? Who? Don't tell anyone I'm your serious brother. Mao pouted. My dictionary doesn't have that weird character. What is there to brag about missing words in your dictionary? As the two brothers squabbled, Wen Ning laughed. All right, Mao, you can come with me. But you must stay close. It's nearly the end of the year, and there are more human traffickers around. Okay. On their way, Mao sat on the back of Wen Ning's bicycle, making Li Chui laugh heartily. Unable to help herself, Li Chui praised. Mao doesn't seem as mischievous as the rumors in the compound suggest. He is quite sensible. Mao replied, Aunt Li, you're not as unreasonable as you seemed when we first met. Mentioning the past made Li Chui extremely embarrassed. Thus, with playful banter, they arrived at Li Chui's old classmate's photography studio. The studio had a spacious facade, with festive and appealing photos adorning the glass windows. When Li Chui entered with the two boys, they found someone already taking passport photos. The female owner raised her camera and called out cheese, followed by a click. After sending off the client, Li Chui introduced everyone. Wen Ning, this is the seamstress I found for you. Her skills are excellent. This is her son, Mao. And this is my old classmate, Zhang Yanan, who owns the shop. Zhang Yanan, with her short hair and slender figure, had sharp features and exuded an efficient demeanor. She warmly invited them to sit and offered Mao a few large white rabbit candies, then shared her troubles. In the past, when people came to take wedding photos, they either brought their own clothes or wore what we had in the shop. Men in Zhongshan suits, women typically in shirts. Now they looked down on those options, insisting on wearing white wedding dresses like in Shanghai. While the adults discussed serious matters, Mao found it quite dull, not daring to wander too far. He sat on the steps at the entrance, resting his chin on his hands as he watched a man popping popcorn across the street. A group of children surrounded him, chattering excitedly, and when the popcorn machine was about to explode, they covered their ears and jumped away. Sigh. Mao sighed wistfully. Due to earlier misbehavior, his pocket money had been confiscated, or he would have bought popcorn to munch on. He wiped his mouth, which had begun to drool. Suddenly, a round-faced, plump woman with squinty eyes approached him. Little friend, how old are you? Mao glanced up, thinking, what is it to you? The round-faced woman frowned. We're your guardians. Mao rolled his eyes. They're off at the graveyard. The woman's eyes narrowed with malice, but she forced a smile. How about I buy you some candy? Oh, you. Clenching her fists, she signaled to someone in the distance. Mao suddenly looked up. Andy, I have 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Can you give me more money so I can buy candy for them? The woman's heart leaped. Sure, where are they? Mao stood up, brushing off the dirt on his hands. I'll take you to find them, but you need to give me money first. Just 5 yuan. 5 yuan is not much. What kind of family do you come from? She scoffed. Fine, if you're stingy, I'll 1 tea get anything. The woman reluctantly pulled out 5 1 yuan bills and handed them to Mao. Lead the way. By the way, what is your name? Mao folded the money and stuffed it into his waistband right in front of her. He looked up nonchalantly. I was quite clumsy as a child, always falling over. So my family nicknamed me Tumble Brother. Just call me Tumble Brother. The woman murmured, Tumble Brother? What a strange name. All right, Tumble Brother, leave me to find your siblings. Sure. A mischievous glint flickered in Mao's eyes as he took a few steps forward, suddenly dashing back into the photography studio. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Mom, someone's trying to abduct me. Chapter 38. Jia Shufan. I'm living with my tail between my legs. The round-faced woman was startled, turning to flee, but then realized, wait, she and T even started to abduct him yet. And besides, this little brat had just taken 5 yuan from her. Just then, Wen Ning hurried out, seeing the round-faced woman confronting Mao. Tumble Brother, who is trying to abduct you? Give me back my money. Li Chui followed closely behind. Utterly shocked. Mao, why is she calling you Dad? Mao put his hands on his hips because she's wearing a dung bucket on her neck. The round-faced woman was furious, her finger trembling as she pointed at Mao. You. At that moment, a bicycle came careening down the street. A man on the bike shouted in panic, "I hit someone. Clear the way." The crowd immediately scattered. In the chaos, a man rushed out from nowhere, snatching Mao and running forward, jumping onto the back of the bicycle. "Mom! Mom!" Mao shouted in panic. Wen Ning's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, she took off in pursuit. "Stop! Put my son down!" "Yanin!" Li Chui called out urgently. Just then, a whooshing sound came from behind, and Wen Ning instinctively looked up to see a black object hurtling straight toward the man riding the bicycle. He felt a sharp pain in his head, causing him to lose consciousness, while his hands lost control, and the three of them tumbled to the ground along with the bicycle. Wen Ning rushed forward to retrieve Mao, vigilantly shielding him behind her as she shouted, "Kidnapper! There's a kidnapper!" The man who had seized Mao attempted to flee, but was swiftly subdued and beaten by the crowd, led by Li Chui. To snatch a child in broad daylight. "You've all kidnapper, and you think you can escape?" After the crowd had given the two assailants a thorough beating, Zhang Yannan, the owner of the photo studio, dragged back the plump, round-faced woman who had initially been involved. They were all accomplices and were taken to the police station. By the time the authorities arrived, the three kidnappers were barely alive from the beating they had received, with both men having their limbs severely injured, while the round-faced woman bore numerous wounds. Her gaze towards Mao filled with malice. Wen Ning shielded Mao protectively, with Zhang Yannan standing in front of them. The group proceeded to the police station to file a report. During this time, Wen Ning urged Mao to take out the money he had. Mao immediately covered his pants, protesting, "Mom, why should I hand over the money I earned from the bad guys?" Wen Ning explained that it was all ill-gotten gains. The dirty money from selling children. What is wrong with spending it? It can buy delicious food, Mao replied, reluctant to part with it. The officer in charge of taking the report also hesitated to accept the money pulled from Mao's pants, finally settling for a bag to store it in. As they left the police station, Wen Ning expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yannan, saying, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Mao would have been in danger today." Zhang Yannan waved her hand dismissively. "If it weren't for the wedding dress I ordered for my shop, you would have come. Let us not thank each other excessively. All the blame lies with the kidnappers, who are always up to no good." Indeed, Wen Ning admired Zhang Yannan's straightforward demeanor, saying, "You're quite skilled." Li Chui interjected, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Yannan was in the army before." She opened the photo studio after an injury forced her to retire. Zhang Yannan shrugged, raising her somewhat empty left hand, missing 3 fingers, but declared it doesn't hinder her photography. Wen Ning looked on in surprise and sympathy, while Mao gazed up at her in awe, exclaiming, "Auntie, you're so cool. Did you lose your fingers fighting the little devils?" "My dad hasn't lost any." "No, I lost them to a landmine set by new recruits." Zhang Yannan replied nonchalantly. Wen Ning and Mao, how tragic. Zhang Yannan maintained a positive outlook, not considering her situation unfortunate. She closed the photo studio and insisted on escorting Wen Ning and the others back to their residential area. "What if the kidnappers have accomplices watching you? I feel at ease only if I take you back. Besides, it's best if you avoid Lu City for a while." Her thoughtfulness reinforced Wen Ning's resolve to design the wedding dress she needed meticulously. Upon returning home and learning of Mao's near abduction, Jia Shufan was immensely relieved and decided to prepare roast chicken to calm their nerves. The Mao questioned, "How did you know right away that she was a kidnapper?" Mao patted his chest and nodded vigorously, "Yes. My grandmother always says that a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year has ill intentions. With so many children around, why would she choose me, a smart-looking kid with a dark complexion? It's clear she meant no good." He patted his bony frame. "I don't have much meat on me. What could she want? Obviously, she wanted to steal me." Damao was speechless. "You really need to read more." Regardless, the children would not be able to visit Lu City for a while. After finishing her work at the clothing factory, Wen Ning prioritized designing the wedding dress. To aid her efforts, she asked Yin Gang to send her some popular fashion magazines and newspapers from Shanghai. She immersed herself in her work, personally designing, selecting materials, cutting, and sewing. Half a month later, when Yin Gang had some free time, he accompanied her to deliver the white wedding dress and men's suit to Zhang Yannan's photo studio. The men's suit was unremarkable, a classic black that exuded elegance. However, upon seeing the wedding dress, Zhang Nan was left astounded. Wen Ning had designed a floor-length lace wedding gown that was quite fashionable in Shanghai, featuring an off-the-shoulder neckline that showcased elegant shoulder lines, beautifully hollowed sleeves, a fitted bodice that accentuated the waist, and a long, lightweight skirt adorned with delicate lace. Additionally, Wen Ning had crafted a matching white veil, beaded jewelry, and a bouquet. Wen Ning guided Zhang Nan on how to prepare the clients, instructing her to curl their hair to frame their faces and suggesting she buy lipstick and whitening cosmetics. Finally, with a raised eyebrow, Wen Ning reminded her, "With such comprehensive service, you can raise your prices. Charge for a complete outfit, a makeup session, and change the backgrounds 2 or 3 times. You understand what I mean, right? It should be priced higher." Zhang Nan was no fool. Otherwise, she wouldn't have opened a photo studio with her military pension. She was so grateful she could hardly find words. "Sister Wen, I don't know how to repay you. Wen Ning tuklet. Just stick to the price we initially agreed upon. The new year is approaching, so go ahead and take these for now. I'll design a few more outfits when I return from my hometown." After leaving the photo studio, Wen Ning and Yin Gang made a trip to the Hongxing garment factory, which was bustling with work. This was due to Lu Wei, the sales manager, having secured 2 large orders for suits before the new year. Upon hearing that Wen Ning would soon be returning home for the holidays, Lu Wei and Song Yuanshu handed them some prepared New Year goods. They were small, inexpensive items, meant to sweeten the mouths of the elders and children. Wen Ning accepted them with a smile, deciding to bring back some local specialties upon her return. As they rode their bicycles home, Yin Gang remarked, "In such a short time, Boss Wen's connections and business are flourishing." Wen Ning wrapped her arms around his waist, declaring, "My progress is our family's progress. You should be proud of me, Commander Yin." "Absolutely." Wen Ning then warned, "Once we return to my hometown, you mustn't say a word about this." "Understood." She conveyed the same message to everyone in her family capable of speech. Jia Shufan was displeased. "I was looking forward to bragging when we get back home. And now you want to let me? It's as if we're hiding something shameful." "Emma nodded emphatically, exactly. This year, all I've done is cause trouble, without any achievements. I want to boast about how amazing my mom is. She runs a factory." When Ning responded, "What if Yin Song wants to move to a bigger house? What if my sister-in-law wants to send the kids to us? What if the uncles and aunts in the village come asking for money? It's all a hassle." Jia Shufan sighed and waved her hand. "Fine. I'll listen to you. I'll keep my head down." Wen Ning replied, "That is not necessary, Mom. I have a plan to help you hold your head high." Curious, the day before they returned home, Wen Ning took Jia Shufan to a hair salon in Lu City and gave her a full head of curls. Chapter 39. I, Lu Jinlan, am Xiao Yu's real mother. When Wen Ning and Jia Shufan returned from the hair salon, Mao was busy playing with his friends, rolling a hoop. The hoop was made from the inner rim of a discarded bicycle wheel that Yin Gang had crafted for him. Mao hooked the bottom of the hoop with a stick and gently pushed it forward, sending it rolling ahead. A group of little boys eagerly waited for their turn to play alongside him. Suddenly, a boy in the distance shouted, "Mao, look! Your grandma's head looks like a sheep." Boom! The children erupted into laughter, all turning to look. Jia Shufan, who had been happily and cautiously feeling her new curls, froze. She frowned, but Mao, oblivious to her expression, swung the hoop onto his back and dashed over, exclaiming, "Grandma, have you turned into Buddha? Can you bless me with lots of New Year money this year?" Jia Shufan immediately pulled out the feather duster she had just bought, declaring, "Bless you? I'll beat you to death." She chased after Mao, who was laughing and dodging. Wen Ning quickly intervened. "Mom, the wind will ruin your hairstyle. Don't hit him, let me handle it." As soon as Wen Ning grabbed the duster, Mao obediently stood still, covering his mouth with his right hand. "Try not to laugh. I want to laugh. Please don't hit me, Mom. Let us head home." The 3 of them walked back, with a bothersome little boy trailing behind, hands clasped together, loudly making wishes to Jia Shufan. "Grandma, please bless me with New Year money, and let me win all the games. May my dear grandmother bless me to be spared from my father's wrath. May she also grant that my father returns home for the new year." Jia Shufan and Wen Ning observed the unfortunate children, who felt as if they were in the presence of a Buddha. However, upon encountering Li Chui, she lavishly praised, "Aunt, your perm looks splendid. It rejuvenates you by several years. Where did you get it done? I must go there myself." Jia Shufan, feeling elated, adjusted her hair and replied, "At the state-run barber shop in the city." I initially hesitated, but Shaowen insisted it would look good. "Oh, what does looking good matter at my age? It's just a waste of money." "Looking good lifts the spirit," Li Chui insisted, continuing her compliments. "Indeed, Aunt, with this hairstyle and a new outfit, you will surely return with your head held high." Jia Shufan, flattered, felt a surge of confidence and boasted to her old friends. Before long, several Buddhas had appeared in the family compound, unbeknownst to Jia Shufan and Wen Ning, as their family journeyed back to their hometown. Due to the presence of elderly and young children and the considerable distance, Yan Gang had specifically requested a vehicle from his superiors, resulting in their escort, Zhang Weijun, driving an off-road vehicle. Yan Gang and Zhang Weijun took turns driving while the others squeezed in the back, jostling throughout the day and night until they finally recognized familiar scenery. At that moment, Air Mao opened the window and shouted, "By the heavens, Yan Air Mao, have returned." Wen Ning tightly held her daughter and reminded him, "Close the window, it's cold." Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, the chilly wind stirred Jia Shufan from her drowsiness. She peered outside, suddenly awakening with urgency. "Xiao Zhang, stop the car quickly. I really need to go." Zhang Weijun assumed she needed a restroom, but Jia Shufan simply wished to change into her carefully prepared new clothes and shoes. She meticulously styled her curls with a comb. "Mao, impatient, exclaimed Gantma. At your age, why are you being vain? Hurry home. I still want to play with my iron hoop." He had brought the iron hoop back from the village for his friends. Jia Shufan glared at him. "All you think about is that hoop. Go roll it on the ground if you keep it up." Let it be," Wen Ning soothed her mother-in-law. "You look lovely. Let us go." As the military green off-road vehicle entered Yunfeng village, the entire village erupted in excitement, with people flocking to see the commotion. A throng of onlookers blocked the road, making it impossible for the vehicle to proceed. Yan Gang, feeling helpless, announced, "I'll get out," and asked them to clear the way. "Wei Jun, just take your sister-in-law back. I want to get out too," came the simultaneous voices of Jia Shufan and Air Mao. The former eager to show off and the latter focused on play. Upon exiting the vehicle, they were greeted by three distinct groups of people. Air Mao joined the children, enthusiastically leading them to roll the iron hoop. Yan Gang offered cigarettes to the elders and peers, requesting them to make way. "Is that you, Gongzi? Back for the new year? You look quite impressive now," the villagers remarked. The crowd surrounding Jia Shufan was the largest, comprised entirely of women. They gasped in astonishment. "Aunt Shufan, how have you transformed? My goodness, your hair. Were you struck by lightning?" Jia Shufan shot a look at the speaker, retorting, "You were struck by lightning. This is a fresh perm. It's all the rage with the older ladies in Luching, and only cost Xiao when 10 yuan. Wow, quite extravagant," someone remarked. Another woman inquired, "Aunt Shufan, your outfit looks new and expensive." "Not at all." Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively. "It's only about 20 yuan. The women erupted into a chorus of excitement, bombarding Jia Shufan with questions. "Do people in Luching eat meat every meal? I heard every household has a color television." "Aunt Shufan, will you return after the new year?" Before long, Wen Ning, carrying her daughter, Yan Gang, and Air Mao saw Zhang Weijun off as he hurried back, and they entered the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately greeted by the piercing cries of a little girl. "Wah wah wah! Wen Ning, Yan Gang!" And Air Mao frowned in unison, with Wen Ning anxiously cradling her daughter, fearing the commotion might disturb her. Just then, Lu Jinlan's furious voice erupted from inside, crying. "All you do is cry. On this auspicious new year, you'll bring misfortune to the family with your wails. Be quiet, you ungrateful brat. You little disaster, debt collector." Coughing heavily, Yan Gang abruptly interrupted, causing the tirade to cease. Lu Jinlan emerged, startled upon seeing Wen Ning and the others. "Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, you're back. Where's mother?" At the village entrance, Yan Gang hesitantly replied, "Were you just disciplining your daughter?" Lu Jinlan dismissed the matter casually. "Yes. She is disobedient," and wet the blanket again. "For a 6-month-old baby, how can one expect obedience? It is simply the age when one cannot control their bodily functions." Yan Gang furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Lu Jinlan caught sight of Wen Ning's daughter, and her eyes lit up. With a fair complexion, rosy lips, and delicate features, the child had large, beautiful eyes and long hair and lashes. This child resembled her mother. Clearly, Wen Ning had taken excellent care of her. Lu Jinlan felt vindicated that she had not made a mistake in switching children. With enthusiasm, she reached out to hold the child. "Sister-in-law, you're back. Let me hold Sanmei." Wen Ning evaded her grasp, forcing a smile. Second sister-in-law, Xiaoyu is shy and will cry. Xiaoyu? The character for Jade, like corn? That has quite a rustic name. Much less trendy than Meina, Lu Jinlan remarked disapprovingly. She stubbornly extended her hands. "Let me hold her. I'm her second aunt. She wants to be shy. She'll definitely like me." She had not held her precious child in 5 months. Lu Jinlan's eyes brimmed with obsession. Wen Ning was under no obligation to fulfill her whims. She ignored Lu Jinlan's request and focused on her daughter. Observing this, Yin Gang scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Yin Hui?" Yin Hui was his second brother, Lu Jinlan's husband, who had been learning carpentry elsewhere for the past few years but would always return for the new year. Seeing Wen Ning still clutching Xiaoyu, Yin Gang's gaze hardened, and Lu Jinlan's eyes darkened with resentment. She crossed her arms and pouted. "He went out. He should be back soon." Yin Gang nodded slightly and turned to Wen Ning. "Ning Ning, it's windy outside. Let us take Xiaoyu back inside." All right. The couple carried their 2 children inside, while Lu Jinlan's gaze was filled with hatred as she watched them leave. Suddenly, she whirled back to her room, shut the door, and violently kicked her younger sister, who lay sprawled on the ground. Kicking her to another spot, she relentlessly pursued her, as if kicking a ball. The younger sister cried out in distress, but Lu Jinlan's face twisted in rage, showing no mercy. She vented her frustration towards her younger sister for not allowing her to hold Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, as the increasingly sorrowful cries of the little girl echoed from the other room, Yin Gang hesitated, his movements stilled for a moment. He straightened up, casting a sharp glance in that direction. Mao, resembling his father, wore a contemplative expression, like a little adult reflecting on the situation. Aunt is still unkind to the younger sister. Wen Ning's expression remained cold, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Had she not been reborn, it would have been her own daughter wailing in such a manner. Mao, go find your second aunt and bring some rags. I'll wipe the table." Yin Gang instructed his eldest son, clearly attempting to redirect Lu Jinlan's attention. Mao quickly left, and Wen Ning did not stop him, allowing Yin Gang to witness Lu Jinlan's cruelty towards the children. Before long, Mao returned with a rag, confusion written all over his features. "Dad, Mom, the younger sister is lying on the floor without pants. It's dirty. She seems very hungry and is trying to eat her own excrement." Yin Gang's brow furrowed deeply just as a man's voice called out from outside. "Jinlan, I heard your elder brother has returned." Inside, Lu Jinlan replied nonchalantly. It was Yin Hui. Moments later, a man who bore a slight resemblance to Yin Gang, albeit shorter by 15 centimeters, entered with a smile. "Eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, you're back." Demao was present as well. Wen Ning notet likhtli. Demao obediently called out, "Second uncle." "Hey, Demao, your younger brother Yuanbao is outside. Why don't you go play with him?" Demao, however, was not inclined to seek out Yuanbao, but he sensed his father's gaze, indicating that his father had matters to discuss with second uncle. Thus, he dutifully exited the room. Yin Gang then straightened up and looked at his younger brother. "Did you not hear your child crying? Go comfort her." Yin Hui was not as cold as his elder brother, nor as smooth and clever as their younger brother Yin Kong. He seemed amiable and easy to get along with, yet at home, he was firmly under Lu Jinlan's thumb. Nevertheless, despite his demeanor, in the later years of his past life, he fell into fortune, made substantial money on construction sites, continuously supported a mistress. And when he saw his eldest son, Yin Yuanbao, was not thriving, he directly fathered an illegitimate child. At that time, Wen Ning had even sympathized with Lu Jinlan, inviting her to stay in her home. Looking back, it was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, courting trouble. Furthermore, Yin Hui might not be unaware of Lu Jinlan's child-swapping scheme. He had never intervened in Lu Jinlan's mistreatment of the children, and every time he saw the child Yin Meina that Wen Ning raised, he would stuff her with generous red envelopes. In her previous life, Wen Ning had regarded Yin Hui as a good second uncle. Now, however, she felt nothing but contempt for him. At this moment, Yin Gang urged him to soothe the child, but Yin Hui stood his ground, unwilling to budge. "It's fine. She has been crying since I returned. I took her to see the doctor and consulted superstitions, but they all said she just loves to cry." Yin Gang was in the midst of expressing his desire for Lu Jinlan to treat the child better, at the very least ensuring she was well fed and warm. In the biting cold, the child, barely half a year old, could only express her discomfort through tears. Suddenly, Yin Hui called out, visibly distressed. "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law." After I returned, the village committee demanded a fine for my illegitimate daughter. 800 yuan. I didn't want to pay, but they threatened to take away our pigs, chickens, and ducks, even to tear down the house. I had no choice but to borrow money to pay it. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. They say debts shouldn't be carried over the new year. Could you lend me some to repay them? Had they just returned home to be asked for money? Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at Yin Gang, signaling him to handle it. Yin Gang did not disappoint. Reverting to his usual way of dealing with Yin Song, we paid 1,200 for Xiao Yu's fine, and your elder sister-in-law is no longer teaching. He spoke without lowering his voice. Thus Lu Jinlan, who was eavesdropping, overheard him. She rushed over, incredulous. What? Elder sister-in-law is no longer teaching? Then who will teach Xiao Yu? She had swapped children, hoping for a child with a military father and a teacher mother, anticipating a good educational environment. Lu Jinlan was beside herself with agitation. Wen Ning feigned surprise. She'll go to school. Of course, there will be teachers. Yin Gang nodded slightly in agreement. Under the gazes of the two, Lu Jinlan began to realize her impulsiveness. She brushed her hair back and then asked, "But with such a large fine and you not working, can elder brother's salary cover it?" Wen Ning forced a smile barely. "I'm making clothes at home to sell." "Second sister-in-law, we can't help you." Yin Hui and Lu Jinlan both fell silent. The former, having not secured any money, wore a sour expression and could not help but grumble. "It's just bad luck. Why do we both have second children? We VE paid fines for boys, but all we VE produced are daughters. What a loss. They'll all be married off to other families." He directed this lament at Xiao Yu, prompting Lu Jinlan to turn and yell at him. "What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter is not a loss. She is fortunate." "Yes, yes," Yin Hui replied distractedly, turning to leave. "I'll go fetch mother and see if she has any money." Lu Jinlan's thoughts were in disarray. She needed to contemplate how to ensure Xiao Yu had a better life. She turned to exit. At that moment, Xiao Yu and Wen Ning's arms whimpered softly. Wen Ning looked up. "Gang, go boil some water. Xiao Yu must be hungry. Prepare some formula for her." Yin Gang nodded and headed to the kitchen. Lu Jinlan pivoted back, her expression incredulous and accusatory. "Xiao Yu is only 6 months old. Why isn't she drinking your milk? Is it that you want tea, let her?" Wen Ning replied calmly, "I have no milk left." Since she had begun working on suits, faux collars, and designing wedding dresses, she had become too busy and exhausted, resulting in a diminishing milk supply. Lu Jinlan was highly indignant, insisting breast milk is far superior to formula. "If you have no milk, you should drink more chicken soup and pig's trotter soup to boost your supply. Elder sister-in-law, you must ensure Xiao Yu eats well to stay healthy." Her righteous indignation prompted Wen Ning to softly inquire, "Is the illegitimate daughter still feeding from your milk?" Lu Jinlan's expression faltered. "Of course not. That wretched girl doesn't deserve it. If I have milk, it's for my son Yuan Bao." Lu Jinlan waved her hand dismissively. "She cannot compare to your Xiao Yu. Enough of this. I'll go kill a hen to make you soup to boost your milk supply." She hurriedly left. At the doorway, Demao, who had been eavesdropping, entered and suddenly stroked his chin, pondering, "Mother, it seems Annie treats Xiao Yu better than she treats the illegitimate daughter." Wen Ning's heart skipped a beat. Demao had always been clever. Could he have figured it out? Chapter 41. Yin Yun is pregnant, however. It was evident that no matter how clever a child might be, they could not fathom the absurdity of child swapping. Before Wen Ning could fabricate an excuse, Demao placed his little hand over his mouth and whispered, "Mother, when someone is overly courteous without reason, they're either up to no good or have ulterior motives. You should be cautious and not fall into their trap." Wen Ning chuckled, patting his head. "All right." Before long, Jia Shufan returned, quickly changing back into her old clothes, her expression dazed as she sat on a small stool at the door. Wen Ning, holding Xiao Yu, approached to inquire about her melancholy mood. Jia Shufan sighed. At the village's edge, Li Er, the one Yu and Gang call second aunt, lost her husband early on and toiled to raise her son. Last month, when her son married, she was short 100 yuan, so she married herself off to a widower to gather the money. Both Li Er and her son were of an age to retire, yet she sold herself to secure funds for her son's wedding, continuing to toil for another family, all because of financial hardship. Furthermore, her second son, Yin Hui, was asking her for money to pay fines. Although Jia Shufan did not relent and lend money, she instantly lost her desire to boast. She felt diminished in comparison to others. Her spirits were low, and when Ning felt helpless, she could not simply suggest bringing Li Air back. On the contrary, Lu Jinlan's fervent killing of chickens, draining their blood, plucking feathers, and gutting them drew Jia Shufan's attention. Upon hearing that Lu Jinlan was slaughtering a chicken to prepare soup for Wen Ning to boost her milk supply, Jia Shufan was taken aback, then began to praise her profusely. Jinlan, you've become so generous after just a few months. As soon as the illegitimate daughter cried, Jia Shufan rushed over to hold the baby, and Lu Jinlan couldn't stop her. Thus, Jia Shufan witnessed her granddaughter lying on the floor, completely undressed. Enraged, she hurried to dress the child, but the baby cried out repeatedly during the process, leaving Jia Shufan bewildered. She lifted the child to leave, exclaiming, Jinlan, in such cold weather, why didn't you dress her and just left her on the ground? Lu Jinlan retorted defiantly, she always wets her pants. Even if washed, she'll just do it again. The house isn't cold anyway, and it's easier to manage her this way. How can it not be cold? Try lying on the ground for a few hours in just your underwear. Jia Shufan snapped back. Lu Jinlan scoffed, I'm not her. I don't spend the whole day doing nothing and making a mess. You expect a 6-month-old baby to get up and plow 3 acres of land? Jia Shufan was momentarily at a loss for words, switching to another concern. Then why is she so thin? At this point, Wen Ning stood up to take a look at the baby in her arms, and noted with dismay that the child resembled a bag of bones. Her hair was sparse and waxy, her little face marred by numerous wounds, some scratches and others pecked. There was a layer of black grime around her neck. The child's overall condition was poor, her expression vacant and her gaze lost, despite her past grievances against the illegitimate daughter. Wen Ning felt a pang of pity upon seeing her in such a state. Yet in an instant, she was reminded that it was her own daughter who had suffered in her previous life, and that fleeting sympathy vanished without a trace, leaving only resentment to flourish. Unaware of the unfolding dynamics, Yin Gang passed by, momentarily halting in his tracks. His handsome face bore an expression of confusion. Why does she have so many wounds on her face? The scratches and pecks were so numerous that calling them dense would be an understatement. There were hardly any unblemished spots left on her face. The two individuals spoke in a tone that almost resembled interrogation. Lu Jinlan straightened her posture, her hands spread wide. What can I do, dear brother and mother? You are well aware of our family's circumstances. I need to take care of Yuang Bao while also working. If I leave my younger sister alone in the room, there will inevitably be moments when she goes unnoticed and the chickens and ducks will wander in. Ridiculous. Jia Shufan wanted to argue that her own situation had been even more challenging in the past, having to care for 3 sons while working. She had managed to carry Yin Song in front and Yin Hui on her back, while Yin Gang played with mud in a basket. Yet, he turned to her and said, Mother, the situation at Erdy's house is dire. Would you be willing to stay in our hometown to care for my younger sister? Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Lu Jinlan were momentarily taken aback. Jia Shufan was not unwilling. She had 3 sons and would certainly assist whichever was in greater need. However, she had just formed a circle of old friends at the staff quarters, which felt like a loss. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Lu Jinlan shouted, No way. Wen Ning has lost her job and is now busy taking clothing orders to earn money. If Jia Shufan does not take care of Xiaoyu, what if something happens to her? Lu Jinlan rushed forward and snatched the child from Jia Shufan, cradling her protectively. Mother, you go with them. I will take care of my younger sister. The child in her arms began to wail. Jia Shufan could not help but respond. You frightened her? Why are you in such a hurry? I am not refusing to help you. Lu Jinlan soothed the child, smiling sweetly at Lu Shufan and Yin Gang. Mother, big brother, if I cannot manage, I will call my mother for assistance. You should go to the staff quarters. She is surely accustomed to it. Yanggong Fronet, you're facing difficulties. I am not. Lu Jinlan declared resolutely, forcing a smile. Is it not just about taking good care of my younger sister? Just wait and see. I will take excellent care of her and ensure you need not worry. With that, she went inside to fetch a carrier, placing her younger sister on her back to work. Jia Shufan, unable to stand by idly, helped with the chickens and prepared dinner. However, it was evident that Lu Jinlan was intent on not letting Jia Shufan stay, and her attitude toward her younger sister had genuinely improved. She continued to carry her, frequently changing diapers, making chicken soup for dinner, feeding her, bathing her, and dressing her in somewhat clean and tidy clothes. Even Yin Gang could find nothing to criticize. That evening, Xiaoyu had already fallen into slumber. Yin Gang brought in a basin of water, and he and Wen Ning soaked their feet facing each other. Wen Ning found the water a tad too hot and placed her small feet atop his larger ones. Exhaling softly, suddenly, she heard Yin Gang's puzzled voice. Why does Ertie's wife seem so reluctant to live with mother? Perhaps she fears her darling daughter is not faring well. Wen Ning replied nonchalantly, fabricating a reason. Mother has a fiery temperament, and since Ertie's wife gave birth, she is no longer as gentle as before. She likely wishes to avoid the complexities of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Yin Gang genuinely could not comprehend it, but you get along well with mother. That is because she truly cares for me, Wen Ning said, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mother is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. She always defends me. Indeed, Yin Gang chuckled. She would rather stand by your side than mine. Wen Ning squeezed his hand gently, keeping a secret to herself. The fact that mother had mentioned divorce in connection with her. The following day, it was already the 28th of the 12th month, before Wen Ning had even awoken. The two brothers, Yin Gang and Yin Hui, set off for the county town to purchase New Year's goods and to inform Yin Song to return home for the holiday. They left as two robust men, and upon returning, they brought not only several bags of goods, but also Yin Song and his wife Zhou Yunyun. As Zhou Yunyun dismounted from the bicycle, her complexion was radiant, concealing her pride, her right hand resting on her flat belly. Yin Song, as cheerful as ever, addressed Jia Shufan, Wen Ning, and Lu Jinlan. Mother, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Yunyun is pregnant. Please do not let her do any work. The three women were momentarily speechless. This statement made it seem as though Zhou Yunyun had previously done work at the Yin household. Nonetheless, pregnancy was undoubtedly a joyous occasion, and Jia Shufan proactively offered Zhou Yunyun a stool to rest. Sit and chat with your two sisters-in-law. I will prepare you a cup of malted milk drink. Zhou Yunyun happily complied and settled down. Once the three Yin brothers had departed, she glanced at Lu Jinlan, who was carrying the frail younger sister, and then at Wen Ning, who cradled the plump and giggling Xiaoyu, her expression shifting to one of disdain. Comparing them is shocking. Second sister-in-law. How can your younger sister appear so disheveled compared to Xiaoyu? Look how well Xiaoyu is taken care of. Any mother would find such comments intolerable. Yet Lu Jinlan was an exception. She lovingly gazed at Xiaoyu, swayed her body, and jostled her younger sister on her back, remarking nonchalantly, Xiaoyu is fortunate, while my younger sister is not. They cannot be compared. Catching a glimpse of Wen Ning's seemingly amused expression, Lu Jinlan added, I will take good care of her. So, do not leave Jia Shufan behind. Zhou Yunyun paid no heed to her assurances and inquired, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, as experienced mothers, do you have any advice for pregnancy? This question prompted Lu Jinlan to rattle off a plethora of warnings. You cannot eat rabbit meat. It will cause the baby's mouth to cleft. Avoid mutton. It could lead to epilepsy. Do not go out at night. And do not hammer nails in your living space or rearrange furniture. Zhou Yunyun grew irritated. You sound just like my mother. She turned to Wen Ning, elder sister-in-law. Do you have any experience? Wen Ning pondered for a moment before advising. Do not let anger consume you. This advice was undoubtedly insightful, as Zhou Yunyun was the pampered only daughter of the canned food factory's workshop supervisor, known for her temper. In her previous life, she had become jealous of Yin Song and a female worker while pregnant, leading to stress that caused her to deliver early, resulting in both her and her child being in poor health, necessitating long-term traditional medicine treatment. However, it was clear that Zhou Yunyun had not taken this advice to heart. She grumbled, who can make me angry? I would crush them. At that moment, Jia Shufan returned with bowls of malted milk drink. She did not just serve Zhou Yunyun. She also offered Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan. However, Lu Jinlan hesitated to drink her portion, loudly calling for Yuang Bao to come in and drink it instead. Zhou Yunyun looked down on her stingy behavior, thinking, it's just a bowl of malted milk. Does it really matter? Elder sister-in-law did not invite Mao and Air Mao to drink either. Suddenly, Zhou Yunyun recalled something and quietly asked, second sister-in-law, I heard that your mother sells childbirth medicine. Why didn't you take any while pregnant with your younger sister? Wen Ning straightened her back, her delicate brows arching as she queried, what childbirth medicine? Elder sister-in-law, you still do not know? Zhou Yunyun responded eagerly. Second sister-in-law's mother was a midwife, and she has recently started selling childbirth medicine. They say if you take it, you will have a son. If you have a daughter, you can return it for a full refund. Many people are buying it. Wen Ning turned to Lu Jinlan, who smiled awkwardly. I already have Yuang Bao. I am not pursuing having a son. Having said that, she made an excuse to leave hurriedly. Inside, Zhou Yunyun scoffed. Who would dislike having more sons? Elder sister-in-law, right? She suspected the childbirth medicine was likely a scam. Her mother probably wanted her to buy some, claiming that if one had a daughter, they would refund the money. However, Zhou Yunyun was not keen on consuming any of those dirty rural remedies. Wen Ning remained silent, her lips curving gently as she contemplated her own matters. She was well aware of Lu Jinlan's mother, Xiang Chunhua, selling childbirth medicine. It had come to her mind that this was precisely why Lu Jinlan had returned to settle scores this new year. In this era of family planning, many sought out medicine to ensure the birth of sons. Xiang Chunhua sold this medicine, and those who bore sons would be grateful and spread the word. If someone had a daughter, she would efficiently refund their money, thus avoiding any trouble. Consequently, Xiang Chunhua had been in this business for merely 6 months, and people from all around came to purchase, amassing a small fortune in savings. Even her lazy son, who had been unemployed, managed to marry. However, during this new year, Xiang Chunhua's home was vandalized, and a baby girl was left at her doorstep. The situation did not escalate, and everyone merely learned that her childbirth medicine was a fraud, leading to a decline in sales. Yet Xiang Chunhua faced no repercussions. Moreover, she continued to thrive on her previous savings and the support of Lu Jinlan, living quite comfortably in her later years. Yet, for Wen Ning, the idea of exchanging daughters was proposed by Xiang Chunhua, and both had conspired together. How could Wen Ning allow Xiang Chunhua to enjoy a comfortable life in her later years? This was undoubtedly a chance for revenge. She needed to wait and observe, biding her time to ignite a spark at the opportune moment, ideally sending Xiang Chunhua behind bars. After lunch, Yin Tsong and Zhou Yunyun slipped away first. The plan was to forage for wild onions to stir-fry with eggs, but in reality, it was merely an excuse to wander aimlessly and evade work. Yin Hui invited Yin Gang to visit an elderly relative in the village. Yin Gang agreed and decided to bring Xiaoyu along. Yin Hui, puzzled, asked elder brother, "Why are you bringing her? Just leave her at home." Yin Gang shook his head, explaining that their mother, sister-in-law, and wife were all busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Since I have some free time, I might as well take her with me. Yan Yu ruminait skeptical, thinking it odd for a grown man to carry a child, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, partly due to his slight trepidation towards his elder brother. As Wen Ning and Jia Shufan finished their household chores, they too ventured out. Jia Shufan headed directly towards her circle of old friends, while Wen Ning brought along Mao, who was engrossed in a book. "Stop reading, or you'll need glasses for nearsightedness," she admonished. The mother and son strolled leisurely, eventually arriving near Lu Jinlan's home. Wen Ning was curious to inquire about something, but before she could gather her thoughts, Mao tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Mom, look, Mao." Following his gaze, Wen Ning spotted Mao collecting coins from a group of children. He gleefully counted the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Frowning, Wen Ning called out, "Yin Chuan, what are you doing?" As an adult, her shouts startled the children, causing them to scatter. However, Mao dashed over, saying, "Mom, big brother, I'm doing business." "What kind of business?" she inquired. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Mao explained, "The village kids have never tasted white rabbit candy or hard candy, so I'm selling it to them. Each piece of candy is 5 cents, and hard candy is 3 cents. I've made a total of $1.20. Wen Ning realized something was amiss. "But Mao, your father bought the white rabbit candy for 5 yuan per kilogram. You're selling it at a loss." "It doesn't matter," he replied confidently, patting his belly. "Whatever I eat, I just excrete as waste. I can still make money from others eating it." Wen Ning was taken aback. "So, your father's profit isn't really profit then? Big brother, will you sell? I can help you." Mao volunte iret iagadi. Mao shook his head, declaring it too much of a loss to sell. Mao pouted, asking, "Then are you going to keep it all for yourself? Aren't you worried about getting cavities?" Before heading home, Jia Shufan decided to split the candies between the two boys. Now that Mao had sold out, he was eyeing his brother's stash. Mao pondered, do those kids have anything else they can trade? Mao shook his head, unsure, suggesting, "Shall we go ask?" "All right," they agreed. quickly setting off to conduct their business, leaving Wen Ning speechless. The children were so resourceful that she felt somewhat outdated as a mother. Taking a few steps forward, she noticed a group of women chatting. One of them spotted her and warmly called out, "Isn't that Shufin's eldest daughter-in-law? Teacher Wen, are you here to buy medicine from Chunhua?" Chapter 43. The injured leg of the wicked sister. Wen Ning's curiosity piqued as she approached, feigning ignorance. "Auntie, does this medicine really help in having sons?" "Absolutely," the woman with slanted eyes asserted, readily providing examples. "My sister's daughter-in-law's aunt's daughter had several daughters, but after taking this medicine, she finally had a son." Other women chimed in, sharing similar tales. "My brother's sister-in-law's daughter also took the medicine and had a boy. If it doesn't work, just return the money. Everyone knows Chunhua wouldn't scam anyone." Once the chatter subsided, Wen Ning inquired, "Do you know of anyone who took this medicine and ended up with a daughter instead?" The women exchanged glances, recalling carefully until the woman with slanted eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, the daughter-in-law from the Zhao family in our village, Qiujuan, seems to have only had daughters. Her mother-in-law was furious and wanted her son to divorce her, right?" "Yes, that happened. I saw the commotion when she threw Qiujuan's belongings out." As Wen Ning silently noted the names, she was interrupted by a question. "Wait a minute, Teacher Wen. Don't you have 2 sons and a daughter? Why would you want to have more? Besides, your mother-in-law and Chunhua are closely related. Why are you asking around?" Wen Ning forced a smile, explaining, "I'm not looking to have more. It's mainly because I have a sister in my family who has been childless for many years. I don't want my mother-in-law to find out about this. Aunties, please keep this to yourselves. Of course, we won't say a word. Your mother-in-law will never find out," they assured her. Just then, Jia Shufan rushed into the main room, exclaiming, "Which of your maternal family has a sister who can't have sons?" Wen Ning was taken aback. It had been less than 3 hours since she had asked the aunties to keep quiet, and she was astonished at how quickly the news had spread. She remained silent for a moment, but Jia Shufan grew anxious, insisting, "No matter which sister it is, don't let her take that medicine. It's unreliable. It could lead to serious illness." Wen Ning was bewildered. "Mom, don't you trust Erdi's mother?" "Not at all," Jia Shufan replied without hesitation. "That Xiang Chunhua barely knows how to read. She used to assist with delivering pigs and sheep. How could she possibly have a secret formula for bearing sons? I believe her so-called medicine is just a scam. If someone has a son, she takes the credit for it, and if a daughter is born, she just refunds the money." Wen Ning was genuinely shocked and gave Jia Shufan a thumbs up. "Mom, you see through it all." Jia Shufan couldn't contain her amusement, fixing her curls and lifting her chin slightly. "Of course, I've lived in the family quarters for half a year, waking up and sleeping to the sound of the military bugle. I've received some high-level education from the party." Wen Ning replied, "Rest assured, I deceived those aunties. I don't have a sister." "That's good. You almost gave me a heart attack. I didn't even finish my gossip." Jia Shufan patted her chest. In the evening, the sharp-featured and gaunt old woman, Xiang Chunhua, was gleefully making her way to the Yin household when she ran in her daughter, Lu Jinlan, who was picking vegetables. "Mom, what brings you here?" Chunhua's eyes sparkled with greedy excitement as she exclaimed, "Your sister-in-law is inquiring about my son-conceiving medicine. She has a sister who can't have a son. Look, I'm practically delivering myself to her doorstep. She's wealthy, and I'm ready to take advantage of that." Lu Jinlan's expression changed instantly, and she pulled her mother aside, lowering her voice. "Mom, your medicine is a scam. What if my sister-in-law comes looking for you? What is there to fear?" Chunhua replied confidently, "I'll just say she broke some taboos during her pregnancy, which scared the son away." She had always employed this tactic, claiming that various actions during pregnancy, such as moving furniture or playing with pets, could scare the child away. Those mothers-in-law and husbands would immediately blame the pregnant women, shouting and scolding, and she would happily step in to mediate. Lu Jinlan remained unconvinced, trying to deter her. "No, my sister-in-law may be gentle and caring, but my brother is an officer. He would never believe such nonsense. If it comes to light, you'll be in trouble. Besides, I've never heard of my sister-in-law having a sister. Her parents only had her and passed away long ago. Now her family only has a grandmother left." She speculated that her sister-in-law might have asked about this remedy to sell it in the family quarters since she had lost her job. That would be even worse. How could Xiao Yu have a mother who dabbles in superstition? How could she have jeopardized her teaching position? That is so disgraceful. Despite Lu Jinlan's numerous protests, Chunhua ultimately abandoned her plan. However, she was not one to leave empty-handed. Upon entering her daughter's home, she immediately spotted new clothes on the cabinet. Her eyes lighting up. "Oh, this fabric is nice, and the workmanship is good. I'll wear it for the new year." "Mom," Lu Jinlan quickly interjected. "This was specially bought for me by my mother-in-law from Luqing. If she sees you wearing it, she'll complain. Once the new year is over and she returns to the family quarters, I'll send it to you." Chunhua pouted, her eyes darting to a black suit nearby. "This one would fit your brother perfectly." Lu Jinlan gritted her teeth, promising, "I'll get you that when I return." In the end, Chunhua found 2 sweaters to wear underneath, finally satisfied as she left, only to see Mao sitting on a small stool outside, counting his money. Xiang Chunhua immediately bent down and approached. "Is that not Mao? How come he has so much money?" Mao beamed with delight. "I earned it by selling candy." $1.02. He had counted it several times. Since his pocket money was deducted, it was the first time he had held so much money. What joy! Xiang Chunhua's eyes glinted as she pointed out, "You must give this money to your sister." Lu Jinlan, who was about to take her mother away, paused, speechless. Mao was taken aback. "Why?" "Because she is your biological sister." Xiang Chunhua was not one to deceive a child's money, but she could certainly advocate for her granddaughter's welfare. A young boy must learn from an early age. This way, he would protect his sister as he grew up. With earnestness, Xiang Chunhua emphasized, "A brother must care for his sister. It is essential. If there are new clothes, they should be saved for her, and if there is money, it should be saved for her dowry, thus ensuring that your sister is a happy little girl." Mao furrowed his small brows, suddenly gathered the money, stood up, and asked, "Granny, did you teach your daughter the same way?" Both Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan were momentarily stunned. Then Xiang Chunhua nodded without hesitation. "Yes." "Jinlan, do you think I am right?" Lu Jinlan sensed a trap, but had yet to respond when a loud bang erupted from the main room, followed by the piercing cries of the little sister. Wow! Everyone in the yard, and those outside, rushed over, only to see flames igniting at the foot of a wooden bed, with the little sister wailing inside. At a distance from the bed, Yuan Bao sat crouched, covering his ears in a daze. Lu Jinlan was the first to run and embrace her son, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. "What happened?" "Yuan Bao, don't scare your mother." Yin Hui was quick, pulling the girl out and patting the sparks off her swaddling. Yin Gang brought water to extinguish the fire and checked the situation. Ultimately, his expression turned grim as he looked at Yin Yuan Bao and declared it was a firecracker. Yuan Bao set off firecrackers inside the house, throwing them next to the little sister's bed, causing the fire. His gaze was sharp and piercing, prompting Yin Yuan Bao to cry out. "I didn't mean to, don't hit me." Yin Hui suddenly exclaimed, "The little sister is bleeding from her leg." "Oh no, hurry. Take her to the hospital," Jia Shufan urged. Chapter 44. The eldest brother and his wife helped raise his daughter. Yin Hui quickly picked up the little sister and rushed outside. At this moment inside the house, Zhou Yunyun, still shaken, was clutching her chest, her face flushed, pointing at Yuan Bao in Lu Jinlan's arms. "Lu Jinlan, why is your son setting off firecrackers inside? There are either pregnant women or children in the house. Does he want to blow someone up?" Yuan Bao wailed loudly. Lu Jinlan held him, anxious no third sister-in-law. Yuan Bao surely didn't mean it. He was just scared. "I'll take him to see a doctor first." She chased after Yin Hui as he left. Zhou Yunyun's chest heaved with anger, staring at her retreating figure. "The one who needs to see a doctor is your daughter, not the culprit you are holding. I have seen preferential treatment towards sons, but never such disregard for a daughter's life. What kind of sin did your daughter commit in her past life to end up in your womb?" After venting her anger, she was still unsatisfied, turning to demand that Yin Tsong leave and return to the county town. Yin Tsong could not argue with her, saying a quick word to Jia Shufan, Yin Gang, and Wen Ning, before hastily packing up to leave overnight. Jia Shufan did not pay them any mind. She was still worried about the little sister and peered outside. "I'll go take a look." "I'll go instead." Yin Gang blocked her. "It's dark, and your eyesight isn't good." Yin Gang gestured to Wen Ning, who nodded slightly. Inside the house were only Jia Shufan, Wen Ning holding Xiaoyu, and Mao and Mao. Mao looked around, puzzled. Where did second aunt's mother just go? Xiang Chunhua. Wen Ning asked curiously, "What did she say to you?" "She told me to save the money for Xiaoyu." Mao thought for a moment, still a bit angry. "Why should I save it for Xiaoyu? I can spend my own money, and I'm not dying and dividing up my possessions. Why should I save it for Xiaoyu?" because she wants everyone to revolve around her granddaughter, to serve her granddaughter. That wicked old lady is about to have a rough time. Wen Ning sneered inwardly, denying Xiang Chunhua's words. She was just speaking nonsense. Don't listen to her. Mother Wen Ti asked you and your brother to always give in to your sister. Mao nodded emphatically. That old lady is super strange. She wants me to take care of my sister, but when Yuan Bao bullies the little sister, she does not say a word. The Mao chimed in, Granny says. Meddling in others' affairs leads to trouble. This playful remark brought Jia Shufan back to her senses. She straightened up and walked towards the kitchen. Fine, I will start cooking first. After I finish, you can eat. I'll leave them a portion. Wen Ning instructed De Mao and Mao to keep an eye on Xiao Yu and went to the kitchen to help. However, they had not even finished cooking when the others suddenly returned. The four from the second house entered their own room, and Yin Gang immediately washed his hands. Scooping up Xiao Yu to find Wen Ning in the kitchen, his face dark as if it could drip water. How is it? Did the little sister get hurt? Jia Shufan asked anxiously. A hint of mockery crossed Yin Gang's eyes. The second sister-in-law is making a fuss to find a village doctor. They bandaged the little sister and are returning, and she is even looking for someone to call Yuan Bao's soul. The money for calling the soul is even more than for bandaging the little sister. Jia Shufan was taken aback. The little sister is bleeding. How can we not check the hospital for internal injuries? Is money really that tight? I will go speak to them. She attempted to leave, but Yin Gang grasped her arm. I have already advised, and I told her I would cover the cost. The second sister-in-law said she would take the little sister to the hospital tomorrow morning, and I see that the second brother is also very angry. Tomorrow morning. That will do. Jia Shufan forcefully scraped the vegetables with a spatula. During the new year. What is this nonsense? Yin Gang suddenly looked at Xiao Yu in his arms and said to Wen Ning, if De Mao and Mao treat Xiao Yu like this, don't stop me. I must spank them. Before Wen Ning could respond, Mao, who was eavesdropping at the door, protested. He stepped out indignant. Dad, how can you think that of me? I'm not that kind of person. Let me give you a warning first. Yin Gang looked down at him. You can be mischievous, but there are limits. When it jeopardizes safety, I will show no mercy. Mao pouted defiantly. He is not a mischievous child like Yuan Bao. Meanwhile, in the second house, Lu Jinlan cautiously laid the sleeping Yuan Bao on the bed, and as she turned around, Yin Hui immediately thrust the little sister into her arms. You need to calm her down. She has been crying, and I don't know if it's from fear or pain. Otherwise, we should take her to the hospital now. She cannot wake up Yuan Bao. Lu Jinlan uttered this, skillfully bending down to find a sock to stuff in the little sister's mouth. The wailing ceased, leaving only soft whimpers. Seeing her do this for the first time, Yin Hui was taken aback. What are you doing? Lu Jinlan placed the little sister on the wooden bed and sat beside the big bed, watching Yuan Bao. She lowered her voice. Don't make a sound. Yuan Bao is frightened. Whose injury is more serious? Yin Hui was confused. He glanced between the big bed and the small wooden bed, confirming he was not mistaken, and shouted angrily, Lu Jinlan, have you lost your mind? Your daughter is bleeding, and you are still concerned about that little brat. He set off the firecrackers. I told you not to make a sound. Lu Jinlan stepped closer, grasping his arm, a hint of madness in her eyes. Her voice dropped even lower. Yuan Bao is our lifeline. What is the little sister to us? She is just a worthless child. She is only bleeding a bit. Even if she breaks her leg, I'll 1T send her to the hospital. Yin Hui's eyes widened, frowning. You're crazy. She is also your child. She is not my child. Lu Jinlan interrupted, her voice lower. Facing Yin Hui's shocked gaze, she smirked, revealing a secret for the first time. The night I gave birth. Lu Jinlan recounted the events of that night 6 months ago, leaving Yin Hui in shock, mouth agape, gasping for air. How could you do such a thing? That is our biological daughter. You sent her away to someone else. It is precisely because she is our biological daughter that I want her to have a good life. Lu Jinlan retorted defiantly, appearing almost deranged. Yin Hui, you should take a look. Elder sister has nurtured Xiao Yu so well. Her complexion is fair and delicate, and she is obedient and charming. The garments she wears are crafted from new fabric. The milk powder she consumes is procured specially from the hospital. And even her bedding is made from freshly picked cotton. But what does that wretched sister have? Yin Hui felt something was amiss. It was your mistreatment that led to her unfortunate condition. Lu Jinlan scoffed, expressing that her not having thrown the girl into the latrine was already a display of goodwill, and they even paid an 800 yuan fine for her. Wasn't that enough? Just then, the voice of Jia Shufan calling for dinner echoed from the main room. Lu Jinlan's eyes shifted, pushing Yin Hui down to sit on the bed. Consider the benefits this situation brings to our family and to Yuan Bao. I will step out and bring in the food. She wiped her face, adjusted her demeanor, and exited, closing the door behind her. Inside, Yin Hui glanced at Yuan Bao and then at the wailing wretched sister, as malevolent thoughts began to fester within him. Since childhood, he had always paled in comparison to his elder brother Yin Gang. While his brother served in the military, he was deemed unfit due to his height, relegated to laboring daily in woodwork. His brother married an educated and beautiful city girl, while he could only settle for a village woman. His brother's son was clever and destined for academic success, while Yuan Bao was frail. If that were the case, what was wrong with having his brother and sister-in-law raise their daughter for a time? It was their rightful duty. Chapter 45. Heir Mao aspires to be a father. The next day was the 29th of the 12th lunar month, according to the customs of Yinfeng village. It was time for a reunion dinner to bid farewell to the old year and welcome the new. There were many tasks to attend to. Hence Jia Shufan and Yin Gang rose early, along with De Mao and Heir Mao. Jia Shufan urged Yin Hui and Lu Jinlan to quickly take the wretched sister to the county hospital for a checkup. The couple verbally agreed, but did not budge from their seats, with Lu Jinlan casting glances at Yin Gang, who was plucking chicken feathers nearby. Yin Gang fished out 20 yuan from his pocket, approached Yin Hui, and urged him to go for a checkup without delay. "Thank you, brother," Yin Hui said with a simple smile, beckoning Lu Jinlan to take the wretched sister and set off. Jia Shufan discreetly slipped 10 yuan to Lu Jinlan, instructing her that if the doctor deemed it serious, they should proceed with treatment without delay. If all was well, they should return home early for the reunion dinner. Understood. Mother, keep an eye on Yuan Bao. He hasn't woken yet. The family of 3 set off while the others continued to prepare ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Jinlan was cursing under her breath as soon as she stepped outside. Just a mere 10 or 20 yuan, and they expect us to go to the hospital? How miserly. It's the eve of the new year, and they want us to spend it at the hospital. What bad luck. If they were so kind, why didn't they take the wretched sister themselves? Having walked a distance, Yin Hui glanced back into the dimness, relieved to see no figures in sight. All right, since we're not going to the hospital, you take the child and find a place to stay. I'll go my own way, and we'll meet back here at 11:30 to return together. Lu Jinlan nodded, reminding him, just don't waste money. Save it for Yuan Bao. I know. The couple parted ways, each taking their own path. This left Heir Mao in a quandary. Mother had instructed him to check if his uncle and aunt had taken the wretched sister to the hospital, but now that they had separated, which one should he follow? Within 3 seconds, Heir Mao made his decision to follow his aunt, who was carrying the wretched sister. Yet, his aunt took a familiar route, heading back to her parental home in the village. Heir Mao crouched in the grass, his lips pursed in discontent. How could his uncle and aunt, both of considerable age, act like greedy children, swindling money from their parents and father? Such shamelessness. He resolved to return home and inform his mother, even sending grandma to scold his uncle and aunt, and ideally, to give them a beating. Just as Heir Mao was about to rise, he noticed a hurried figure in the shadows ahead, a woman clutching a swaddled bundle. Her head and face were wrapped in a scarf, revealing only her eyes. As she walked furtively, glancing around like a thief, Heir Mao crouched down to observe closely. He saw the woman toss the swaddled bundle in front of his aunt's home and then scampered away like a rabbit. She ran. Armand crawled over to inspect, discovering a small infant in the swaddling, resembling his sister Xiao Yu when she was just born. Such a tiny creature. Heir Mao was taken aback. In such cold weather, how could anyone abandon a child here? The ground was covered in grass, which was still wet with dew. Filled with indignation, Heir Mao picked up the swaddled infant. And just then, the baby stirred gently, puckering its lips and beginning to wail. Wah! Heir Mao hurriedly mimicked how his mother and grandmother usually soothed his sister, gently rocking the baby. But it was of no use. The infant's cries grew louder, and soon the voice of Xiang Chunhua could be heard calling from the yard. Jinlan, go check who is outside. Why is there a child crying? Heir Mao's heart raced. With a surge of determination, he turned and fled, clutching the baby. He navigated his way home, shutting the yard gate behind him, and spotted Yin Gang, Wen Ning, Jia Shufan, and De Mao in the yard. Heir Mao let out a sigh of relief, raising the swaddled infant, panting heavily. Father, mother, grandma, brother, didn't he have a baby? I found a little monkey that looks like a baby. Wen Ning and the others were taken aback, bewildered by his words. Jia Shufan stepped forward to take the baby, exclaiming in frustration, "What nonsense is this? You've picked up a child. Where did you find it? Oh dear, its little face is freezing." Mao honestly recounted how he found it at his aunt's home, where a woman had sneakily left it. Wen Ning säger its flickeret. It has arrived. She placed Xiao Yu into Yan Gang's arms, then stepped forward to examine the child before questioning Mao. "Did you see what that woman looked like?" "No." Mao shook his head. She was wrapped up tightly. Yan Gang furrowed his brows, seizing on the critical point. Mao, why were you at your aunt's house so early in the morning?" Mao replied with conviction. "I want to see if uncle and aunt had taken the wretched sister to the hospital. They didn't go. Aunt took the wretched sister to her parental home." Jia Shufan was taken aback, her anger flaring. "Those two scoundrels. They have no heart for the wretched sister. They're just deceiving us for money. I'm going to get to the bottom of this." She started to rush out, but Wen Ning caught her arm, shaking her head. "Mom, calm down a bit. What are we going to do about this child?" Without hesitation, Jia Shufan declared, "If someone abandoned it at Xiang Chunhua's doorstep, then of course we'll return it to her." Wen Ning thought quickly. This was all a misunderstanding. If Mao hadn't brought the child back, it would surely have been secretly disposed of by Xiang Chunhua. She had buried the matter, but now it was impossible to brush it aside easily. Wen Ning shook her head. "No, Mom, you can't return it. With Xiang Chunhua's temperament, she could very well drown this child in the latrine. We must report this to the police. They will find the child's biological parents. They would be guilty of abandonment, and that's no trivial matter." Jia Shufan pondered this, her anger boiling over as she speculated. Why toss it here of all places? It must be because of that damned herbal medicine Xiang Chunhua took to conceive. It must be a girl. I can't fathom why she insists on having a son. It's not about success or filial duty. It all depends on one's conscience. Is it about a measly couple of pounds of meat? What a pipe dream. Indeed, without further delay, Wen Ning and Yan Gang took the child to the county to report the incident, while Jia Shufan remained home to keep an eye on the other children. Just as she sighed, Mao tugged at her sleeve, innocently stating, "Grandma, since that child's parents don't want her, can I keep her as my daughter? That way, when I grow up, I want to have to marry and have children." Jia Shufan was taken aback. "Mao, you're 7 years older than that little girl. How dare you think of being her father? Why don't you consider being a father to me instead?" Mao's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Well, if you're willing, then my dad would call me Grandpa." "Of course not," Jia Shufan interrupted, grabbing a stick and chasing after him. "It's been a while since I've given you a beating. You must be itching for it." Mao shielded his bottom, hopping away and crying. Hadn't he just done a good deed this morning? Why was he still getting punished? Nearby, Mao held his sister, playing with her tiny hands, speaking gently, "Look, your second brother is playing with you." Xiao Yu shook her little hands, giggling with delight. By 10 o'clock that morning, Wen Ning and Yan Gang, accompanied by 5 or 6 police officers, entered the village, drawing the attention of many villagers. The gathering of people grew increasingly larger, ultimately converging at Xiang Chunhua's doorstep. Chapter 46. Walking may soon become a struggle. At that moment, Xiang Chunhua was leisurely enjoying sunflower seeds in her courtyard. Inside the house, her son and pregnant daughter-in-law were still indulging in slumber. Lu Jinlan, with her younger sister on her back, squatted on the ground washing clothes for her mother, murmuring disparaging remarks about her sister-in-law as she did so. Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Jinlan peeked out and was startled to see a throng of people, with Yan Gang and Wen Ning standing out prominently at the forefront. Initially taken aback, she feared her elder brother and sister-in-law had come to confront her, wondering how they had discovered she hadn't taken her sister to the hospital, but had instead brought her to their mother's home. Anger quickly surged within her. What was the big deal about not taking her sister to the hospital? Why had they summoned so many people, escalating the situation to this extent? Upon noticing the gathering, Xiang Chunhua sensed that something was amiss, especially with the presence of law enforcement. "Jinlan, you must explain things clearly to your brother and sister-in-law." The mother and daughter exchanged anxious glances, and as Wen Ning and the others approached, Lu Jinlan hurriedly stepped forward. "Sister-in-law, brother, I came to borrow some money from my mother to take my sister to the hospital. It's not that we weren't going. Please don't misunderstand. I'll take her right now." Wen Ning shook her head. "We haven't come for that." "What is it then?" Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan frowned in confusion. At that moment, a female police officer holding a small infant stepped forward and inquired, "This girl was abandoned at your doorstep. Do you recognize her? Both Xiang Chunhua and Lu Jinlan averted their gazes and shook their heads in unison. Xiang Chunhua, slapping her thigh in indignation, exclaimed, "What cruel parents to abandon a child in such cold weather! Officers, you must swiftly locate the heartless individuals responsible for this." Her words ignited a chorus of opinions from the onlookers in the village. Indeed, on such a festive occasion, how could anyone engage in such a despicable act? We in Yunfeng village have never harbored such people. They must be from another village. Why leave her at Chunhua's doorstep, expecting her to care for the child? Could it be linked to that birthing medicine? One attentive officer caught the mention and promptly probed, "What birthing medicine?" The villagers fell silent, understanding that speaking against Xiang Chunhua in her presence would lead to resentment. Xiang Chunhua, attempting to alleviate the tension, chuckled nervously, "Officers, I'm merely a midwife. I occasionally provide some prenatal and nourishing medicines. That's hardly unusual." The officers, undeterred, insisted that the rest of her family come forward to identify the infant and clarify the circumstances. Xiang Chunhua turned to Lu Jinlan, instructing her to summon her son and daughter-in-law, while she continued to protest her innocence. Meanwhile, several officers began questioning the other villagers individually. Before long, they approached Wen Ning. Deliberately avoiding Yin Gang, she maintained a calm demeanor while providing detailed information, including insights about the Zhao Qiujuan family at the village's edge who had inquired about birthing medicine. She articulated her suspicion, "Comrades, I suspect that Xiang Chunhua is masquerading as a seller of birthing medicine. The family that abandoned their daughter may have done so due to not wanting the child, leaving her at Xiang's doorstep. Moreover, Xiang Chunhua must have a simple ledger. If you find it and investigate the recent births, you could trace the child's biological parents." The officers noted her comments in their notebooks. "We will conduct a thorough investigation. Thank you for your cooperation." In truth, the investigation would not require excessive effort. Within an hour, the police had identified several individuals from the village who had purchased birthing medicine, including the Zhao family. Zhao Qiujuan disclosed that ever since she gave birth to a daughter, her mother-in-law had been exceedingly displeased. Being poor and unable to pay the fines for a second child, she wished to give the granddaughter away, but Zhao Qiujuan fiercely resisted. Despite this, her mother-in-law had compelled her to consume birthing medicine purchased from Xiang Chunhua. When questioned, Zhao Qiujuan resentfully explained, "The birthing medicine costs 5 yuan per dose," claiming to be a unique formula, but it merely has the taste of herbs. "After I had my daughter, my mother-in-law confronted Xiang Chunhua, who claimed that I wrote during my pregnancy, causing my son to run away." In a neighboring village, Zhang Xiaoshen also had a daughter, and Xiang had advised her mother-in-law to dispose of the child in a latrine. Now she was pregnant again. The police gathered numerous testimonies and discovered Xiang Chunhua's ledger and over 800 yuan hidden in the back room, promptly taking Xiang Chunhua into custody. "Xiang Chunhua, you have profited from selling counterfeit medicine and incited others to abandon their newborn daughter. You must accompany us to the police station." Xiang Chunhua cried out in despair. "This is a grave injustice. Help me, Jinlong. Save me." Though she called for her children, her son Lu Jinlong had already hidden away in fear. Lu Jinlong, in a panic, rushed to Yin Gang and Wen Ning, pleading, "Brother, sister-in-law, please help. Don't let them take my mother. If she goes, it's all over." Yin Gang firmly rejected her plea, stating, "I cannot intervene." As Wen Ning watched Xiang Chunhua being taken away, a sense of secret satisfaction welled within her. It was done. This uproar would surely ensure Xiang Chunhua could not escape. Turning to Lu Jinlan, Wen Ning feigned sympathy. "Sister-in-law, your mother has broken the law. We lack the means to assist her. Encourage her to confess honestly in hopes of receiving a lighter sentence." "How can my mother end up in prison?" Lu Jinlan wailed, desperately chasing after them, carrying her younger sister who was crying loudly. The onlookers murmured in dismay. What a situation to occur during the new year. The realization struck that Xiang Chunhua had amassed over 800 yuan. This trade was indeed lucrative. It's profitable, but it could also lead to imprisonment. "I always knew that birthing medicine was a scam. I advised others against purchasing it, yet they wouldn't listen. Alas, I'm not one to say I told you so." Before long, Wen Ning and Yin Gang returned home, where Mao anxiously informed them, "Dad, Mom. The second aunt sent someone to bring the younger sister home. Grandma says she has been bleeding from her leg and needs to go to the hospital for an examination." Yin Gang furrowed his brow. "I will take her. Let us go." He hurriedly left, with Jia Shufan to take the younger sister to the county hospital for a checkup, while Wen Ning stayed home with Xiao Yu and Damao and Mao. Outside, the wind and rain raged, yet within their home, the four of them found tranquility. As evening approached, Yin Gang and Jia Shufan returned from the hospital with the younger sister. Jia Shufan sighed heavily. The doctor said we were late in bringing her in. She may walk with a limp for the rest of her life. She angrily berated Lu Jinlan and Yin Hui. What a heartless pair. They produce children, yet neglect them. Just as she was scolding, Lu Jinlan burst in. Chapter 47, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Ignoring Jia Shufan's tirade, she confronted Wen Ning with red-rimmed eyes. Sister-in-law, did you report this to the police? Why would you do that? The police had swiftly traced the abandoned infant back to her biological family through Xiang Chunhua as convoluted, poorly kept records. Lu Jinlan, having overheard the details from her hiding place, rushed back to confront Wen Ning. Accompanying her were Yin Hui and several villagers eager to witness the unfolding drama. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wen Ning remained unperturbed. She wore a slightly aggrieved expression. Sister-in-law, I reported it to the police because I wanted to help the infant find her parents. I couldn't just take her in myself, could I? We already have 3 children. We cannot afford to raise more. Lu Jinlan shook her head vehemently, pressing on with her accusations. I didn't ask you to raise her. The infant was left at my mother's doorstep. Why did Mao bring her back? How could you report it to the police without consulting my mother? If you hadn't reported it, this wouldn't have escalated so much. My mother wouldn't have to face imprisonment. Lu Jinlan's eyes harbored deep-seated hatred as she glared at Wen Ning. Meanwhile, Wen Ning clenched her hands at her sides, internally mocking her while maintaining an innocent facade. Sister-in-law, I was too hasty and didn't think to consult your mother. I promise to ask next time. Such a simple statement left Lu Jinlan trembling with rage. Next time, my mother is 50 years old. If she serve a few years in prison, there won't be a next time. Yin Hui, listening in, also expressed his frustration. Sister-in-law, can't you be a bit more composed? This situation has escalated, and having a family member in prison is not good for us. Wen Ning couldn't help but smirk at his remark. Now you realize it's not beneficial? Just as she was about to retort further, Yin Gang's steady voice cut through the tension. Since you are aware that it is not a good thing, why did you not stop her from selling the fertility drugs? Second brother, understand this. It is your mother-in-law who has committed the wrongdoing. Who gave you the audacity to question my wife with such an attitude? Yin Hui, who has always feared his elder brother, instinctively recoiled at these words. Yet, Lu Jinlan remained unconvinced and was about to retort when Jia Shufan interjected. Enough. I wholeheartedly support Wen Ning in reporting to the police about finding the parents of the abandoned baby girl. Your mother's sale of fertility drugs is widely known. Even if it were not exposed today, it would eventually come to light. You cannot blame anyone but your mother for her own misdeeds. Upon hearing this, the villagers watching could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, teacher one had good intentions. She certainly did not anticipate that the situation would escalate to such proportions. The blame lies solely with Xiang Chunhua for her insatiable greed. How could she profit so much while allowing the baby girl to perish? Moreover, it is said that the more one earns, the longer the sentence. Listening to these discussions and observing Wen Ning's aggrieved expression, Lu Jinlan's resentment surged forth, threatening to explode. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Jinlan, your mother's house has been vandalized. You must go see. Lu Jinlan was momentarily stunned before turning on her heel and rushing away. Yin Hui and the other team members followed suit. Even Yin Gang went to see if he could offer any assistance. In the Yin family courtyard, only Jia Shufan and Wen Ning remained with the child. Wen Ning gazed into the distance, letting out a soft sigh, knowing that her sister-in-law must now harbor ill thoughts about her. Jia Shufan spoke with bitterness. Let her think what she wants. Her mother has committed heinous acts, and she is a fool. It is her prerogative. Little one, do not feel burdened by this. You have done nothing wrong in this matter. I stand with you. Wen Ning nodded in response, lowering her head to conceal the satisfaction in her eyes. She had achieved her purpose for returning to her hometown. In the following days, the news of Xiang Chunhua selling counterfeit fertility drugs spread rapidly through the surrounding villages and towns, causing an uproar. Families who had purchased the drugs, regardless of whether they had given birth to sons or daughters, felt they had suffered a great loss, leading them to storm her home in search of goods and furniture. Those who arrived late found nothing to seize and resorted to violence. They vandalized the walls of the Liu family. Xiang Shunua et son, Liu Jinlong, fled to his wife's family, too ashamed to show his face. Liu Jinlong was powerless to stop those seeking revenge, nor could she intervene in the police's ruling. Soon, Xiang Chunhua was sentenced to 11 years for selling counterfeit drugs and intentional homicide. When Liu Jinlong received the news, she erupted in fury within her home. Subsequently, her brother Liu Jinlong's wife aborted her pregnancy and divorced him. Liu Jinlong fell into a drunken stupor, drifting aimlessly, until one day he vanished, leaving for distant lands. The upheaval at her maternal home caused Liu Jinlong to fall ill. Overcome with anger and distress, she was left in a frail state. Jia Shufan took her younger sister under her care, and Liu Jinlong found herself without anyone to vent her frustrations. Lying in bed, eyes closed, overwhelmed by despair, she overheard a conversation between Jia Shufan and Wen Ning in the courtyard. "Little one, you see, my younger sister resembles Xiaoyu quite a bit. I wonder if those scars on her face can fade away. If they do, she could grow up to be quite a beauty." "Yes," Wen Ning replied in her usual calm and gentle tone, tinged with a hint of regret. "I just don't know if her leg can heal. It would be quite unappealing if she were to walk with a limp. Indeed, we should tend her leg." Liu Jinlong's eyes snapped open. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides. "It will never heal. Her sister's leg will never recover. Not for any reason other than the fact that she is the biological daughter of Wen Ning and Yin Gang. She is nothing but a wretch. Yes, the matter is far from over. All the misdeeds caused by Wen Ning should be borne by her younger sister." Liu Jinlong's spirit ignited with an unquenchable determination. She struggled to sit upright, resolve surging within her. Though her mother is imprisoned, she will emerge in 11 years. By then, Xiaoyu will be a young lady, and she will come to know her true parents and fulfill her filial duties. For these 11 years, she would ensure her sister's torment. That very evening, after Xiang Chunhua's arrest, Liu Jinlong sat at the table for the first time to have dinner. The meal tasted like ash in her mouth. When everyone finally finished eating, Liu Jinlong forced a smile and apologized to Wen Ning. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for how I treated you a few days ago. I should not have questioned you like that. Please forgive me. I was merely too worried about my mother. I now realize it is not your fault. It is my mother's own doing, and she deserves her fate." Wen Ning's expression remained indifferent. "It is good that you have come to terms with it." She had anticipated Liu Jinlong would eventually relent. The only reason was that as long as Liu Jinlong believed Xiaoyu to be her biological daughter and sought to maintain proximity, she would inevitably endure. Wen Ning noticed Liu Jinlong's hands, which rested on her lap, tightly clenched. "Does she harbor resentment?" "Yes, but she cannot seek revenge." "That is indeed correct." Wen Ning smirket. "Second brother, sister-in-law, my husband and I have discussed returning to the family courtyard," my husband said. Before she could finish, Liu Jinlong eagerly interjected. "Mother will still go with you, for our family must also leave this place." Wen Ning was not surprised by Liu Jinlong's decision. In her previous life, she had also taken her 2 children with Yan Hui to leave, only to eventually return to Luqing, appearing at her home from time to time. In her past life, Wen Ning believed this demonstrated a deep bond between sisters-in-law. Living close was advantageous for mutual care. Now, Liu Jinlong surely wished to keep watch over her biological daughter. At this moment, Jia Shufan and Yin Gang heard this news for the first time. Their brows furrowed in confusion. Liu Jinlong hurried to explain. Chapter 48. Ermao seeks a silencing fee. Hui Ge has been helping others with carpentry work, right? He usually struggles to make ends meet, so I thought I would care for him. It is much better for our family of 3 or 4 to be together than to be separated. Yuan Bao and my sister can see their father every day. This reasoning was sound. However, Jia Shufan worried that being out in the world, even drinking a glass of water, would require money. How could the 4 of them live on Yin Hui's single income? If she were to go along and care for the children, Yin Hui would have to support 5 mouths, making it even more difficult. No. Jia Shufan sighed, articulating what she believed to be the best solution. "Yin Hui, Jinlong, why don't you 2 go out together, leaving Yuan Bao and my sister here with me? I will take care of them for 2 years. After 2 years, Yin Hui will surely have completed his training and can help with making furniture and carpentry at home, and your family will no longer need to be apart." "No way." Liu Jinlong was the first to oppose. "I am their mother. I cannot let Yuan Bao and my sister be separated from me. Yuan Bao, she must pamper personally. My sister, She must ensure has no good days. Lu Jinlan's gaze was exceptionally resolute, embodying the spirit of a devoted mother. Jia Shufan found it difficult to reprimand her and turned to Yan Hui, hoping he would persuade her. Yan Hui waved his hand. Mother, you should go help my elder brother and sister-in-law take care of Xiaoyu. Do not worry about us. I can support them. He spoke with confidence. But Jia Shufan remained anxious. That night, she called Yan Hui outside and handed him some money. Yan Hui counted it roughly. There were about 300 yuan, and he was elated. Mother, why are you giving me so much money? Jia Shufan looked at him disdainfully. What else would it be for? Did you not say that the fine for your sister has yet to be repaid? Take this to pay it off. It is not good to owe others money. All right, Yan Hui quickly agreed. In truth, he had saved quite a bit from his carpentry work last year, and his sister's fine had already been paid off. However, money from his biological mother was free for the taking. This was a full 300 yuan, equivalent to half a year's salary. Yet, his mother, Jia Shufan, had always been thrifty. If she could take out 300 yuan, it meant she still had at least that much left. As Yan Hui contemplated this, he continued to feign poverty. Mother, Jinlan is not as educated as my sister-in-law. If she goes south with me, she can only care for the children, buy groceries, and cook. If I do not take her, she will refuse to go. My life this year is difficult. He did not finish his sentence. But Jia Shufan filled in the last 3 words for him, letting out a soft sigh, her expression thoughtful. Just as Yan Hui thought his mother might provide him with more financial support, a bright, youthful voice suddenly chimed in from behind the door. Aunt's second uncle. I have thought of a job for second aunt. Yan Hui and Jia Shufan turned in unison to see Mao popping out. Huh? Mao excitedly explained that if there was no money, second aunt could collect garbage. I have inquired thoroughly. Materials like steel, copper, and aluminum are the most valuable, though they're not easy to collect. Easier to gather are old plastics, rubber, waste paper, animal bones, broken glass. And even old clothes and hair can be sold for money. Yan Hui and Jia Shufan exchanged incredulous glances, the former exclaiming without thinking. Picking up trash to sell is so embarrassing. Mao placed his small hands on his hips and exclaimed, Uncle, you are mistaken. My mother says that begging for money with an open mouth is the true disgrace. Relying on one's own hands to collect garbage is a legitimate endeavor. There are countless trades, and every profession can produce a champion. Wasn't he just scolding him? Yan Hui noticed the approving expression on Jia Shufan's face and realized that he would not be able to obtain any money. He shot Mao a glare and hastily found an excuse to retreat indoors. Mao felt wronged. Why was his uncle like this? He had shared his secret to earning pocket money with him, and if he weren't the son of his grandmother, he wouldn't have divulged anything at all. All right, Jia Shufan said, ruffling his little head, just let it be. Upon reflection, she realized that, as a widow, she had managed to raise the 3 of them through hard work in the fields. Now, with 2 adults in the family, how could they not provide for 2 children? Jia Shufan suddenly regretted giving him the 300 yuan. Never mind. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mao and bestowed upon him a remarkably warm smile. Mao, you must not tell your mother about what happened just now. Mao's eyes twinkled as he extended his small hand. Then, Aunt, how about a little hush money? Just 1 yuan will suffice. Why are you so greedy? Jia Shufan protested, reluctant to pay, yet feeling a twinge of guilt. Most of her savings came from Xiaowen, and though he had said she could manage it as she pleased, she sensed that Xiaowen might not be pleased with her aiding the second family. Mom. Mao pretended to dash towards his mother's room. Jia Shufan quickly called out, Stop. Here, take it. Gritting her teeth, she fished out a yuan and handed it to Mao. Ah, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is indeed fraught with difficulty. In truth, even without Mao's complaint, Wen Ning could have guessed that Jia Shufan had given money to Yan Hui. However, she would not let such matters disturb her. She had long understood that Yin Gang was not merely her husband, and Jia Shufan was not her only sister-in-law. Everyone has their own concerns. As long as she achieved her goals, everything else became insignificant. The next day, the entire family began to pack for their journey. But the busiest one in the house was surprisingly little to Mao. Many children around 10 years old from the village came to find him, and none of them were empty-handed. Some carried small, intricately woven baskets made of bamboo strips, while others held bags filled with cicada shells and hedgehog skins. One particularly daring child produced 2 long snake skins. In an instant, Wen Ning and Lu Jinlan watching the commotion, stepped back in alarm, their faces pale. Yuan Bao began to wail. Lu Jinlan hugged her son and ordered the others to leave. Why are you bringing such things home? You're scaring Yuan Bao. Get rid of it. Demao tugged at Yin Gang, looking up. Dad, help me weigh this and then pack it up. The child who brought the snake skins had no objections, so Yin Gang followed his son's lead. Under the eaves, Lu Jinlan couldn't help but ask sister-in-law, what are they doing? Why is Demao collecting all sorts of things from the village children? Her two sons would tell her everything, and Wen Ning, aware of the situation, explained in a calm tone. Demao gave away all the sweets he received for the new year to the village children in exchange for their items. Their parents are all aware of this. Lu Jinlan's focus was rather peculiar. Demao is the eldest brother. Why didn't he share the sweets with Yuan Bao? A hint of sarcasm flickered in Wen Ning's eyes. As Mao, who was helping his elder brother, turned around, he quickly replied, my elder brother doesn't even share with me. Second aunt, can Yuan Bao weave small baskets, collect cicada shells, and catch snakes? He hasn't even turned 4 yet. Lu Jinlan was still somewhat displeased and began to nitpick. Sister-in-law, why aren't you keeping an eye on Demao? Anyone can weave a small basket. Cicada shells are only worth a few cents per pound, and as for snake skins, who knows their value? The sweets he gave away were bought with money. If he doesn't eat them, why not save some for Xiaoyu? Mao turned to her. Eyes wide, second aunt, the last time you told us to keep things for our little sister was when your mother was in jail. Chapter 49. The pretentious foreigner with curled hair Lu Jinlan was momentarily speechless, her face contorted with anger, nearly bursting into expletives. Wen Ning fought to suppress her smile. Sister-in-law, Mao is still young. He doesn't understand. Don't take it to heart. What more could Lu Jinlan say? Seething with anger, she turned her back on her sister-in-law and led Yuan Bao back inside. The children from a village who traded goods for sweets kept the father and sons busy for several hours, and when it was over, Demao's bundle had grown significantly larger. The few of them returned indoors to continue packing, with Mao still feeling quite pleased with himself. Brother, I am clever. Aren't I? I sold the sweets and easily made a yuan 20, unlike you, who ended up with a bunch of useless items to lug back home. What a hassle. Demao helped his father hold the bag as Yin Gang filled it with their belongings. Demao remained unfazed. Who said those things are useless? This pile is worth far more than your yuan 20. Mao was taken aback, huh? He turned to Wen Ning for clarification, who chuckled. Your elder brother intends to sell these in Lu City. If he does, it will indeed fetch more than a yuan 20. Damao was astuta. In terms of making money, he was undoubtedly more adept. Mao was left dumbfounded on the verge of tears. He felt he had suffered a great loss. The next day, both families set off together, parting ways at the train station. Lu Jinlan gazed at the child in Wen Ning's arms, unable to tear her eyes away, and expressed her heartfelt thoughts. Sister-in-law, Mom, please take good care of Xiaoyu. You must help me raise my daughter well. Wen Ning nodded, and Jia Shufan added earnestly. Of course, that goes without saying. Not only us, Jinlan, but you must also keep an eye on your sister-in-law. Once you have the means, take her to see a doctor about her leg. Don't let the child suffer. Lu Jinlan and Yin Hui responded disinterestedly. What Wen Ning and the others did not know was that during this train journey south, Lu Jinlan and Yin Hui faced much gossip and disdain. This was all due to Lu Jinlan's impatient and neglectful attitude toward her sister-in-law, stuffing socks in her mouth and beating her, which aroused the strong suspicion of concerned citizens that she was a child trafficker. The concerned public even reported them to the authorities, and Lu Jinlan and Yin Hui were thoroughly investigated before they were finally released. Wen Ning's family disembarked the train the following afternoon, and Zhang Weijun came to pick them up to return to their compound. As they neared their destination, Zhang Weijun, with keen perception, asked Jia Shufan, Andy, would you like me to stop so you can change into something more presentable? No, Xiao Zhang, let us go, Jia Shufan replied. Mao leaned over the back of the seat, shaking his head. Uncle Xiao, you don't understand. When returning to one's hometown, one dresses up to show off. But returning to the compound is a sign of poverty. My grandmother spent the money. Jia Shufan shot a glance at her smiling daughter-in-law, feeling guilty, and quickly patted Mao's back to interrupt him. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Si plopoli. After all, she had just given him hush money. Mao covered his mouth, his eyes darting. Oh no, he almost let it slip. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the compound. The family was busy moving their belongings when suddenly, an elderly man's enthusiastic voice rang out from afar. Popcorn is popping. Mao leaped up in excitement. Mom, dead. I want to go get popcorn. I haven't had any this new year. Wen Ning struggled to hold her squirming daughter and relented. Fine. You could take a gene of rice. But we just got back. Where's the rice? Ye schufen hoeritli die restet, emao. Go next door to Aunt Tion's house and borrow some. Tell her we'll return it tomorrow. I'll go make the beds first. All right. Both Mao and Mao went, but not long after, they returned home in a huff. Mao crossed his small arms. Mom, the neighbor said that my brother and I are too young to be trusted and that adults should borrow the rice. How infuriating. How infuriating. Everyone has hair on them. Why do they expect us to have hair on our mouths? How ugly. Mao frowned, seriously expressing, I don't like the new neighbor lady. What neighbor lady? Wen Ning Frobnet. Mao replied, little Dan calls her grandma. That must be the mother of team leader Zhou Jinxiang, Lin Meijin, the mother of Tian Xiaoa. Wen Ning had dealt with her in her previous life. This old lady was notoriously low in both intelligence and emotional quotient, and her words were often harsh. Therefore, it was no surprise that she would refuse to lend rice to children. She caused quite a stir, nearly leading Tian Xiaoyue to divorce Commander Zhou, a disruptor and troublemaker. Indeed, yet it was this very old lady who, without hesitation, donated a kidney for her grandson. As Wen Ning contemplated stepping in herself, Tian Xiaoyue hurriedly entered with a bowl of rice. Sorry, dalmo, adamo. Quickly take the rice to make popcorn. Your brother Gadan is waiting outside for you. Upon receiving their mother's nod, Mao and Mao dashed out with the bowl. Tian Xiaoyue then approached Wen Ning, lowering her voice to explain, please don't take it the wrong way, Xiaowen. My mother-in-law has come, and she doesn't understand our family dynamics. It's not that I don't want to lend you rice. Wen Ning smiled nonchalantly. As Tian Xiaoyue extended her hand, Wen Ning handed over the little girl. I'm quite exhausted holding her, and your timing is perfect. She is heavy. Tian Xiaoyue teased little you. It seems you've been faring well back at your hometown. Sending enemies to jail is certainly a commendable feat, Wen Ning replied, inviting Tian Xiaoyue inside. Come in. I brought some local specialties for you to take home and add to your dishes. I want to be polite then, Tian Xiaoyue said, stepping inside. It wasn't long before she noticed Yin Gang and Jia Shufen busily preparing 3 beds, putting on duvet covers, and organizing items from their hometown. Never pausing for a moment, Tian Xiaoyue sighed, thinking of her own mother-in-law lying motionless at home. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Why doesn't she have the good fortune of encountering considerate and diligent in-laws like Yin Gang and Shufen? Observing the happiness of others only deepened her sense of imbalance, prompting her to leave home shortly after. As Jia Shufen placed the wrapped local specialties on the shelf, she inquired of Wen Ning. I noticed Xiao Tian seemed a bit downcast. Did something happen at her home? Her mother-in-law is here. Wen Ning recalled the past, when Jia Shufen and Lin Meijin had even quarreled, and though she didn't lose, it was still inappropriate. She couldn't help but caution. Mom, Sister Xiaoyue's mother-in-law isn't quite right in the head. For Sister Xiaoyue's sake, please try to avoid any confrontation. Jia Shufen dismissed her concerns. How out of it could she be for me to want to fight her? I've lived over 50 years without encountering someone like that. You needn't worry. The next day, Yin Gang went to work while Wen Ning rode her bicycle, bringing Mao and Mao to Lu City to sell Mao as trophies. Jia Shufen took little Yu and went to greet Lin Meijin, inviting her warmly to explore the area and meet other elder sisters for some gossip. To her surprise, Lin Meijin scrutinized her for a long time before abruptly declining. I want to play with a curly-haired phony. Jia Shufen's expression darkened instantly. Lin Meijin continued to critique. It must have cost you quite a bit to perm your hair. What a waste. You'd be better off buying some meat to cook for your son. Chapter 50. Mao is a clever boy. Jia Shufen's principle was to repay enmity with enmity and kindness with kindness. She mirrored others' attitudes. Thus, her tone turned sharp as she questioned Lin Meijin. Why should meat be reserved for my son? Can't you see I have a mouth? Lin Meijin widened her eyes and elaborated. Your surname Jia, right? Sister Jia, let me tell you a thing or two. Since ancient times in the home, one follows the father. Upon marriage, one follows the husband. And after the husband's death, one follows the son. We are both widows now, and it's essential to prioritize our sons. So, things like dyeing hair or indulging oneself should be avoided. She glanced at Jia Shufen holding little Yu, who was cooing, and smirked. That's your granddaughter, right? Look how chubby she is. She must be on formula. Honestly, she could just have corn porridge. Save the formula money for her father. He is the true treasure of your family. Really, I haven't encountered such an archaic mindset in ages, Jia Shufan retorted, amused despite her anger. All right, from now on, I'll reserve some meat for him, cover him with a bit of cotton, and when we go out, I'll just carry him on my shoulders to save him the trouble of walking. Lin Meijian found this odd, but couldn't quite pinpoint why. She chuckled awkwardly. Sister, you're quite humorous. Jia Shufan rolled her eyes. Of course, if I weren't humorous, how could I endure conversing with someone as ridiculous as you? As Lin Meijian attempted to say more, Jia Shufan turned away, holding little Yu, unwilling to continue the conversation with such a muddled-minded woman. Meanwhile, in Lu City, Wen Ning took her two sons, carrying a bag of goods, and first stopped by a traditional Chinese medicine shop to inquire if they accepted snake skins, cicada shells, and hedgehog skins. They did, but the offered prices were unsatisfactory. Demao purchased the snake and hedgehog skins and borrowed some money from Yin Gang, realizing selling to the medicine shop wouldn't yield much profit. Thus, Wen Ning led the children to the hospital pharmacy where the duty nurse nodded. You can go over there to have it appraised. The doctor responsible for collecting medicinal materials weighed them on a small scale, calculated on a calculator, and finally quoted the prices. Cicada shells at 70 cents per pound, totaling 5 pounds, amounting to 15 yuan. Snake skins were 50 yuan, and hedgehog skins were 12 yuan. To round it off, that LLB 60 yuan. Upon exiting the hospital, Air Mao counted with his fingers, helping his brother calculate. Brother, I know you borrowed 7 yuan from Dad to pay for the hedgehog skin and snake skin. So, you earned 60 yuan. His face reflected astonishment and heartache. Realizing he had missed a lucrative opportunity, Wen Ning, ever the instigator, reminded him, your brother still hasn't sold the little baskets. Thus, the trio set up a small stall at the market to sell the little baskets for 50 cents each. Just as they sold two, a familiar face appeared, Lu Wei. Beside him stood a short-haired girl in her 20s who immediately picked up a little basket and exclaimed, this is so cute. Air Mao, thrilled, called out, Uncle Nyo. Long time no see. Happy New Year. Are you dating? Hello, sister. The short-haired girl chuckled, covering her mouth, charmingly delightful. Lu Wei, caught off guard, didn't know how to respond. He wiped his face and reiterated, I'm Lu Wei. Air Mao, Demao, Sister Wen, you're selling this? Wen Ning smiled and nodded. If you like them, take a few on the house. Choose freely. The girl, perhaps thinking Wen Ning and her sons were relatives of Lu Wei, generously declared, Sister, I'll take them all. How much? 8 of them, 50 cents each. That's 4 yuan. Demao was unreserved, reaching out to Lu Wei. Uncle Lu, small business, no credit. Lu Wei promptly paid, then pulled Wen Ning aside to chat, saying, Sister Wen, I secured a large order for suits a couple of days before the new year, and they urgently need spring and summer clothing. We need to act fast. Wen Ning nodded. All right, I'll go to the factory tomorrow, and we can strategize. Sure, she added with a smile. Be sure to have a good date. I hope to celebrate your wedding this year. Lu Wei, bashful, scratched his head, his ears reddening. After bidding farewell to Lu Wei, the family went to purchase some necessities, buying 2 ribs and 2 pounds of pork belly before riding their bicycles home. On the way, Demao counted 18 yuan and 60 cents. I earned 15 yuan and 2 dimes. Air Mao exclaimed, jumping onto his brother's back. I'm competing with you smart folks. Let go. Demao teased his younger brother. If you release me, I'll give you a dime. A dime? You think you can dismiss me with that? How about 5 dimes? That's barely acceptable. A bit more would be better. Just find a spot to lie down and sleep. Money comes faster in dreams. The two brothers continued their playful banter, while Wen Ning followed behind, watching their retreating figures with a smile. Though the family was no longer financially burdened, she supported her children's entrepreneurial spirit, as long as their endeavors didn't jeopardize their safety. Experience is the best teacher, and through their endeavors, the children would learn to face life's storms. After finishing lunch at home, Yin Gang borrowed a vehicle to take Wen Ning and the children to the adjacent Rong City Food Factory's residential building to pay respects to Wen Ning's grandmother, Zheng Yongying, who first married Wen Ning's grandfather and bore Wen Ning's father. Grandfather Wen passed away early, leading her to remarry and have a son and a daughter with her subsequent husband. In this reconstituted family, Wen Ning's father bore the brunt of the situation. Fortunately, he persevered, gaining recognition in the military and eventually marrying Wen Ning's mother, a distinguished researcher at an institute. Wen Ning enjoyed a blissful childhood under her parents' care. Sadly, at the age of 12, tragedy struck when both her parents perished in a rescue operation, leaving Wen Ning to live with her grandmother for 6 years, enduring a life of dependence. Despite her grandmother's kindness, her great-grandfather, second uncle, and second aunt were not easy to get along with, making those 6 years quite arduous for Wen Ning. At that time, with the college entrance examination canceled, her great-grandfather and second uncle sought to marry her off indiscriminately. It was her grandmother who protected her. Additionally, with Wen Ning's intelligence and her father's comrades' connections, she completed high school and became a primary school teacher at a military district school, later meeting Yan Gang and starting a family. Over the years, Wen Ning only visited her grandmother during festivals, feeling a deep sense of guilt, coupled with her memories from a previous life, where her grandmother passed away 3 years later. Her body discovered 3 days later, decayed. In this lifetime, she vowed never to let her grandmother meet such a fate. As Wen Ning contemplated, Ermao called out to her mom, "We've arrived. Let us knock." Wen Ning looked up, took a deep breath, and raised her hand to knock on the door. The reason she knocked was that Yan Gang was holding little Yu, while the Mao and Ermao were carrying gifts, leaving her with an empty hand. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with curled hair. Upon seeing Wen Ning's family, she stepped aside, leaning against the doorframe with a smirk, teasingly saying, "I was wondering why your mother was out buying chickens and ducks so early, telling us not to go out. Turns out, it's because the beloved granddaughter's family is here." Guoming. This was the self-centered and sharp-tongued second aunt, Lu Fong. Wen Ning greeted her and rushed to embrace her grandmother, an elderly woman with a round face and a cheerful demeanor, as if she had found something precious. "Grandma." Zheng Yongying paused for a moment, then pushed her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? We just met 6 months ago. Step aside, I want to hug my great-grandchild." Wen Ning was both amused and exasperated. Zheng Yongying then embraced the Mao and Mao, who called her grandma, before taking little Yu from Yan Gang's arms, bouncing her gently. "This little one resembles Ning Ning when she was young. Ning Ning, you were just as chubby back then. Your father would proudly carry you on his shoulders, while your mother always laughed at him." Recalling the past often evoked deep emotions. Zheng Yongying felt a tinge of sadness, and Wen Ning helped her sit down. At that moment, Yan Gang had greeted Wen Ning's second uncle and aunt and sat down with the Mao and Mao. Wen Ning's second uncle, relishing, was the head of production at a food factory, having been in leadership for many years. Although he lacked other skills, he had mastered the art of ingratiating himself with superiors and belittling subordinates. Holding a cup of tea, he inquired about Yan Gang's promotions and Wen Ning's teaching job. Upon learning that Wen Ning lost her job due to the birth of her second child, and that Yan Gang had also faced repercussions, he expressed his disappointment. "You two are usually smart, yet you make such foolish decisions at critical moments. For the sake of a daughter, you've lost so much. If I had known, I would have suggested terminating the pregnancy to avoid impacting your careers." Wen Ning and Yan Gang had developed a resilient mindset, remaining unfazed by his remarks. However, the others eagerly chimed in. Lu Fong chided, "Old Liang, why bring this up during the new year? Isn't it good that Wen Ning and Yan Gang's careers have stagnated? At least they won't be so arrogant, unlike her son, Liang Yong, who can't even keep up." Zheng Yongying sighed. "Little Yu is already this big. We can't just put the child back, can we? Moreover, children are blessings. If they come, we should embrace them." Mao, ever the clever one, patted his chest and quickly changed the subject to alleviate the tension. "Second grandpa, why don't you ask me and my brother about our end-of-year grade from last year?" "My brother did really well." With pride, he added, "I passed." Liang Shengli immediately understood his wife's hint and cooperatively asked Mao, "What do you mean by passed?" With a lifted chin, Mao declared, "I passed. With my intelligence, that's no small feat." The adults exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Just then, a commotion outside caught their attention. A slender young girl with her hair in braids and a heart-shaped face entered, carrying a bag of condiments. It was Liang Shui, the daughter of Wen Ning's second uncle and aunt. She shyly greeted, "Sister, brother-in-law, Mao, Mao, you're here?" Wen Ning and Yan Gang smiled at her, while Lu Fong immediately sent Liang Shui to the kitchen to help. Zheng Yongying eagerly took her great-granddaughter downstairs to boast to her old friends, while Yan Gang and the boys followed. Wen Ning went into the kitchen to assist Liang Shui and her second aunt. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. While Wen Ning was busy preparing vegetables, her second aunt, Lu Fong, began to boast about Liang Shui's matchmaking prospects. She proudly declared that Liang Shui had a job, good looks, and was an excellent cook, with her father holding a high position. She has quite the catch in our vicinity. Many mothers with sons are keen on her. But we're in no rush. We must choose wisely. When Ning found her thoughts drifting, in her previous life, her second uncle and aunt had indeed been meticulous in selecting a partner for Liang Shui, only to end up with a husband who was abusive. The family held a prestigious position, but Liang Shui's gentle nature made her a silent victim, eventually leading to a tragic miscarriage that her family only learned of later. Her grandmother had wanted Liang Shui to divorce and return home, but her second uncle and aunt refused, fearing it would tarnish their reputation. Later, when their son, Liang Yong, got into trouble, they sent Liang Shui to plead on his behalf, leading to a devastating end when her abusive husband pushed her against a rock in a fit of rage, resulting in her death. Recalling Liang Yong reminded Wen Ning of something crucial she needed to discuss with Yin Gang. She suddenly lost her focus, and Lu Feng, noticing, nudged her. Wen Ning, you've been through this. Tell Liang Shui that men without family backing or status should be avoided. Wen Ning looked at Liang Shui, whose eyes were filled with hope. With a gentle smile, she replied, I believe what matters most is to follow your heart. Life, isn't the same with just anyone. Don't say such things. Lu Feng shot her a disapproving look, poking Liang Shui's forehead. You should listen to your sister and choose a family that can support you and your brother. Liang Shui sighed deeply. Her parents favored her brother Liang Yong, catering to his every need, leaving her uncertain about her future. Moments latte. Liang Shui mentioned a lack of ginger, seizing the opportunity when Ning decided to seek out Yin Gang. Her grandmother was busy chatting with old friends while holding little Yu, Inda Mao and Air Mao, showcasing their impressive steel hoop skills, were entertaining a group of boys nearby. Wen Ning informed her grandmother and took Yin Gang to buy ginger. On the way, she cautioned him, if my grandmother, second uncle, or second aunt brings up the idea of sending Liang Yong to the military, please do not agree. Yin Gang looked surprised, but nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. Wen Ning felt relieved, knowing he wouldn't oppose her. In her previous life, when her second uncle suggested sending Liang Yong to join the army, Yin Gang had agreed and helped arrange for him to enlist, unaware that Liang Yong would engage in bullying and ultimately cause a tragic incident. When the investigation unfolded, Yin Gang faced severe reprimand and blame from her second uncle and aunt, who believed he should never have sent Liang Yong to the military. They failed to reflect on their own parenting mistakes, instead blaming Yin Gang for helping them. In this lifetime, Wen Ning vowed never to let Yin Gang assist them, avoiding unnecessary troubles. Hand in hand, the couple went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy ginger, only to overhear a familiar voice from a nearby alley. Who would have thought that both of us would fail the college entrance examination? And yet this bookworm managed to find a beautiful partner. Sis, why not ditch the bookworm and come with me? I'll treat you well. Wen Ning frowned and quickened her pace, peering into the alley to find Liang Yong surrounded by two equally unsavory companions, blocking a boy and a girl. The boy faced Liang Yong with indignation. Don't go too far, Liang Yong. This is my sister. She is still a minor. Perfect. I'll be your brother-in-law then. Liang Yong laughed mockingly, his gaze lewd. Zhang Wu, we'll be family. I'll look out for you, right? Zhang Wu's sister is still a minor, yet he waits for her, her delicate face so fair, her figure so alluring, possessing a certain allure. Zhang Wu, with eyes ablaze, charges forward, confronting Liang Yong. However, he is easily subdued by Liang Yong and his two subordinates. Just as Liang Yong prepares to strike, a commanding voice resounds from outside the alley, halting him abruptly. It's Yin Gang. The man exudes an aura of authority, his gaze as deep and unfathomable as an ancient well, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation. One of Liang Yong's lackeys trembles, attempting bravado. Who are you? How dare you disrupt our brother Yong's affairs? Silence. Liang Yong roars, kicking Zhang Wu aside, swaggering out nonchalantly. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm just teaching a lesson to this blind fool. Wen Ning, her expression composed, urges, let us go home. Yang Gong, intending to reprimand Liang Yong, is stopped by Wen Ning's gentle tug on his hand and a subtle shake of her head, indicating it is unnecessary. Liang Yong, spoiled by his uncle and aunt, is fundamentally flawed. Mere words cannot affect change. The three of them depart. In the alley, Liang Yong's lackeys kick Zhang Wu, sneering, did you see that? That's our brother Yong's brother-in-law, a high-ranking officer in the army. You've crossed paths with him. You won't have a good ending. With that, they swagger away. Fuming, Zhang Wu punches the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. His sister, anxious, pleads, "Brother, what are you doing? Don't be like this. It'll be fine. Grandpa said he signed you up. Soon, you'll be in the Air Force. Once you're away from here, he won't be able to bully us anymore." Zhang Wu, head bowed, asks, "What about you?" His sister shakes her head, her fair face betraying her suppressed anxiety. "It's all right. He wouldn't dare do anything. I'm still young." In the minds of the wicked, age holds no significance. Wen Ning feels she cannot passively observe the unfolding situation, yet her options are limited. Upon reaching the ground floor, she fabricates an excuse about forgetting to buy something and hurries back, acting independently. Wen Ning first visits the post office, borrowing paper and pen to swiftly compose a letter. In the letter, she details Liang Yang's home address, his habitual bullying of Zhang Wu, his intentions towards Zhang Wu's sister, and her suggestions. Subsequently, she tracks down Zhang Wu and his sister, following them home to discreetly deposit the letter into their mailbox. Upon returning to her grandmother's home, dinner is laid out on the table. Her aunt, as usual, makes snide remarks. "Back to your mother's house? You're just a guest here." Wen Ning pulls out a box of cream for Liang Shui, saying, "Here for the young lady. You should take good care of yourself." This silences her aunt. As dinner progresses, her uncle Liang Shengli suddenly asks, "Xiaoyan, may I inquire about something? Your brother didn't get into a good university for the college entrance exam. Do you think he can enlist in the army?" Grandma, her aunt, and Liang Yong all gaze expectantly at him. However, Yin Gang, having received Wen Ning's instructions, feels a sense of distrust upon witnessing Liang Yong's bullying. Serving in the military for the nation is commendable, but one must start from the ground up, first registering at the recruitment office for a physical examination. Unable to contain herself, Aunt Lu Fong interjects bluntly, "Is it really that complicated? Xiao Yan, can't you help out by getting Xiao Yong under your command or that of your old comrades? As a small leader, our Xiao Yong can endure hardship. Not only can he not endure hardship, but he also wishes to inflict it upon others." Yin Gang furrows his brow. Wen Ning squeezes his hand, saying it. "Brother is not in a position of great power right now." Precisely, Demao pipes up, "My father is merely a regiment commander, not the chairman. He can't arrange that much." Deer adds, "Dad even got reprimanded for having a second child." Bang! Liang Yong kicks his chair, standing up defiantly. "All right, I'm not going to enlist." "Mom, old man, don't waste your breath on this." He saunters out, ignoring his aunt's calls. Such disrespectful behavior goes unpunished by Liang Shengli, who merely sighs. "I'll find him a position at the factory, let him work there." Grandma hurriedly attempts to smooth things over. "If Xiao Yong really wants to enlist, I'll go to the recruitment office tomorrow to inquire. Now let us eat. Ning Ning, your favorite fils." With this, Aunt's expression darkens, and Uncle leaves the table early, the couple going to assist Liang Yong in finding a way out. After dinner, Wen Ning devotes herself to her grandmother. She proposes taking her to live in the family quarters, but her grandmother, holding on to old beliefs, adamantly refuses. "My son is still around. What is the point of going to my granddaughter's house? Won't my mother-in-law scold me behind my back? Besides, I must keep an eye on Xiao Yong and Xiao Shui. Now, go on. Visit me more when you have the time." Reluctantly, Wen Ning departs. As the car drives away, she turns to see her grandmother's enduring figure growing smaller in the distance. Tears well up in her eyes. "Mom," Deer exclaims, "Grandpa hid a red envelope in my pocket." He tears it open, exclaiming, "There are 5 yuan. This is the biggest red envelope I've received for the Spring Festival." Damao silently retrieves one from his own clothes, also 5 yuan. Wen Ning discovers another 5 yuan hidden in Xiaoyu's clothing. Thankfully, the red envelope she gave her grandmother was 200 yuan. Her grandmother did not lose too much. Inside the car, Deer's jubilant singing fills the air when Yin Gang suddenly interjects, "Ning Ning, after dinner, I spoke with your uncle about Liang Yang's bullying, but he surprisingly said that it's normal for boys to fight and play around." Yin Gang, typically calm and amiable, now emanates a certain ferocity reminiscent of the battlefield. His grip on the steering wheel tightens, his gaze icy yet composed. "If Damao or Deer dare bully anyone without cause in the future, I will break their legs." Damao and Deer shiver simultaneously, instinctively retracting their necks and sitting up straight. They can joke freely with their father under normal circumstances, but at such critical moments, they must not act too tough. Deer raises his small hand, assuring Dad, don't worry. I promise not to bully anyone. I'm friendly. And I've been getting along well with everyone because I want to do business with them. Yin Gang, puzzled, asks what business. Deer quickly sells out his brother. Damao, undeterred, earnestly explains, Deer is envious of the money I've made back home. He suggested we collaborate. There are many wealthy children in the family quarters who can't find suitable toys. Deer will gather wood, plastic, and cardboard. I'll make spinning tops. And Grandma will use leftover fabric from Mom to make shuttlecocks. Deer and I will sell them. We won't make much, but it'll be some pocket money. Selling homemade toys is indeed a novel idea, especially since there aren't any dedicated toy stores at the supply and marketing cooperative. Wen Ning koprakes, Damao. You have a clever mind. Damao beams, but humbly replies, it's just average. Yin Gang, however, senses something amiss. Raising an eyebrow, he questions, did I agree to help you make spinning tops? Damao and Deer exchange glances. Deer leans against the back of the driver's seat, twisting his little body in a charming manner. Dad, please agree. This is our first entrepreneurial venture. We need your strong support. Dad, my good dad. There is no one like you. As he sings exaggeratedly, Damao maintains a serious expression in support. Wen Ning and Yin Gang exchange glances, both disapproving of the off-key singing, yet smiling at the family's harmony and joy. However, amidst this merriment, bad news strikes the Zhang family like a heavy blow. Zhang Wu, long tormented by Liang Yong, lost his father early on and was raised by his mother and grandparents. With his father absent, his mother domineering, and his grandparents indulgent, he grew up in a chaotic environment that stunted his character, rendering him timid and vulnerable to bullying by Liang Yong and his followers. Following a failed college entrance examination, his grandparents contacted old friends to send him to the Air Force. One evening, after dinner and a stroll, Zhang Wu's grandfather casually retrieves a letter from the mailbox. Upon reading it, he erupts in fury, his high blood pressure flaring, causing him to faint. When he regains consciousness, he summons Zhang Wu and his sister, demanding to know the truth behind the letter. Zhang Wu and his sister refrain from confiding in their elders, wishing to spare their parents from additional burdens. However, unbeknownst to them, the matter had been inadvertently exposed, making concealment impossible. At last, they revealed everything. Zhang Wu's grandparents and mother were furious. His mother insisted on confronting the Liang family that very night to demand an explanation. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Wu's grandfather, his eyes cloudy yet spirited, firmly intervened. Stop. We have no evidence. Confronting them now will only alert them. We shall act according to the advice of the well-meaning individual who informed us. We must catch them in the act, leaving no stone unturned to ensure that this scoundrel is dealt with decisively. The following day, Zhang Wu's grandfather, setting aside his pride, reached out to his old comrades for assistance. His friends, eager to help, readily agreed. Thus, whenever Zhang Wu and his sister ventured out, two adults would discreetly shadow them. If Liang Yong harbored any ill intentions, the situation would be dire. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning, Zhang Wu's family had already begun to strategize. The next day marked the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, and she set off for the garment factory, carrying gifts for Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei. Both men were present, and seizing the opportunity, the trio convened for a brief meeting. Song Yuanshu provided an update on recent developments, noting that the suit orders signed by Lu Wei before the new year would keep the workers occupied for another 15 days. After that, without new orders, both machinery and workers would face an inevitable hiatus, a pressing concern that needed resolution. Wen Ning interjected, presenting a thick notebook filled with her recent clothing designs. There is no need to rush. Here are some sketches I've created. I will expedite the samples. Lu Wei, please make a copy and discuss collaboration with our old clients. I've included the cost estimates alongside the designs. As they perused the notebook, they found designs for women's long skirts, shirts, trousers, and short-sleeve tops. Lu Wei gave Wen Ning a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Wen, you've outdone yourself. Amidst the frenzy of a new year, you've crafted this. Indeed, I began sketching before the new year, always prepared, Wen Ning replied. She cautioned that some designs might be relatively novel for the current market, resulting in limited orders, but assured him, I will assist you in promoting them. Lu Wei grinned. That sounds splendid. Song Yuanshu sighed in relief. With this in hand, I feel much more secure. The second matter at hand is our need to hire workers, receptionists, and accountants. The meeting continued for an hour, discussing various pressing issues. At its conclusion, Wen Ning presented 2 red bags to them, saying, "Here are your New Year gifts." Happy New Year! The gifts she prepared were mostly local delicacies from her hometown, including high-quality pu'er tea, beef jerky, five-spice peanuts, and assorted pastries. The highlight was a large, vibrant block of hot pot seasoning. Wen Ning explained, "This is a specialty from my hometown. If you wish to simplify cooking, just boil a pot of water. Add this seasoning, and once it boils, add various meats and vegetables. Once cooked, dip them in a sauce made of salt, MSG, scallions, chili, ginger, and garlic." Song Yuan Shu exclaimed in delight. "I've seen this in the newspapers. My mother loves spicy food." "Thank you, Sister Wen." "Huh. Ting also enjoys spicy food." Lu Wei added, unable to contain his excitement. "Sister Wen, do you have more?" Wen Ning chuckled. "Yes, I'll bring you more bags later." Ting, is she the short-haired girl I encountered that day?" Lu Wei scratched his head. "Yes, we're planning to get engaged." He shot a proud glance at Song Yuan Shu. "I'm racing ahead of certain individuals." Song Yuan Shu was left speechless. What's the rush? Getting married sooner means reincarnating sooner? That's not how it works. Lu Wei retorted, only to be silenced by Song Yuan Shu's rebuttal. "All right, back to work." With that, Song Yuan Shu departed, leaving Lu Wei fuming. Wen Ning laughed. "Good luck. I look forward to celebrating your wedding." She then made her way to her design studio, with Lu Wei trailing behind. "Sister, I have another question. What do you think Ting would like? Her birthday is approaching, and I wish to give her a gift. Girls appreciate beautiful clothes and jewelry." Wen Ning immersed herself in work until 5 o'clock before cycling home. Upon arriving at the residential compound, she spotted Mao and Mao, each leading several boys in a spirited game of spinning tops. Mao was particularly impressive, managing multiple tops at once, sweat pouring down as he darted between them, commanding the game like an imperious ruler. Occasionally, when his top collided with another, a cheer would erupt among the boys if he triumphed. Wen Ning watched for a moment until Mao and Mao noticed her and promptly began to gather their tops. "My mother is here. I must go home." The other boys, still caught up in the excitement, protested, "Leave the tops for us to play with, Mao. We'll return them tomorrow." Mao hesitated, while Mao interjected sternly, "If you lend them, Dad and Grandma will scold you. These cost money." The boys, disappointed, hung their heads, longing for more playtime. Mao thought momentarily before proposing, "How about I sell them to you? 3 tops for 30 cents. Or these nicer ones for 60 cents. The boys still had their New Year money, but were torn, recognizing that they could have played for free, but now had to pay. Mao pulled Mao aside. "Don't sell. You have to collect garbage to earn money for these, and we can only keep these few. If you sell them, we'll have none left." Before he could finish, the boys clamored for the tops Mao held. "Mao, I want that pretty one." "Mao, I'll take 2. Give me the string, and we can play together tomorrow." In no time, a dozen tops had vanished. Mao, clutching his newfound wealth, approached Wen Ning, his small face beaming with uncontainable joy. "Mom, I've struck gold." Wen Ning was taken aback. Selling tops, those 2 little rascals had unknowingly engaged in trial marketing, manipulating demand with clever tactics. It seemed she had much to learn from the children. On their way home, Mao and Mao were already scheming how to sell shuttlecocks to the girls. Mao lamented, "If only Xiao you were our age, she could team up with us to sell shuttlecocks. I feel out of place among the girls. It's too girly." Chapter 54. "Keep your hands off what's not yours." Mao asked succinctly, "School starts soon. Are you selling or not?" Mao, clutching his pocket money, declared, "I am. For the sake of money, I can be girly. Besides, I've already mapped out 6 secret hiding spots for my stash. I just need a little more cash." Mao rolled his eyes, and Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh heartily. Amidst the amusement, she emphasized, "You can earn money during the holidays, but once school starts, no more of this. You must focus on your studies, especially you, Mao. Striving for just passing grades is not enough, understood?" Both children nodded in unison. A few days later, when Wen Ning arrived at the factory, she noticed Lu Wei looking dejected. Concerned, she asked, "Is the negotiation going poorly?" Lu Wei quickly waved his hands. No. Songa and I have some connections. The clothing orders are still good." Yet, his demeanor puzzled her. Wen Ning eventually learned from Song Yuan Shu that Lu Wei's marriage plans had hit a snag. The bride's parents demanded a dowry of 2,000 yuan and insisted that the house be registered in their name as a form of security for their daughter. While they claimed it was for her protection, such an extreme measure was indeed peculiar. During the engagement banquet, Lu Wei's parents managed to maintain their composure, but as soon as they left, the girl quarreled with her parents. With the marriage in jeopardy, Lu Wei could hardly be cheerful. Wen Ning siket. Recognizing that matters of marriage and family often entailed a web of complex beliefs and complications. Song Yuanshu raised an eyebrow. Sister Wen, if Yin Gu values you so much, did you not face difficulties back then? Indeed, she replied, recalling that her uncle and aunt had once wished to marry her off to a twice-divorced, abusive manager at a food factory to strengthen family ties for career advancement. It was only through attending a dance party that she met Yin Gang. Later, they attempted to extort a hefty dowry from her grandmother, but fortunately, her grandmother did not comply. Wen Ning had taken matters into her own hands and registered her marriage with Yin Gang, thereby eliminating future complications. Wen Ning was disinclined to elaborate, but ultimately, good things often come with challenges. Since you share a strong bond, encourage him more. Very well. Song Yuanshu would not pry into others' personal affairs relentlessly. Just as he was about to speak, an employee hurried in. Director Song, there's a large batch of unused fabric in the warehouse occupying space. Should we find a way to dispose of it cheaply? When Wen Ning and her companions purchased the garment factory, the previous director had mentioned a considerable stock of custom high-quality fabrics still in the warehouse, which he generously offered them at no cost. Wen Ning's interest was piqued. Let's take a look. Song Yuanshu followed suit. Upon entering the storeroom, Song Yuanshu couldn't help but express his thoughts. The old saying goes, you get what you pay for, and free gifts are seldom of good quality. Who would wear such a bright red fabric, except for weddings? Indeed, the fabric piled up like a small mountain, taking up a significant portion of the warehouse, was all vibrant red cotton silk. In this day and age, with streets dominated by black, white, and gray, and occasionally pale hues, no one would dare to flaunt such an ostentatious color. Wen Ning pondered while touching the fabric, and as Song Yuanshu glanced at his watch, he instructed, since it's of no use, let us find someone to. Wait, Wen Ning interrupted, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Who says this is waste material? Song Yuanshu appeared puzzled. Before anything was finalized, Wen Ning preferred to keep her thoughts to herself, as it would seem boastful. She took 2 pieces of fabric to her office, then rode her bicycle to the cinema in Luching to inquire about the latest films. The ticket clerk promptly listed the titles currently screening: Autumn Jing, Tianshu Chitan, Wealth Through Virtue, and the Spring Festival Gala. Wen Ning furrowed her brow slightly, thanked the clerk, and departed. In her memory, there was a movie titled Red Skirts on the Street set to release this year, which would soon see a flurry of stylish red dresses. In her previous life, Yin Gang had brought her 2 striking red skirts from a business trip, which Mao insisted she wear to a parent-teacher meeting to bring him glory, resulting in quite the spectacle. Although it was still the first month of the lunar year, and the film might not premiere for several months, the bright red cotton silk in her factory was perfect for designing skirts. Wen Ning resolved to take action, crafting 3 innovative and stylish designs for red dresses. 5 days later, she showcased the freshly made dresses on models to Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei, proposing to mass-produce these designs. Both were astonished. Lu Wei hesitantly inquired, will there really be that many brides getting married in the summer? If they don't sell, it could lead to losses. Wen Ning smiled confidently. I have a plan to sell them all, and the current stock of fabric isn't enough. We can first look for affordable red cotton silk elsewhere, and then procure more. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei exchanged glances, and within moments, they resolutely decided, let us trust Sister One. I'll handle the procurement. Since they had partnered with Wen Ning, they would unconditionally trust her decisions regarding production. Song Yuanshu immediately set to work, while Lu Wei stayed behind to take the catalog of red dresses. Today, his complexion appeared worse than before, with dark circles under his eyes. Wen Ning couldn't help but ask, how are things between you and Ting Ting? The girl Lu Wei had encountered while selling baskets, Zhao Ting Ting, worked as a sales clerk at a state-run department store. Lu Wei sighed. Ting Ting is quite stubborn. Due to issues with her marriage, she is on the verge of severing ties with her parents. Wen Ning couldn't restrain herself. She knows her parents' demands are excessive and is fighting against it. If you truly wish to be with her during this time, you must be her strong support. Lu Wei expressed his frustration. I want to, but my mother disapproves of me marrying her. She believes having such unreasonable in-laws will lead to significant trouble later. This was indeed a valid concern. Once in-laws were connected, it would be a lifelong commitment, and their future grandchildren would carry the other S genes. Wen Ning felt helpless. You are the one marrying Ting Ting. It primarily depends on how you feel. Lu Wei, you are an adult. The responsibilities you must bear are yours to shoulder. I understand. Lu Wei, laden with worry, left clutching the catalog. Wen Ning dismissed the matter from her mind and continued her work. Near closing time, a call came through the factory for her. It was Jia Shufan. Speaking rapidly and loudly to save money, she relayed, Xiao Wen. Your grandma called to say your brother was arrested. Gongzi has already gone to find you. Donte uodi, dalmo, armo. And Xiao, you will all be taken care of. Click. Wen Ning held the receiver, feeling both amused and exasperated. There was hardly a need to be so frugal. She hadn't even spoken yet. However, her brother had been arrested. Had Liang Yong done something wrong? After tidying her things, she calculated the time and went to wait at the entrance for Yin Gang so they could head to the neighboring Rongqing together. On the way, Yin Gang intended to comfort her, but noticed she was even calmer than usual, engrossed in flipping through a fashion magazine. Ning Ning, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Liang Yong is likely to have some trouble, Wen Ning replied, not lifting her head. Her uncle and aunt were typically averse to airing family grievances and, as outsiders, they would not contact them unless Liang Yong had truly provoked someone formidable and had nowhere else to turn. Wen Ning glanced at Yin Gang. Don't make promises. It's best to stay out of Liang Yong's affairs. Yin Gang's expression shifted thoughtfully. Ning Ning, you truly care for me. Wen Ning replied. If you wish to think that way, I can't help it. Soon, the couple arrived at the food factory staff quarters, only to encounter Liang Shui, who rushed out with a large bag. Sister, Mom asked me to come back for money. They're all at the police station now. Chapter 55. Unable to help at all on the way, Wen Ning and Yin Gang learned the details of the incident from Liang Shui. Liang Yong had taken his followers to bully a minor female classmate, attempting to assault her, but was caught on the spot by her parents and taken to the police station. Liang Yong was now detained, and his parents sought to settle things privately. But the other party refused and insisted on pursuing the matter. Wen Ning furrowed her delicate brows. How is Grandma? She was unconcerned about Liang Yong's self-inflicted troubles. Her main concern was for her grandmother. Liang Shui shook her head, not well. She hesitated to express her parents' faults in front of Wen Ning. But Grandma had learned of the news and fainted once. Now, at the police station negotiating with the other party, her parents insisted on bringing Grandma, claiming if money wouldn't suffice, they would have her kneel to plead for mercy. Liang Shui gritted her teeth and boldly suggested, Sister, could you take Grandma away for a while? I'll go pick her up later. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with anger. Even Liang Shui, usually composed, couldn't tolerate it. What has Grandma endured at home? Shortly after, the anxious trio arrived at the police station, where the police stood in the middle while both parties communicated. Upon seeing Wen Ning and Yin Gang, Zheng Yongying expressed her surprise. Xiao Wen, Xiao Yin, you're here. Wen Ning hurried over to support her. Yin Gang greeted his uncle and aunt. At that moment, Aunt Lu Fong had no time for pleasantries. She rushed over to snatch the large bag from her daughter's hands and dashed in front of an elderly man and a middle-aged woman, desperately pleading. Money. All our money is here. Please let my son go. The middle-aged woman, without a moment's hesitation, kicked the bag away, causing the money inside to spill onto the ground. Stacks of 10-yuan bills scattered everywhere, amounting to several thousand. The middle-aged woman remained unmoved, her face twisted in anger. Who do you think you're insulting? Take your filthy money and get lost. No wonder your son is a scoundrel. You, as a mother, bear responsibility for this. You think money can solve everything when trouble arises? The middle-aged woman was Zhang Wu's mother, and the elderly man behind her was Zhang Wu's grandfather. He stepped forward and firmly grasped his daughter's shoulder, his words sharp. We're not here for money. Liang Yong has bullied my grandson in the past, and now attempts to assault my granddaughter, who is still a minor. We will pursue this matter to the end. Lu Fong collapsed to the ground, sobbing, he is our only son. If he goes to jail, his life will be ruined. Please spare our family. We will meet any conditions you set. I beg you. According to the original plan, this was the moment Zheng Yongying should have kneeled and begged for mercy. And Liang Shengli glanced over, urging her on. Just as Zheng Yongying was about to tremble forward, Wen Ning grasped her arm, with a composed demeanor and no words. Her presence alone radiated authority. She fixed her gaze on Liang Shengli, who awkwardly averted his eyes and stepped forward, attempting to entice her once more. Comrade, I am the head of the food factory, and my son-in-law is a regiment commander in the army. Whatever you require, we shall accommodate, as long as you do not pursue this matter. We will also ensure that Liang Yong is well guided in the future, preventing him from misdeeds. Impossible. Zhang Wu's grandfather interrupted loudly, his eyes filled with defiance. Whether by coercion or temptation, this matter cannot be discussed any further. Not even the mayor could dissuade me from reporting. He, along with Zhang Wu's mother, turned to leave, refusing to engage in further dialogue. At that moment, Lu Fong, in a fit of anger, stood up and exclaimed, "Aren't you afraid this will escalate? What about your daughter's reputation? She is not even of age and has been sullied. What kind of respectable family will she marry in now? It will be better to let this matter go unpursued." None of us will speak of it before she could finish her sentence. Zhang Wu's mother lunged at her, delivering 2 powerful blows. "Wretched woman, I will end you for threatening me." Liang Shui, Liang Shengli, and the police on site rushed to mediate. Zheng Yongying was anxious but was pulled back by Wen Ning. "Grandma, don't go over there." Zhang Wu's grandfather, aware of his frail condition, refrained from intervening. As his gaze wandered, it suddenly met Wen Ning's. Disgust filled his eyes, and just as he intended to look away, he saw the young woman silently utter 2 words. "Move away." He was taken aback. Moments later, the police separated the 2 factions. Zhang Wu's grandfather requested the police to escort them home, fearing retaliation from the Liang family, which they naturally consented to. Thus, the Liang family could only watch helplessly as they departed. Lu Fong, seething with rage, turned to Liang Shui and berated her. "Are you here just to watch? You can't even be of any help. What kind of sister are you?" Liang Shui lowered her head, feeling pained. Yet Lu Fong's ire was directed at Zheng Yongying. This old hag was useless. If she had knelt and pleaded for mercy, pretending to be defeated, it would have surely made the other side hesitant. Zheng Yongying sensed this animosity, feeling uneasy, while Wen Ning grasped her hand and retorted, "Second aunt, do you really expect Grandma, at her age, to be of any assistance? She shouldn't have come here in the first place. If she gets hurt, will you take responsibility?" Lu Fong's voice turned sharp. "What about my son? Do you know how much he suffers in there? Wen Ning wouldn't he indulge her, you ask me? Why not ask him why he chose to assault a minor? Why else?" Lu Fong had already concocted an excuse for her son, filled with resentment. "It must be that girl's fault for seducing our Xiao Yong. Today's girls are all too cunning. Our Xiao Yong wouldn't even look at her, and she is framing us. Wen Ning, hopeless." Yet, Lu Fong continued her tirade. "If they refuse to release my son, I will go to their home, cause a ruckus at their workplace, and ensure their daughter is too ashamed to step outside." Wen Ning had no desire to continue conversing with her. At that moment, Yin Gang emerged from within, and upon facing Liang Shengli and Lu Fong's eager expressions, he slowly shook his head. The other side was adamant about pursuing the matter, and they were even reaching out to the press for coverage. A thorough investigation was underway. Liang Yong was inescapably doomed. Upon hearing this grim news, Lu Fong and Liang Shengli were bereft of hope. Yin Gang's expression was stern. He felt Liang Yong indeed required reform. Firstly, his attempt to assault a minor indicated a fundamentally flawed motive. Secondly, he had just met Liang Yong, who was particularly arrogant, threatening to retaliate against Zhang Wu's entire family upon his release. Liang Yong was no longer merely rebellious. He was inherently wicked. Yin Gang exchanged a glance with Wen Ning, both understanding each other's thoughts. Upon returning to the Liang residence, Wen Ning directly proposed, "Second uncle, while you are preoccupied with saving Liang Yong, who will take care of Grandma? We should bring her to stay with us for a while." No Zheng Yongying began to refuse, but Lu Fong interjected darkly. "If there is trouble, you'll just hide. You still claim to be Grandma's second aunt." Wen Ning shot her a cold glare, emphasizing, "I shall say this once more, Grandma is not just Liang Yong's grandmother. She belongs to everyone. At her age, she can't be of much help. If anything happens to her because of this, will you take responsibility?" Lu Fong fell silent, and Wen Ning turned to Liang Shengli. "Second uncle, Grandma is your own mother. You have but one mother. Can you bear to watch her in distress?" Liang Shengli slumped onto the sofa, his brows furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito. He gestured dismissively, "Take her away. Once Xiao Yong's situation is resolved, I will go fetch mother back." Lu Fong snorted heavily, her eyes filled with resentment. Wen Ning disregarded her, pulling Grandma to pack her belongings. Zheng Yongying stood by the bed, conflicted and sighing heavily. Ning, I still don't want to go to your place. I can cook some meals at home. There is xiaoxue for cooking." Wen Ning interjected as she stuffed clothes into a nylon bag. Realizing it was unnecessary to bring too much, she would buy new things for her. Thus, she put them back into the cupboard. Zhang Yongying remained hesitant. If I go to your house, will your mother-in-law scold me? Not at all, Wen Ning assured her. Turning to comfort, Grandma, my mother-in-law once told me one of her greatest regrets was that when she had the ability, her beloved grandma passed away, and she could not repay her kindness. So, you can rest easy and come with me. If you truly find it unbearable, I will bring you back. Zhang Yongying was momentarily taken aback, sighed, and refrained from further protest. The grandmother and granddaughter finished packing and left, finding Liang Shengli and Lu Fang absent. Yang Gong, feeling helpless, thought Liang Yong would be cold at the police station, so he packed some clothes to deliver. Even if they could be delivered. Wen Ning mocked with a smile, turning to Liang Shui and instructing Xiao Xue, be alert at home. If any unresolved issues arise, call me. You're also welcome to visit my home. Okay, thank you, sister, Liang Shui replied, but her heart was filled with envy for Grandma. In truth, she too yearned to escape this stifling household. The three of them embarked on their journey home. Zhang Yongying was quite anxious, asking Wen Ning what her mother-in-law was like. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh. Grandma, my mother-in-law, isn't a tiger. Why are you so timid? She will take care of you because you are older. Ridiculous. Zhang Yongying, fearing Yin Gang's displeasure, quickly retorted, how can I take advantage of my age? I am not that kind of confused old woman. Xiao Yan, don't think too much. Yin Gang, gripping the steering wheel, assured, no worries, Grandma. Rest assured, Ning Ning is the head of our household, akin to a mountain king. Everything is decided by her. Wen Ning chided him, what nonsense. All right, then you're my mountain king, Yin Gang readily acquiesced. Wen Ning shot him an embarrassed glare. Zhang Yongying observed her granddaughter and grandson-in-law interact without speaking, yet her mind pondered the meaning of mountain king. The following day, she learned about her granddaughter's life at her in-laws. Firstly, the breakfast at Yen's was Wen Ning's favorite. Meat-filled buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk, which Yin Gang had specially risen early to buy. After breakfast, Jia Shufan would prepare several meat dishes, allowing Wen Ning to choose what she wanted for dinner. For instance, today she asked Xiao Wen, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed pork ribs, or braised pork ribs. You can choose one, and I will make a meat paste steamed egg as well. Wen Ning pondered for a moment. Mom, I do like the chicken stewed with mushrooms. All right, Jia Shufan promptly agreed. And in the evening, she served it all up, adding a dish of stir-fried greens she had grown herself. After the family finished dining, Jia Shufan and Yin Gang would voluntarily wash the dishes and tidy up, while Wen Ning only needed to keep Grandma and the children company before washing up and going to bed. It was truly a life where meals were served, and clothes were provided. As nearly a week passed, Zhang Yongying observed how her granddaughter lived. It was nothing like the life of a bullied daughter-in-law. This was being treated like a revered ancestor at her in-laws. That evening, after dinner, Zhang Yongying could no longer contain herself and pulled Wen Ning aside in the room, whispering, Ning Ning, why don't you ever help around the house? Wen Ning, feeling helpless, replied, Grandma, I would like to help, but my mother-in-law forbids me, saying I must protect my hands for drawing. In the household, both the mother-in-law and the others shared the same sentiment, leading to Wen Ning never having washed a dish. Zhang Yongying expressed her astonishment for a moment before inquiring about the meals. Is it always me? Can Xiao Yan's salary sustain such expenses? Wen Ning clarified, Grandma, it was my suggestion for my mother to prepare these meals. The house is filled with either the elderly or children, and Brother Gang has a demanding training schedule. Everyone needs proper nutrition. She covers the food expenses, and Brother Gang hasn't received his salary yet due to fines. Zhang Yongying found it hard to refute this, muttering, you are too spoiled. I have never seen a daughter-in-law live like this. Suddenly, she added, good thing I didn't stop you from being with Xiao Yan. Ning Ning, you are fortunate in this life. Women fear marrying the wrong man the most. Wen Ning was about to console her when the door swung open, revealing the awkward faces of Jia Shufan and Mao. Their eyes met, and an uncomfortable atmosphere spread. Mao quickly declared, Mom, I'm gonna do my homework. I haven't finished it yet. Jia Shufan swallowed her protest and scolded Mao's retreating figure. You should have been busy earlier. Now, you're scrambling to finish your homework just before enrollment. Mao, only now are you in a rush to get your assignments done. With a slam, Mao shut the door. Wen Ning exchanged a glance with her grandmother and burst into laughter. Jia Shufan entered, resolute, and grasped Zhang Yongying's hand, saying, Aunt, you see my temperament. I'm straightforward and can't hide anything. So, I'm glad you were here. If I were dissatisfied, I would have scolded you long ago. Besides, Xiaowen inviting you to stay here shows her trust in me. Xiaowen and Yin Gang both earn money, and my support for their stable life is the greatest assistance. So, relax and enjoy your time here. Consider yourself a revered guest in our home. Zhang Yongying felt deeply moved, finally letting go of her previous reservations and settling in comfortably. Wen Ning looked at her mother-in-law with gratitude, only to see her beam with pride. It's no big deal. With just Shufan around, everything will be fine. The next morning, Wen Ning made time to take Mao and Mao to school for enrollment. The school was bustling with familiar faces, and Wen Ning greeted everyone, engaging in small talk with Li Chui. Mao and Mao were particularly at ease, greeting teachers and classmates with familiarity. Even a little boy chased after Mao, asking, Mao, will you take us bird catching? Mao, have you finished your homework? The teacher said they won't check anyone else's, only yours. Mao squatted down, realizing the gravity of the situation. He and T completed his assignments, and several pages were still blank. Mao tugged at him, whispering, I can change my name on my homework to yours. Huh, brother. Mao was overjoyed, circling around Mao. You're truly my good brother. I'll repay you well when I grow up, and I'll give you 5 yuan a day for your old age. Mao disdainfully shook his head, raising a finger. No need, just give me 10 yuan now. 10 yuan? He actually had that, having sold toys and saved some pocket money. Naturally, Mao was reluctant to part with it, puffing out his cheeks. Brother, why are you so stingy? You'd even pull back a fart. Mao was disgusted and didn't help Mao find a solution. Consequently, Mao's homework was checked, and the teacher punished him to rewrite it. He returned home sobbing. Wen Ning found the situation both amusing and exasperating. As the three entered the compound, Wen Ning was called to the phone. Comrade Wen, it's your second uncle on the line. Wen Ning thought there was news about Liang Yong, but instead, her uncle Liang Shengli delivered shocking news. Wen Ning, Xiao Shui has run away from home. Has she come to find you? Wen Ning furrowed her delicate brows. No. How could she run away? What have you and Aunt done to provoke her? Liang Shengli responded vaguely. We haven't done anything. It's just that she is at the age for marriage now. And I don't know who has incited her to rebel so fiercely. She ran off at the slightest disagreement. Her mother is so angry she can't eat. After a pause, Liang Shengli instructed, if she comes to you, please call me. I'll come and fetch her. After hanging up, he didn't even inquire about how her mother was doing. Wen Ning felt speechless and her heart sank. She could guess that her uncle and aunt likely arranged an undesirable marriage for Liang Shui, possibly related to saving Liang Yong, and that Liang Shui had run away to avoid it. It was good that she hadn't followed in the previous generation's obedient footsteps. But why hadn't Xiao Shui come to find her? Wen Ning specifically asked the gatekeeper to inform her mother-in-law if anyone named Liang Shui came looking for her. Yet, the following week passed without any news. Wen Ning then immersed herself in producing red skirts at the garment factory, recruiting new workers, sometimes losing track of time and returning home late. One day, while riding her bike halfway home, she happened to encounter Yin Gang coming to pick her up. Their eyes met, and Wen Ning quickly pleaded, there's an issue with the cutting of the skirt. I didn't realize I'd be working late. Let us go home. She pedaled quickly, making it seem as if you were the one lagging behind. Yin Gang caught up, his tone helpless. Next time, remember that Mom and Grandma are worried about you at home. Wen Ning readily agreed. All right, if not, I'll ask Song Yuanshu to arrange an assistant for me to learn how to make clothes and remind me to clock out. And to remind you to eat on time. Yin Gang added, clearly not opposed to the idea. Wen Ning's workload was increasing, and having extra hands was beneficial. Yin Gang even considered personally helping her choose an assistant, but realized he didn't have the time. He paused. Just remember to select a female assistant. It was acceptable that Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei were both men, but if her assistant were also male, reminding her to eat and leave work daily would not sit well with Yin Gang. Wen Ning chuckled, slowing her cycling. Oh, are you feeling jealous, Commander Yin? Who is jealous? Yang Gong denied, eat sweet things. With his long legs, he pedaled ahead. The couple playfully chased each other, enjoying the gentle night breeze. However, just as they reached the entrance of the compound, they spotted their neighbor, Zhou Jianxiang, carrying his moaning mother. Old Yin, come help. Accompany me to the hospital. All right. Yin Gang joined Zhou Jianxiang in escorting Lin Meijin to the hospital. Wen Ning inquired of Tian Xioa, who followed behind. What happened? Tian Shua stamped her foot. We had hot pot for dinner tonight, and my mother-in-law thought it was delicious, eating nonstop, and before long, she complained of stomachache. Wen Ning it. It might be a case of gastroenteritis. Don't worry, a drip will fix it. Tian Shua was unconcerned. She was simply irritated, unable to resist. She complained to Wen Ning, my mother-in-law has been here for over half a month, claiming she came to help, but all she does is create chaos. I don't expect her to work, but she can't stop criticizing everything. She favors boys over girls, treating Dan May differently, and my life has become much more exhausting than in previous years. Wen Ning recalled hearing her mother-in-law and grandmother mention the noise from next door, which was quite unharmonious. She pondered briefly and offered Tian Shua a suggestion. Sister Shua, since she claims to be here to help, why don't you go to work and leave everything to her? The 4 children are either in school or at daycare during the day, so she won't be able to disturb them or you. Tian Shua hesitated, but I don't know what job I could do. It's not a big deal. When Ning smiled, reminding her, didn't you learn to use a sewing machine last year? If you don't mind, you could work at the garment factory. I can give you the contact information. Tian Shua contemplated for a few seconds, then grasped Wen Ning's hand, grateful. Xiaowen, you've really helped me a lot. All right, I'll ask tomorrow if they need anyone. If it works out, I'll buy a bicycle. Sound good? With Wen Ning's encouragement, Tian Shua planned to buy a bicycle for her commute to the garment factory. At the hospital, Lin Meijin was diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis and was receiving in 4, still clutching her stomach in pain. The nurse summoned the family to settle the medical fees. Lin Meijin swiftly turned her gaze and clung to Zhou Jinxiang. Unable to break free, he sought the assistance of Yan Gang. As Yan Gang stepped out, Lin Meijin immediately confronted Zhou Jinxiang, asserting, son, my illness arose from the hot pot base sent by their family, and thus, they should cover my medical expenses. Do not pay for it. Zhou Jinxiang frowned and released her grip, exclaiming, Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? During dinner, Shua advised you not to overeat. Yet you ignored her, claiming she begrudged you tasty food. Is it their fault that you overindulged and ended up in the hospital? If it weren't for the allure of that hot pot base, would I have eaten so much? Lin Meijin retorted defiantly, I have no issues with other foods. It is only this that triggered my condition. Surely, they must bear some blame. Zhou Jinxiang rolled his eyes, but our family of 6 consumed it, and none of us faced any issues. Outmatched in argument, Lin Meijin threatened, regardless, do not pay. If you do, I will have to confront Jiang Meizi about it. If you are unbothered by the scolding, then go ahead. Are you not my own son? At that moment, Yan Gang abruptly entered, interrupting the mother-son exchange and amplifying the already tense atmosphere. Yan Gang did not address Lin Meijin, but instead fixed a stern gaze on Zhou Jinxiang. Brother Zhou, you are aware of how my relationship with Commissioner Ding deteriorated. I do not regret it. I will pursue anyone who bullies my family relentlessly. Zhou Jinxiang nodded solemnly, understanding his implications. Family members who drag others down, interfering with their steadfast camaraderie. I will return now. Yan Gang maintained his composed demeanor, stating, I have not settled the medical fees. I did not bring any money. He exited leisurely. As the door closed, Lin Meijin scoffed, what kind of man lacks money? Jinxiang, see, he is deceiving you. He harbors malicious intent. Enough. Zhou Jinxiang's frustration manifested as veins throbbed on his forehead. Mother, if you continue to provoke the neighbors and stir up trouble, then return to our hometown. I'm going to pay the fees. He stormed out, and Lin Meijin struck the bedframe in anger, shouting toward the door, Go back. I will return tomorrow. I shall not be in your way. The thought of being driven back to her hometown over an outsider infuriated her. Just then, Chun Minghua, donned in a white coat, entered to conduct an examination and record details. Auntie, do not be upset. Negative emotions can exacerbate your condition. Lin Meijin pouted, it's all maddening. I could tolerate being mistreated back home, but encountering a dreadful neighbor here is beyond comprehension. Neighbor? This lady is Zhou Jinxiang's mother. Their neighbors must be Wen Ning and Yan Gang. Chun Minghua mused, a flicker of interest in her eyes as she slowed her writing, casually inquiring, Auntie, your son Zhou Jinxiang's neighbors are indeed Yan Gang, correct? Yes. Do you know them? Lin Meijin lifted her gaze. Chun Minghua smiled gently, yes. My husband is a comrade of theirs. Previously, all was well. However, last year, when Wen Ning returned home to have her second child, several troublesome incidents arose. Lin Meijin's curiosity was piqued. What kind of incidents? Please tell me. Chun Minghua shook her head, adopting an air of mystery. Chapter 58. Sister One, will you marry me? Auntie, I still have work to do, but I can advise you that your son Zhou, Jinxiang, and Yin Gang hold equivalent positions. Their ascent is a matter of competition. Chun Minghua's words were designed to incite Lin Meijian's resentment towards Wen Ning's family. As long as Wen Ning faced difficulties, Chun Minghua would be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Lin Meijian's disdain for the neighbors intensified. However, with her son Zhou Jinxiang's threat looming over her, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Time would tell. She would eventually seek retribution for her grievances. The next day, Wen Ning approached Song Yuanshu at the factory, expressing her desire to hire an assistant. Song Yuanshu readily agreed, recalling that she previously declined his offer. Now that you feel overwhelmed, what are your requirements? Female, attentive, generous, with information retrieval skills. Ideally, someone with a bit of knowledge in fashion. Wen Ning articulated her needs, taking her time. Understood. Song Yuanshu noted the request, but hesitated for a moment before continuing. Sister Wen, regarding the 3 red dresses you have produced, we are nearly out of fabric stock. Each dress has 1,000 pieces, yet we have not procured more materials. Should we continue production? Wen Ning affirmed, yes, I plan to sell them as the weather warms. All right, Song Yuanshu acknowledged, glancing at the time. I must get back to work. Let us have lunch together. Wen Ning nodded in agreement. During lunchtime, Lu Wei was present, his previous despondency replaced with exuberance as he handed out invitations. Here, next Saturday, Tingting and I are getting married at the restaurant, and we sincerely invite you and your families to celebrate with us. Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu were taken aback, but quickly offered their congratulations. Lu Wei, sensing their curiosity, divulged, I discussed it thoroughly with my parents, expressing my desire to marry Tingting. Whether our future is bright or bleak, I will bear the consequences myself. And they eventually relented. On Tingting's side, there is a formidable elder in her family who helped persuade her parents. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. What are their demands now? Lu Wei flashed a broad smile. 1,000 in betrothal gifts and a house under Tingting S in my name. These are the conditions they can accept. With the situation as it stood, Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting were eager to obtain their marriage certificate. Wen Ning congratulated him once more and inquired, have you secured a house yet? Yes, Lu Wei replied happily. My mother has already found a suitable one. It's an apartment in a worker's compound, a cozy 2-bedroom. Perfect for a wedding. Wen Ning noted truly. Having experienced a rebirth, she understood the value of investing in real estate. However, she lacked sufficient funds at present and would have to wait. As Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting prepared for their wedding, Wen Ning contemplated a meaningful gift for them. After much deliberation, she decided to custom-make wedding outfits for the couple. Lu Wei was overjoyed, and Wen Ning asked him to bring Zhao Tingting to the factory for measurements. On the appointed day, Zhao Tingting arrived, already aware that Wen Ning was one of the factory's owners and held her in high esteem. Sister One, your designs are exquisite. They sell the best at our mall's counter. If only I had your talent, Zhao Tingting exclaimed. As Wen Ning recorded data, she responded, you are not lacking either. Lu Wei mentioned you are the top seller among the sales staff. Sales volume doesn't matter, Zhao Tingting lamented. The salary is fixed. With ambitious parents at home, she longed to earn more, not to feed them, but to bolster her confidence and alleviate Lu Wei's burdens. Soon, Wen Ning completed the measurements and inquired about the details for the designs. In her focus, she accidentally spilled tea on Zhao Tingting's pants. I'm so sorry, Tingting. Wen Ning hurriedly grabbed a paper towel to help, but it was ineffective. Her gaze shifted to a red dress on a mannequin. Please change into this for now. It will suffice. It was already the 20th day of the first lunar month, and the weather in Luqing was still too chilly for a dress. Thus, Wen Ning also found a pair of thick nude tights for Zhao Tingting to wear underneath. Once dressed, Zhao Tingting twirled in front of the mirror, elated. Sister Wen, I think you should give me this red dress instead of making one. It will be perfect for my wedding. The vintage V-neck red dress accentuated her graceful shoulders and slim waist, adorned with a row of wooden buttons down the front, cleverly designed to enhance her appearance. Seeing Zhao Tingting's delight, Wen Ning had a thought. Tingting, if you like this dress, you can keep it. I will make your wedding gown. But could you assist me with a favor? Of course. Zhao Tingting replied without hesitation. Sister Wen, you must let me wear the good clothes first from now on. All right, then you shall be my model. Don't worry, there will be remuneration. At this, Zhao Tingting was momentarily stunned. Huh? Wen Ning had just discovered that Zhao Tingting possessed an admirable physique and exceptional expressiveness, making her an ideal candidate for modeling and promotional photography. For the clothing factory to expand, it could not rely solely on flat images of garments to attract customers. Models were essential. While she approached the matter with professionalism, Zhao Tingting misconstrued her intentions, feeling deeply moved. Sister Wen, you're saying this because you want me to earn money, aren't you? You're too kind. From now on, you're my dear sister. Wen Ning found herself in a humorous yet exasperating situation, reminded of a similar instance when Lu Hui had assumed she was helping him with fabric scraps for faux collars. Truly, these two were destined to be a couple. After consulting Song Yuan Shu and Lu Wei, Wen Ning officially decided to have Zhao Tingting as the female model for the clothing factory. She even engaged someone to draft a contract for Zhao Tingting. The more formal she was, the more delighted Zhao Tingting and Lu Wei became. Lu Wei boasted to Song Yuan Shu, "You didn't want to find a partner, but look at me. My partner has landed a fantastic gig. We are dedicated to the factory." Song Yuan Shu, speechless, turned to Wen Ning and inquired, "Sister Wen, we have a female model, but what about a male model? Our suits need to be photographed as well." Upon mentioning the male model, Wen Ning's thoughts immediately turned to her beloved Yin Gang. Whenever she envisioned suits, it was his dashing figure that came to mind. However, it was clear that Yin Gang would not be becoming a model. After some contemplation, Wen Ning decided to seek out male college students with appealing physiques for part-time modeling contracts. Song Yuan Shu chuckled. "That's a practical approach." He raised an eyebrow at the smug Lu Wei. "Did you hear that? Male college students as models." Lu Wei, still bewildered, responded, "Huh? What's going on?" Song Yuan Shu rolled his eyes, explaining that male and female models would need to be photographed together. Lu Wei turned to Zhao Tingting, who covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Does this mean I'm an old cow eating tender grass?" Lu Wei cupped her face in his hands. "What are you talking about? No gnawing. You can only nibble on me at home. You think I have a male college student-esque tenderness?" Wen Ning and Song Yuan Shu exchanged looks bemused. In a sense, they were indeed a perfect match. As time flew by amidst their busyness, the day before Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting's wedding, Wen Ning made a special trip to their small home to deliver the wedding dress. When she unveiled the white gown she had hastily crafted, Zhao Tingting and her friends erupted in excited gasps. "Oh my, it's so beautiful. How did you make those roses?" Indeed, it was a puff-sleeved, off-the-shoulder wedding dress, reminiscent of many from that era. But what made it unique were the 6 exquisitely embroidered red roses that adorned it, rendering the gown both special and eye-catching. When Ning disclosed, "I embroidered it myself," Lu Wei said that Tingting loves roses, so I thought to include them. Zhao Tingting suddenly embraced her, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Sister Wen, I don't want to marry Lu Wei anymore. I want to marry you." Chapter 59, A Pair of Sons Alas. Even if Wen Ning were willing, neither Yin Gang nor Lu Wei would agree. Wen Ning chuckled at the absurdity of it all. She urged Zhao Tingting to try on the wedding dress to ensure a proper fit, promising to make adjustments if necessary. When Zhao Tingting donned the rose-adorned gown, her friends were envious, clamoring to ask Wen Ning if they could have custom wedding dresses made when their time came. A fool who doesn't capitalize on wealth. Wen Ning smiled and nodded, "Of course, but I'll be a bit busy. You must inform me at least a month in advance. Also, if you prefer not to fuss over a dress you'll wear only once, you can go to the Happiness Photography Studio for wedding photos. The owner is my friend, and she has my dresses available for shoots." The girls immediately began chattering excitedly. "You only marry once in a lifetime. I want to order a dress from Sister Wen." "Me too. I know that Happiness Studio. There are so many couples waiting in line. My brother went there to queue for his wedding. And it turns out it's Sister Wen's business. While it may not be quite a business yet, after the new year." Wen Ning approached Zhang Yanan to assist her in making wedding dresses, renegotiating their collaboration. Though she hadn't yet received payment for the dresses, suits, and accessories sent to Zhang Yanan, she would earn a 30% commission for every bride who wore a gown she had crafted for their photographs. This was a stipulation Zhang Yanan insisted upon, believing that a one-time buyout would be unfair to Wen Ning. Wen Ning, appreciating the financial opportunity, agreed and diligently crafted the dresses, also seeking to attract new clients. Before long, the much-anticipated day of Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting's wedding arrived. Originally, Yin Gang was to attend, but he received an urgent assignment and hurriedly packed to leave. With the cafeteria supply run also canceled, neither Jia Shufan nor Zheng Yongying could catch a ride to join the festivities and stayed home to look after Xiaoyu. Wen Ning rode her bicycle, taking De Mao and Air Mao to the wedding. Watching the three of them depart, Jia Shufan felt a pang of discomfort, sighing heavily. Zheng Yongying, concerned that she might harbor ill feelings toward Wen Ning, was about to offer her a word of comfort when she suddenly saw Jia Shufan filled with determination. It's all my fault for not knowing how to ride a bike. Annie, watch over Xiao Yu. I'm going to learn to ride a bike. Once I master it, I'll take you to Lu City for fun. Zheng Yongying sighed. Forget it. You're nearly 80. However, Jia Shufan was a woman of action. She placed Xiao Yu on the wooden bed for Zheng Yongying to watch over and cautiously began to learn on Yin Gang's bicycle. Lin Meijian, the neighbor, chuckled at the sight. Sister Jia, you really are young at heart, trying to learn to ride a bike. If you manage to learn, will you dare to ride it? Jia Shufan retorted, why couldn't I ride? It's just a bicycle, not some strange man I'd be afraid to ride with. Lin Meijian laughed lightly. Just a reminder, as one ages, one's bones become brittle. If you fall, you might be paralyzed, and then who will look after your granddaughter? You'd be useless, and your son and daughter-in-law would surely send you back home to wait for death. Hey. Zheng Yongying couldn't hold her tongue any longer. How could you say such a thing about her granddaughter? Jia Shufan, unable to contain her anger, placed the bicycle aside and stormed over to the shared wall. Hands on her hips, pointing at Lin Meijian as she scolded, You Lin, you curse me with paralysis. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. If you've nothing better to do, have your son take you to the hospital to check your head. Lin Meijian's face turned beet red, stammering. That's not what I meant. I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Is that how you remind someone? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were cursing me to die at home. Jia Shufan was unyielding, her voice booming, attracting the attention of Tian Xioa from inside. Also, don't call me Sister Jia. It makes me sound like I'm with a man. And what relation do I have to you? Don't go making false family ties. Lin Meijian was left speechless. Deep down, she was a coward, brimming with bravado when at home. But faced with Jia Shufan's fierce retort, she found herself at a loss for words. Hearing the commotion, Tian Xioa understood the situation and stepped out to mediate. Auntie, my mom didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. You're learning to ride a bike, right? Since Comrade Yin and Xiao aren't home. I can teach you. Although I just learned myself, I know a bit. Jia Shufan shot Lin Meijian a look and waved her hand dismissively. In light of you teaching me, I'll forgive your mother. Come here. All right. Tian Xioa eagerly joined her, heading next door to teach Jia Shufan some basics. The two appeared as harmonious as a mother and daughter, while Lin Meijian, fuming, returned home to vent her frustration, soon followed by the sound of things being smashed. Jia Shufan and Zheng Yongying exchanged worried glances, frowning at the ruckus. What kind of household is capable of such a ruckus? Zheng Yongying urged, Xiao Tian. Why don't you go check? Jia Shufan rolled up her sleeves. If she hasn't learned her lesson, I'll go give her another scolding. Tian Xioa stopped her, whispering, No need, Annie. When my mother feels wronged, she only acts out when her son is home. The noise now is likely her breaking ceramic bowls. She wouldn't dare break anything else, as it would cost her money to replace. Three women exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Little Yu, lying on the wooden bed, was bewildered but joined in with a few chuckles. The laughter of Jia Shufan and her companions grew even more exuberant. Jia Shufan expressed her concern. Xiao Tian. Xiao mentioned introducing you to a job at the clothing factory. When will you start? Tomorrow. Tian Xioa replied cheerfully. A few days ago, I was learning to ride a bicycle and familiarizing myself with the route. Now I'm confident enough to ride alone. Aunt, let me teach you. Sure. Jia Shufan replied with unwavering confidence. If you can learn, so can I. I am smarter than you. I will strive to master it today and hit the road. Tian Xioa responded. All right. Why was Aunt Shufan so self-assured? In Lu City, Lu Wei assembled a fleet of 15 bicycles for a wedding procession. The grand and joyous parade was filled with merriment, with Wen Ning taking charge of photography. Meanwhile, De Mao and Air Mao were given the task of distributing wedding candies. As soon as the procession halted, they eagerly handed out sweets to the onlookers. Naturally, Air Mao's chatter never ceased. The wedding party first arrived at a chemical factory where Lu Wei and Zhao Tingting would enjoy Tang Yuan and partake in the ceremony. De Mao and Air Mao, serving as the bed-pressing boys, rolled around on the bed, uttering auspicious phrases and collecting red envelopes. Next, the group proceeded to the restaurant to greet guests and enjoy lunch. Zhao Tingting, dressed in a playful red dress upon leaving, dazzled in a stunning white rose wedding gown during the reception, captivating the guests and drawing the attention of passersby. When asked about the origin of her wedding dress, she beamed and pointed to Wen Ning. Wen Ning, exhausted from explaining, regretted not having business cards and resolved to prioritize printing them. During the toast, Zhao Tingting changed into a red suit dress for ease of movement while maintaining grace and poise. Wen Ning captured her toasting moments with her camera. De Mao and Air Mao were already seated at the table, relishing their meal. Air Mao, having eaten his fill, patted his belly and boasted, "If my future wife is as beautiful and cheerful as Aunt Tingting, I would be more than willing to marry." De Mao shot him a glance. What a small ambition. "I don't care. My future partner must be as beautiful as my mother, talented, and bear me 2 sons." Air Mao was taken aback, giving De Mao a thumbs up. "You really think ahead, bro. I feel the same way." Nearby, Song Yuanshu and his mother barely contained their laughter at the brothers' banter. Song Yuanshu's mother quickly turned to him. "Look, even such a young boy knows how to choose a partner, while you seem utterly clueless. What is that brain of yours even for? To look good?" Song Yuanshu's smile froze on his face. "Oh no, it's directed at me." De Mao maintained a composed smile, while Air Mao burst into laughter. After the newlyweds completed their toasts, they could finally eat. Wen Ning joined their table, and De Mao and Air Mao busied themselves, fetching warm drinks and serving food for their mother, eliciting envy from others who inquired about her parenting methods. De Mao insisted his mother focus on her meal. Standing on his chair with a raised chin, "I am well behaved, my brother is disciplined." His demeanor resembled a small adult, which was quite amusing. Song Yuanshu's mother teased him. "So tell me, how are you well behaved?" De Mao counted on his fingers. "I can wake up by myself, wash up, have breakfast by breakfast for mom, go to school, do my homework. I'm the class monitor. I can finish my homework before the teacher assigns it, help grandma with gardening, water the plants, look after my sister, and prepare foot baths for my mother." Initially, the crowd was indifferent, but as they listened, their astonishment grew. A boy not yet 8 years old led such an organized life. De Mao captured everyone's attention, while Air Mao felt neglected and sulked to a quieter area. "Oof, brother is just being clever. Why didn't he mention how he jumps up and runs to me when he sees a mouse? But I dare not expose him. He holds grudges. Last year, he had made De Mao wake up early to exercise with their father, and De Mao had spent half a month reporting him for it." Air Mao sat on the steps in the kitchen corridor, slowly savoring wedding candy from his pocket. Suddenly, he noticed 2 figures entering. One was a middle-aged woman around 40, short with a round face and squinting eyes from laughter. She was enthusiastically leading another similarly short and unattractive man in his 30s. While she was inside washing dishes, diligently working, she remarked on how beautiful she was and how a big-bottomed woman could surely bear robust sons. Before she could finish, her gaze met Air Mao's round eyes. She paused and hurriedly urged, "Little friend, you can't linger here. Go find your parents." Today, the restaurant was hosting a wedding banquet, and the attendees were all prominent figures, prompting the middle-aged woman's polite demeanor. Air Mao nodded slightly, pretending to comply, and stood up to leave. However, as soon as the woman and the unattractive man entered the kitchen, he swiftly turned back to eavesdrop. Inside, he heard the woman introducing, "Xiao Yang, come, stop washing dishes, and take a look. This is your brother Chun." A timid female voice responded, "Brother Chun, Sister Lu. I still have many bowls to wash." Air Mao's eyes widened. That voice sounded so familiar. At that moment, Sister Lu had already taken Xiao Yang's hand and pulled her up. "What are you washing dishes for, Xiao Yang?" "Brother Chun is the relative I told you about who works at the electric bureau. If you marry him, you won't have to wash dishes for the rest of your life. You will enjoy endless blessings." "Yes," Brother Chun said, his eyes glimmering with desire, eager to assure her. "I will find a way to arrange a job for you." Sister Lu laughed joyfully. Only Xiao Liang cast a fleeting glance at Brother Chun, lowering her head to conceal her disdain, emphasizing, "I do not wish to marry." Sister Lu and Brother Chen's laughter abruptly ceased, and she reproached, "Why do you say that, Xiao Yang? I'm going through great lengths to find you a partner because I see you, a young girl, bending over all day washing dishes, which is bad for your health. You don't appreciate my efforts and disregard my feelings. Do you think being an orphan means you can afford to be picky?" She firmly held Xiao Yang's hand, intertwining it with Brother Chen's. "Listen to me, you two get along well, and next year, you can have a healthy baby." Xiao Yang forcefully broke free and ran outside without a word, only to be yanked back by Brother Chen. You ungrateful little girl. Don't you know what is good for you? Suddenly, a small figure dashed out, splashing water from a basin towards Brother Chun and Sister Lu. Here comes the dirty water. Dirty water. Brother Chun and Sister Lu's expressions turned frantic as they quickly dodged. Mao tossed the basin to the ground, grabbing Xiao Liang's hand as they fled. Aunt, run. Indeed, Xiao Yang was Liang Shui, the younger sister of Wen Ning's uncle and aunt. Upon seeing Mao, she was taken aback, but after regaining her senses, she followed him into the hall. Meanwhile, Brother Chun and Sister Lu were in hot pursuit. Realizing the commotion was escalating, Sister Lu called out while chasing. All right, Xiao Yang, I want to force you. Just go back to work. Don't disturb the guests. The manager will scold us. Liang Shui slowed her pace. Mao, however, was unfazed, shouting loudly from a distance, Mom. Mao, my aunt is being bullied. Come quick. Wen Ning and the others, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing Liang Shui in a dirty apron and looking disheveled, Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. She grasped Liang Shui's hand gently and asked, what happened? Sister Lu was still trying to smooth things over. It's nothing at all. We had a small disagreement. Xiao Yang, please come back to work. Liang Shui hesitated, her lips quivering. After running away from home, she dared not roam freely or seek out Wen Ning and her grandmother, fearing to trouble them. Thus, she had managed to find a dishwashing job. Sister Lu, being the chef's wife, held considerable influence in the kitchen. If she offended her, her job here would be jeopardized. Weighing the pros and cons, Liang Shui was torn, but Mao was undeterred. He pointed at Sister Lu and Brother Chun, shouting, Mom, I know. She wants to introduce this bald-headed, fat-faced, ugly man to my aunt as her husband. I still overheard them saying that my aunt was beautiful and well-endowed, and that next year she would give birth to a chubby son. How infuriating. Does he deserve to be my uncle? His head resembles a Mediterranean sea, with a steel wire fence on the sides and an ice rink in the middle. His features are more displeasing than the hasty strokes I could scribble on paper. This is akin to a foul toad dreaming of courting a swan. Mao corrected his brother, saying, it's a toad, not a frog. Don't insult frogs. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Goodness, these two boys have such foul mouths. Indeed, it was quite foul. Chungu, the man called Chun, was so enraged that the veins on his forehead bulged, making his appearance even more unsightly. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, I work at the electric bureau. Do you dare to insult me like this? Wen Ning frowned and stepped forward, questioning him sharply. So what if you work at the electric bureau? Does that give you the right to pressure my sister into becoming your wife? Fine. I will report you and bring the police to ask your superior if he taught you to abduct girls. Chapter 61. More complicated than giving birth, her attitude was resolute and imposing. Chen Ji's gaze faltered. What abduction? Why didn't he do anything? Lu Jie sent me here for a blind date. Lu Jie, under the scrutiny of the crowd, frantically waved her hands, aware that she had stirred up trouble. I'm not matchmaking anymore. Forget it. Wen Ning's eyes narrowed dangerously. You think pretending this never happened will make it go away? On what grounds? Lu Jie lowered her head, nervously tugging at her clothing, visibly agitated. Suddenly, someone in the crowd turned to Chungu, asking, Hey, are you from the electric bureau? I think I've seen you guarding the gate there. Chungu was left speechless, his face burning red, his lips moving but unable to retort. Lu Jie also felt uncomfortable, constantly fiddling with her hair, which implied an unspoken acknowledgement of his identity. The crowd scoffed, murmuring among themselves, what kind of matchmaking is this? Introducing a 30-year-old gatekeeper to an 18 or 19-year-old girl. How much are you pocketing for this? Exactly, taking advantage of a young girl. If this succeeds, it could be trafficking. Yes, forcing a blind date. If she ends up pregnant, they will have to marry, and then the poor girl will have nowhere to cry. Some even directly advised Liang Shui, girl, don't be deceived. Some people are very vile. You must listen to your elders. Liang Shui trembled, her lips quivering, shocked by the turn of events, filled with dread. Wen Ning grasped her hand, reassuring her, it's all right, I'm here. At that moment, the restaurant owner and the chief chef hurried over, attempting to mediate. After consulting Liang Shui, Wen Ning voiced her demands. I want them to apologize to my sister in front of everyone and ensure her wages are settled, as she will no longer work here. Half an hour later, Liang Shui, carrying a nylon bag filled with her belongings, followed Wen Ning, Mao, and Mao with great trepidation. As Liang Shui's steps grew increasingly hesitant, Mao turned and took her hand, looking up to ask, Aunt, Why are you walking so slowly like a turtle? Don't worry, when you come to my house, I won't bully you. Liang Shui vigorously shook her head. Wen Ning and Mao approached, and Liang Shui pursed her lips, saying, Sister, I think I should find a job with meals and accommodation. I don't want to be a burden to your family. What nonsense! Wen Ning exclaimed, taking her bag and placing it on the bicycle, pushing it as she spoke. You thought that way before, which is why you didn't come to find me and Grandma, right? That thinking is wrong. You don't know how much Grandma and I worry about you. Liang Shui hung her head, guilt written all over her face. The pressure she felt was overwhelming. Wen Ning pondered for a moment before saying, How about this, Xiao Shui? I'll introduce you to a job that provides meals and accommodation, so you can establish yourself in Lu City. But today, you must come with us to the family compound to let Grandma know you are safe. Liang Shui looked up, her face alight with surprise, and nodded emphatically, All right. Thank you, sister. Without delay, Wen Ning led Liang Shui to the clothing factory, where there were a few vacant rooms that could be allocated for her accommodation. After placing Liang Shui's belongings, the four of them headed home. On the way, Mao and Mao ran ahead, while the lagging Liang Shui confided in Wen Ning about her reasons for leaving home. The parents of the girl whom Xiao Yong attempted to assault were adamant about pressing charges. They had some influence and reported the incident, after which they moved away, leaving no trace behind. My parents were at a loss, unsure how to reach out for help, and wanted to marry me off to an old man just because he promised to lessen Xiao Yong's sentence. Wen Ning was speechless. The crackdown was not over yet. Xiao Yong was indeed caught in the crossfire, and who could possibly reduce his sentence? Your parents have been deceived. Perhaps they were aware of the truth, but they didn't care for their daughter Liang Shui, hence their willingness to marry her off for a gamble. Wen Ning patted Liang Shui's shoulder, praising her, You did well to run away. You should have. Don't worry, I want to tell your parents you are here. Take this opportunity to earn more and grow. The four arrived at the family compound, just in time to see Tian Xiui teaching Jia Shufan how to ride a bicycle in the yard. Tian Xiui held the back seat, giving instructions, drenched in sweat. Aunt, don't let go, hold on. Pedal, you can't stop. I'm not letting go. Jia Shufan, panting, complained, This bicycle is really hard to learn. It's more complicated than giving birth. Mao clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Grandma, you are secretly learning to ride a bicycle. How silly. Jia Shufan turned with a glare. Shut up. Just wait until I swing my stick at your backside before you call me silly. Mao quickly covered his mouth, his big eyes darting around. Grandma's temper was truly fiery. It was Mao who stepped forward with candy, sweetly saying, Grandma, Aunt, you must be tired. Have some sweets and rest before continuing. Tian Xiui beamed. Thank you, Mao. Jia Shufan also affectionately ruffled his hair, her spirits lifted by Wen Ning's promise. Mom, if you learn to ride, I'll buy you a new bike. How can I accept that? Jia Shufan modestly replied, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaowen, do you have a red bicycle? It's festive and auspicious. I don't like the tall and clumsy one like Zhangzi. Wen Ning chuckled. When the time comes, I'll take you to choose. Deal. Jia Shufan readily agreed, her gaze shifting to Liang Shui, asking, And who is this? Wen Ning immediately introduced. This is my sister Liang Shui. Xiao Shui, greet your aunt and sister Xiui. By the way, where's Grandma? In there, watching Xiaoyu sleep. Let us go. That evening, Jia Shufan prepared a feast for Liang Shui, hoping she would experience the warmth of family life just as Grandma Zhang Yongying had once done. Liang Shui silently vowed to herself she would never marry and bear children carelessly. Her life would be as splendid as her sister's. The next morning, Wen Ning took Liang Shui along with Tian Xiui to the clothing factory. Tian Xiui applied for a position as a seamstress and immediately got to work in the workshop, while Wen Ning took Liang Shui to the office. Xiao Shui, you have a high school diploma and are still young. Your future is bright. It would be a waste to work on the sewing machine right away. I'd like you to be my assistant, and when you have free time, you can enroll in night school to study accounting or fashion design. How does that sound? Liang Shui nodded earnestly. Yes, sister, I will work hard. If I have time, I will also learn to operate the sewing machine in the workshop, all right? Sure, you can manage it as you see fit, Wen Ning replied. She kept Liang Shui close, busy together, and as Liang Shui immersed herself in work, she absorbed knowledge like a sponge. Half a month later, as the weather warmed, the inventory of red dresses in the factory had accumulated to nearly 8,000 pieces. Chapter 62. Lu Jinlan arrives with 2 children. That was an overwhelming amount. Mobilizing the entire factory to produce red dresses was a decision made by Wen Ning. Song Yuan-shu and Lu Wei, aware of Wen Ning's capabilities, did not question her, patiently waiting for her to announce the arrival of warmer weather. In the factory, aside from the three of them, there were other members of the leadership, such as the workshop director and the finance director. One day, as Wen Ning approached the office of Song Yuan-shu, she overheard the workshop director, Fu Mingsheng, bellowing inside. "Director Song, the warehouse is overflowing with red dresses, yet there are hardly any delivery slips. I'm not saying this lightly. Every factory is busy producing various styles of shirts in preparation for summer. If we continue to stockpile these red dresses, the factory will face closure just like before. Designer one is focused on aesthetics and festivity, but Director Song, you must consider the reality. Many in the workshop are anxious about the dresses not selling, and if the factory lacks funds to pay them, morale will plummet." Song Yuan-shu, with a solemn demeanor, dismissed the concerns. "What are you worrying about? How could we possibly be unable to pay salaries?" In the office, the finance department was present, and the tension was palpable. "Director, the factory is indeed running low on funds. We just settled a batch of fabric expenses a few days ago, but with the dresses not selling, we haven't recouped the costs. We also need money to repair the broken sewing machines." Song Yuan-shu faltered momentarily. The workshop director pressed on, "Thus, we must revise the production plan to expedite the recovery of funds." Song Yuan-shu fell silent. Just then, Wen Ning knocked on the door, entered and pledged, "I will find a way to boost the sales of the dresses." The workshop director, skeptical, raised his thumb and forefinger. "What could you possibly do? I'm not targeting you, designer one, but we have 8,000 dresses. The entire city of Lucheng cannot consume this much inventory." Wen Ning smiled confidently. "They will sell." No one believed her, not even Song Yuan-shu, who remained doubtful due to the sheer volume. Undeterred, Wen Ning convened a meeting with Lu Wei, who was responsible for sales, to discuss the reasons behind the poor sales. Lu Wei shrugged helplessly. "It's obvious, Sister Wen. They're too flamboyant. Very few young women will buy them. The state-owned department store also displayed our red dresses, but only sold 3 in a week, primarily to families with daughters preparing for marriage." Wen Ning nodded, implying that the quality and style were excellent, but the public lacked the courage to wear them. "Then let us instill confidence in them." Wen Ning stood up to make arrangements. "I will select some workers from the workshop. Lu Wei, please call Ting and have her wait for us at the Happiness Photography Studio." She quickly left with Liang Shui, leaving Lu Wei puzzled. Selecting what kind of people? What does Ting have to do with this? And why go to a photography studio? He didn't understand, but still made the call. Before long, Wen Ning had chosen a dozen young, attractive, well-proportioned female workers from the workshop. Together with Liang Shui, they went directly to Zhang Yanen's photography studio, as only she had an ample supply of cosmetics. Wen Ning instructed the girls to try on various styles of red dresses that suited their figures, then styled their hair and applied makeup, ultimately capturing group photos. Zhao Tingting, looking the most stunning, stood in the center, insisting on a few solo promotional shots. Afterward, Wen Ning smiled at the group of girls. "All right, don't waste this beautiful look. Pair off and stroll in crowded places. Don't be afraid of being seen. If people are looking, it means you're beautiful. Return to the factory together in 2 hours. Xiaoxue, you should go too." After everyone left, Wen Ning asked Zhang Yanen, "Can you develop these photos quickly? I need to send them to the newspaper for an advertisement and also produce several posters to display in the state-owned store." Zhang Yanen replied promptly, "I'll work overtime to get them done. You'll have them by morning." "Excellent." Hearing their conversation, Zhao Tingting exclaimed, "Am I going to be in the newspaper?" "Sister Wen, it's too flamboyant. I get scolded for being indecent?" Wen Ning replied candidly, "Even if you do get scolded, you must appear. You signed a contract with the factory." Zhao Tingting grimaced. Earning money is tough, and it feels like a burden. The three women couldn't help but laugh together. The following day, Wen Ning leveraged her connections through her old comrade, Yan Gang, to contact a newspaper and paid for an advertisement for the red dresses. The newspaper's manager chuckled. "You have quite an investment in these dresses. They do look appealing. I might just buy one for my wife." Wen Ning produced a bag, saying, "You can't buy them, Wang Ge. These are gifts for your wife. Take them home." In this era of print media, maintaining a good relationship with the newspaper was essential for future collaborations. Within days of the red dress advertisement being released, sales at the state-owned store began to improve, with 10 or more dresses selling daily. However, In the face of 8,000 dresses, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, Wen Ning took the initiative to organize a grand matchmaking dance on behalf of the clothing factory and several others. The event featured music, complimentary refreshments, juices, and snacks, with the stipulation that women must wear red dresses. The dance was also advertised in the newspaper, further boosting sales of the red dresses. Subsequently, as Wen Ning strolled through the streets of Luqing, she could see numerous beautiful women adorned in red dresses. One day, while Wen Ning was in a meeting with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei to discuss the benefits to be distributed to employees for the Dragon Boat Festival, Liang Shui rushed in. Sister One, the movie you wanted me to pay attention to is officially showing in theaters today. Really? Wen Ning jumped up excitedly. Let's go watch it. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei exchanged puzzled looks. What movie? Wen Ning turned, beaming. Red dresses are all the rage. You two should rush to procure fabrics and continue working overtime to produce red dresses. Prices will rise if you delay. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei exchanged glances, astonished. A single movie can have such a significant impact? But soon they found out it truly did. Wen Ning's prediction was accurate. Red Dresses Are All the Rage premiered just before the Dragon Boat Festival and became a sensation. After watching the film, both young girls and middle-aged women were inspired to emulate the lead character, wishing to dance in red dresses in the city square and receive admiration, prompting a rush to the state-owned store to purchase red dresses. Within 5 days, all 8,000 red dresses from the Red Star Garment Factory were sold out through various channels, with demand still exceeding supply. The factory workers were working tirelessly to keep up with the orders. While Wen Ning was delighted, she found herself overwhelmed with tasks, needing to design innovative styles to stay competitive in this battle. As she busied herself, Yin Gang remained on a mission, leaving everything at home in the capable hands of Jia Shufan and Zheng Yangying. Jia Shufan, however, was exhausted, having even broken a stick while disciplining Air Mao. One day, with Wen Ning still at the factory, Jia Shufan received a phone call from her second son, Yin Hui. To save on phone costs, he spoke hurriedly. Mom, Jinlan is bringing the kids to visit for the Dragon Boat Festival. They arrive tomorrow at noon. Make sure to have your elder son and daughter-in-law pick them up from the train station. Upon hanging up, Jia Shufan slapped her thigh in frustration. What do they mean by celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival? Do they think I'm not busy enough? And now they expect us to pick them up? As she spoke, Jia Shufan noticed the reporter in front of her looking curiously at her. She waved her hand dismissively and hurried back. With her mood already sour, she returned home only to find Mao shoving powdered milk into his mouth, the brown residue smudged around his lips. Jia Shufan rolled up her sleeves, ready to scold him. Oh, you little rascal, sneaking food while I'm away. Just wait. Mao quickly scurried around the room, shouting, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry my stomach is flat. If you're hungry, then cook. You're 8 years old. When I was your age, I cooked all the meals for the family. Jia Shufan stood with her hands on her hips, still fuming. Mao sheepishly replied. I was afraid I would blow up the kitchen. Jia Shufan replied. At least you have self-awareness. She tossed the stick aside in exasperation and stormed into the kitchen. During dinner, Jia Shufan mentioned that Lu Jinlan would be bringing her 2 children to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. The news fell like a stone into the calm waters of the Yin household, startling everyone. Mao, quick to speak, asked, why are they coming to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival with us? Are we some kind of exorcists? Jia Shufan shot him a glare. What nonsense are you talking? Although I can't fathom their intentions, they're arriving tomorrow at noon. Her tone was laced with anticipation as I resolved to ride my bicycle to fetch the 3 of them. Recently, Jia Shufan had learned to ride, but with her busy schedule, she had yet to venture out. Wen Ning immediately frowned, expressing her concerns. No, mother. I cannot allow you to ride to the train station alone. I will go to meet them, but there is a dilemma regarding their accommodation. Jia Shufan widened her eyes and suggested, they can squeeze in with us. Zheng Yangying interjected, or you could take me back, and we could free up a room. Wen Ning dismissed the idea, saying no, uncle and aunt are preoccupied with Xiaoyou. What would you do alone at home, Grandma? You should stay here. She turned to Jia Shufan. Mother, isn't it possible to rent a place in the nearby village? You could go tomorrow and secure a room for the second brother and his wife. Why rent? Jia Shufan said, struggling to comprehend. She was straightforward, admitting they will only stay for the Dragon Boat Festival and then leave. They can fit in my room. I can sleep on the ground. No need to waste money. That is not the case, Lu Jinlan countered. This time, they are settling in Luching for good. Last time, they came and stayed at our home for 2 years, meddling in everything. It was only when Yan Hui arrived from out of town that they moved out to rent a place. This time, from the outset, Wen Ning has no intention of letting them stay with us. Unyielding in her stance, Jia Shufan appeared perplexed. The two women clashed over the issue, and the atmosphere at the dining table thickened. Zheng Yongying dared not breathe, while De Mao and Air Mao remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ning decisively stated, "Mother, their presence at home would disrupt my work." At this, Jia Shufan relented. "All right, then we shall rent a room. I will go check tomorrow." The dispute dissipated into thin air, and Air Mao began recounting his day, from witnessing pigs fighting on his way to school to his struggles in class, and the delightful taste of instant milk powder, culminating in his dinner of 3 chicken feet. The following day, De Mao and Air Mao returned to school, as usual, while Zheng Yongying and Jia Shufan accompanied Xiaoyu to rent a house in a nearby village. Wen Ning continued her work at the factory, and as noon approached, she and Liang Shui rode their bicycles to the train station to meet their guests. After nearly 5 months apart, as soon as Wen Ning appeared, Lu Jinlan sprang forth like a cat spotting fish, emerging from some hidden corner. Dressed plainly, she held Yuan Bao in one hand and a large bundle in the other, with a beaming smile on her face. "Big sister-in-law, we are here. You come to pick us up." Wen Ning nodded. "This is my sister, Xiao Shui. You and the little sister can ride with her, while Yuan Bao rides with me. Let us go. Mother is waiting for us to have lunch." "All right." Lu Jinlan settled Yuan Bao before taking her place on Liang Shui's bike. Along the way, her eyes greedily took in the scenery, the neat storefronts, vendors selling their wares, and girls clad in lovely red dresses. Luching, where her elder brother and sister-in-law resided, was far more prosperous than the place Yan Hui visited. She longed to remain here, enjoying life and watching her beloved daughter, Xiaoyu, grow up happily. However, their journey took them further and further away from the bustling area, and by the last stretch, they found themselves amidst desolation. Upon dismounting, Lu Jinlan couldn't help but inquire, "Big sister-in-law, you live so far out? What will Xiaoyu do for school?" It was a genuine concern for her beloved daughter. Wen Ning remained composed. "There is a school in the family compound." "Oh, that's a relief," Lu Jinlan murmured. "It's surely not as good as in the city. I think it would be best if you move to the city before Xiaoyu starts school." Wen Ning challenged. "Moving to the city would require purchasing a house. Would you be willing to lend money to your second brother and sister-in-law?" Lu Jinlan hesitated, stammering, "I don't have any money. I'm not as capable as you with an education and knowledge." She rambled on, but Wen Ning chose to ignore her. Liang Shui, however, cast a knowing glance at Wen Ning, sensing her sister's discontent with her sister-in-law and recognizing that she was not lacking in funds. Recently, the factory had sold over 10,000 red dresses, each with a minimum factory price of 30 yuan, totaling an impressive 300,000. As they arrived at the family compound, they were spotted by Lin Meijin, who was taking out the trash. The old woman scrutinized Lu Jinlan, her eyes flickering with disdain, and she couldn't help but comment, "Oh, Xiaowen, your family has more visitors from your hometown, doesn't it? Your house is becoming a refugee camp. Look at how they're dressed." Lu Jinlan seethed internally but dared not cause a scene in unfamiliar territory, hastening her steps inside. Wen Ning lagged behind a moment, her tone icy. "Aunt, since you are aware of my family's difficulties, why not let them stay at your place?" Lin Meijin's expression shifted. "That's out of the question. We have no spare rooms." "I shouldn't have said anything." "Then perhaps you should keep your mouth shut next time," Wen Ning retorted, unwilling to indulge her. She strode into the house, leaving Lin Meijin momentarily speechless. The old shrew's daughter-in-law was just as fierce. Her words were sharp, revealing her true nature. Upon entering, Lu Jinlan had already greeted everyone, still clutching the little sister on her back as if she were a treasure, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiaoyu, you've grown so beautiful. Fair and tender, with big bright eyes. Come on, smile for me. I'm your second mother." Her demeanor was excessively cheerful, yet Xiaoyu pouted. On the verge of tears, Wen Ning stepped forward to take the child, casually remarking, "Xiaoyu is just shy," handing the child to Liang Shui. Xiaoyu immediately broke into laughter, causing Lu Jinlan to feel a pang of jealousy. With her hands clenched by her side, she thought bitterly, "There will be plenty of time later. I must cultivate a good relationship with Xiaoyu." During lunch, Jia Shufan announced that she would take Lu Jinlan to see the house she had rented in the morning. Lu Jinlan was taken aback and blurted out, "But we're staying here. To cultivate a bond with Xiaoyu, we must live together," Lu Jinlan asserted, speaking as if it were a matter of course, as if she owned the place. The others at the table regarded her with questioning glances. Lu Jinlan quickly set down her chopsticks, attempting to clarify. "Renting a place costs money. It's wasteful. We could all just sleep on the ground. I can help look after Xiaoyu, right, mother?" Jia Shufan longed to agree, but recognized Wen Ning's concerns about her artwork. Priorities were clear. Sleeping on the ground was detrimental to one's health. Jia Shufan firmly dismissed Lu Jinlan's suggestion. "Furthermore, I've already paid 10 days' rent. If you don't stay, they want to refund it. So you must go." Lu Jinlan wanted to argue further, but Jia Shufan stood up. "Hurry and eat. After lunch, we all have things to do. Xiaowen still has to go to work." Lu Jinlan looked at Wen Ning with excitement. "Big sister-in-law, you found a job?" Wen Ning nodded slightly. "Yes, at the clothing factory. I'm quite busy and want to have time to entertain you." Lu Jinlan waved her hands in a hurry. "We're close. You needn't worry about me. Just focus on your work." Wen Ning's busy schedule was perfect for Lu Jinlan, providing her ample opportunities to bond with Xiaoyu. While Lu Jinlan's plans were well laid, in the afternoon, Wen Ning strapped Xiaoyu to her back and rode her bicycle to the factory. Lu Jinlan was left bewildered, asking, "Mother, why is big sister-in-law taking the child to work? Can't you look after Xiaoyu?" "I can, but I'm taking you to the village," Jia Shufan replied tersely. "I can only take the three of you on my bike, which is why it delays Xiaowen. Fortunately, she and her sister work together. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare take a child to the factory." Lu Jinlan had no retort. Life in the family compound was drastically different from what she had envisioned. 5 words summed it up. Nothing was as she wished. While Lu Jinlan felt discontent, Wen Ning was in high spirits. Upon arriving at the factory, Lu Wei approached her with a beaming smile. "Sister One, I've secured another large order from another province. 5,000 red dresses. The finance department has received the deposit, and the warehouse is already shipping out the first batch." "Is this your daughter?" he asked, reaching out to embrace the curious Xiaoyu. Wen Ning handed the inquisitive child to him and examined the order closely, nodding in agreement. With the increased output, it was essential to be vigilant against fraudulent orders. "Certainly. How could I possibly be deceived out of my money?" Lu Wei exclaimed, his hair being tugged by Xiaoyu. He winced, but Xiaoyu thought her uncle was merely teasing her, giggling merrily. Wen Ning found it amusing as she took her daughter and headed to the workshop for a look. She decided to take advantage of the materials at hand and used the sewing machine to create 2 adorable onesies for Xiaoyu, then set her down on the floor to crawl freely. At 9 months old, Xiaoyu, dressed lightly, wriggled like an eel, swiftly crawling about, attracting the attention of many onlookers in the workshop. Although the child appeared plump, she was more agile than a rabbit, undoubtedly destined for an active life. Indeed, her father was quite impressive, and her brother was the little tyrant of the compound. How could she possibly be lacking? A child of a soldier, no wonder. "Yes, my husband is in the same unit as Designer One." "Haha. Oh, have you met Designer One's spouse? How do they measure up to our esteemed Designer One?" "Certainly a match, tall and handsome." Wen Ning now led a modest life. Only she, Song Yuanshu, Lu Wei, and the finance manager knew about her shares in the factory. To the outside world, she was merely the chief designer, and all garments produced required her approval. At this moment, Wen Ning stood before the workshop director, Fu Mingsheng, who handed her a list. He spoke candidly. "Designer One, I have had to dismiss 3 of the female workers you introduced. The reasons are noted here. Since Tian Xiua began working, several military spouses in the compound had sought employment at the sewing machines. Consequently, Wen Ning conferred with Yin Gang, and they decided to meet with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei to unify their opinions. Afterward, Wen Ning and Yin Gang approached Chief Zhou to report and promised that military spouses and veterans would be prioritized for positions at the clothing factory. Upon verifying the situation, Chief Zhou nearly organized a commendation ceremony for Wen Ning, which she promptly declined, believing she had done nothing extraordinary. However, the factory had recently welcomed many military spouses, even replacing the doorman with a veteran. Fu Mingxing's reminder was likely meant to prevent Wen Ning from holding a grudge. At that moment, Wen Ning glanced at the list. The 3 women included one caught stealing fabric, another who was habitually late and took long bathroom breaks, and a third who could not learn to operate the sewing machine. Making excuses about her age, Wen Ning chuckled. "Uncle Fu, there's no need for you to report such matters to me. Handle them as you see fit." Fu Mingsheng insisted. That won't do. I must inform you, lest you be caught unaware if someone questions you about it. Evidently, the wisdom of the elders holds true. Although Wen Ning brushed it off that day, as she returned home with Xiao Yu and Tian Xioa, a curly-haired middle-aged woman approached her, demanding, Xiao Wen, why weren't you at the factory during lunch? I was dismissed, and it's that Fu who is targeting me. Speak to him on my behalf, so I can return to work. Despite the factory being far from the compound, the piece-work pay was lucrative, and the meals in the cafeteria were plentiful and delicious. She could not bear to lose this job. Wen Ning did not recognize the woman at first, but Tian Xioa interjected, Ma Qin Xiao, weren't you caught stealing fabric? Director Fu was generous enough not to require you to return what you took, and yet you have the audacity to demand your job back? Ma Qin Gao, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, who stole fabric? There is no evidence. I'm being wronged. Tian Xioa scoffed. You were too scared to speak when the police were involved, yet now you come here to cause trouble for Wen Ning. You should consider the strength of Aunt Shufen. Before she could finish, Lin Meijin suddenly shouted from next door, Xioa, come back. Aren't you supposed to be working? What are you doing outside, chatting with others? Tian Xioa rolled her eyes in annoyance. Wen Ning nudged her to return, then turned to Ma Qin Xiao, her tone calm. Sister Ma, since there has been a theft of fabric at the factory, and you claim to be wronged, how about this? I will report it to the police for a thorough investigation. If you are indeed innocent, I will ensure Director Fu apologizes and welcomes you back to work. How does that sound? Ma Qin Xiao, who had been glaring, now averted her gaze, stammering. Never mind, I don't want to go back to work. It takes too long to walk there, and I have to take care of my child. Clearly, she was feeling guilty. Before she could finish, Tian Xioa suddenly waved at the distance, Aunt Shufen is back. Ma Qin Xiao immediately turned and fled, as if a tiger were chasing her. Wen Ning sighed, feeling helpless. Tian Xioa laughed heartily, leaving Jia Shufen bewildered. Why are you laughing like a fool, Xioa? Is my cycling that amusing? No, Tian Xioa waved her hand in denial. Just as she was about to explain, Lin Meijin yelled again, prompting Tian Xioa to angrily turn and head home. Wen Ning and Jia Shufen also returned, and after washing her hands, Jia Shufen scooped up Xiao Yu. Oh dear, it's been so long since I held you. Xiao Wen, was Xiao Yu good at the factory today? Quite good. Everyone praised her. Wen Ning slowly locked her bike, washed her hands, and casually asked, how are Jinlan and the kids adjusting? Jia Shufen cradled Xiao Yu, pouting. What is there to adjust to? The couple is quite nice. They took the money and are very warm-hearted, even helping with the child. Jinlan said she would buy some groceries in the village tomorrow. Cook and then come find us. I really wish they wouldn't come over so often, but I can't say that. After all, she was a daughter-in-law, not a biological daughter. Jia Shufen found it challenging. However, Wen Ning thought that Lu Jinlan surely did not find it troublesome, as she believed it was all for her daughter. Tomorrow would be busy for Wen Ning, and she planned not to take Xiao Yu to the factory, reminding Jia Shufen, Mom, if you have something to do, let Grandma watch Xiao Yu. Jinlan needs to take care of Yuan Bao and Jiamai, and she is a bit scatterbrained, so don't leave Xiao Yu with her. Okay, I understand. Jia Shufen readily agreed. At that moment, De Mao and Air Mao returned from school, and Air Mao called out as soon as he entered, Mom, Grandma, our teacher said parents need to attend a meeting tomorrow. I want Mom to go. You should dress nicely to show off for me. Jia Shufen retorted, what scores are you getting that you need your mother to show off for you? Have you given your mother a reason to be proud? Air Mao's eyes darted around. My older brother got full marks, so he's responsible for making Mom proud. And you? Air Mao chuckled. Well, I didn't see the back of the test paper and missed a question, so I didn't pass. Wen Ning and Jia Shufen exchanged glances, exasperated. I really want to give him a good thrashing. Once Jia Shufen confirmed that attending the meeting would not interfere with Wen Ning's work, she encouraged her to go. It wasn't an award ceremony. Wen Ning had no desire to attend. Meanwhile, next door, Tian Xioa was preparing dinner while listening to Lin Meijin's complaints. You two aren't good people. Why are you still helping her to insult others? Xioa, harboring grudges in the compound isn't good. Everyone is a colleague, and to get promoted, you need the support of your peers. Initially silent, Tian Xioa grew increasingly irritated and could not help but retort, I speak only the truth. I'm not afraid of offending anyone. If it weren't for Wen Ning, I would never have gotten a job at the clothing factory. She helped me. So what is wrong with saying a few words for her? Lin Meijin interrupted in surprise. What? She introduced you to the clothing factory? How audacious. She got you a job just to make sure I can't have it easy. She truly has ulterior motives. Tian Xiao rolled her eyes again, struggling to hold back her frustration. Mom, why is it that when I work, you can't have it easy? Is it because I'm working instead of doing housework? But didn't you say you were here to help? Before Lin Meijin could respond, Tian Xiao continued, besides, have you really done that much work? Before I departed, I prepared breakfast. Upon my return, I made dinner. I washed the clothes in the dark and swept the floor while you were all fast asleep. What have you done that has exhausted you so? For the first time in many years, Tian Xiao questioned everything as a long-suffering daughter-in-law. Lin Meijin's expression became rigid. Her trembling hand raised. What do you mean, Xiao? Are you displeased with me? No, Tian Siwei Blaiv Gertli. I merely wish to say that you should refrain from complaining about others and should not assume that your son's position as a regiment leader makes him significant. His salary barely covers our living expenses. If it weren't for Wen Ning introducing me to work at the factory, how could we afford for the egg to learn painting at the youth palace? After finishing her words, Tian Xiao disregarded Lin Meijin's ghastly expression and walked out with her bowl. During dinner that evening, Lin Meijin vehemently complained about Tian Xiao to her son, Zhou Jinxiang, even shedding tears in her urgency. It was always like this. Tian Xiao, expressionless, served food, urging her 4 children to eat well. Zhou Jinxiang, noticing her demeanor, frowned and admonished, Xiao, what is this attitude? Mother doesn't understand. You should speak to her nicely instead of berating her like this. With a loud bang, Tian Xiao slammed her chopsticks on the table. Facing the gazes of everyone, she felt a surge of anger within but strove to maintain her composure. If I speak nicely, will she stop nagging in my ear? Zhou Jinxiang, it is one thing for your mother to lack discernment, but why must you also join in the chaos? Is it only when she provokes the neighboring Captain Yan's family that you will learn your lesson? Zhou Jinxiang turned away helplessly. Mother, there's so many people in the compound. Why do you always have issues with the neighbors? Lin Meijin, with unwavering conviction, replied, their family, Yin Gang, holds the same position as yours. It's a competitive relationship. Only when their family falters can ours thrive. Nonsense. Zhou Jinxiang firmly denied, his expression stern as he chastised her. Who told you that, mother? Yin Gang and I are comrades, serving the nation and protecting the people. How can it be a competitive relationship? Your thinking is fundamentally flawed. The 4 children turned their gazes to Tian Xiao, their eyes filled with disapproval. The Yin family and Aunt Wen, along with Grandma Jia, had always treated them kindly, even making clothes for them and occasionally picking them up from school. With no one siding with her, Lin Meijin clutched her chest, her complexion pale. How can you all be like this? It hurts, my chest hurts. She could barely sit still, swaying precariously, prompting Zhou Jinxiang to hastily prepare to take her to the hospital. Tian Xiao remained unmoved. Once the mother and son departed, she continued to encourage her children to eat. Go on, your grandmother is fine. Just the other day, I picked up her health report, and all is well. Only your father could be deceived by her. The next day, in the morning, Wen Ning visited the fabric factory and, after a lunch outside, rode her bike to school for the parent-teacher meeting. Upon entering the school, she encountered Tian Xiao. As they walked together, Wen Ning expressed concern. My grandmother mentioned that there are rumors in the compound saying you sent your mother-in-law to the hospital last night. Is everything all right? Tian Xiao shook her head, indignantly stating, everything is fine. It must be my mother-in-law spreading those rumors. Let her be. She is foolish, thinking that tarnishing my reputation will compel me to listen to her. What a joke. Tian Xiao had already devised a plan in her mind, letting out a cold laugh. If I truly stopped doing everything, no breakfast, no laundry, no cleaning, let's see who would suffer. Wen Ning chuckled. It seems you have genuinely come to terms with things. I must thank you, designer one, Tian Xiao sighed. In the past, my children and I relied solely on old Zhou's meager salary. I was busy from dawn to dusk, thinking of ways to grow more vegetables and bargain for savings, afraid to speak loudly at home lest old Zhou become displeased and angry. However, last year, I earned a few thousand thanks to you, and now that I am working at the factory, I think about how making an extra garment could yield more income. There is hope for the future. Not to mention, the red dress sells so well that Tian Xiao has become skilled and quick, earning about 15 yuan daily from commissions, 450 yuan a month. She smiled radiantly. I have never bought breakfast from the cafeteria before, but this morning, I took my children there and treated them to big buns. Money brings power. Economic status determines family value. This saying rings true. Wen Ning reassured her, Sister Xioa, life will only get better. Indeed, Tian Xioa encouraged her in return. Wen Ning, as our factory's designer, you must create more beautiful dresses. If they sell, my position will be secure. Go for it, designer one. Wen Ning, amused, parted ways with her since their children were not in the same class. She headed to the first-grade classroom and, upon arrival, noticed a few children observing her, whispering among themselves. Soon, a little girl with pigtails ran over, looking up and cheerfully asking, "Annie, you are so beautiful. Are you Mao's mom?" Wen Ning replied, "Yes," gaining a new title. The little girl patted her chest and volunteered, "Mao's mom, I'm the class monitor. Let me take you to sit down." "All right." The girl led Wen Ning into the crowded classroom, pausing with a frown. "Mao's mom, will you sit at Mao's seat or Mao's seat?" Wen Ning looked. Whoever scores better gets to sit where they like. Thus, the little girl guided her to Mao's seat. As Wen Ning sat down and glanced up, she spotted Chun Minghua 2 rows ahead. Chun Minghua's daughter, Ding Wenmei, was in the same class as Mao and Mao. Wen Ning wished to ignore her. But just then, someone sat down beside her, exclaiming in surprise, "Wen Ning, you are here for the parent-teacher meeting? What a coincidence. Our children are desk mates." It was Director Li Chui, whose daughter was named Zhang Qingxia. As they chatted about their children, Li Chui inquired, "Wen Ning, I heard you can help introduce people to work at the clothing factory. You know I manage women's affairs. There are some military families in the compound whose members are less mobile and are idling at home. Does your factory offer any home-based handwork?" Wen Ning shook her head. "There should be none, but I can help you reach out. Such small handicraft factories should have work." "That would be wonderful. I appreciate your help." "No trouble at all." Their conversation became lively while Chun Minghua, sitting in front, grew increasingly furious. Previously, she had the best relationship with Li Chui, but now they seemed thick as thieves. How lowly, she thought. It's merely because she sees Wen Ning as a source of benefit that she is ingratiating herself. Just wait. Your misfortune will come. Chun Minghua clenched her fists, her nails embedding into her palms. Before long, the teacher entered the classroom. The main focus of this parent-teacher meeting was to announce the children's midterm grades and award certificates to the top performers. Wen Ning experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Feeling elated when Mao and Chun Minghua's daughter ranked first, receiving praise from the teacher for being sensible, smart, and having a good attitude towards studying. Yet, the hell awaited her with Mao's results. The teacher did not directly call out names or even glance at Wen Ning. Some students who usually played and did not study found themselves unable to even turn the page during the exam, resulting in the lowest scores in class. This was not the worst part. The teacher continued, revealing that the student who ranked last had an older brother who was first in class. The stark contrast was shocking, and the teacher hoped parents would encourage the older brother to help his younger sibling, at the very least, to learn how to turn the page. Under the watchful eyes of the parents, Wen Ning, who had just proudly received her award, now wished she could dig a hole and hide. Her face alternated between red and white as she placed her left hand on her forehead. Beside her, Li Chui whispered, "Comrade Wen, you are too shy. I think next time, it would be better for your grandmother or father to attend the meeting." Indeed, Wen Ning resolved firmly. She somewhat missed Yan Gang, who had been away for half a month, uncertain of when he would return from his mission. Meanwhile, Wen Ning found herself in a dire situation. Concurrently, in broad daylight, a green pickup truck rumbled into the compound, with 3 or 4 little boys, not yet in kindergarten, chasing after it. In the vehicle, Zhang Weijun turned to the figure seated in the back, Commander Yan Gang. "I have inquired, and your wife is not at home. She has gone to the parent-teacher meeting at school today." Yan Gong nodded lightly. His left foot and right hand were bandaged, and his head was wrapped in a bandage as well. "No questions asked. It is an honorable injury," he stated. After spending a few days in the hospital, he insisted on returning home for recuperation as soon as he was out of danger. As the car halted in front of the Yan residence, Zhang Weijun hurried to assist Yan Gang out of the vehicle. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted a small girl seated on the ground. She wore tattered, filthy clothes, caked with mud, her sparse yellow hair barely clinging to her scalp, and her face marred by numerous small wounds. With both hands, she was digging through the vegetable patch, stuffing leaves in her mouth, cheeks puffed as she chewed. Yan Gang's pupils constricted, his brows furrowing deeply. Zhang Weijun, unable to contain his shock, exclaimed, "What on earth? Commander, you've been gone merely half a month, and this delicate little girl has transformed into a beggar. I've been keeping tabs on your household. Nothing major has occurred. She is not my daughter, Yin Gang replied calmly. I would not fail to recognize my own child. Zhang Weijun sighed with relief, grateful he had not failed in his vigilance. At that moment, Jia Shufan, alerted by the commotion, rushed out and gasped upon seeing the battered Yin Gang. Heavens! Gongzi! What has happened to you? Are you all right? Can you walk? Outside, a group of curious boys exchanged glances, waving blades of grass over their heads, shouting as they ran. Quick, call Ermao. His father has been brought back injured, all wrapped in bandages. The news spread rapidly to the school. Yin Ermao, who had been joyfully playing marbles and winning, dropped everything upon hearing the news. His expression darkened as he dashed into the classroom. Mom, Dad has been brought home covered in white bandages. Chapter 67. Is that little sister your biological child? When Wen Ning heard the news, color drained from her face, nearly causing her to faint. This cannot be. In my previous life, nothing like this occurred. Although Yin Gang's career was affected by the arrival of his second child, and he stagnated in his position for 5 or 6 years, he later achieved numerous accolades and advanced even faster. Could it be that my rebirth has caused such a monumental shift? Surrounded by fading voices and faces, Wen Ning stumbled outside, desperate to appear before Yin Gang immediately. She and the 2 children hurried back to the family compound. Observing their haste, curious onlookers approached, the crowd growing steadily until it amassed before the Yin household. Jia Shufan, who had been picking vegetables in the yard, looked up in astonishment at the throng. What are you all still doing here? Why aren't you helping your father in his final moments? Ermao stomped his feet anxiously. Where's Dad? Aren't you going to spend his last moments with him? Jia Shufan raised her hand, ready to swat Ermao with the vegetable she held, cursing, you foul-mouthed child. Your father is merely injured. Why speak of final moments? I'll slap you if you keep talking nonsense. Meanwhile, Demao had already dashed into the house. Ermao sought refuge inside, while Wen Ning urgently sought an answer. Mom, is Gongzi all right? Is he only injured? Yes, Jia Shufan replied, her wrinkled face filled with confusion. How did such a ridiculous rumor spread? If you go inside, you'll see for yourself. Wen Ning nodded and stepped inside. Jia Shufan began dispersing the crowd. My son is fine. He is recovering. Thank you all for your concern. But please return home. Dinner is approaching, and don't you have meals to prepare? The people murmured among themselves. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. It was unclear who had spread such fabrications. I knew Commander Yin wouldn't be so easily defeated. They all gradually departed. Inside the house, upon Wen Ning's entrance, Demao and Ermao were concernedly perched on the edge of the bed beside Yin Gang. Dad, you only have 3 bandages on. You're not going to die. Why did the rumor of your death spread? Ermao exclaimed. Exactly, Demao frowned. Now the whole school thinks I'm fatherless. Once you recover, you must come to school and clarify things. Yang Gong responded. Fine. He guessed that it was likely due to his mother's comment about him being done for when Zhang Weijun assisted him inside, which the children had exaggerated. Just a bunch of mischievous little rascals, and Ermao was among them. Yin Gang was not particularly eager to see his sons, but upon catching sight of Wen Ning, a rare flicker of grievance crossed his stern countenance. Ning. Wen Ning moved closer to examine his wounds. Why are they so severe? Do you need hospitalization? No need. Yin Gang grasped her hand. I wish to recuperate at home, to be with you all. Demao and Ermao exchanged glances, both rolling their eyes. Dad and Mom are about to get all lovey-dovey. It's not suitable for kids to be around. They intended to take their little sister, who was playing at the foot of the bed, outside, only to find her turned away, looking gaunt. Ermao pulled the child around to face him, gasping. Why is it that you're wearing little U.S. clothes? Wen Ning, initially thinking it was little you, frowned upon seeing the silly grin on the child's face. Where's little you? Yin Gang explained. Mom said that the second brother's wife and grandma took little you and Yuan Bao to play. The little sister was outside, eating mud and vegetable leaves, so I had Mom bring her in and find her change of clothes. Just as Lu Jinlan was mentioned, her hurried voice echoed from outside. Mom, what happened to Big Brother? Everyone says he is dead. Oh no, what will happen to little you? She can't grow up without a father. Jia Shufan's scolding voice followed. Inside, the others were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether Lu Jinlan was more concerned about Yin Gang or little you. Before long, Grandma Zheng Yungying and Lu Jinlan entered. Wen Ning moved to take little you, and in that instant, It was hard to describe the complexity of emotions on Lu Jinlan's face upon seeing Yin Gang unharmed. She wished for her dear daughter little Yu to grow up in a family with both parents. Yet if Yin Gang were to die, she would want to bring little Yu back so they could be together again. Everything is fine. Lu Jinlan forced a smile. It's good that big brother is all right. Her heart was filled with frustration with no outlet. Suddenly, she noticed the silly little sister sitting on the bed. Lu Jinlan's expression shifted as she rushed forward, grabbing the little sister's arm, lifting her up with an unfriendly tone. Why are you wearing little US clothes? Don't you see if you even deserve it? You wretched child. As she spoke, she callously began to strip the little sister of her clothes. The 9-month-old infant, startled by her mother's rough handling, erupted into wails, wetting herself in fright. Yin Gang straightened slightly, and Wen Ning instinctively intervened. No need to take it off. Let her wear it. The weather isn't warm. She'll catch a cold if you take it off. Lu Jinlan hesitated, but did not continue. She smiled ingratiatingly at Yin Gang and Wen Ning. Indeed, it's filthy, not suitable for little Yu. I'll buy her new clothes in the city. Wen Ning frobnet. Demao is like a worm in your belly. Erbung, that's not what my mother meant. She means you should treat the little sister better. Am I not treating her well? Lu Jinlan snapped, irritably patting the little sister's backside to silence her cries. Other families don't want a daughter and abandon them in a privy. I work and still have to take care of this burden. I treat her well enough. As she continued to speak, Lu Jinlan even pinched the little sister, threatening her openly before everyone. Stop crying. If you make little Yu cry, I'll beat you to death. She carried the little sister out, leaving the others in silence. Grandma Zheng Yungying, usually quiet, sighed deeply. Xiaoyan and Xiaowen, please talk some sense into Jinlan. Children are a blessing. Treating the little sister like this is not right. She may forget now, but as she grows older, she will remember and resent her. Ermao muttered softly, it's not easy to persuade her, Grandma. My mother has tried, but she thinks she is treating the little sister well. Demao shook his head with a sigh, until the whip falls upon her back. She will never understand the pain. Wen Ning, burdened by the affairs of her past life, resolutely instructed herself to remain indifferent and hard-hearted. However, during dinner, she witnessed Lu Jinlan carelessly placing the younger sister on the cold floor and tossing a few vegetable leaves down as if feeding a dog. The younger sister, accustomed to such treatment, eagerly picked up the scraps to eat. Unable to bear it any longer, Jia Shufan lifted the younger sister to feed her properly. Was this truly the life she deserved, akin to that of a dog? Wen Ning ultimately could not restrain herself. After dinner, she deliberately avoided everyone and followed Lu Jinlan to the kitchen, feigning casualness as she inquired. Jinlan, your elder brother asked me if the younger sister is your biological child? Lu Jinlan's heart lurched, and she dropped the bowl she was holding, shattering it into pieces. Of course she is. Lu Jinlan replied with certainty, turning her head and forcing a natural smile. How can my brother make such a joke? Wen Ning sighed, her tone suddenly laced with suspicion. You treat the younger sister poorly. Surely others have questioned whether you are her true mother. Why are you so flustered by your brother's jest? It was precisely because her brother was a soldier, a leader with discerning eyes. If he uncovered the truth and demanded the child be returned, all her efforts would be in vain. Lu Jinlan repeatedly brushed her hair, unwilling to admit anything. No, I'm not flustered. Sister-in-law, I understand now. I will treat my biological daughter better. You should leave, I'll wash the dishes. Wen Ning smiled and nodded, turning to depart. Simple counsel would not suffice. The looming sort of crisis was what would awaken a person to change. Wen Ning's actions were not merely out of sympathy for the younger sister's dog-like existence. She was also afraid that the overly vigilant Yin Gang might discover the truth. That would not bode well. Patience was necessary. The next day coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival. Wen Ning and Jia Shufan set out early to buy ingredients, preparing a large, simple feast for the occasion. Wen Ning paid close attention to Lu Jinlan's attitude towards the younger sister. Fortunately, Lu Jinlan treated her decently that day, ensuring she was clean and feeding her both meat and vegetables. Occasionally, when the urge to vent her frustrations arose, she would abruptly restrain herself. In the afternoon, the boys went out to play, while Jia Shufan took Zheng Yungying for a leisurely stroll to gossip. Wen Ning assisted Yin Gang to the doorway to bask in the sun and dress Xiaoyu in a one-piece outfit, setting her down on the ground in the yard to explore freely. Lu Jinlan, holding the younger sister, appeared somewhat displeased. Sister-in-law, the ground is so dirty. Why would you let Xiaoyu sit down? What if she eats dirt? How pitiful, only caring for her own child. Had the younger sister not eaten enough dirt? Wen Ning thought to herself, though she replied outwardly, the younger sister can eat dirt, so can Xiaoyu. Just as Lu Jinlan was about to retort, she inadvertently caught Yin Gang's gaze and swallowed her words, forcing a smile. Sister-in-law, if you're tired of holding her, let me carry one. I can hold both. Wen Ning interjected, nonet. The doctor said it's good for the child to crawl more. It strengthens her body and steadies her walking. Lu Jinlan pondered this, but countered, well, the younger sister can't crawl yet, so I should still hold her. Wen Ning bent down to continue entertaining Xiaoyu when a commotion erupted outside the gate. Both she and Lu Jinlan rose to investigate and saw several men in military uniforms, with a crowd gathering behind them. Lu Jinlan speculated, sister-in-law, are they here to inquire about elder brother's injury? Wen Ning frowned and denied it. No. She exchanged glances with Yin Gang before opening the door. The leading soldier greeted Yin Gang before apologizing. Comrade Yin, someone has anonymously reported your sister-in-law, Comrade Wen Ning, for allegedly exploiting the family and veterans for personal gain. We need to understand the situation with her. Report? Wen Ning instantly realized it was regarding the job introductions she had been making. Yes. Yin Gang and Wen Ning felt a wave of relief. They had reported the clothing factory job introductions to Commander Zoigua, and whether there was profit to be made would be easily discernible. Wen Ning tidied Xiaoyu and asked Lu Jinlan to watch over her, supporting Yang Gong. She led the visitors inside to discuss the matter. Once they entered, the crowd outside erupted into speculation. Why report someone during the festival? I get it. It means Wen Ning took money for introducing jobs. She definitely took money. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to help? If anyone in your family needs a job at the clothing factory, remember to ask her for money. If she refuses, you should report her too. How can she earn without sharing? The crowd chimed in, causing Lu Jinlan to grow anxious. She placed the younger sister on the ground and stood at the door with Xiaoyu, worriedly asking, what will happen if this is true? Will Wen Ning face consequences? She could be jailed for taking money. The speaker was Ma Qingqiao, the middle-aged woman who had instigated the reporting, having been dismissed from the clothing factory for stealing materials. She had previously caused trouble for Wen Ning. Your family's Yin Gang might even be affected. He could end up farming back home. What a pity. He was once formidable, but now with the second child and all, his future is ruined. I see Wen Ning is nothing but a troublemaker. Lu Jinlan appeared dazed, murmuring, what will happen to Xiaoyu? Just then, a sharp voice rang out from next door. Ma Qingqiao, what nonsense are you spouting? I see you resent Wen Ning for not helping you, which is why you reported her. How could you be so heartless? As she spoke, Tian Xiaoyu rushed over, seizing Xiaoyu from Lu Jinlan's arms. What are you doing? Lu Jinlan protested, attempting to reclaim her child, but Tian Xiaoyu boldly questioned her. Why aren't you defending your sister-in-law against these accusations? Lu Jinlan was taken aback. At that moment, Ma Qingqiao, unwilling to admit her role in the report, retorted defiantly. Tian Xiaoyu, don't speak recklessly. I didn't report her. Who has the time for that? Tian Xiaoyu scoffed. Whoever reported knows in their heart. Heaven is watching. She surveyed the crowd, finding the situation absurd. Reporting Wen Ning for a kickback? She was merely introducing jobs, not selling people to the clothing factory. How much could she possibly gain? That paltry sum wouldn't even cover a few sketches. If she stopped helping in the future, you all would have one less opportunity to earn, and then where would you turn for help? With this, the crowd began to grasp the situation. That makes sense. Wen Ning isn't trafficking people. Who reported this? Truly foolish. Everyone turned their gaze toward Ma Qingqiao, casting doubt upon her, especially given her prior dismissal. Ma Qingqiao trembled with rage, her words tumbling out in a frenzy. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't he. If I had known I could report, I would have done so long ago, but I had no idea. Silence fell over the crowd as Jia Shufan hurriedly pushed her way through. What is going on? Was our house robbed? She had gone out to witness the commotion, only to return to find the most excitement at her own doorstep. Lu Jinlan grasped her arm, anxiously explaining, Mom, someone reported sister-in-law for taking kickbacks while introducing jobs, and now elder brother and sister-in-law are inside being questioned. What should we do? Who can we ask for help? Though Jia Shufan was older, she was not foolish. They're just being questioned. It's not like they're being detained. What help do you need? Wen Ning wouldn't take kickbacks. Stay calm. I trust Wen Ning. Jia Shufan's words were firm, and like Tian Xiaoyu, they highlighted Lu Jinlan's lack of faith in Wen Ning, further straining their relationship. Lu Jinlan's expression darkened, and she heard Tian Xiao's cold scoff. Suddenly, the door to the inner room swung open, revealing Wen Ning and several military men. What's happening? Jia Shufan and Tian Xiao rushed forward, inquiring simultaneously. Wen Ning gently shook her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It's nothing. They're just clarifying some details. Mom, Sister Xiao, don't worry. Both women exhaled in relief. After the military men departed, the crowd outside had yet to disperse. Lu Jinlan, attempting to demonstrate her closeness, pointed at Ma Qingxiao and addressed Wen Ning and Jia Shufan, saying, Mother, sister-in-law. They just claimed it was her who reported them. Ma Qingxiao, infuriated, retorted. I've already said it wasn't me. Are your ears clogged, or is your brain malfunctioning? If I, Ma Qingxiao, were to report Wen Ning, let thunder strike me down. Can't I even stand here for a moment? Is this ground inscribed with your family's name? Nearby, someone chuckled. Wen Ning cleared her throat lightly. Sister Ma, I believe it wasn't you, but let us disperse. There's nothing exciting to see at my home. Ma Qingxiao, taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of embarrassment and departed with the others. Wen Ning invited everyone inside, but Tian Xiao, citing personal matters, needed to return home. However, before leaving, she discreetly pulled Wen Ning aside and whispered, Does your sister-in-law harbor a grudge against you? It's strange how she seems to think you're doomed, even before anything is confirmed. That's because Lu Jinlan despises her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone so far as to swap children and mistreat her sister, Wen Ning replied. After sending Tian Xiao off, she was about to enter the house when she noticed Ma Qingxiao sneaking back. In a hushed tone, she quickly divulged, Wen Ning, I swear it wasn't me who reported you, but I can share a piece of information that no one else knows. A couple of days ago, when I went to see my husband, I spotted someone sneaky holding a stack of envelopes and tossing them into that mailbox. At the time, I wondered why she didn't just stuff the papers into one envelope. Now I think that might have been the report. Wen Ning, intrigued, asked a stack. Yes, quite thick, Ma Qingxiao confirmed, rolling her eyes. The woman wasn't very tall, rather slender, always stood straight, and kept glancing around, different from others. That stuck in my mind. Grateful, Wen Ning thanked her and watched her leave. Once back inside, she inquired of the gossip hub, Jia Shufan, mother, is Ma Qingxiao's family in dire straits? Indeed, Jia Shufan replied, embracing her sister. She has 5 children, an elderly parent suffering from tuberculosis, and her husband has to send half of his salary back home each month. Their lives are exceedingly difficult. It's said that during the new year, her children couldn't even go out together because they lacked clothing. One child could only play outside for 3 hours before having to return to the warmth of the blankets to avoid catching a cold. Wen Ning pondered such hardship. No wonder she resorted to stealing fabric. Lu Jinlan asserted vehemently, So, sister-in-law, your refusal to help her return to work at the factory has incited her hatred, leading her to report you while stubbornly denying it and swearing false oaths. When Ning cast her a glance, I don't believe she is the one. The act of reporting seemed perplexing. She needed to combine the tidbit provided by Ma Qingxiao and discuss it privately with Yin Gang. The couple had not reached a conclusion. However, after dinner, when Lu Jinlan and her children departed, Jia Shufan and Zheng Yongying returned from stroll with astonishing news. Little one, you aren't the only one reported. Many in the compound have faced similar fates. They've all been summoned by the authorities, with some taken away directly. Zheng Yongying enumerated. There are those involved in illegal activities, discrimination, moral issues, personal gain, and leaking confidential information. That confirms Ma Qingxiao's claim about a stack of reports. Yin Gang and Wen Ning exchanged worried glances. Yin Gang spoke gravely. If this escalates, thorough investigations will ensue, and the malefactors escape unscathed. Jia Shufan, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by the escape? I mean the wrongdoers, Yin Gang clarified. Oh, Jia Shufan replied, smirking. Why complicate things with fancy language? Just say bad people. Wen Ning and Zheng Yongying couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. In the following days, the atmosphere in the compound was rife with tension, and Jia Shufan found it hard to catch wind of any gossip. Soon, Wen Ning learned that Li Chui's family was the most affected by this wave of reports. Li Chui's husband was confirmed to have accepted bribes and was entangled with another woman. The couple was dismissed from their posts, and their family hastily moved out of the compound. When Wen Ning learned of the news and wished to extend her concern, she found the Zheng household completely vacated. Mao returned chattering. Zheng Qingxia has transferred schools. When she left, some spiteful classmates taunted her, saying her father was a man who couldn't control his appetite, and her mother wasted her position as an official. They suggested he should be castrated. Mom, does that mean cutting off his little thing? Wen Ning and Yin Gang were left speechless, realizing it was merely idle gossip overheard by children. They glanced at Jia Shufan, who coldly chuckled. What is this all about? Mao, she warned. If you ever engage in wrongdoing, you will find yourself diminished in stature. Why? Mao touched his head. I'm sure I'll grow tall, just like Dad. Then I can toss you up into the sky to play. Jia Shufan retorted, because I will break your legs. Mao, vowed in terror, was at a loss for where to cover and hurried off to do his homework. Wen Ning gave Jia Shufan a thumbs up. Jia Shufan, with her chin held high, basked in her triumph, simultaneously educating her eldest son. Gongzi, if you dare to do what Li Chui's husband did, I will have you castrated and sent away. Then live with little one and the 3 children. Wen Ning lauket. Yin Gang was left speechless, pondering whether Jia Shufan was truly his mother. As it turned out, Jia Shufan was indeed a caring mother, and Wen Ning was a devoted daughter-in-law. With Yin Gang's left foot and right hand injured, he remained homebound during his recovery, reading every book available and growing exceedingly bored. That evening, he expressed a desire to go out for a stroll. After much discussion, Wen Ning and Jia Shufan planned for the next morning. Wen Ning would borrow a wheelchair from the hospital for Jia Shufan to push Yin Gang out. Isn't that inappropriate? Letting my mother push me makes me seem unfilial, Yin Gang protested. Mao's eyes lit up, eagerly raising his hand. I will. Dad, wait for me to finish school, and I'll come home to push you. That's very filial. He was fascinated by the novelty of it all. What's so filial about that? Jia Shufan scoffed. In a bit, you'll carry little you, and we will take turns pushing you. The 4 of us will go buy groceries. Zheng Yungying happily agreed. Yin Gang, though reluctant, found it hard to defy his mother. Thus on that day, Yin Gang became a spectacle, greeted by many who offered their salutations and inquiries. After school, Mao rushed over, excitedly inviting, Dad, come play football with us. Yin Gang replied, Do you even hear what you're saying? I have an injured leg. How can I play football? Mao chuckled beside him, revealing, Dad, what Mao means is you sit in the wheelchair, and you can be the goalkeeper. No one would dare kick the ball at you. Yang Gong sighed. You truly are filial. Chapter 70. A bit of sympathy for the younger sister in light of the reports affecting the residents of the compound. Yin Gang, hindered by his injury, enlisted Zhang Weijun to gather information. Zhang Weijun returned with puzzling news, stating, strangely enough, the comrades in the group meticulously examined the handwriting, the pen used for writing the letters, and the envelopes, yet they could not uncover who the informant was. The matter had to be temporarily set aside. Wen Ning did not let this interfere with her work, as her goal was to expand the garment factory and achieve greater success. Recently, she had been contemplating brand names, preparing to register separate brands for men's and women's clothing, developing in 2 distinct directions. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei offered no objections, especially since Wen Ning's decision to prioritize the red dress as a key summer production item had led to a remarkable profit of 400,000 for the factory. In just 1 quarter, they had achieved the annual plan they had set. One must align oneself with financial gain. During discussions about names, both men were quite enthusiastic. Song Yuanshu stroked his chin, proposing, for women's wear, how about Li Ing or Yaming? For men's wear, Mei Li, Pin Wei, or gentlemen? Lu Wei rolled his eyes. None of those. They sound old-fashioned and unappealing. In my opinion, since we are partners, why not simply use your initials and call it WS? WS women's wear, WS men's wear, or perhaps WL? Such nonsense. If we were to use WS or WL, let alone anything else, Yin Gang's jealousy would be insurmountable. Wen Ning calmly declared, You 2 have been stripped of your naming rights. Ultimately, Wen Ning consulted Liang Shui, Zhao Tingting, and others to brainstorm several names, then conducted a vote, settling on Hua Xiang Rong for women's wear and Shang Shun for men's wear. She also sought designs for the logo and tags from students at Lucheng University. In the garment factory, Wen Ning was exceedingly busy. At home, Yin Gang was idly seeking tasks to occupy himself, and he crafted a small bamboo cart for his daughter, the 9-month-old Xiaoyu. The cart was petite yet sturdy. Xiaoyu, seated inside, gleefully bounced, waving her hands and babbling incoherently, da-da-da. Thus, It turned into a delightful scene, with Zheng Ying pushing Xiao Yu alongside Jia Shufan pushing Yin Gang, as the four of them set out to buy groceries, becoming a picturesque sight in the family compound. Yin Gang mused that perhaps it would have been better not to have made the cart. Mao, envious of his sister's little cart, voiced his desire to have a wheelchair made by his father, imagining his older brother pushing him to school. And when his brother grew weary, he would return the favor, saving his legs. Before Yin Gang could respond, Jia Shufan, watering the vegetables, admonished him sharply. Mao, have you finished your homework? Instead of seeking mischief, consider that your father's disability allows your sister to be pushed. If you want a wheelchair, I'll break your legs first. Is that clear? Mao, bending down to protect his legs, blinked and looked up at Yin Gang. Dad, did you hear that? Mom said you're disabled. Yin Gang remained silent, pretending not to hear. Oh, you, Mao, stirring trouble, Jia Shufan fumed. I've said it, your father is disabled. Your father is disabled. Your father is disabled. Mao, hiding behind Yin Gang's wheelchair, defiantly retorted, your son is disabled. Your son is disabled. Your son is disabled. Yin Gang wondered why. In this quarrel between grandmother and grandson, he was always the one left injured. That day, when Wen Ning returned home from work, she entered to find Yin Gang reading, and Mao and Mao doing their homework. Xiao Yu and the mischievous girl were clad in their crawling outfits, playing with toys on the floor. Upon seeing Wen Ning, Xiao Yu tossed aside her toy and crawled over rapidly, mumbling mama. Manga. Wen Ning scooped her daughter into her arms, planting a sweet kiss on her cheek. She then lifted her gaze to meet Yin Gang's wistful eyes, which seemed to focus solely on their daughter. Wen Ning shot him a playful glare, looking around. Where's Mom? Grandma Zheng Ying entered, placing the vegetables on the table, and clarified. Your mother took your siblings and Yuan Bao to the hospital. Yuan Bao hasn't been well. He has been here for less than half a month and has visited the hospital 3 times due to indigestion, dizziness, and pain. This time, he has a high fever. Wen Ning clenched her fists, knowing it was due to Lu Jinlan's nourishing chicken soup. Had it not been for her changing the soup and medicine, it would have been her lively Mao suffering instead. Mom, look, Mao exclaimed, bursting into laughter. The mischievous girl lay on the floor, clutching a toy and gazing up at Wen Ning like a silly puppy. Wen Ning sighed. Finish your homework. This child was truly mischievous, not wanting to do his homework. Mao contemplated being a silly puppy himself, biting down on his pen. Mama, when will second aunt leave? Yin Gang, puzzled, asked, don't you like your second aunt? Not really, Mao admitted candidly. Second aunt is stingy and sneaky. She gives all the good things to Yuan Bao. I prefer not to see her. Not only Mao, but Wen Ning also wished to avoid Lu Jinlan. However, she had no immediate solution, and fortunately, assistance arrived soon. At the hospital, after a series of examinations, the doctor finally administered in 4 to Yuan Bao. Jia Shufan went to settle the bill, while Lu Jinlan, keeping a watchful eye on her son, could not suppress her complaints. That detestable Wen Ning, why does she refuse to let us stay in the family compound? It's this incessant back and forth that has made Yuan Bao ill, and it disrupts your drawing. Drawing what nonsense. Suddenly, a calm female voice interrupted. Hello. Lu Jinlan jumped in surprise, turning to see a gentle-looking doctor holding a notebook and pen. My surname is Chun. I'm here to check on the patients. Are you a family member? Lu Jinlan, smoothing her hair, nodded hastily. Yes, I am. What is it? Dr. Chun inquired about the situation, explaining that Yuan Bao would need another day of 4 treatment before being discharged. She finally warned, little Yuan Bao has influenza, which poses a risk of contagion. For the next 2 weeks, it's best to avoid contact with other children. Beneath Dr. Chen's amiable exterior lay a malicious intent. Wouldn't it be delightful to spread the illness to Wen Ning's family? Lu Jinlan hesitated. Is it really contagious? Just one contact can spread it. There is a risk, Dr. Chen replied thoughtfully. Avoid sharing cups, chopsticks, and similar items. Those pose the greatest risk. Lu Jinlan pondered this. Thank you, doctor. You are truly a good person. Dr. Chen left in high spirits, having successfully executed her plan. The next day, Lu Jinlan took the now-recovered Yuan Bao home from the hospital, refusing to return with Jia Shufan to Yan's house. The doctor said Yuan Bao's illness is contagious, so we should go back to the village. By the way, Mom, bring the mischievous girl out. Jia Shufan frowned. Are you worried about infecting Xiao Yu? The mischievous girl could also spread the illness. Fine, take Yuan Bao, and I'll look after the mischievous girl. Lu Jinlan scowled. How can I let the mischievous girl enjoy herself at Yan's house? She sought an excuse. The doctor said, this illness has an incubation period. The mischievous girl might have already contracted it. Mom, you should let her come with us. All this was for her precious Xiaoyu. Jia Shufan, with no choice, had to hand over the mischievous girl. Thus, for the next half-month, although geographically close, Wen Ning did not encounter Lu Jinlan. She only heard Lu Jinlan's name through Jia Shufan. Jinlan mentioned that life was tough for Yan Hui and his group of men, crammed into a dormitory, eating from a communal pot and fighting over bathing water. She did not intend to take the children there, but rather to find a place nearby to rent and work to support them. Jinlan sought Wen Ning's recommendation for a position in the garment factory, but I prevented her from doing so. I could not trouble Wen Ning. Jinlan was now looking for a dishwashing job that would allow her to bring Yuan Bao along, though she felt a bit sorry for the mischievous girl. Chapter 71. Assisting the thief in securing a suitable job, Wen Ning, perceptive and attentive, detected Jia Shufan's inclination to bring the mischievous girl along. Seizing an opportunity, she expressed her firm stance. Mom, I cannot accept the mischievous girl living in our home. Jia Shufan was taken aback. Why not? She's just a child. It was essential to be explicit. Otherwise, Jia Shufan might act without prior consultation. Wen Ning candidly explained, I cannot get along with Lu Jinlan. If her child is in our house and something goes awry, what then? Moreover, I am exceedingly busy with work and do not wish to waste time on domestic squabbles. Jia Shufan's lips quivered. All right, I will respect your wishes. She would not bring it up again. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months flew by. Yin Gang's legs had sufficiently healed, allowing him to lead a mission to apprehend spies. Meanwhile, Wen Ning's factory began preparing for autumn and winter garments, suits, shirts, long skirts, and sweaters. She also conferred with Song Yuan Shu and Lu Wei about utilizing the factory's first-half profits to expand operations. The fashion industry is particularly trend-sensitive. We must keep pace with production, or we risk missing out on opportunities. However, this endeavor was not simple. It required land approval, factory construction, and the hiring of personnel. Wen Ning busied herself for the factory, growing increasingly slender, prompting concern from Zheng Yongying, Jia Shufan, De Mao, and Air Mao. The two elders expressed their care through culinary delights, constantly preparing nourishing meals for her. De Mao sought opportunities to remind his aunt, Liang Shui, to ensure Wen Ning ate and drank enough, suggesting she could buy spicier foods, as she loved spicy dishes. Air Mao chimed in, Mom, take us to the city for delicious food. If I get a piece of meat, you'll get a bowl of soup. You definitely won't lose weight. Wen Ning siket. Indeed, who can withstand this? Speaking of which, De Mao and Air Mao were soon to face their final exams. De Mao remained his usual calm self, while Air Mao lacked confidence and could only resort to last-minute cramming. He slid down to hug Wen Ning's leg, looking up with a pitiful expression. Comrade Wen, my Buddha, if I do poorly on my finals, will you love me again? Wen Ning remained unfazed. No, unless you write a 20,000-word self-reflection. Air Mao's face turned pale. Mama, I'm not committing a grave sin. You little rascal. Jia Shufan tugged at his ear, pulling him to the table. Hasten to prepare for your studies. Yan Ermao. If you cannot secure the first position, then you must strive for the second. Yan Ermao rubbed his ears and retorted loudly, Grandma, I cannot even manage the second place. I overheard Ding Wenmei's mother scolding her, saying that if she does not surpass the eldest brother, she will have to attend remedial classes every day during the summer vacation. Ding Wenmei and the eldest brother are fierce competitors vying for the top spot. What merit do I possess to contend for the second? Ding Wenmei is the daughter of Chun Minghua and Ding Li Tao. Jia Shufan scoffed, then aimed for the third place. Grandma. Ermao attempted to argue further. Jia Shufan, losing patience, declared, Enough, be quiet. If you utter another word, I shall sew your mouth shut. Ermao covered his mouth. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed from outside, followed by the wailing of Xiaoyu. Jia Shufan and Wen Ning rushed out, while Ermao muttered softly, I merely wanted to say that Xiaoyu is about to fall. Alas, you have sealed my lips. Xiaoyu was nearing her first birthday and had recently begun to learn to walk. She wobbled like a chubby penguin, exuding cuteness. Observing her attempts at walking had become Wen Ning's newfound amusement during her leisure time. The following day, at 11:30 in the morning, Wen Ning and Liang Shui went out to savor the spicy hot pot. Upon arrival, Wen Ning was taken aback to see a multitude of ingredients and a pot, exclaiming, Didactoli. Indeed, The proprietor of the hot pot was none other than Li Chui, the Women's Federation director who had been displaced from her residence due to a whistle-blowing incident. Her hair was cut short, and she donned simple attire, devoid of her former authoritative demeanor. Though startled by Wen Ning's greeting, she was nonetheless delighted to see her. "Wen Ning, do you enjoy the dishes from my establishment? What would you like to eat? It's on me." Wen Ning could not allow her to pay, so she stuffed money into Li Chui's pocket. Once the food was prepared, Wen Ning took a small bowl and sat on a nearby stool, watching Li Chui busily serve the guests, cooking dishes, ladling soup, and collecting payments. During the lunch rush, as customers poured in, Li Chui became flustered. Wen Ning set down her bowl and went to assist, and Liang Shui naturally followed suit. With 3 women working together, the tasks became much lighter. Soon, all the dishes were sold out. After the guests departed, Li Chui reheated the leftover hot pot for Wen Ning and Liang Shui, and the 3 sat on small stools, eating and chatting. Li Chui recounted her life over the past 2 months. Moving out of the compound was quite a struggle. I was in a daze for a long time. However, I had no choice. The whole family was waiting to eat, and I had to find a way to earn money. "Wen Ning, you saved me. Do you remember the hot pot base you gifted me during the New Year? I used that to create the seasoning for these dishes, and the business has been quite good." Wen Ning affirmed, "The ingredients you prepared are insufficient. The business is indeed thriving, primarily due to the delectable flavors. This is my second time enjoying it." She inquired, "Why don't you prepare more ingredients?" "I can't keep up," Li Chui replied helplessly. "My 2 children are in school, and my husband has to stay home to care for my mother-in-law." Truly, one person's efforts sustained the entire family. Wen Ning refrained from probing into her family matters, but instead asked for Li Chui's assistance. "If you still reside in the compound, could you help me get in touch with Ma Qingqiao?" Wen Ning was surprised. "What do you need her for?" "She has a history of stealing fabric." It was precisely due to this past that Ma Qingqiao had been unable to find work. Yet, Li Chui wanted to employ her. When I was the director, I was aware of her family's situation. They were so impoverished that the children didn't even have pants to wear. "If she doesn't mind my small business, I would like to have her assist me." Wen Ning nodded. "Then I will inquire on your behalf." Wen Ning facilitated the connection, and Ma Qingqiao indeed began to help Li Chui, earning 30 yuan a month. Ma Qingqiao was immensely grateful, often proclaiming to anyone who would listen that Wen Ning was a good person who bore no grudges. A few days later, Lu Jinlan confronted Wen Ning, boldly questioning sister-in-law. "Why do you help a thief find a good job, but not me?" The reason Li Chui had left the compound was rather undignified. Thus Ma Qingqiao praised Wen Ning's kindness without revealing that she worked under Li Chui. Consequently, some residents of the compound, who felt dissatisfied with their own jobs or were idle, envied Ma Qingqiao. They thought it remarkable that even a thief could find work. Having many children and being poor was an impressive feat. Wen Ning's support for Ma Qingqiao puzzled them, considering she had previously caused her trouble. Among those envious was Lu Jinlan. Without Wen Ning's help, she had secured a position washing dishes at a restaurant. Over the past 2 months, she had been juggling work and caring for her children. The strain was palpable. Her hands were perpetually immersed in water, becoming swollen from the exposure. Upon entering, she confronted Wen Ning with indignation, while Wen Ning leisurely poured herself a glass of water and calmly replied, "Then tell me, what makes you better than a thief?" Lu Jinlan was momentarily taken aback, her voice rising involuntarily. "Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? How am I not better than a thief? At least I don't steal. But you exchange children, mistreat them, and harbor hatred toward my family," Wen Ning said, gripping her cup tightly and locking her gaze with Lu Jinlan's. Ma Qingqiao, despite her past, later went to the factory to compensate for her theft. "If you made a mistake, would you seek out the wrong party, acknowledge your error, and make amends?" Lu Jinlan's initial thought was that Wen Ning was being unreasonable. Having held a leadership position for some time, Wen Ning's presence radiated authority. Her eyes sharp as daggers, as if she could see through Lu Jinlan's very soul. Lu Jinlan felt a surge of guilt as thoughts of her own actions resurfaced. She dared not pursue the matter further, pretending to be understanding as she said, "I won't make mistakes again. This time, let's slide, sister-in-law. Next time, you must help me find an easier job." As she spoke, Demao and Ermao returned home from school. Emao instinctively chimed in. "Who wouldn't want an easy job, second aunt? Tell us, what makes you better than others?" The similarities in speech between mother and son were uncanny. Lu Jinlan forced a smile. "Look at you, Ermao. We're family. I traveled a long way with my children to seek refuge with you. Is it too much to ask your mother to help me find work?" Mao, with a serious expression, replied, "Second aunt, please do not impose moral obligations. You came here voluntarily, and my mother is innocent. She has no obligation to assist you." Observing Lu Jinlan's face turn ashen, Wen Ning felt a surge of satisfaction, yet reprimanded lightly, shifting the topic. "Mao, Mao, how did your exams go?" Mao replied earnestly, "Mother, trust me. I will secure the first position." Mao, feeling uncertain, said, "Mother, let me relinquish my hopes. I aim for the third with little confidence." Wen Ning responded, "I await your commendable results." "Await what?" Mao immediately began to plead with his mother to take them to the city for a feast. Once their results were released, he feared he would be punished by grandma and would miss the opportunity to indulge. The bond between mother and son was deep, and Lu Jinlan had no further retorts. She concealed her resentment and went out in search of entertainment. Wen Ning glanced at her retreating figure, her mind recalling the dismal fate of her own family in a past life. In response to Mao's request, she relented. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall take you both out for a delightful meal." Mao raised his hands, darting around the room like a monkey filled with exuberance. Mao shook his head with a sigh. "Mother, you're always too soft-hearted. You'll end up being bullied." Wen Ning chuckled as she ruffled his hair. "I'll take you to the bookstore to buy some books." "Too soft-hearted and too beautiful," Mao calmly interjected. "Mother, you are truly wonderful. I will protect you." The next morning, as Wen Ning prepared to take Mao and Mao out, Xiaoyu waved her little lotus-like hands, bidding farewell to her mother and brothers. Once on the road, Mao, sitting on the front bumper, lamented, "Why isn't Xiaoyu growing up yet? Brother, let us go back and pull her. I'll grab her head while you hold her feet to stretch her." Mao, seated in the back and holding onto their mother's waist, rolled his eyes. "That S called forcing growth. The seedlings will perish, let alone a person." Mao sighed and conceded. Unable to contain himself, he greeted every familiar face they encountered with enthusiasm. "Uncle, my mother is taking me to the city for fun. Is your mother taking you too?" "Doggan, wait for me to come back and play." "Aunt, did you dry last year's millet?" "Hee, my mother is taking me out to play." Wen Ning was not particularly fearful of social interactions, yet she was not overly chatty either. Alas, dealing with a son who was socially adept was genuinely tiring. She first treated Mao and Mao to a lavish breakfast, purchased books, and then brought them back to the factory, instructing them not to leave the premises. Following that, Mao concentrated on reading in the office, while Mao wandered about the factory. He occasionally visited the workshop to observe the ants operating sewing machines, watched fabric being cut, played with dogs at the entrance, and chatted with retired uncles. After a leisurely stroll, he found his favorite spot in the cafeteria, where he lounged, accepting the occasional snacks doled out by the cafeteria ladies. After this, at lunchtime, Mao was hardly hungry. Wen Ning took them to Li Chui's stall. From a distance, they spotted Li Chui, Ma Qingxiao, and a girl slightly taller than Mao, and Mao busily working. Mao was stunned. "It's Zheng Qingxia. Oh my!" He dashed over. As Wen Ning and Mao approached, they overheard him exclaim, "Zheng Qingxia, long time no see. Ever since you transferred schools, my brother has missed you greatly." The adults were taken aback, and Ma Qingxiao casually remarked, "Wow, elementary students can be quite sentimental." Mao's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Yin Chuan. "What nonsense are you talking? Is it not true?" Mao retorted, "Brother, your new desk mate doesn't study and keeps chattering. Didn't you miss the quiet Zheng Qingxia?" Mao was speechless. "My new desk mate is you." He had never met anyone who would openly speak ill of themselves. Mao chuckled heartily. Zheng Qingxia smiled and exchanged greetings with the two before continuing to assist her mother. That day, the stall was not very crowded, so Ma Qingxiao and Zheng Qingxia managed well. Li Kui ten bullet Wen Ning gasite, Sili asking, Wen Ning I would like to ask you for a favor. Nearby, Zheng Qingxia glanced at her mother and quickly added a small chicken wing to Mao and Mao's bowls. She bit her lip and requested, "Yin Chuan, I heard that you made money during the winter break. Can you take me along to earn some during the summer? I really need the money." Mao and Mao exchanged glances. Chapter 73. I'll give you the shop to collect rent upon returning to her office at the factory. When Ning began to calculate her finances. Last year, she earned 14,000 from making suits and 2,000 from faux collars. This year, the profits from the garment factory allocated to her in the first half amounted to 120,000. However, After discussing with Song Yuan-shu and Lu Wei about expanding her business, she decided to reinvest 100,000. Over at the photography studio, Zhang Yanan provided her with about 200 yuan monthly in royalties, sufficient for her family's grocery expenses. Thus, Wen Ning had approximately 30,000 yuan at her disposal. Li Chui's request for help was essentially a plea for a loan. Selling spicy hot pot was an endeavor lacking in technical expertise. After a while, others quickly followed suit, resulting in a decline in her business. Li Chui believed that starting a snack business was viable, so she wished to rent a shop near the garment factory at the bus station to establish a proper small store. She planned to sell noodles and dumplings in the morning and spicy hot pot and soup in the afternoon and evening. With the increasing number of businesses, rent was typically 1 month in advance with 3 months deposit, plus the cost of additional utensils, which Li Chui couldn't afford and thus needed to borrow. Wen Ning trusted Li Chui, so lending her money was not an issue, but she felt the cost-effectiveness of renting a shop was not very high. She had long wanted to buy a house, so this could be a good opportunity to explore. Bold and decisive, Wen Ning hopped on her bicycle to head to the bus station. Da Mao was engrossed in his book, unwilling to move, while Mao excitedly jumped onto the back seat. On the way, Mao informed Wen Ning, "Mom, Zhang Qingxiao wants to join me and my brother in making money." Children often mature quickly in the face of family upheaval. Wen Ning gently inquired, "Have you agreed? What kind of business are you planning?" "We agreed, but my brother hasn't figured out how to make money yet. He says there are treasures in books, so he's just reading." Mao scratched his head. "My mind isn't working. I suggested to Zhang Qingxiao that if she has time, she could collect garbage to sell." Wen Ning, "Why do you suggest garbage collection to everyone?" Mao replied confidently, "Because collecting garbage has no cost, Mom. We are kids and have no money to invest." Oh, the summer was too leisurely. If they could find something to do, that would be great. Wen Ning supported their entrepreneurial spirit, saying, "If you and your brother can come up with a reasonable plan, I can provide the capital." Mao happily agreed, "Great. I'll tell my brother later." "Mom, why are we coming to the bus station?" Wen Ning did not conceal her intentions to inquire about shop rentals. "Okay, Mom, I will help you." His help, in reality, referred to helping spend money. 20 minutes later, Mao held a rice cake in his left hand, a twisted dough stick in his right, and 2 bags containing fried triangles and cut cake around his wrist. He trailed behind Wen Ning, leisurely munching away. Wen Ning paid him no mind. Standing at the entrance of the bus station, she observed the street across. Thanks to the significant foot traffic near the bus station, the opposite street featured 4 restaurants, a small supermarket, a clothing store, and a 3-story shop undergoing renovations. There were no vacant storefronts. After all, there have always been wealthy individuals in any era, and they would never pass up the opportunity to earn money. Wen Ning did not leave disheartened. She glanced at the food in Mao's hands before strolling into the clothing store. The store owner was a round-faced woman in her 30s, who cheerfully approached, "Sister, looking to buy a red dress." Wen Ning shook her head with a smile, just browsing. The red dresses in this store paled in comparison to her own designs, and the rest were merely shirts and trousers. After a quick glance, Wen Ning inquired of the owner, "Sister, are there any vacant shops for rent or sale nearby?" The female owner waved her hand. "No, you are the 10th person to ask today. Here, every spot is coveted. Did you see that large shop on the 3rd floor that's being renovated?" "I did. What about it?" The shop owner lowered her voice conspiratorially. "The owner of that shop is a big spender from the port city. He bought it for twice the market price and is renovating it to run a hotel. So at this point, who will be willing to sell their shop?" Indeed, Wen Ning remained undeterred. She handed the shop owner a business card with her name, factory address, and phone number. "Sister, I work at Hongxing Garment Factory. If you need to stock up, feel free to visit our store. However, if you learn of anyone selling a shop, could you please give me a call?" The shop owner paused for a few seconds before readily accepting the card. "Sure, my name is Gan Hongmei. You can call me Mei Jia." While the two continued their conversation, a woman's shouting suddenly erupted from outside. "You shameless hussy! I treated you like a friend, bringing you food and vegetables. And you dare to seduce my man. If I hadn't caught you, I'd beat you to a pulp." Mao immediately dashed forward to witness the commotion, and Wen Ning along with Gan Hongmei followed to the entrance. There, they saw a short-haired woman fiercely pulling at another woman with long curly hair, mercilessly raising and slapping her with a resounding smack. The woman with long hair was not one to be trifled with. Upon being awakened, she swiftly seized the short-haired woman's hair, taking advantage of the moment to push her down. "Your lack of charm is no excuse for involving me in your troubles with men. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, drawing a crowd of onlookers, some of whom attempted to intervene. Gan Hongmei clicked her tongue and gossiped with Wen Ning, noting that the short-haired woman was the owner of a nearby restaurant, while the long-haired one ran a small supermarket. It was astonishing that the long-haired beauty had set her sights on the bald restaurant owner, whom they knew to be rather unremarkable. Isn't he just a 2-minute man? Ji Mao, eavesdropping, inquired. What do you mean by 2 minutes? Wen Ning replied dismissively, It's none of your business. This was merely a trivial matter between the two genders, and with little interest in the spectacle, Wen Ning took Ji Mao and left. As they passed through the crowd, Ji Mao suddenly turned back, puzzled. Mom, I think I just saw Ding Wenmei's mother. Chen Minghua? She should be working at the hospital. Wen Ning replied without looking back. How could she be here? She dismissed the thought. After all, Chen Minghua was not of significant concern. Ji Mao licked his lollipop, muttering, perhaps it was just my old eyes playing tricks. They rode off on their bicycle, gradually distancing themselves. Meanwhile, Chen Minghua remained oblivious to Wen Ning and Ji Mao's presence. She stood before a 3-story building undergoing renovations, astonished. Mingjia, are you really giving this to me? The woman beside her, none other than Shan Mingjia, who had previously slandered Wen Ning and was slapped by Jia Shufan, now appeared refined. With elegant hair and makeup, she linked her arm with Chen Minghua's, warmly assuring her, Yes, sister, you have always taken care of me. Now that I have found a good family to marry into, I must ensure you enjoy the good life as well. Chen Mingjia beamed as she gazed at the building. Jason heard how good you are to me and was deeply moved. He even offered to buy this shop for you. You can continue working at the hospital while the shop can serve as a source of rental income. Jason was Chen Mingjia's current partner. After returning to her hometown last year, she had been arranged by her uncle and aunt to marry a man with a previous marriage. This second husband was an ugly, vulgar man with children, utterly worthless aside from his modest wealth. Chen Mingjia had been unwilling to accept this fate. During a matchmaking event, she had fled to the largest restaurant in town, hoping to contact her sister and brother-in-law, only to be unexpectedly rescued by Jason, who fell in love with her at first sight. From that moment on, Chen Mingjia ascended to a new life. Chen Minghua, having heard about Jason from her sister, could no longer contain her curiosity. Have you inquired about Jason? Is he truly from Hong Kong and unmarried? Chen Mingjia shot her a playful glance. Sister, Jason is a businessman brought in by the government for investment. He has invested 300,000 in our city's salt factory. It's absolutely genuine. Moreover, he has spent over 100,000 on me and gives me pocket money in increments of 1,000. What kind of scammer would be so generous? 300,000, 100,000, 1,000. Chen Minghua felt a sense of numbness wash over her. Compared to other families in the compound, she and her husband Ding Liqiao were certainly part of the privileged class, being a military officer and a doctor with dual incomes. Yet their combined salary was barely around 100 a month. 1,000 was what they earned in 10 months, while it was merely pocket change for her sister. A surge of intense resentment welled up within Chen Minghua. Sister, I'm giving you the shop. Once Jason settles his affairs here, we'll go to Hong Kong together, and I'll bring him to visit you in the compound. Chen Mingjia's words snapped Chen Minghua back to reality. All right. Suddenly recalling something, she awkwardly touched her hair. Let's have dinner in Luching. You probably can't get into the compound now. They will check. Recalling past grievances, Chen Mingjia's eyes flickered with hatred. It's all that old hag and Wen Ning's fault. If I get the chance, I will surely take my revenge. The sisters each harbored their own thoughts. Just then, the two women nearby resumed their shrill shouting and fighting, their insults filled with vulgarity. The sisters exchanged looks of disgust. I despise women who steal other people's men, Chen Minghua muttered. They linked arms and departed. The bus station was a bustling locale, making it difficult to secure a shop. Wen Ning, having not received a call from Gan Hongmei in 2 days, had nearly given up. She asked Lu Wei to find an agent to inquire about properties near Luqing's largest vegetable market and schools, but there was still no news. This day marked the occasion when Mao and Mao went to school to collect their final report cards. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Wen Ning washed her hands, embraced her little one who was learning to walk, and asked, How did you do on your exams? Da Mao him Nikao. While Mao eagerly interjected, Mom, I got first place. I beat Ding Wenmei, and she went home crying. Wen Ning chuckled. And you? Mao scratched his head, his eyes darting around. I came in 8th. 8th? She exclaimed. There are 30 students in your class. Just as she was about to praise him, she recalled something and asked, Is that out of 30? Mao chuckled, Mom, you're mistaken. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief until De Mao added, "In our class of 30, there are 20 boys and 10 girls, and the girls are at the top. Mao is 8th among the boys. Can you figure out his overall rank?" Wen Ning smindrakhet. 18? Correct. Wen Ning sikhet. Well, at least you remembered to turn the page this time. She had little expectation for Mao's grades. However, Mao had further requests. "Mom, can you take me and my brother to the city tomorrow? Summer vacation has begun, and we want to start a business with Zheng Qingxia." All right. The next day, Wen Ning first took the children to help Li Chui, then headed to work. Upon arrival, Liang Shui informed her, "Wen Jia, a woman named Gan Hongmei called you last night, asking you to come by. She said they're SA lead on a shop." Wen Ning felt a surge of joy. After instructing Liang Shui on work matters, she rode her bicycle over. Gan Hongmei wasted no time. "Sister, you're in luck. The two women you saw fighting last time are the owners of the restaurant and the small supermarket. The restaurant owner wants a divorce and is involved with the supermarket owner, but the latter is reluctant to part with his beautiful wife. In short, both are planning to sell their shops, and I'll take you to inquire." "All right," Wen Ning replied, sensing the complexity of the situation. Yet, upon meeting them, she quickly grasped the reality. Zhang San, the bald owner of the restaurant, was in his 40s, with a sharp face and a menacing glare. His wife, Sister Li Si, looked disheveled and silent, her demeanor prickly. Zhang San wanted to sell the shop and divide the assets from the divorce. He turned to Wen Ning and declared, "This shop is 80 square meters. There are tables in front, a kitchen in the back, and 2 rooms for living. I won't ask much, 260 per square meter. Just give me 20,000. 20,000 would afford him 10,000. Wen Ning frowned slightly. The real estate market had not yet heated up. Ordinary properties in Lucheng were priced between 120 to 160 per square meter, with shops slightly higher. Around 200. Zhang San's asking price was exorbitantly high. Even Gan Hongmei was blunt. "Brother Zhang, didn't we buy the shop for only 70-something per square meter back then?" Sister Li Si mentioned she received 4,000 from her parents. "Now you want to sell it for such a high price and take half?" Li Si seemed lost in thought. Her mother had passed away early, and her father had been sent away for over a decade. After returning, he had worked hard to restore his salary, which he used to buy the shop for her. After toiling for her business, only to have to share her earnings with the scoundrel? Zhang San sneered. "That's my price. Take it or leave it." Before Wen Ning and Gan Hongmei could respond, Li Si suddenly spoke, tears glistening in her eyes. "Sister Mei, I'm sorry, but we're not selling anymore." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang San sprang up, questioning, "Didn't we agree to sell and split the profits?" Li Si picked up a nearby stool, ready to smash it over his head. "Shut your mouth." Wen Ning and Gan Hongmei quickly stepped aside. "Oh dear, Sister C's temper is truly explosive. Come on, Wen Ning. Let me take you to the small supermarket." Wen Ning inquired, "Do they have children?" "Yes," replied Gan Hongmei with a sigh, listening to the quarrel behind her. "They have just one daughter who has been accepted into university. Zhang San wants a son, which is causing all this uproar. Sister C has had a tough life. If she were to divorce, she wouldn't have a shop to support her daughter's education. Her daughter is quite bright and is rumored to study abroad." In contrast, the small supermarket presented an entirely different scene. The man was a timid, henpecked husband, while the woman, dressed in vibrant colors, spoke rather bluntly. "Sister Mei, I'll give you face and ask your friend for 240,000. Our space is small, only 60 square meters, and we won't negotiate." With Gan Hongmei mediating, Wen Ning haggled with the supermarket owner, settling at 220,000 per square meter, agreeing to complete the transaction the next day. Before leaving, Wen Ning bought some gifts for Gan Hongmei, who was quite pleased. Then Wen Ning added, "Sister Mei, if you have a good relationship with Sister Li Si, remind her to transfer the shop to her daughter's name, creating a reason to show losses, so that man won't get share of the money. It is everyone's responsibility to deal with scoundrels." After bidding farewell to Gan Hongmei, Wen Ning rode off on her bicycle, unaware that someone was following her with a furrowed brow. Chapter 75. Offending someone, it was Chun Minghua. Her daughter had ranked second in her final exams, and she had come to the city during her break to find a tutor while also checking on her shop's renovation, envisioning a future of collecting rent. To her surprise, she spotted Wen Ning. "Isn't Wen Ning working in the garment factory?" Out of curiosity, Chun Minghua followed Wen Ning and saw Ma Qing Chao and the long-lost Li Chui. Wen Ning and Li Chui were happily discussing something, as if good fortune was on the horizon. Chen Minghua frowned, noting the location. After pondering, she rode back to the bus station. Entering the small supermarket from which Wen Ning had just emerged, she politely asked, "Boss, has someone named Wen Ning been here to inquire about something?" The flamboyant owner, munching on sunflower seeds, replied, "She is looking to buy a shop. I'm selling." Chen Minghua's pupils contracted. Wen Ning can afford to buy a shop now. Wait a moment, it seems Li Chui is selling food. Are they in business together? Why is it that despite having expelled Li Chui from the residential compound, she seems to be thriving? Chen Minghua's face twisted for a moment, forcing a smile. How much are you selling to her per square meter? The next day, Wen Ning spent 2 hours at the factory, ensured everything was in order, then withdrew the money and headed to the bus station to finalize the transfer with the supermarket owner. However, she was informed, "Someone has offered a higher price for my shop. I'm sorry, I cannot transfer it to you. Please leave." Wen Ning was taken aback, while Gan Hongmei, accompanying her, turned red with anger. "Didn't we agree yesterday? How can you back out?" She had already accepted Wen Ning's gifts. How could she not follow through? The supermarket owner, unashamed, retorted, "It was a voluntary agreement. You offered a low price, what can I do? If you had the ability, you'd have made a higher offer." Her unscrupulous behavior, akin to stealing a man, was infuriating. Just as Gan Hongmei was about to erupt, Wen Ning stopped her. At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out from outside. "The boss is right. The higher bidder wins." Wen Ning turned to see Chen Mingjie approaching, accompanied by a tall, well-dressed man with a gentle face. Chen Mingjie, as haughty as ever, remarked, "Wen Ning, I didn't expect our next meeting to be under such circumstances. You're trying to buy a shop but lack the funds?" Wen Ning's expression tightened. "So was you driving up the price?" "What do you mean by driving up the price?" Chen Mingjie smiled smugly. "You can't afford this shop, but I can. What's wrong with that? You can afford it? I won't let you." Wen Ning turned to the supermarket owner, her expression determined. "Regardless of what she offers, I'll pay an additional 50 per square meter." "Huh?" Chen Mingjie crossed her arms. "Do you know how much we're offering per square meter?" 300. 300 plus 50. That makes 350. Wen Ning's face revealed astonishment. After a moment of internal conflict, she clenched her hands, gritted her teeth. 350. I can do that. Boss, sell it to me. The boss beamed. "All right." "Wait." Chen Mingjie interrupted. 400. Without hesitation, Wen Ning countered 450. At this moment, Gan Hongmei pulled her aside, urgently saying, "Wen Ning, are you out of your mind? 450 per square meter means this shop will cost 27,000. Why go to such lengths?" Wen Ning's expression was conflicted, while Chen Mingjie smirked. "I'll offer 500. She turned to the man beside her, Jason, and asked, "Is that okay?" The man, appearing rather earnest, responded in a somewhat clumsy Mandarin, yet filled with adoration. "Ajia, you are my fiancé, I will buy you whatever you desire." Chen Mingjie beamed with delight. At that moment, Jason produced a wad of cash, approximately 1,000, and handed it to the supermarket owner. "This is a deposit. I'll come back in the afternoon to finalize the transfer." The supermarket owner beamed with delight, then composed herself, casting shy glances at Jason, thinking how wonderful it would be to associate with a wealthy man like him. Wen Ning felt her eyes burn with indignation. "I want to buy from here anymore. Sister May, let us go." She left and quickly pulled Gan Hongmei into the How You Lie restaurant. As expected, Chen Mingjie and Jason followed suit, replicating their strategy, offering 500 per square meter to purchase the restaurant. When Jason paid the deposit, Chen Mingjie approached Wen Ning, her gaze challenging. "Wen Ning, I'm not foolish. I know you're driving up the price, but my fiancé is wealthy and can buy the shop you cannot afford. You can only envy me." Wen Ning remained silent, and Chen Mingjie leaned closer, lowering her voice, her eyes filled with hatred. "Initially, your family bullied me and forced me out of the residential compound. You should have anticipated my revenge. Just wait. You and your friends will not have a good time." With that, she linked arms with Jason and strode away. Wen Ning squinted, observing their retreating figures with suspicion. The combined cost of the two shops was 70,000. Where had Chen Mingjie found such a fool to spend extravagantly? It wasn't that Wen Ning looked down on Chen Mingjie. Rather, Chen Mingjie had little to commend her. Apart from her youth, her emotional intelligence and intellect were lacking. What was Jason's true intention in supporting her? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Wen Ning could not believe in the notion of free handouts from heaven. The gifts from fate were always marked with a hidden price. It was just a matter of uncovering what Chen Mingjie had sacrificed. Gan Hongmei expressed concern. "Wen Ning, what will you do now that you didn't secure the shop?" "Don't worry," Wen Ning smiled. "Good things often come with challenges. I will keep looking. After bidding farewell to Gan Hongmei, Wen Ning returned to the garment factory, only to encounter Li Chui carrying a bag of vegetables. The smile on her face was strained. Wen Ning, the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau are looking for me, demanding I cease operations to obtain a food safety license. Until I complete that, I cannot operate. These are the ingredients I prepared for today. I can't sell them, so please take them home. Wen Ning found it odd. Didn't you apply for a license before? Li Chui frowned and admitted, I didn't, but I researched it. In Lu City, I don't need a license for my situation. Others aren't applying either, but they're targeting me. I'll just comply and apply tomorrow. She then inquired about the shop matter, and when Ning filled her in, Li Chui sighed. Nothing seems to be going smoothly. Indeed, it felt as though someone was deliberately targeting them. After Li Chui departed, Wen Ning deliberately sought out Lu Wei, who had a wide network. Lu Wei, your friend must have offended someone. It's crucial to identify the person behind this. Otherwise, the tax, industry, health, and police departments will take turns to harass us, making business impossible. Offending someone? Wen Ning immediately thought of Chun Mingjie and her fiancé. She asked Lu Wei if he had any connections, to which he readily replied, yes. My uncle works at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I'll ask him. Okay. Wen Ning inquired about the family members on her uncle's side and entrusted Lu Wei with a bag full of new clothes to bring along. After all, one should not approach others empty-handed when seeking assistance. The following day, Lu Wei informed her that an investor from a port city had attempted to make things difficult for her friend, but her uncle had already intervened, ensuring that her friend could continue operations. Sister Wen, does your friend know any merchants from the port? Wen Ning scoffed, what a joke. There was no conflict between Chun Mingjie and Li Chui. It was likely that Chun Mingjie was targeting her, inadvertently affecting Li Chui as well. She might have assumed that Li Chui's food stall was a result of her investment. How utterly disgusting. After work, Wen Ning and Tian Xiao rode their bicycles back to the compound. On their way, a car stopped beside them, and the window rolled down to reveal Chun Mingjie's pretentious face. Wen Ning, Sister Tian, heading home? Would you like a ride? Before Wen Ning could respond, Chun Mingjie laughed. Oh dear, our Jason's car is too small to fit both your bicycles. What a pity, Jason. We should have taken a larger SUV today. Jason, holding the steering wheel, offered a remorseful glance towards Wen Ning and Tian Xiao, muttering an apology. Wen Ning and Tian Xiao exchanged eye rolls, both unimpressed by the display of ostentation. Wen Ning's voice was icily sharp. Do you have permission to enter the compound? At her words, Chun Mingjie's expression darkened. It was precisely because of Wen Ning's family's overbearing nature that she had been sent back to her hometown and barred from entering the compound forever. What business is it of yours? Chun Mingjie huffed, instructing Jason to drive away. Jason, somewhat concerned, asked, Ajia, what did she mean by that? Chun Mingjie replied with irritation, there was a misunderstanding last year. I can't go in. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Jason blurted out, barely concealing his anger. Before Chun Mingjie could question him further, he cleared his throat and explained, we had planned to visit your sister and brother-in-law together. If you cannot enter, I would feel awkward going alone. Chun Mingjie accepted his reasoning and waved dismissively. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. You've already gifted my sister 3 shops. Rest assured, she will greet you at the entrance, and you can visit her. Afterward, we can all go to the city for dinner. With that, the matter was settled. Meanwhile, Wen Ning and Tian Xiao continued their slow bicycle ride home, eventually encountering Chun Mingjie and Jason's car parked at the entrance. Jason was nowhere to be seen, while Chun Mingjie sat in the passenger seat. Upon locking eyes with Wen Ning and Tian Xiao, she arrogantly averted her gaze. As they entered the compound, they bumped into Ding Liqiao and Chun Minghua, accompanied by their 2 daughters, with Jason emerging shortly after. Ding Liqiao, with a cheerful demeanor, introduced the compound to Jason, who, with his clumsy Mandarin, inquired about various matters. It was evident that the 2 men shared a good rapport. For reasons unknown, Wen Ning felt a wave of unease wash over her as she observed this interaction. Ding Liqiao, Yin Gang, and Zhou Jinxiang were friends. After exchanging pleasantries with Wen Ning and Tian Xiao, he departed with Chun Minghua and the children. None of them had ever traveled in such a luxurious car. When Chun Minghua nearly stumbled while lifting her daughter into the vehicle, Chun Mingjie stepped out to assist her. Once everyone was settled, the car drove off with a flourish. Around Wen Ning, the onlookers couldn't help but whisper, oh my, Chen Doctor's sister was sent back to her hometown last year, and now she is thriving with a car-owning partner. He looks quite handsome, tall, and not inferior to the men in our military. He even drove her family to the city for dinner. Chun Doctor is quite fortunate. Wen Ning, uninterested in their chatter, was about to leave when Ma Qingqiao hurried over. Wen Ning kasite. Wen Ning, remember I told you about seeing a woman drop a stack of letters into the mailbox? Just now, Chun Doctor nearly fell, and her posture was identical to that woman. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting that Chun Minghua was behind our earlier report? Ma Qingqiao, fearful of the implications, hesitated, but Chun Minghua is the wife of a political commissar and a doctor. I might have misseen, it was too dark. Wen Ning smindrakset. And she had already come to the conclusion that it was indeed Chun Minghua. Upon reflection, who else would know so much about Li Chui's family affairs? Moreover, Chun Minghua harbored deep resentment towards her due to Chun Mingjia's issues. The two sisters were not to be trifled with. Chun Mingjia was foolishly malicious, while Chun Minghua operated with a hidden agenda. Neither were virtuous. With a heavy heart, Wen Ning returned home. As she stepped into the courtyard, she spotted her daughter, Xiaoyu, wobbling towards her while playing with the Mao and Air Mao. Mama Wen Ning's heart melted entirely, her worries vanishing as she rushed forward to embrace her daughter. The little one mimicked her, calling out Mama, and nearly tripping in the process. Despite her complex emotions, Wen Ning held her hand. At that moment, Air Mao stood up, visibly disgruntled. I refuse to accept this. The little sister only calls Mama. Why doesn't she call me brother? What should we do, big brother? De Mao, fiddling with a sandbag, furrowed his brow in contemplation before making a decision in less than 2 seconds. Air Mao, let us pool our money to buy a chicken. Huh? Chicken's cluck. Big brother. Xiaoyu and the little sister will definitely call us brothers soon. Air Mao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wen Ning, overhearing their conversation, thought to herself, they really know how to devise plans. During dinner, Wen Ning expressed her concern about her son's summer business plans. Air Mao raised his hand, declaring, Mama, big brother hasn't thought away, so I've decided to collect discarded shells and snake skins from nearby villages, just like during the New Year, and sell them to the Chinese medicine hospital. A little profit is better than none. He whispered, previously, the village kids wouldn't do business with me. I had to work hard to convince them that I'm the child of a soldier for them, to trust me, even slightly. I need to build on that foundation. Wen Ning encouraged him, then you must work diligently and not act recklessly. Do not bring shame to your father. Understood. That night, as Wen Ning lay down and closed her eyes, she suddenly sat up, her eyes gleaming in the darkness. Even Air Mao knew to leverage their father's military identity to gain credibility in business. Was it possible that Jason wasn't interested in the ineffectual Chun Mingjia, but rather was ingratiating himself with Chun Minghua for the sake of Ding Li Qiao? A spy. Wen Ning was startled by this realization and struggled to sleep that night. She recalled that the previous summer, when Xiaoyu was just 1 year old, the compound had been under strict lockdown due to the loss of something significant. The atmosphere was tense, and Lu Jinlan's family was expelled, yet they dared not complain, as it was an order from above. Looking back now, it was likely that important secrets had been compromised by a spy. Tossing and turning, Wen Ning felt conflicted. She feared overthinking and wrongfully accusing someone. Yet her anxiety lingered. If the person truly was a spy and she did nothing, wouldn't she be complicit in witnessing a loss to the nation? After all, she was a military spouse, just like Yin Gang, with a duty to safeguard the country. Ultimately, Wen Ning resolved to intervene. If it turned out to be a false alarm, so be it, but if she could prevent a real threat, it would be a good deed. The next morning, calculating the timing, Wen Ning hurried next door to find Zhou Jinxiang, only to learn that he had been called away on an urgent mission to assist Yin Gang. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning and Tian Xiu'er were both filled with concern for their beloved partners. The situation must be dire if assistance was required. Could it be that Jinxiang had been injured? However, Tian Xiu'er's mother-in-law, Lin Meijin, merely scoffed. So it's only your family, Yin Gang, who gets to be busy while our Jinxiang has to toil away. Wen Ning, let me tell you, Jinxiang is quite capable. He should be given more tasks and promoted sooner. Mother, Tian Xiu'er's face flushed with anger, trembling all over. If you can't speak properly, then seal your lips. Taking on tasks involves risks. If Jinxiang gets hurt, what will happen to the children? What will happen to us? It was astonishing to encounter such a lack of understanding from an elder. Was her mind muddled? Lin Meijin's eyes widened in disbelief as her daughter-in-law shouted at her in front of others. Trembling, She retorted, "You are ungrateful. I should never have allowed Jianxiang to marry you. If it weren't for your family's poverty back then." Wen Ning wished to avoid becoming entangled in their familial disputes. After signaling to Tian Xiu'er, she departed. Standing on the quiet street, she pondered for a moment. The crux of the matter lay with Ding Liqiao. Even if there were conflicts between the two families, Ding Liqiao, as a political commissar in the military, should possess a sense of vigilance. Without further delay, Wen Ning made her way to Ding's residence. When she knocked on the door, it was Chun Minghua who answered. Upon seeing Wen Ning, she appeared quite surprised. "Wen Ning, what a rare visitor." Wen Ning maintained a calm demeanor, nodding. "I have matters to discuss with Commissar Ding." Chun Minghua welcomed her inside and called out to Ding Liqiao, who was seated at the table, enjoying breakfast. "Old Ding, Wen Ning is here to see you." Ding Liqiao stood up, warmly inviting Wen Ning to join him for breakfast, but she shook her head, wishing to speak with him privately. Yet, Chun Minghua remained watchful. Just as Wen Ning carefully chose her words to speak, Chun Minghua interjected with a smile. "Wen Ning, are you here regarding my sister and her husband?" Wen Ning turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, your sister. My sister has not entered the family compound," Chun Minghua interrupted. "We adhere strictly to our agreements. As for their purchase of a shop you are interested in, both Ding and I are aware, but we cannot assist. Business transactions are inherently mutual." Her tone brimmed with smugness. As fellow orphaned women seeking partners, ever since Wen Ning had first captured Yin Gang's attention, Chun Minghua had felt overshadowed. Last year, she had audaciously sent her sister back home. However, fortune had turned. Now Mingjie had found a commendable partner and swiftly acquired 2 shops from Wen Ning. How delightful! Chun Minghua felt she had finally outshone Wen Ning. No longer concealing her true feelings, she altered her attitude, while Wen Ning remained indifferent. Ding Liqiao's subsequent words caused her to furrow her brow. "Comrade 1, I am friends with Captain Yen. While he is on a mission, I ought to look after your family. However, regarding the shop, I cannot assist you. Jason is an excellent Hong Kong businessman, investing in the mainland, and the government is eager to support him." Wen Ning blurted out, "You trust Jason? He may not be a good person." Chun Minghua's expression darkened. "Wen Ning, what do you mean by that? My sister has found a good partner, and you cannot bear to see it? You come here to slander Jason." Wen Ning, infuriated, laughed bitterly, her gaze fixed on Ding Liqiao as she spoke passionately. "Commissar Ding, I never claimed my visit was about the shop. I'm asking you to be mindful of Jason's background. Are his documents in order when entering the family compound? Is there a possibility he might be a spy, attempting to steal secrets?" "Enough," Chun Minghua interrupted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Wen Ning, are you in a position to remind us? You should reign in your own family. How many people have they brought into the family compound? Are their documents in order? If there is a breach of military secrets, the first to be scrutinized will be your Yin family." Wen Ning replied earnestly, "You have accepted 3 shops from Jason. Naturally, you will speak in his favor. What is your opinion, Commissar Ding?" Chun Minghua bristled with anger, attempting to speak, but Ding Liqiao intervened. After a long pause, he said, "Wen Ning, I have interacted with Jason. He is broad-minded, with expansive thinking, and his words show no intent to probe into my work. Based on my experience, he is unlikely to be a spy. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about him?" "Misunderstanding?" Wen Ning recognized that he would not take her concerns seriously. Ding Liqiao and Chun Minghua were indeed well suited as a couple, both rather foolish. Wen Ning smirked. "I have already warned you. I shall take my leave." As she turned, she could still hear Chun Minghua's sarcastic remarks. Some people cannot bear to see others do well. They slander others, truly believing the world revolves around them, that everyone must believe their words. Wen Ning's steps faltered for a moment, her fists clenched, and she exhaled before departing. Inside, Ding Liqiao observed Chun Minghua. "Why are you so hostile towards Wen Ning? If she had not come to stir up trouble, I would not harbor any animosity towards her." Chun Minghua's face flushed with anger. Mingjie has finally found an admirable partner, and Wen Ning's baseless accusations will surely upset him, jeopardizing the marriage. I am protecting my sister's lifelong happiness. Ding Liqiao squinted. Has Mingjie mentioned how she met Jason? Yes, Chun Minghua replied, still fuming. After Mingjie was sent back home, my uncle and aunt were trying to marry her off for a high bride price. When she was at her wit's end, it was Jason who saved her. He is a rare good man, and I will not allow anyone to defame him. Her emotions ran high, and Ding Liqiao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I certainly believe you. Now let us calm down. Having faced two setbacks, Wen Ning's anger did not subside. However, she was resolute in her pursuit to investigate Jason. This time, she directly contacted Captain Yan's bodyguard, Zhang Weijun, to reach out to Chief Zhou Aigua. After waiting for a considerable time, Zhou Aigua, having just concluded a meeting, greeted her with a smile. "Comrade Wen Ning, Captain Yan is not home. Is there something you need assistance with from the organization?" His demeanor put Wen Ning at ease, and she immediately shared her suspicions and concerns, unreservedly reporting Ding Liqiao's behavior as well. Finally, Wen Ning stated earnestly, "Chief, both Commissar Ding and his wife believe that I resent them for not being able to buy the shop, and thus I am slandering Jason. But I, Wen Ning, am not that small-minded. Shops can be bought anywhere. What I truly worry about is that my momentary negligence might lead to infiltrators in the military, causing significant losses that I would deeply regret." Zhou Aigua contemplated for a long while. "I understand the situation. Comrade 1, I will initiate an investigation into this Jason. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry." Indeed, that is the reasoning. Wen Ning thought it foolish that Ding Liqiao did not comprehend the necessity of thoroughly investigating Jason's background. It would only yield benefits and no harm, let alone Jason's displeasure. Anyone daring to associate with the military should be prepared for scrutiny. Wen Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei sought to do business with Wen Ning. Their family histories have been thoroughly vetted by Yin Gang. Zhou Aigua requested Wen Ning to keep this matter confidential, as they would conduct a discreet investigation. Naturally, Wen Ning agreed. As she left, she breathed a sigh of relief. With Chief Zhou overseeing this matter, she felt reassured. In Zhou Aigua's office, he tapped his fingers on the desk, pondering for a long time before calling in a bodyguard. "What is the status of Captain Yan's mission?" The bodyguard reported. "The enemy has retreated into the mountains. Captain Yan and Captain Zhou are executing a flanking maneuver, and currently, 2 of our personnel have been injured." Zhou Aiguo frowned deeply. With all capable leaders in the field, Ding Liqiao, as the political commissar, was also Jason's brother-in-law. He stood up, instructed, "Find 2 people, change into civilian clothes, and accompany me to the Lucheng government." He would personally investigate. No shadowy figures would escape his scrutiny. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, noticing that it was nearly noon, decided to return home for lunch before heading to the factory in the afternoon. However, she soon heard from Zheng Yongying and Jia Shufan that there had been a commotion next door. Jia Shufan chattered while preparing lunch. Old Lady Lin is pretending to be ill, causing a scene, claiming she was angered by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian wanted to go to work, but some nosy women wouldn't let her, insisting she take Old Lady Lin to the hospital. Zheng Yongying shook her head. Xiao Tian looked absolutely livid. Wen Ning furrowed her brow. And then, cough, cough. Zheng Yongying apologized, stating that she feigned illness while her mother-in-law created a commotion to divert attention, allowing Xiao Tian to leave. Jia Shufan scoffed, noting that as soon as Xiao Tian departed, Lin Laopa's ailment seemed to vanish. Wen Ning remarked, "Sister Xiaoyi is truly unfortunate. With such instability at home, how can one pursue a career?" As she spoke, Wen Ning praised her mother and grandmother, expressing gratitude for their unwavering support in caring for Xiao Yu and managing household affairs, which allowed her to focus on her work. Both Zheng Yongying and Jia Shufan felt a bit embarrassed. Jia Shufan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's no big deal. As long as we work together as a family, we can lead a harmonious life." Just then, Demao and Air Mao entered, barefoot and struggling to carry a seemingly heavy wooden barrel. Upon seeing Wen Ning, Air Mao exclaimed joyfully, Mama, look at what we brought back." Wen Ning, Jia Shufan, and Zheng Yongying leaned in to see that the barrel was teeming with live crayfish, crawling about with pincers raised, creating an unsettling sight. Jia Shufan grimaced, saying, "Oh dear, why didn't you collect cicada shells instead? What are we to do with these? There's no meat, and they aren't tasty." Demao and Air Mao had officially embarked on their entrepreneurial journey, scouring the village for cicada shells, snake skins, centipedes, and other curiosities, which they stored in their home. Once they had amassed a sufficient quantity, they planned to use Wen Ning's vehicle to sell them at the city's Chinese medicine hospital. The sight of the small creatures was a bit frightening. Wen Ning had ceased entering their room entirely. Jia Shufan suspected that Wen Ning might be slightly afraid and positioned herself protectively in front of her. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Ning's eyes lit up at the sight of the half-full barrel of crayfish, and she licked her lips. In her past life, Air Mao had taken her out to enjoy crayfish once, and she had fallen in love with their unique flavor. The spicy, numbing crayfish was firm and delectable, while the garlic-flavored ones were rich and enticing. She had a particular fondness for the spicy variety. Damao eagerly shared his idea. I saw a recipe that calls for frying the crayfish before stewing them to create a spicy flavor. It's supposed to be delicious. Let us make that to sell. Jia Shufan placed her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with disbelief. And what will you use to fry them? You? And airmao s oil? For the spicy flavor, we'll need chili peppers and a good stove. Mom, I want to eat it. Wen Ning interjected quietly. Jia Shufan relaxed her stance and, with a thoughtful look, asked Damao, tell me again how to prepare the crayfish. We can't just toss them into the fryer, can we? Damao went to find a book to explain the preparation to Jia Shufan, while she took the barrel outside to handle the crayfish, and Zheng Yungying went to check on the sleeping Xiao Yu and the mischievous younger sister. Airmao looked at their mother, feeling slightly rebellious. Mom, why is Grandma so good to you? Will I ever find a mother-in-law who treats me like that? Wen Ning replied, no, you'll have a mother-in-law instead. Oh, Airmao sighed deeply. Then when I look for a partner, I should pay attention to how their mother treats people. Wen Ning replied, well, that's one way to think about it, but you're only 8 years old. You might be overthinking it. She continued, let us have something simple for lunch and save the crayfish feast for dinner, with the promise of delicious food. Wen Ning felt particularly motivated to return to work. Song Yuanshu brought her more good news. Sister Wen, our men's and women's clothing brands have been registered, and the red dresses are selling well. All our new equipment has arrived. Shouldn't we start planning for autumn and winter collections? We must make the most of the remaining days of this year. Winter clothing, with its higher price tags and profit margins, presented a lucrative opportunity. Not just him, but Wen Ning shared the same sentiment. She nodded in agreement. I saw a newspaper article about selling down jackets. They are said to be particularly warm. We need to procure a substantial amount of cotton, goose down, and duck down. Once the conversation turned to business, Wen Ning and Song Yuanshu promptly summoned Liang Shui to call Lu Wei and the workshop director for a meeting to discuss upcoming arrangements. Wen Ning noticed that Lu Wei seemed even more enthusiastic than she was, grinning broadly. After the meeting, Lu Wei approached her in the office. Sister Wen, my wife is pregnant. You have 3 kids. Do you have any important advice to share? Congratulations. Wen Ning smilet. Has Tingting been to the hospital for a checkup? Is everything all right? Lu Wei waved his hand. Yes, the checkup went well. The doctor advised her to stay relaxed and eat and drink as usual. He frowned slightly. The only issue is that my mother-in-law is a bit fussy. When we told her, she insisted we buy gifts to report the good news. And Tingting scolded her for it. Wen Ning knew that dealing with Zhao Tingting's family had always been challenging. She refrained from commenting further, instead offering, just follow the doctor's advice. Remain calm. Also, make sure to take Tingting out for outings. A happy mother will give birth to a healthy and lovely baby. The well-being of the mother is paramount, so avoid overfeeding her. It can complicate the birth. As she spoke, Lu Wei diligently took notes. Wen Ning thought to herself how similar first-time fathers were. When she was pregnant with Damao and Airmao, Yan Gang had also kept meticulous notes on precautions. Once he finished recording, Lu Wei inquired about the hot pot base that Wen Ning had given her. He looked a bit troubled, stating, Tingting loves spicy food, and I can't seem to stop her. Sister Wen, do you think my daughter will end up being a little spicy girl? Chapter 79. Stirring a pot for 3 yuan. Wen Ning chuckled. That will be a benefit to you. At least a spicy girl won't be bullied when she goes out. True. Lu Wei was instantly convinced. After acquiring the contact information for purchasing hot pot base from Wen Ning, he left to take care of his wife. Wen Ning finished her early shift and planned to return home for the crayfish feast, only to find her sister Liang Shui being blocked at the entrance by a young man with handsome features, dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt. His hair styled in a way he likely thought was charming. Xiao Shui, come have dinner and watch a movie with me. Look at me. Aren't I'm more pleasing to the eye? Wen Ning frognet. Instead of rushing over, she slipped into the security office to gather information. Uncle Wang, does that man frequently come to see Assistant Liang? Uncle Wang, a veteran with a limp whom Wen Ning had recommended for this job, straightened up at her question and promptly explained, Designer One, he has been coming every day for the past 3 days to invite Assistant Liang for dinner. But she hasn't agreed. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't get in. Liang Shui lived at the factory, so as long as she didn't step outside, the young man wouldn't be able to bother her. However, Liang Shui couldn't stay inside forever. She still had night classes. After thanking Uncle Wang, Wen Ning approached the two just in time to hear Liang Shui firmly decline. Ye Fing, there is no need for us to have any connection. How else can I say it? Please stop bothering me. Yifeng seemed to misunderstand, continuing on his own. There aren't too many good movies lately. How about we just grab a meal? I could drive you for a spin. You. Liang Shui was incensed but was calmed by Wen Ning's grip on her shoulder. Upon seeing her sister, Liang Shui exhaled in relief. Sister. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Straightening his posture, you're Xiao Shui's sister, so you're my sister too. Let us all have dinner together. I'll drive you. Wen Ning thought, how presumptuous. She shook her head. So you're Yifeng? Are you pursuing my sister Liang Shui? Yifeng scratched his head, yes. He was straightforward about his feelings for Liang Shui, not one to hide his intentions. Wen Ning replied bluntly, from my and Xiao Shui's perspective, what you are doing does not constitute pursuit, but rather harassment, causing her distress. Yifeng's expression shifted, and he hesitated. I'm not. I just like her. Wen Ning interrupted. Liking someone is not an excuse to trouble them. To genuinely care for someone means respecting all their choices, not treating them as a toy to play with. Yifeng looked pained as he turned to Liang Shui. Is what your sister said how you truly feel? Liang Shui had been admiring Wen Ning and, upon hearing Yifeng's question, responded without hesitation, yes. What my sister said reflects my thoughts. I hope you will stop bothering me. Yifeng felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions, his face stern as he turned and drove away. His car, a Santana, indicated a substantial background for someone of his standing in this era. Fortunately, he was not of a particularly unruly character. Otherwise, Liang Shui would have found it difficult to evade him. Wen Ning turned to invite Liang Shui to stay at the family compound that evening, promising delicious food. Liang Shui agreed, returning to her dormitory to fetch the new clothes she had made for Xiaoyu before heading out with her bicycle. Along the way, she recounted an incident to Wen Ning. One day, returning from night school, she had witnessed a group of ruffians bullying a girl. She had shouted that the police were coming, subsequently escorting the girl home, only to discover that her brother was Yifeng, who then insisted on repaying her kindness by offering himself in gratitude. However, she could not possibly agree, as she knew nothing about him. Thankfully, her sister had scolded him, or she would have been at a loss for words. Wen Ning concurred, affirming that there was nothing wrong with doing good deeds, but emphasized the importance of personal safety and caution in the future. Indeed, Liang Shui nodded obediently, and after finishing her account, she licked her lips, asking sister, what delicious food are we having? Spicy crayfish. You haven't tried it yet, right? Mao found the recipe in a book, and it's my grandmother's first attempt. You're in for a treat. The sisters pedaled their bicycles with renewed vigor. Wen Ning suddenly entertained the thought of purchasing a motorcycle for swift travel home, though she realized that riding in winter would be quite chilly. As they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Wen Ning spotted Jason's Toyota. Shen Mingjie was chatting with a few former colleagues nearby. Upon seeing Wen Ning, she raised her chin and spoke loudly. Yes, my fiancé is wealthy. He knows I appreciate my sister, so before leaving, he bought a few shops for her. Some people are so petty. When they can't gain anything, they resort to slander, yet my sister and brother-in-law believe in me. Indeed, you must find a wealthy partner who loves you for an easier life, or else you'll work hard, she quipped, with every word laden with meaning. Wen Ning chose to ignore her and called out to Liang Shui to head home together. Fortunately, she had already informed her superior, who would take appropriate action. She would not stoop to Chun Mingjie's level and let it tarnish her mood. The aroma of spicy crayfish wafted in the air, tantalizing them from a distance. Upon arriving home, Wen Ning greeted her grandmother and rushed into the kitchen with Xiaoyu. At the kitchen doorway, they found Jia Shufan wielding a spatula, standing before the stove, while Mao and Mao stared intently at the steaming pot. Mao even closed his eyes, savoring the delectable scent in a state of bliss. It smells so good. I want 3 bowls of rice tonight. Jia Shufan glared at him. You know our family situation, don't you? 3 bowls of rice. Mao, remembering the business aspect, exclaimed, selling this will definitely make money. Mao, keep collecting the shrimp. We'll hire you as our chef. After costs, we'll pay you 3 yuan for a pot. Jia Shufan's expression shifted, eventually settling into one of delight. Really? 3 yuan for a pot? She had often relied on Wen Ning for money, feeling a bit guilty. It was also from her grandson. Once Mao confirmed, Jia Shufan readily agreed. Spotting Wen Ning and Liang Shui, she called out, little one is back. Little Shui is here to play. Perfect timing. The crayfish has been stewing for a while. I'm about to serve dinner. The family gathered joyfully for a feast. Meanwhile, at the Ding household, Jason paid another visit, this time to deliver a contract to Chen Minghua. He and Chun Mingjie had just completed the purchase of 2 shops from the bus station, signing the contracts and paying in full, though the transfer would take some time. He insisted on delivering it in person as a gesture of sincerity, and Chun Mingjie, unable to refuse, accompanied him. At that moment, Ding Li Tiao was still at work, while Chun Minghua was excitedly tending to Jason. When she went to the kitchen for water, Jason's demeanor shifted as he scanned the surroundings, suddenly making his way toward Ding Li Tiao's study. Chapter 80. So fortunate Ding Li Tiao was a political commissar in the military, undoubtedly privy to many important documents. However, the crucial files were in his office, which was under surveillance, and what remained in the study was not confidential. Jason quickly glanced through, folding a blueprint and concealing it in his chest. Just as he secured it, he noticed a small figure at the doorway, staring intently at him. His heart raced. It was Ding Wenli, the 5-year-old daughter of Chun Minghua and Ding Li Tiao. Jason approached, bending down with a smile. "Lily, what did you see just now?" Ding Wenli tilted her head, pondering before pointing at his chest and cheerfully exclaiming, "You hid something?" Jason reached into his pocket. "Then let me give you something special." He lowered his gaze, a flash of menace crossing his eyes. He produced a small vial, opening it just beneath Ding Wenli's nose, causing her to sway and faint. He swiftly placed her on her bed to sleep, emerging just in time to meet Chun Minghua's gaze. Lily fell asleep. I carried her to bed. Chun Minghua suspected nothing, thinking the child must have worn herself out at daycare. Jason smiled, steering the conversation elsewhere. "Sister, does your brother-in-law have a study at home?" Chun Minghua handed Jason a cup of water and waved her hand dismissively. "It's just for show. He usually completes his work in the office." "Oh, he has been busy lately. Something about a reform." Jason's interest piqued. The blueprint he had just taken pertained to that very reform. "Why am I telling you this? You're from Port City. You probably wouldn't understand." Chun Minghua chuckled, pulling down her sleeves. "And Team Mingjie still waiting for you outside? Jason, let me escort you out." "All right." As they passed the Yin household, they noticed several children peering longingly at the door, along with a few elderly women gossiping. "Were they cooking? It smells so good." "My granddaughter said a Mao, and Mao spent the afternoon cooking crayfish. What is so tasty about those clawed things?" "Exactly. If it weren't for Jia Shufan being so domineering, I'd really want to ask what they were making." "Domineering or not, she doesn't eat people. And there's also Comrade Wen. Well, I'll go back and fetch something to trade. My grandson is drooling all over the place." "I'll go too." The elderly women dispersed, soon returning with various dishes to exchange at the Yin household. Chun Minghua watched the scene unfold with disdain. Though when family relied on such trivial connections to cultivate relationships within the compound, what good would it do? Soon, she would possess 3 shops, and once the news spread, even more people would come seeking her assistance in finding work. She would surpass Wen Ning and become the most esteemed resident of the family compound. As Chun Minghua beckoned the preoccupied Jason to leave, neither of them noticed someone secretly trailing them from a distance. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan was in high spirits, never expecting the aroma of crayfish would attract so many to barter for food. "My grandson's mouth is watering like a waterfall." "Sister Shufan, I brought 2 pork and cabbage buns. Could you trade me for some food?" "Oh, me too. I brought sweet potato vermicelli, homemade by my husband. I brought some wind-blown cakes." Jia Shufan enthusiastically traded food, not particularly interested in buns or vermicelli, but realizing that if the delicious scent attracted a crowd, then Mao and Mao's business would surely thrive. If their business prospered, her role as the chef earning 3 yuan per pot would yield even more. Cooking 2 pots a day would bring in 6 yuan. Over the summer break, she could earn 360 yuan. She was on the verge of striking it rich. Both Jia Shufan and Mao shared this sentiment. However, Mao also considered the children as labor. "If you want to eat tomorrow, come help clean the crayfish. For every 50 cleaned, you can have 5 cooked ones." "Yes, yes." The eager boys nodded enthusiastically. Free delicious food was irresistible. The parents were also agreeable, recognizing that keeping the children occupied while bartering for food was a worthwhile endeavor. Wen Ning paid no heed to her mother-in-law or the children. Her sole focus was on indulging in food. The delectable spicy crayfish prepared by Mao's mother was simply irresistible, and as she peeled away the shells, the spiciness made her tongue dart out in delight. Beside her, Liang Shui was equally entranced. She glanced over at Jia Shufan, who was cradling little Yu while chatting with the ants, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Sister, your mother-in-law is truly wonderful. When I search for a partner in the future, his mother must set the standard of yours. Balancing childcare, household chores, and social interactions effortlessly. Wen Ning. That seems reasonable. After all, a nurturing family environment is essential for raising well-rounded children. However, Jia Shufin's 3 sons left much to be desired. The second, Yan Hui, and the third, Yin Song, were particularly unremarkable, and their wives were even less impressive. It is vital to assess individuals on a case-by-case basis. Generalizations are misleading. The next day, Demao and Mao set off early to collect crayfish. Zheng Yongying and Jia Shufin each pushed a child in a stroller to buy groceries. Wen Ning and Liang Shuai leisurely cycled out after breakfast and coincidentally ran into Tian Xiaoa. With a conspiratorial look, Tian Xiaoa recounted, "This morning, I went to the hospital to fetch medicine for my mother-in-law and saw Chen Minghua rushing in with his little girl. She was still asleep from last night and wouldn't wake up no matter how much they called her. Wen Ning fronet perplexet. Why is that? I don't know." Tian Xiaoa shook her head. "When I left, the doctor was still examining her. It was strange. The girl was breathing but just wouldn't wake up. They've taken her to the city hospital for a brain CT scan now." Wen Ning instinctively felt that this incident was somehow linked to Jason. However, given her poor relationship with Chen Minghua, she had no intention of informing him. She went about her work, as usual, taking the opportunity to inquire about the crayfish business for Demao and Mao. Ultimately, she learned from Song Yuanshu that there was a food street in the Luqing commercial area that bustled with evening diners. Wen Ning resolved to return in the afternoon to help Demao and Mao with their crayfish venture, allowing them to negotiate business on their own, as it was crucial for children to learn through experience. As Wen Ning busied herself with Lu Wei purchasing winter clothing materials at the Luqing hospital, Chen Minghua anxiously approached the doctor. "Have you found out what is wrong with my daughter?" The doctor, clad in a white coat, frowned and shook his head while holding the test results. "The angiography results are not yet available. The CT scan indicates some brain damage. It would be prudent to conduct a lumbar puncture examination as well, but given that she is only 5 years old, this procedure carries risks. Please reflect on whether she has sustained any head injuries recently." Chen Minghua vehemently shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "No, my Lily, how could this happen?" Chen Mingjie grasped her shoulder, while Jason looked on with concern. "I saw her yesterday afternoon, and she was full of life. Doctor, please examine her closely." "Certainly," the doctor replied before departing. Jason comforted, "Sister, Lily is Mingjie's niece, and thus my niece too. Do not worry. If the treatment here is insufficient, we shall transfer her to Gangxing. I will cover all her medical and living expenses." Chen Minghua grasped his hand in gratitude. "Thank you, Jason. You're truly a good person. Our family is so fortunate to know you." Jason smiled warmly. Chapter 81. Entangled and harassed at that moment. Wen Ning thought that Demao and Mao were quite fortunate. After returning home from work, she had a quick meal before taking Demao, Mao, and a large bucket of flavorful spicy crayfish to the Luqing commercial street. Along the way, she preemptively prepared the children for the challenges ahead. We are ordinary people. Entrepreneurship will not be smooth sailing. You must endure some hardships and remain resilient. The 2 children were unimpressed. Mao waved dismissively. "What is there to fear? Just do it." Demao, more modestly, said, "I want to lose heart. Dad always says there are more solutions than problems, and I have a good head on my shoulders." Wen Ning replied. Indeed, upon their arrival at the commercial street, they encountered Li Chui and Zheng Qingxia setting up their stall. Upon learning that Demao and Mao were selling crayfish, Li Chui immediately extended an invitation. "Since this is your first time and you lack experience, it's uncertain if your chosen spot is ideal. You can set up next to my stall. I can help you heat up your food and provide bowls and utensils." Gratefully, Demao and Mao accepted, happily getting to work. Though they were somewhat unprepared, familiarity favored them. Among the 2 brothers, Demao was the brains, generating ideas, while Mao executed them with vigor, no matter the task. Soon, they had successfully peeled a few crayfish, dividing the meat in half. Mao enthusiastically promoted their offering to passers-by, free tastings of spicy crayfish. The allure of free easily drew a crowd. "Is it really free? Wow, it's spicy. Delicious. How much do you sell them for, kids?" Mao beamed widely. "Uncle, 6 Mao per gene. Buy 2 gene and get 2 free crayfish." The food street offered a rather limited selection, mostly noodles, dumplings, stir-fried dishes, and cold appetizers. Damao and Air Mao's crayfish were both affordable and delicious, making them a hit. Within just 2 hours, they sold all 50 jin of crayfish they had brought. The bustling crowd also benefited Li Chui, who earned significantly more than usual. As Wen Ning parted ways with Li Chui, she overheard Damao chatting with Zheng Qingxia. "You live in the city, making it inconvenient for us to do business together. However, I have an idea. Since our spicy crayfish and your mother's spicy hot pot are similar, perhaps you could prepare some refreshing drinks to sell, like lemonade or mint water. It could earn you some extra cash." Zheng Qingxia's eyes lit up, and she bowed deeply in gratitude to Damao. Wen Ning and Li Chui exchanged glances of surprise. Li Chui looked at Wen Ning with envy. What brilliant ideas does your Damao possess? He is so clever, thinking of pairing drinks with the crayfish. Wen Ning modestly replied, "I never thought of it either." On the journey home, however, Damao appeared dissatisfied. He furrowed his brow, calculating their profits. "We made 30 yuan, yet we must give 15 to our grandmother for frying 5 pots. The crayfish cost 5 yuan, and with oil and seasonings, that's another 5. We only earned 5 yuan, working all day for just 5 yuan, and we have to split it. Our profit margin is too low." Wen Ning remained silent. Mao interjected, "I think we're giving Grandma too much. Why don't we negotiate, giving her only 1 yuan per pot?" "Would you dare say that?" The Mao retorted, and Air Mao immediately puffed out his cheeks. "I don't want my backside to get beaten. It suffers enough as it is." Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. In the end, she reminded them, although crayfish are low-priced, the countryside offers more than just crayfish. You can explore other options as well. Damao rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The following morning, the brothers set off to explore new products in the countryside. By afternoon, when Wen Ning came to pick them up, she discovered that Damao and Air Mao had decided to sell fried crabs alongside their crayfish. They cleaned the crabs, cut them in half, coated them in batter mixed with egg, and fried them, accompanied by a dipping sauce made of salt, MSG, dried chili powder, fried peanuts, and sesame seeds. The fried crabs, combined with the dipping sauce, were savory and delectable, even cold. Wen Ning couldn't resist and indulged in several. If she couldn't resist, one could only imagine the temptation for the local alcohol enthusiasts. Thus, the brothers' fried crabs sold exceptionally well on the food street. Priced at 1 yuan per jin, after deducting costs, each of them earned over 10 yuan in a day. Zheng Qingxia sold lemonade and also made a modest profit of 3 to 5 yuan in one evening. All 3 children were thoroughly satisfied. Both Wen Ning and Li Chui, as adults, were equally pleased. The children were earning money while honing their social skills, an endeavor that reaped dual rewards. That evening, as Wen Ning returned home with Damao and Air Mao, they unexpectedly spotted Jason's Toyota swaggering out of the compound. Inside, Jason was driving, with Chun Mingjia in the passenger seat. Air Mao, quick to react, immediately inquired of the security guard, "Hey, isn't that woman not allowed in the compound? Why did they let her in?" The security guard promptly clarified, "Comrade Yen." The application submitted by Party Secretary Ding stated that they were taking their daughter to the port city for treatment. They are at the hospital, and the sister and brother-in-law are helping to pack things. This inviting the wolf into the hen house. Ding Li Qiao truly finds himself in a perplexing predicament. While Wen Ning remained silent, taking the children home, her anticipation for the outcome of this matter grew increasingly palpable. It cannot be far off, after all. Jason is set to escort Chen Minghua and Ding Li Qiao's daughter to the port city for medical treatment, and surely someone would intervene. Wen Ning's intuition proved correct. The following morning, the family compound was rife with anxiety. Upon returning from a market, Jia Shufeng closed the door and discreetly gathered her family members, whispering about the events of the previous night. Several soldiers had visited Ding Zhengwei's home, removing numerous boxes of belongings, and now his residence was sealed. Rumors circulated within the compound, alleging collusion with spies. The security at the main gate had tightened significantly, aside from permanent residents. No one else was permitted to enter or exit. Moreover, a thorough investigation was being conducted in every household, with anyone not classified under the military's jurisdiction being sent back to their hometown. The Yin and Zheng families were not within the military's purview. This was not a matter that could be resolved through connections. Wen Ning suggested, "Grandmother, how about I arrange for you and Xiao Xue to stay at the factory?" Zheng Yongying, however, was unfazed. "No, I'm going home. Ning, your second uncle and aunt have made several calls. If I don't return now, I fear I may never be able to again. Recently, Liang Yong had been sentenced to 15 years for attempted assault, and Liang's uncle and aunt had finally ceased their incessant meddling. Yet, Liang's aunt was on the verge of collapse, and with no one to rely on, Liang's uncle called, requesting Zheng Yongying return to prepare meals and tidy the house. His words were brusque, but Wen Ning firmly interjected. If you can't go back, then don't. Jia Shufen, ever forthright, added, Aunt, what do you have to worry about with your heartless son and daughter-in-law? I have a plan. Let Wen Ning pool some money to buy a house in the city for you and Xiao Xue. When you grow old, it will be those two granddaughters who care for you. Wen Ning was taken aback. She had not expected her mother-in-law to suggest such a thing. She wholeheartedly agreed, for she had always harbored such thoughts, and she indeed possessed the funds for purchasing a house. However, her grandmother was adamantly opposed. For instance, Zheng Yongying waved her hands. No, that won't do. It's not easy for Zhengzi and Ning Ning to earn money, and there are 3 children to raise. Besides, Shufen, you haven't even moved into the new house yet. What would it mean for a grandmother to live in her daughter's home? When Ning contemplated this and then dropped a bombshell, Grandmother, you must come to the city to look after Xiao Xue. She's being harassed by a thug and is currently in a dire situation, crying every day. Chapter 82. No longer able to stay in the family compound, while Wen Ning's family debated over her grandmother's living arrangements, Ding Liqiao, Chen Minghua, and Chun Mingjie found their world completely shattered. Yesterday, Chun Minghua's daughter, Ding Wenli, had opened her eyes, but upon examination, the doctors discovered her mental state to be akin to that of a 2-year-old. The doctors suspected brain damage, prompting Chun Minghua to decide that her daughter would accompany Chun Mingjie and Jason to the port city for advanced medical treatment. Just as they were about to transfer hospitals, military personnel arrived, quietly detaining Chun Minghua, Ding Liqiao, and Chun Mingjie, and taking them back to the barracks for separate confinement. Among the trio, Ding Liqiao remained the most composed, yet this calmness evaporated during his conversation with Zhou Aigua. Zhou shook his head, exclaiming, Little Ding, you are still a political commissar. How can you lack vigilance? Allowing spies to enter the family compound and your home. All the previous training has been in vain. Ding Liqiao was momentarily taken aback. Jason? Sir, is Jason a spy? He struggled to believe it. Did you hear this from Wen Ning? She has conflicts with my spouse. You're talking nonsense. At this point, Ding Liqiao was still unrepentant, inciting Zhou Aigua's anger, with veins bulging on his forehead. Disappointment etched across his face, he continued. I do not require you to understand who Wen Ning is, but shouldn't you take her allegations seriously? I tell you, Jason's concealment is far from thorough. I followed him for several days and uncovered all his secrets. He has already obtained documents from your study, arranged for them to be sent out, and now Yin Gangzheng is impersonating him, leading a team to apprehend the accomplices. The involvement of Yin Gangzheng confirmed the gravity of the situation. Ding Liqiao's face fell, realizing that his career was irreparably damaged. Zhou Aigua shook his head and walked away, but after just a few steps, he heard the commotion of Chun Minghua and Chun Mingjie. Zhou called over a guard and informed them about the sulfur hydrogen that Jason had been carrying. When Jason was apprehended, he had attempted suicide with the drugs he possessed, and upon search, sulfur hydrogen was discovered on him. This toxic gas can inhibit cellular respiration, leading to brain cell hypoxia and potential brain damage. Wasn't Chen Minghua's daughter being suspected of brain damage? If the sisters understood what heinous deeds Jason had committed, perhaps they would cease their commotion. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they would continue to be detained until Yin Gangzheng captured the accomplices and resolved the matter. On another front, Wen Ning raised the issue of Liang Xue being harassed, intending to persuade her grandmother to stay. Indeed, her grandmother was concerned about Liang Xue and ceased her insistence on returning to her son's home. The next day, Wen Ning communicated with Liang Xue at the factory. Listening to her thoughts, Liang Xue wholeheartedly agreed. My parents have terrible tempers. They used to vent their frustrations on me. Now that I'm not there and Liang Yong is in prison, they are even more troubled. If grandmother returns, she will undoubtedly endure a lot of hardship. Indeed, Wen Ning held no expectations regarding her second uncle and aunt's character. Otherwise, her grandmother would not have been left alone in the house for 3 days before being discovered after passing away. She was busy with work today and could not search for a house, so she entrusted Liang Xue with the task. Wen Ning's requirements were explicit: a first-floor apartment, 2 bedrooms, convenient living, and a pleasant environment. Liang Xuan noted the details, hesitated before leaving, and paused. Sister, I cannot afford to buy a house right now. But if I live in the house you buy, I will certainly pay you rent every month. Wen Ning was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. What nonsense. We two granddaughters will take care of grandmother together. I provide the house, and you provide the companionship. In the end, it's still me who benefits. Why would you give me money? Liang Shui shook her head, refusing to argue further. Regardless, she would repay her. Wen Ning was a good person, but she could not let a good person bear all the burdens. Wen Ning and Song Yuan Shu went to handle business at another factory, while Liang Shui began searching for a house. Over the past 6 months, her capabilities had significantly increased, transforming her from the timid girl she once was. Thus, when Wen Ning returned, Liang Shui informed her that she had already found a suitable house. It was an employee residence near Luxiang High School on the first floor, with 2 bedrooms. The layout was older, so the price fell below the market rate, at 80 yuan per square meter, with a total of 90 square meters. Liang Shui gossiped. I inquired. The owner is eager to sell the house to gather funds for her daughter's study abroad. She previously owned a restaurant near the bus station, which she also sold. Thus, her only requirement is to expedite the transfer. Wen Ning instantly recalled the owner of the restaurant, Li Si, from the bus station. Could it be such a coincidence? In the afternoon, Wen Ning specifically withdrew money from the bank and took Liang Shui to handle the transfer, only to discover that it was indeed Li Si. In her 40s, she was engaged in a heated argument with her husband, Zhang San. We only have one daughter. The house belongs to her. She wants to study abroad, and this is a significant opportunity for our family. Why shouldn't I sell the house to provide her with money? Zhang San's forehead bulged with veins. What about me? If we sell the house, where will we live? Li Si sneered. Why not go rely on your mistress? I can always rent a place. Zhang San was furious, unwilling to argue, and stormed off in anger. Wen Ning and Liang Shui approached Li Si, and Liang Shui cheerfully greeted her. Sister Li, this is my sister. She is interested in buying the house. Upon seeing Wen Ning, Li Si recognized her, paused for a moment, and then eagerly extended her hand. It's you. Thank you. Liang Shui was puzzled, but Wen Ning quickly deduced the situation. As expected, Li Si glanced around to ensure Zhang San had left before saying, Initially, you asked on Hongmei to relay your message to me. After some thought, I decided to sell both the house and the shop, convert them into cash, and put in my daughter's name. This way, regardless of whether Zhang San and I divorce, he won't be able to claim a single cent. Wen Ning smiled. So your daughter truly intends to study abroad? Li Si nodded, her face beaming with pride. Yes, my daughter is going to Harvard as an exchange student for a year. She even agreed to help me deceive her father about this. That's wonderful, Wen Ning reassured her. At this age, one can clearly discern the true nature of their beloved. And with a perceptive daughter standing firmly by your side, Sister Li Si, your good days lie ahead. Upon hearing this, Li Si was overjoyed. Together with Wen Ning and Liang Shui, they swiftly completed the transfer formalities and handed over the keys to the house, indicating that they could move in at their earliest convenience. The following day, Wen Ning and Liang Shui assisted their grandmother with the move. In the evening, Jia Shufan rode her bicycle to visit Lu Jinlan. Upon entering, she observed the chaos both inside and outside the house, with Yuan Bao and the mischievous younger sister playing in the muddy ground. Jinlan, are you still washing dishes for others? Have you considered changing jobs? Lu Jinlan shook her head. What else can I do besides washing dishes? In fact, washing dishes is quite good. During the busy hours of lunch and dinner, I earn 30 yuan a month, which is sufficient for both Yuan Bao and me. The money earned from the fried crabs and spicy crayfish concocted by the Mao and Air Mao could net an individual 10 yuan daily, amounting to 300 yuan a month. Over the 2-month summer break, it was a leisurely 600 yuan. Why was Lu Jinlan so lacking in ambition? Although Jia Shufan made money from the Mao and Air Mao, she had no intention of sharing the spoils with Lu Jinlan. She subtly criticized. Wen Ning has been working at the garment factory, busy from dawn till dusk. I told her that with Zhangzi earning money, she needn't exhaust herself. Do you know how she responded? What did she say? Lu Jinlan asked, genuinely intrigued. Jia Shufan raised an eyebrow. Wen Ning said she wants to set an example for Da Mao and Air Mao's Xiaoyu, especially for Xiaoyu. As a mother, she can greatly influence her daughter. If she earns more, Xiaoyu will have more confidence in the future. Observing Lu Jinlan's contemplative expression, she spoke earnestly. Jinlan, you also have Yuan Bao and your younger sister to think about. The country is currently promoting economic development. Even setting up a stall by the roadside can yield profits. If I weren't responsible for Xiaoyu, I would set a personal goal to earn 1,000 yuan a month. Together, De Mao and Air Mao can earn 600. My modest goal of 1,000 should be easily achievable. Lu Jinlan mused. Mom is still as boastful as ever. Yet, she found herself stirred by the idea. Having washed dishes for so long, what if she were to acknowledge Xiaoyu in the future and Xiaoyu looked down on her? Who would abandon a wealthy mother for one who washes dishes? Suddenly, Lu Jinlan sprang to her feet, startling Jia Shufan. All right, Mom. Tomorrow I will go to the city and see if I can set up a stall to earn money. With her objective accomplished, Jia Shufan headed back to the family compound. Before leaving, she handed a piece of candy to Yuan Bao and the younger sister. Once Jia Shufan departed, Yuan Bao snatched the candy from his younger sister, who attempted to reclaim it. In response, Lu Jinlan raised a stick and struck the younger sister's bottom. Stop crying. Your brother eating your candy is a blessing for you. What right do you have to weep? Be silent. Your life is a mere trifle. Being alive is your fortune. The younger sister cried inconsolably, her sobs eventually rendering her voiceless. No one was aware of Lu Jinlan's lofty ambitions. Within a couple of days, while De Mao and Air Mao were selling fried crabs at their stall, they encountered trouble. The dish was simple to prepare, and anyone with a modicum of cooking skill could replicate it. The cost of crabs was low, and soon a rival stall emerged on the commercial street, selling the same fare. With competition, De Mao and Air Mao's business dwindled significantly. They lamented their misfortune, realizing that they needed to sell unique items with their proprietary recipes. Ironically, they did not confront the alleged copycats, but rather found themselves targeted by them. One day, while De Mao and Air Mao were busy serving customers, Wen Ning and Liang Shui, having not eaten dinner, selected ingredients and asked Li Chui to prepare a serving of spicy hot pot for them. They sat on small stools, enjoying their meal, when suddenly a crew-cut man, accompanied by a sharp-faced woman supporting a pale young man clutching his stomach, approached. The lead man, looking menacing, demanded to know who was responsible for selling the fried crabs, accusing them of causing his brother's stomach troubles. Li Chui and the others were taken aback. Air Mao quickly retorted, "What gives you the right to claim that he got sick from our food?" The crew-cut man kicked over a nearby stool, creating a loud clatter that drew the attention of onlookers. He glared at Air Mao, asserting, "My brother ate nothing else today but your fried crabs. If it wasn't your food, what was it? You little brat, get lost. Are your parents dead, leaving you to speak for them?" De Mao was about to retort when, with a composed demeanor, Wen Ning and Liang Shui stepped forward. Liang Shui interjected, "Before you ascertain the facts, perhaps you should speak more courteously." The sharp-faced woman pointed at Liang Shui. "You should be the one to be courteous. Your business is unsanitary. You've made my son ill. If you don't provide an explanation today, we will not let this go." It was evident they were unreasonable. Wen Ning, unwilling to engage in verbal sparring, firmly stated, "We take hygiene very seriously in our food preparation, and no one has ever reported any issues. If you insist on causing trouble, we will involve professionals to assess the situation." Turning to Liang Shui, she instructed, "Go call the police." "Understood," Liang Shui replied, but before she could take a step, a plump, round-faced police officer in uniform emerged from the crowd. He surveyed the scene and inquired loudly, "What is going on here?" His arrival was swift, catching Wen Ning off guard, yet she promptly conveyed the situation. "Officer, we are simply selling food here, and these three are causing trouble and defaming us." Causing trouble? The crew-cut man and the woman showed no fear of the police. The latter pleaded, "My son got sick from their food. You must help us." As they spoke, the young man continued to clutch his stomach, groaning in pain. The round-faced officer approached to examine him and remarked, "This looks rather serious." Wen Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Sure enough, the officer then turned to her. "You're the owner, correct? Here's the deal. Close your stall immediately and await the outcome. Additionally, you must pay 100 yuan for medical expenses. This will settle the matter." Wen Ning bros knittet. What kind of resolution was this? Without even an investigation, they were directly accusing her stall of being problematic. As expected, the officer's words had barely left his mouth when the sharp-faced woman became even more arrogant, glaring at Wen Ning. "Weren't you the one who wanted a professional assessment? Now that the officer has spoken, hurry up and pay." At this moment, a fellow vendor who had a good rapport with Li Chui leaned in and whispered to her. Li Cui's expression shifted. and she returned to inform Wen Ning of the message. Sister Wang says these people are in cahoots. They are envious of the business from the spicy hot pot and fried crabs. She suggests we compromise, pay them a little, and stop selling fried crabs to put an end to this. Isn't that just encouraging their wrongdoing? Furthermore, De Mao and Air Mao have worked hard to come up with this money-making idea. I have no reason to make them cease operations. Quickly, hand over the money, the round-faced officer urged. Wen Ning clenched her fists and calmly replied, I will not accept your terms, nor will I concede that our fried crabs are problematic. The round-faced officer was taken aback by her defiance. Faced with several women and a child running a stall, he felt emboldened to bully them. He changed his tone, threatening her menacingly. What do you mean? Are you looking to spend time in the police station? I demand a thorough investigation, Wen Ning stated firmly. Initially, she had believed the man's claims of illness, but now she recognized the entire situation as a fabrication. If he claims he got sick from our food, let him stay at the hospital and examine his stool to determine what illness he has. The round-faced officer was displeased. Who do you think you are? Demanding a thorough investigation? Do you not realize how busy the station is? Exactly. In agreement, the crew-cut man suddenly lunged forward, growling, You foul woman. Don't think you can get away with this. He appeared ready to strike, but De Mao, Air Mao, Liang Shui, and the others quickly shielded Wen Ning. Do not harm our mother. Wen Ning turned and grabbed a spatula to protect herself. As the great battle loomed, a man suddenly strode swiftly towards Wen Ning and her companions, seizing the arm of the crew-cut man and forcefully casting him aside. The crew-cut man yelped in pain. Who dares to strike me? Air Mao had already excitedly rushed to embrace the man's leg, exclaiming, Daddy. Chapter 84. Marrying the right wife for a prosperous third generation clad in a white shirt and black casual trousers, tall and imposing. With a cold and stern expression and piercing eyes, it was none other than Yin Gang, who had been away on a mission for quite some time. He affectionately ruffled Air Mao's hair before advancing and kicking the crew-cut man to the ground once more, placing his foot upon the man's chest. Listening to his cries of pain as he coldly questioned, Who do you think you are to call yourself, boss? The crew-cut man, initially defiant, found himself overwhelmed by the pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly changed his tune, stammering, You're my boss. Please spare me. Mao interjected, Shoot up. I have no brother as pathetic as you. The onlookers erupted in laughter, including Wen Ning, Liang Shui, and Li Chui, who could not help but smile. The sharp-faced woman, realizing the situation was turning against her, wailed, Oh, woe is me. My younger son has an upset stomach, and my elder son is being beaten. Is there no one to uphold justice for us? Someone ought to imprison these scoundrels. Her cries only intensified Yin Gang's foot's pressure, causing the crew-cut man to scream more agonizingly, leaving the woman speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. She anxiously tugged at the police officer's pant leg. The round-faced officer brandished his baton, pointing it at Yin Gang while shouting, What are you doing? I am the police. How dare you cause a commotion under my nose? Release him. Yin Gang turned to face him, advancing menacingly, forcing the officer to retreat step by step as he bellowed, Back off. Don't make me lose my temper. With a powerful swing, the officer attempted to strike Yin Gang, but he swiftly seized the baton, effortlessly turning it against its owner. In a matter of moments, the officer was thrown to the ground. A cold smile graced Yin Gang's lips as he surveyed the incompetence surrounding him. Payan, the chief of the Luching Public Security Bureau, the fallen officer realized he might have encountered a formidable opponent. Anxiety gnawed at him as he contemplated how to defuse the situation, but it was evident that events were spiraling beyond his control. Yin Gang turned his gaze to Wen Ning, locking eyes with her. I will handle this matter. You all gather your belongings and prepare to return shortly. Understood. Wen Ning replied promptly. Yin Gang then hoisted the crew-cut man with one hand while gripping the round-faced officer with the other, striding toward the nearby police station. De Mao and Air Mao followed eagerly, while the sharp-faced woman lamented loudly behind them. The young man who had previously clutched his stomach in pain fled in the opposite direction, faster than a rabbit. Wen Ning chuckled at the scene and turned to see Liang Shui gazing at her with admiration. Sister, my brother-in-law is just too dashing. Absolutely. Liqui concord. That is Commander Yin. He is always the boldest on missions and the quickest to rise through the ranks. Your neighbor, Commander Zhou, is nearly a decade older than him. Wen Ning smiled humbly. Just then, Li Chui's daughter, Zhang Qingxia, clenched her fist, and resolutely declared, "When I grow up, I want to find someone as outstanding as Uncle Yen. I will never choose someone like my father, who engages in illicit relationships and feels ashamed when exposed." Lying around the house while my mother toils, liquies is my darn bittersweet. Wen Ning glanced at her and encouraged, "All right, let's get back to business. We need to sell all the dishes we prepared today." Yes, the group resumed their tasks. Fortunately, the patrons were discerning individuals. After witnessing the commotion, they were all the more eager to sample the fried crabs. By the time Yin Gang returned with the Mao and Air Mao, Wen Ning had already sold out of the fried crabs and crayfish, thanks to Liang Shue's assistance. Air Mao danced with joy, exclaiming, "When my dad went in, he tossed those two men to the ground and said, 'I am looking for your chief.' Everyone inside was quite nice. When Chief Uncle came out, he swiftly clarified the situation and even apprehended that young man who pretended to have a stomachache. Yin Gang patted his head and explained to Wen Ning and the others, they were all in cahoots, trying to drive you out. Is that it? Wasn't that a bit too brief? Did Dad not say enough?" Air Mao gazed up at his father in disbelief, adding, "They saw our business with the spicy hot pot and fried crabs doing well, so they tried to imitate us. But the old woman was stingy with the oil and seasonings, so her food didn't taste good, resulting in poor sales. That officer is her nephew. They conspired to drive us away, thinking it would improve their business." De Mao remarked astutely, "What a delusion. They're simply reaping what they sow." Yin Gang and Wen Ning shared a laugh, with Yin Gang stating, "The officer will be dismissed, and those three will face their due consequences." Thank you, Commander Yin." Li Chui expressed her heartfelt gratitude first. She was genuinely appreciative. Without Yin Gang and Wen Ning, she would have been powerless against the simple tactics of those individuals. Air Mao chimed in, "What is there to thank, Aunt Li? You were the one who lent us the stove and utensils at the start, helping us out. We call this mutual assistance, a win-win collaboration." Li Chui smiled as she wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. Indeed, with the fried crabs and crayfish sold out, Yin Gang and Wen Ning each carried a child as they made their way back to the family compound. On the way, Air Mao hugged his father's waist, saying, "Dad, I'm sorry." Yin Gang was puzzled, "Huh? If only I were a bit older and could ride a bike, then I could carry the ge, and you could take Mom. What a wonderful world for just the two of you. Yang Gong. So clever, and yet you understand quite a bit." The family of four returned home smoothly. Xiaoyu was already asleep, while Jia Shufan awaited their return, asking if they wanted a bowl of noodles. All four agreed, and soon they were seated at the dining table, slurping their noodles. Jia Shufan, feeling chatty, began recounting recent events in the family compound. When she mentioned that Ding Liqiao and Chan Minghua's homes had been sealed, Yin Gang had just finished his meal and set down his bowl. There will likely be several meetings for the military families in the compound soon, urging everyone to remain vigilant and to be cautious in their interactions with strangers to avoid the approach of spies. Jia Shufan asked curiously, "Is it true that Chun Mingjia's fiancé is a spy? How could Ding Zhongwei not have noticed? He is the political commissar." Yin Gang fell silent. This was indeed a matter that pained both him and Zoaigua. Wen Ning interjected with two words, sugar-coated bullets and whispers in the ear. The three shops and Chen Minghua's whispers in the ear. Would Ding Zhongwei not be swayed? Jia Shufan mused, then suddenly began to praise thus. "Marrying the right wife brings prosperity to 3 generations. Gongzi, Xiao Wen is wonderful. You could just wait to enjoy your blessings. Yang Gong. Is that a compliment?" Wen Ning lauket heartidi. Avoiding her mother-in-law and 2 sons, she returned to the room and asked Yin Gang, "Were they caught?" Yes. Yin Gang had already learned about his wife's actions from Zoaigua and felt inclined to share more with her. He sat beside Wen Ning, grasping her hand, and said, Chapter 85. Polishing nails on a stone, I brought people to apprehend them, and we have already interrogated them. They had been targeting Chun Mingjia, attempting to infiltrate the family compound to steal secrets. Fortunately, Ning, you reported it early, allowing the commander to replace the documents in Ding Liqiao's possession, craft a plan, and capture the big fish behind Jason. The subsequent matters would no longer fall under Yin Gang's jurisdiction. So as soon as he returned home and heard his mother mention that when Ning and the children had gone to the city to conduct business, he hurried to find them. Recalling the events of the day, he paused. In a couple of days, when I have some free time, I'll take you to dinner with a few of my comrades who have recently transitioned. Wen Ning, who had to interact with government officials for her business, appreciated Yin Gang's intention to introduce her to some connections. She readily agreed. Sure. She was indeed curious about how Ding Junhui would respond. Yin Gang was silent for a few seconds. He would not betray any secrets, but would undoubtedly face retirement, involving spies, and yet exhibiting no sense of vigilance. Ding Liqiao can no longer remain in the military. The two previously shared a decent relationship, and Yin Gang couldn't help but sigh for him. He embraced Wen Ning, resting his chin atop her head, reflecting, Mother was right. A good wife brings prosperity for 3 generations. Ning Ning, I am fortunate it is you. Wen Ning playfully tapped his chest. Who else could it be? Don't even think about it. Yin Gang, not one for excessive words, chose to reserve his energy for the important matters at hand. The following day, when Ning awoke late, her body aching all over, the house was empty, but a note lay on the table, alongside porridge, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. With a smile, she served herself and ate earnestly before biking to the factory. As she passed the security booth, she noticed her grandmother, Zheng Yongying, sitting there alongside Uncle Wang, the security guard. Curious, when Ning asked, Grandma, what brings you here? Zheng Yongying replied with conviction. Did you not mention someone was pestering Xiao Xue? Young Wang said the same. So since I had nothing else to do, I came to keep watch. If I catch him, I shall give him a good scolding. Wen Ning responded. He hasn't been around for a long time. Right, Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang quickly nodded. Yes, he hasn't been here in ages. It was absurd for a nearly 80-year-old woman to be waiting for trouble, especially when a limping security guard could hardly protect her or bear the responsibility. Zheng Yongying, somewhat disgruntled, stood up. All right then, I shall head back. Wen Ning reminded her to be cautious as she watched her grandmother leave slowly. When Wen Ning later met Liang Shui, she inquired, Is that Yi Feng still looking for you? Liang Shui paused for 2 seconds before replying with a wry smile. He is, but he brought his sister along. She is grateful for my help in saving her life and is quite nice. I felt too awkward to refuse her, so we have dined together a couple of times. Beyond that, he hasn't forced me into any more dinners or movies. Wen Ning chuckled. That's a rather roundabout approach to courtship. Liang Shui sighed. It's quite a distraction. I need to prepare for my night school exams. I told him so, and he promptly gifted me a stack of highlighted books and test papers. I found him genuinely helpful, but I'm at a loss for how to repay him. Wen Ning considered Yi Feng to be quite astute. After receiving one reprimand, he made the necessary adjustments and successfully made Liang Shui think of him. Perhaps, under his influence, Liang Shui might truly be moved. Just then, Lu Wei arrived to discuss business, prompting Wen Ning to set aside this matter and focus on her work. After work that day, Wen Ning spotted Yin Gang waiting for her at the entrance with Mao and Mao. She immediately brightened, rushing out. You're here? It's good that Dad is home, right? You can come to the city earlier. The boys nodded vigorously, but Mao pouted. If only Dad had a smaller appetite. He devoured 2 pounds of fried crab, all by himself. Yin Gang scratched his nose. It was just too delicious to resist. But that was our money. Mao muttered under his breath. Dad, you really lack common sense. Mao tugged at his brother. Stop being stingy. If you keep it up, you might as well suck it back in. Mao, annoyed, chased after him, shouting to Mao, Who do you think I'm doing this for? The brothers playfully tussled, while Wen Ning and Yin Gang followed behind. Yin Gang spoke steadily. First, we'll drop the kids off, then we'll eat. I'll introduce you to some people. At the food stall, Wen Ning was approached by Li Chui, who said, Wen Ning, Ma Qingqiao mentioned that Chun Mingjia's partner is a spy. Chun Minghua and Ding Liqiao are in trouble and need to vacate the family compound. Is that true? Wen Ning nodded yes. Li Chui, who had once had a good relationship with Chun Minghua, had seen it deteriorate, especially after learning from Ma Qingqiao that Chun Minghua might have been the one to report her. She was thoroughly disappointed. Now, her curiosity about Chun Minghua was laced with excitement. I went to the bus station today and saw that the 3 shops Chun Minghua bought are all sealed. If the man is indeed a spy, those shops should be confiscated, right? If they are, they might be sold off, and you can find a way to buy them. Wen Ning was taken aback. She had not considered that angle. I'll investigate. Leaving Mao and Mao with Li Chui, Wen Ning and Yin Gang went to a restaurant to meet. Yin Gang was brave, meticulous, upright, and principled, yet he was not talkative, appearing somewhat aloof and distant. After serving in the military for over a decade, he had only a handful of close friends, and among these, some had moved on to other places. Thus, only 3 male comrades joined them for dinner that day. One worked in the judicial department, named Liu Banghua, whom Wen Ning had previously asked for help reviewing a garment factory contract. The second was Zhao Qi, a director at the tax bureau, and the third was Payan, the city bureau chief. None brought their families, and upon seeing Yin Gang, Payan teased in the mountains. It took this long to bring your sister-in-law out for a meal with us. Were you afraid we'd frighten her with our roughness? Zhao Qi chuckled, sister-in-law. We could share some embarrassing stories from when Gongzi first enlisted. He never liked trimming his nails and would grind them against stones under the watchful eye of the company commander. Indeed, Liu Bang chimed in once. He reluctantly attended a dance, and upon returning, he was mumbling in his sleep, already naming his future children. Wasn't he that the night he met his sister-in-law? Yin Gang's face darkened, and he immediately turned away. Let us go. Wen Ning grasped his arm, her face lit with curiosity. There's more to this? Please tell me. She sat down first, leaving Yin Gang little choice but to endure as his old comrades recounted their past follies. However, he wouldn't hold back either, occasionally tossing in tales of their mistakes, causing the three men to feel a bit bashful and shift the conversation to other trivial matters. Yin Gang merely wanted his old comrades to recognize Wen Ning, while she chose not to steal the spotlight, listening with interest and asking questions when intrigued. As the evening drew to a close, they turned to discuss their fellow comrade Ding Liqiao. Liu Bangwa and Zhao Qi were hearing about it for the first time, both astonished. Payan sighed. When I took over this case, I was equally shocked. Dingo hardly seemed like the type to get into such trouble. Wen Ning glanced at Payan. Brother Pei, since you're in charge of this case, do you know what will happen to the 3 shops that Jason purchased? She candidly explained. To be honest, I had my eye on 2 of them first, but Ding Liqiao as sister-in-law, and I have a grudge. So she had Jason buy them at double the price. Is that so? Payan did not hide the details. Once the results are out, I'll give Gongzi a call. All right, thank you. Wen Ning readily agreed. With prior notice, she could bring money to buy them. Otherwise, by the time she received word, they would have been snatched up. Payan smiled. No need to thank me. Just have Gongzi drink a few more cups. The 3 men found excuses to ply Yin Gang with drinks, yet he remained steadfast, ultimately showing no signs of inebriation. After the gathering, Yin Gang and Wen Ning picked up the Mao and Air Mao to head home. Before bed, as Wen Ning waited for Yin Gang to finish washing up, she excitedly declared, I found a stone. Here, show me how you file your nails. Yang Gong replied. He moved the stone aside, sat on the bed, and pulled her closer. If you can't sleep, let us do something to expend some energy. Wen Ning laughed heartily, ultimately yielding to his intentions. Not long after, she received word from Yin Gang that Jason's 3 shops were up for sale, and she rushed to the city with money in hand. She purchased 2 of them, totaling 140 square meters at 200 yuan per square meter, costing her a total of 28,000 yuan. Initially, Wen Ning had 30,000 yuan available, but after spending 8,000 on a house for her grandmother, she was short on funds and borrowed 10,000 from the factory. Once the transfer procedures were completed and the place was simply renovated, she was left with empty pockets. Upon learning this, De Mao and Air Mao immediately offered their savings. Mom, here is some money for you. Air Mao grinned. A girl should always have some money on hand. De Mao nodded, yes, and when Dad gets paid, he'll return it to us. Wen Ning's humor was delightful. Yet concerning her mother's business dealings, she urged discretion, especially cautioning against informing second aunt. The elder remarked that Liu Jinlan was scheming for profits, recalling how in a previous life, Wen Ning had aided Liu Jinlan in her entrepreneurial pursuits, tirelessly fostering connections. This time, however, she would not entertain unnecessary troubles. The 2 children readily agreed. Unexpectedly, upon returning home, Wen Ning discovered Liu Jinlan at her residence, grappling with the restless little Yu. Liu Jinlan lamented about the peculiar behavior of the elderly neighbor, expressing frustration over an unwelcoming greeting. Meanwhile, Jia Shufan was oblivious to the reasons behind the tension, but Zhou Jianxiang's mother, Lin Meizhen, had nothing kind to say. At that moment, Wen Ning and the 2 children entered, with Air Mao eagerly sharing, I know. I overheard. It's because my father received a 2nd-class merit, overshadowing Uncle Zhou, which displeased his mother. The mention of the commendation caught Liu Jinlan off guard for a brief moment before she congratulated Wen Ning, praising her husband's achievements and suggesting that she would enjoy a life of comfort. Liu Jinlan was unaware that Wen Ning had also played a part in that military honor through her reports. Wen Ning, however, chose not to elaborate and instead, Jia Shufan, delighted, announced her plans to buy groceries for a celebratory feast that evening. She excitedly stepped out, followed by Air Mao, while the Mao lingered behind to assist little Yu in walking. Lu Jinlan approached Wen Ning, her eyes eager. Sister-in-law, I have a favor to ask. When Wen Ning inquired, Lu Jinlan sweetly smiled. You are so fortunate, with a protective brother-in-law and a job. My son, Yin Hui, is struggling away from home, sending only a meager sum each month. I must find ways to earn money. Since you work at a clothing factory, could you let me purchase some clothes to sell at a market stall? Wen Ning maintained a professional demeanor, advising her to follow the proper channels. Lu Jinlan, however, was reluctant, explaining her plight. Sister-in-law, I lack the capital. I was hoping to buy clothes on credit, selling them and returning any unsold items. After all, we are family, right? Her audacity left Wen Ning astonished and somewhat amused, while the Mao interjected, Second aunt, the factory is not a charity. You are barking up the wrong tree. Lu Jinlan's expression soured, and she retorted, You're just a child. You don't understand. Sister-in-law, do you think my suggestion is feasible? Not at all. Wen Ning replied without hesitation. I lack the authority to grant such requests. She sat down, cradling little Yu, who gleefully bounced on her lap, calling for her mother. Despite the closeness between mother and daughter, Lu Jinlan felt uneasy but suppressed her discomfort. She trailed Wen Ning, proposing another idea. Sister-in-law, Li Chui has opened a stall selling skewer dishes, and her business is thriving. Since you have a good relationship with her, could you persuade her to teach me? Don't worry, I won't compete with her. I'll sell elsewhere. Wen Ning stared at her in disbelief, while the Mao chimed in, Second aunt, is there even a donkey where you live? Have you been kicked in the head? Lu Jinlan's mood shifted, and she stood to scold him. Yet, Wen Ning rose. Her voice icy, the Mao is right. Second sister-in-law, why do you presume to demand such unreasonable things? Li Chui's ability to earn is not something you can simply request from her. Lu Jinlan, defeated, muttered, but you're here to help me. Wen Ning scoffed. Are you expecting me to misuse my influence? I assure you, that will not happen. Abandon these two ideas. Neither will come to fruition. Lu Jinlan clenched her fists, her teeth nearly grinding. This sense of superiority Wen Ning exuded only fueled her resentment. Wen Ning prided herself on her education, beauty, and knowledge, living a life of ease and righteousness, oblivious to her own struggles. She had never offered assistance to Lu Jinlan's family, and now, when Lu Jinlan sought help, Wen Ning refused. Child, you need to adjust your expectations. Lu Jinlan glanced at little Yu, who was blissfully unaware, forcing a smile. If not, then so be it. I have matters to attend to. She stormed off, intent on venting her frustrations on Wen Ning's daughter. De Mao observed her retreating figure, puzzled. Why did Second aunt give up so easily? I thought she would argue further. The truth was, she feared the relationship would sour, jeopardizing her chances to see little Yu again. Wen Ning was well aware of this. When Jia Shufan and Yin Gang returned, De Mao succinctly relayed Lu Jinlan's outrageous requests. Jia Shufan was infuriated, declaring, if she had said that to my face, I would have slapped her to teach her a lesson. She is living in a fantasy. Yin Gang wore a stern expression. I should call Yin Hui. Yin Gang felt it was inappropriate to confront Lu Jinlan directly, but he thought perhaps Yin Hui could intervene. However, would Yin Hui's words have any impact? After dinner, Yin Gang made the call. After a lengthy wait, Yin Hui's voice came through. Elder brother, what is the matter? Yin Gang briefly outlined the situation, advising, you should manage your wife. If she intends to run a business, it must be done properly. Her ideas of easy gains are harmful to both herself and others. Yin Hui chuckled lightly. Elder brother, how could that be? She is with you all, so there is always support. Don't worry, she won't cause any significant trouble. The worst she has done is switch children secretly. Her notions of free gain will not be supported, Yin Gang asserted firmly. If you think that way, take them away. Yin Hui laughed lightly. I would gladly take them. But Jinlan refuses to come. What can I do? As Yin Gang was about to respond, he heard a faint voice on the other end. Brother Hui, hurry up. We're missing one for the game. Yin Gang's brow furrowed at the distraction. I have matters to attend to. If Jinlan misbehaves, let her mother scold her. And with that, he hung up. If Yin Hui had been present, he would have felt the intensity of Yin Gang's glaring disapproval. Unable to manage his own wife and instead indulging in games? Was Yin Hui's mind made of straw? Yin Gang left, his spirit chilled. Yet before entering the house, he composed himself, cradling little Yu, and discussed the phone conversation with Jia Shufan. Finally, He advised, "Mother, Wen Ning is already busy with work. Please do not let second sister-in-law's issues disturb her." "I know," Jia Shufan retorted. "The moment I see Lu Jinlan, I'll give her a piece of my mind. She is utterly oblivious, dreaming in broad daylight, making others nauseated." Yan Gang had great faith in Jia Shufan's fighting spirit, and aside from that, he had recently taken to coming home right after work, taking to Mao and Air Mao to Lu's city, bringing Wen Ning meals, and accompanying her home after work. On this particular evening, Yan Gang and Wen Ning rode bicycles with the children on their way home. As night fell, they unexpectedly encountered Ding Liqiao, Chen Minghua, and their eldest daughter, Ding Wenmei, at the entrance. Their bicycles were laden with bags, suggesting they were moving items under the cover of darkness to avoid the crowds. Both parties paused in surprise. After a moment, the older Ding Liqiao, now a decade older, dismounted, offering a wry smile to Yan Gang. "Gongzi, shall we chat for a bit?" Yan Gang nodded slightly, stepping aside with Ding Liqiao. Wen Ning had no interest in conversing with Chen Minghua, calling back to Yan Gang. "Brother Gang, I'll take the children home first." "Mao, hop on." "Okay." Mao adeptly climbed onto the front bar, and the trio made their way into the residential compound, leaving behind a dejected Chen Minghua. She had just been contemplating whether to greet Wen Ning to foster relations, only to be treated as if she were invisible. The resentment boiled within her. Chen Minghua clenched her fist, lowered her head, and gazed at her eldest daughter with a resolute tone. "Wenmei, you must strive for both yourself and your sister to make your mother proud, all right?" Ding Wenmei was momentarily taken aback, but nodded emphatically. Chen Minghua gently stroked her head while wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, Ding Liqiao offered a cigarette to Yan Gang, who shook his head, stating he needed to take his daughter home and couldn't smoke. Ding Liqiao, with a slight tremor in his hand, lit the cigarette himself and murmured, "Lily has passed away. She was already in poor health, and that Jason character, while merely dulling the senses of ordinary people, took Lily's life." Yan Gang paused, patting Ding Liqiao on the shoulder. "My condolences. What are your plans now?" Ding Liqiao exhaled a puff of smoke. "I suppose I'll return to my hometown. This incident has turned me into a cautionary tale for all the troops. They mock me, and I truly have no grounds to defend myself. Outside, I can't make a living, but back home, I still have a few acres of land. I want to starve. Yet it's disheartening. I joined the military at 15, with no connections, relying solely on sheer determination and endurance. And, after over 20 years, I reached the position of political commissar. If all had gone well, I would have been promoted next year. But who could have foreseen that a moment of negligence would reduce me to a laughingstock, leaving the service in disgrace?" Ding Liqiao exhaled another cloud of smoke. Looking at Yan Gang, "Gongzi, I wish I could return to that morning when your wife warned me. I would certainly make the right choice and never find myself in this predicament." Yan Gang furrowed his brow slightly, sitting up straight. "You are mistaken." "Excuse me?" Yan Gang's eyes reflected disappointment as he slightly curled his lips. "Dingue, you are a trained soldier, sharper than my wife. Yet you failed to notice that things went awry when she accepted 3 storefronts from the other party." Ding Liqiao froze, instinctively defending himself. "They are sisters. I didn't think much of it. But which family would so casually exchange 3 storefronts worth nearly 100,000? You have been too lax in your vigilance compared to your wife." Yan Gang was not one to linger on words. Once Ding Liqiao finished his cigarette, he took his leave for the family quarters. The night was desolate. After a moment of braving the cold wind, Ding Liqiao headed home. "Let's go," he said, mounting his bicycle. However, Chen Minghua remained motionless, gazing at Ding Liqiao's perplexed eyes, uttering, "I will not return to our hometown with you." Ding Liqiao was taken aback. "Didn't we agree? What about Wenmei's education? The educational conditions back home are poor. She will fall behind and have no prospects." In Chen Minghua's eyes glinted a hint of madness. "She is our only child. I want her to receive the best education, to surpass Wen Ning, to outshine any child." Ding Liqiao's brows furrowed deeply. His lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning, Chen Minghua had once again set her as a comparison target. Wen Ning had been quite busy lately, first managing the 2 storefronts she purchased. One was leased to Li Chui for a restaurant, which had already been minimally renovated, and Li Chui had chosen an auspicious date to commence operations. The other, smaller, had previously been a small supermarket. Wen Ning initially intended to rent it out, but Sister Li Si, whose husband had cheated on her, approached her through the clothing store owner, Gan Hongmei. Wen Ning, I heard you purchased that small supermarket. Would you consider letting me help you manage it? Operating a small supermarket would undoubtedly be more lucrative than renting it out, but it demanded more effort, such as sourcing various suppliers, which was labor-intensive. After some contemplation, Wen Ning decided against it. She organized a promotional event over a couple of days to clear out the inventory before renting it to another owner who wanted to open a general store. As for Sister Li Si, Wen Ning introduced her to Li Chui. Once Li Chui's restaurant opened, business boomed, and she and Ma Qingqiao could hardly keep up. With Sister Li Si's assistance, she found herself overwhelmed with cash. Another task occupying Wen Ning's attention was the imminent end of summer, as the factory was racing to produce autumn and winter garments. Chapter 88. He even contemplated changing his surname to Zhou. The autumn collection featured the public's favorite styles, various men's and women's suits, bell-bottom trousers, and sportswear. Winter garments were priced higher, yielding greater profits. Wen Ning, along with Song Yuan Shu and Lu Wei, dedicated considerable effort. They held over 10 meetings merely to discuss designs, yet some disagreements persisted. Primarily, Wen Ning aimed to make down jackets the flagship product, but the unit cost was slightly high, with market prices hovering around 55 yuan. She wished to expedite production and ensure ample stock, akin to the red dresses from summer. However, the workshop director, Fu Mingsheng, posed a direct question. Designer 1. 55 yuan is roughly the monthly salary of an average factory worker. I know there will be buyers for warm-down jackets, but will there be enough? Wen Ning noted. In recent years, the economy has developed rapidly, and people's living conditions have improved. Moreover, the clearance of winter garments coincides with the new year. I believe we can sell out. Fu Mingsheng's expression remained skeptical. The meeting had reached a slight impasse when Liang Shui, responsible for taking minutes, hesitantly raised her hand. Under the gaze of the crowd, she forced a smile and stammered. I've been studying at night school. According to our teacher, there are 1 million people in Luxiang City, and 1/3 of them can afford our down jackets. If 1/10 of that third makes a purchase, we could sell 30,000 jackets. Her newfound expertise gradually imbued her with confidence, and her speech became more fluid, her eyes sparkling. This is merely the market in Luxiang City. Many of our suppliers come from other cities, indicating that the market can absorb more than 30,000. Rather than scrambling later, it would be prudent to plan ahead. Therefore, I support Sister Wen's idea. After she finished, there was a moment of silence before Wen Ning broke into a smile and initiated applause. She generously praised Liang Shui. You found your night school studies quite useful. We should organize more personnel to gain knowledge, return, and contribute to the factory. Song Yuan Shu nodded in agreement. We must include this in our plan. Liang Shui blushed. Feeling bashful, it's just an estimate. It might not be accurate. No matter, Wen Ning replied with seriousness, her hands clasped. If 30,000 is too many, let us prepare an initial stock of 10,000 down jackets, 5,000 for each gender. I will present the sample designs for everyone to vote on. Reducing the target to 1/3. Even Fu Mingsheng had no objections, especially with data backing the decision. Moreover, Wen Ning's choice to stockpile the red dresses in summer had proven to be astute. Who would dare oppose profit? If the down jacket sold, as well as the red dresses, every employee in the factory, even every dog, would enjoy a prosperous year. Fully immersed in her work, Wen Ning left early and returned late, tirelessly devoted. Meanwhile, the rest of the family managed the logistics. During this time, Xiaoyu caught a cold, which Yin Gang and Jia Shufan alternately cared for. With half a month left of summer vacation, De Mao and Air Mao ceased their snack business and began to indulge in leisure and summer assignments. One day, upon returning home from work, Wen Ning saw a throng gathered outside her door. What on earth happened? A sense of urgency gripped her, and before she could approach, she overheard Jia Shufan's furious tirade. If you can't afford a trash can, then go back and dig up your ancestors' graves and use the coffin to make do. You fools, I warn you, if I catch you littering again, I will plaster your door with used toilet paper and see if you can control your hands. Wen Ning. Silence enveloped the crowd. Jia Shufan scanned the faces, not spotting any guilty expressions, until her gaze landed on Wen Ning. A moment of surprise crossed her face before she cleared her throat. Disperse. You all seem to love watching the commotion. You wouldn't be the ones littering, would you? As soon as she finished, a chorus of denials erupted. Not me, I'm leaving. There's meat simmering in the pot. Oh, is there meat for dinner tonight? Did you get paid? As they chatted, the crowd dispersed, fearful of being scolded. Jia Shufan's combativeness was truly formidable. Upbroating, Wen Ning. She offered a forthright, yet somewhat cautious explanation. Little one, someone has carelessly discarded trash at our doorstep. It is utterly revolting. I scolded them severely. But do not overthink it. She feared that Wen Ning might perceive her as vulgar and unruly. However, Wen Ning understood that her mother-in-law was a reasonable woman. Still, she offered her counsel. Mother, in the future, if this occurs again, you can report it to the neighborhood committee. They will handle the investigation. Your anger only harms your health. Jia Shufan sighed deeply and retreated indoors. Wen Ning pulled de Mao closer and remarked upon her mother-in-law's troubled demeanor. Does grandmother seem to be burdened by something? Do you know what it is? De Mao shook his head. He was not fond of going out and spent his days engrossed in books, occasionally called by grandmother to glimpse at Xiaoyu. Thus he was oblivious to the matter. It was Mao, however, who returned, breathless and bouncing with excitement, providing critical information. Mother, grandmother received a call from the hometown. Wen Ning raised her eyebrows in surprise. Calculating the timing, it must be that Yin Song and Zhou Yunyun's son had been born. Yet, why was mother so displeased? During supper, the atmosphere at the table was rather somber. Wen Ning thought this could not persist, so she inquired, Mother, you received a call from home. Did Zhou Yunyun give birth? Jia Shufan paused her meal, responding listlessly, yes. Wen Ning glanced at Yin Gang, who cleared his throat. Mother, did Sandy ask you for money again? No. Jia Shufan uttered the words that left everyone incredulous. Mao, ever blunt, exclaimed, Grandmother, you often say that asking for your money is akin to asking for your life. Yet, since Shu hasn't even asked for your money, why do you look as though you've lost your life? Jia Shufan slammed her chopsticks down, glaring at him. You can't even keep your mouth shut during supper. I ought to tape it shut. Mao, alarmed, withdrew his bowl. The others watched as Jia Shufan, unable to contain herself any longer, straightened up and declared, they had a son, and I was hoping he would ask for money. Instead, that good-for-nothing Yin Song allowed his son to take the surname Zhou. Surname Zhou? That means he shares Zhou Yunyun's surname. Yin Gang frowned slightly, and Wen Ning too found it a curious deviation. Such a turn of events had not occurred in the previous life. It seemed that in this new iteration, circumstances were shifting. Jia Shufan vented her frustration. In the past, couples had several children. One could take their wife's surname, and that would suffice. Now they have but one child, and he doesn't even contest this. I suspect he is contemplating changing his name to Zhou Song. Yin Gang and Wen Ning remained silent. However, Mao, with reckless courage, raised his hand. Grandmother, we have 3 children in our family. Can I not take my mother's surname? If not Yin Chuan, I shall be Wen Chuan. The table fell silent, each member wearing a different expression. Chapter 89. The master of thriftiness Jia Shufan, in her impatience, waved her hand dismissively. You can take whatever surname you wish. I shall still call you Mao. Was that an agreement? Mao's eyes lit up, pushing to Mao. Brother, will you take mother's surname? You shall be Wen Su. Wen Chuan sounded acceptable, but Wen Su was truly unappealing. Da Mao grimasid. Wen Ning laughed aloud. Once a name is chosen, it should not be altered. Do not change it. Yin Su and Yin Chuan are quite pleasant as they are. She advised Jia Shufan, Mother, consider this. Both de Mao and Mao have their own thoughts. And as adults, Yin Song and Zhou Yunyun have their own ideas as well. Given the vast distances involved, do not let their decisions adversely affect your health. It is not worth it. Agreed Yin Gang. Even with the surname Zhou, he remains your grandson. You do not lack for grandchildren. While the logic was sound and Jia Shufan understood it, she was left with one lingering question. Should I still send the 100 yuan I prepared for them? Initially, she had intended to send it to assist Zhou Yunyun during her confinement and with the child, but the surname situation had diminished her excitement. And now she had no desire to send the money. Wen Ning reassured her, send it. It is a gesture of goodwill, and while you're at it, please include an additional 30 yuan. The 30 yuan was a gift. When she had given birth to Xiaoyu, Yin Song had gifted her 20. The following year, she added 10, which was already quite generous. With her daughter-in-law's approval, Jia Shufan ceased to be conflicted and resumed her meal. Very well. I shall inquire with Jean Lan tomorrow and bring the gifts back together. Mao's eyes darted about. He was no longer contemplating changing his surname. After dinner, he followed de Mao closely, counting on his fingers. Brother, With Sanshu's newborn, we could receive at least 150. Good heavens. 150 is what we would earn after working for half a month. Perhaps when we grow up, we should have more children. Damao shot him a disdainful glance. Are you illiterate? Can't you read the large letters on the wall? Early romance, early marriage, early childbirth, early burdens. Fewer children mean less burden. Travel light and run fast. Just then, Wen Ning passed by astonished, Damao, how do you remember this so well? Mao interjected. The school bulletin board was written by brother. Ah, never mind. I shall not stray from the path. I will work diligently instead. Wen Ning chuckled at his earnest tone. What money will you earn? Your primary task now is to study. Jia Shufan seized the opportunity to scold. Yin Mao, if you perform poorly this semester, neither your mother nor I will attend the parent-teacher meeting. Your father will go. Yang Gong. Was his face not worth anything? Mao truly looked as though the sky had fallen, his head drooping as he retreated. I shall go do my homework properly now. Yin Gang was left speechless. Before bed, he asked Wen Ning, am I really that inadequate? Why does Mao seem so averse to my attending school? Wen Ning paused for 2 seconds, then earnestly replied, Mao is a boy. Boys typically have a strong attachment to their mothers. It is normal for him to express disdain from time to time. Just wait until Xiaoyu grows up. She will undoubtedly become your little cotton-padded jacket, clinging to you daily. Really? Yin Gang's lips curled slightly as he gazed at the sleeping Xiaoyu, already envisioning a beautiful scene of paternal affection and filial devotion. Wen Ning cast her gaze aside, suppressing a smile that threatened to surface. It seemed that Yin Gang was unaware of the concept of a little cotton-padded jacket. Let him continue to dream. The following day, Jia Shufan received 20 yuan in gift money from Lu Jinlan, which she combined with the previous amount, sending a total of 150 yuan back to Yin Song in their hometown. Soon after, Damao and Mao registered for school, and Yin Gang was assigned tasks. Everything was progressing smoothly. The weather gradually turned cooler. Summer clothing made way for autumn attire. As Wen Ning rode her bicycle home from work, her fingers and toes numb from the chill, winter garments slowly took center stage. The next morning, Wen Ning dressed the entire family in the down jackets she had designed. Jia Shufan wore a striking red, radiant and eye-catching. Yin Gang, who usually donned military attire, was fitted with a snug black down vest, tailored specifically for him. Wen Ning herself wore black, practical and slimming. Damao and Mao sported identical sky blue jackets, youthful and vibrant, while Xiaoyu was clad in pink. Each garment shared a common trait, warmth. Upon wearing it, Jia Shufan's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my goodness. I feel as though I've wrapped myself in layers of quilts. I cannot feel the cold at all. Little one, what kind of magical down jacket is this? It must be expensive. Wen Ning did not conceal the truth. Purchasing them from outside costs about 60 yuan each, but since I am one of you, I got them for half the price. Jia Shufan gasped, immediately wanting to remove the jacket. Half price still amounted to 30 yuan. That was the equivalent of a regular person's half-month salary. As a laborer, she felt unworthy of such expensive clothing. Wen Ning stopped her, presenting a well-prepared justification. Mother, these jackets are new products launched by our factory. We have stockpiled 10,000 pieces. We were concerned that the pricing might be too high and not sell. Therefore, we prioritize sales to employees and their families as a form of promotion. If you wear it out, you will help advertise for our factory, which means I won't have made a loss. Only then did Jia Shufan relent, though her face was filled with concern as she counted the garments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pieces. That amounts to nearly 200. Little one, how about this? Let's share one jacket. You wear it while at work, and I'll wear it when I promote the factory. We can return the one for Gongzi, and Damao and Mao can share one. We can also return the one for Xiaoyu since she will grow quickly, and it will be too small by the new year. This way, our family will only need to buy 2 jackets, saving a significant sum. The remaining individuals present were astonished, questioning whether such frugality was worth risking one's life. Damao and Mao, clutching their crossbody bags, rushed out, calling back to their parents, Mom, Dad, we're off to school. We're going to be late. See you in the afternoon. You little rascals, take off those new clothes. Jia Shufan, unable to catch up, pounded her thighs in frustration, lamenting how these 2 boys had no sense of financial prudence, wearing new clothes so carelessly. She raised her voice, reminding them to promote their mother's handiwork, cautioning them not to get too dirty. From a distance, De Mao and Air Mao's cheerful replies resonated. Jia Shufan turned back to find Yingang gazing at her with a smile in his eyes. He cleared his throat and remarked, "I want tea, wear a coat. If I expose myself, it will be to promote Ning Ning's work, all right?" Wen Ning, bemused, thought, surely it cannot be that extreme. Chapter 90. New clothes prepared for you. Faced with Jia Shufan's strong desire to return the clothes, Wen Ning concocted an excuse, explaining that the down jackets were merely flawed items cleared out by the factory and could not be returned. Jia Shufan's mind turned, and new ideas began to form. "I could sell them to others." Wen Ning conceded with a smile, "Mom, your mind is quite agile. I retrieved the clothes so everyone could keep warm. You should wear them and promote them for me when you have the chance." Thus, Jia Shufan relented. That very day, she donned a bright red new jacket and took her granddaughter, clad in pink, out for a chat. The onlookers were not naive and naturally inquired, "Sister Shufan, it isn't even the new year yet, and your whole family is dressed in new clothes?" Jia Shufan, brimming with pride, replied, "Oh, I didn't want to wear them, but my daughter-in-law insisted I do, or else she would be upset with me." She continued, "This is called a down jacket, a new style from my daughter-in-law's factory. Light yet warm. Feel it. Isn't it comfortable? When I wear it, it feels as if I've wrapped myself in layers of blankets, all thanks to my daughter-in-law." Some of the nearby ants rolled their eyes at her boastfulness. Upon revealing the price of 60 yuan, the frugal ants displayed astonished expressions. "Goodness, 60. Why not just rob a bank? You two cost 120. Sister Shufan, your family may have money, but mine certainly does not. No matter how warm it is, I wouldn't spend 60 on a shirt. I could buy years' worth of medicine for that price if I caught a cold. Spending 60 on a shirt is simply extravagant." Jia Shufan pondered. That does seem to make some sense, and she was almost swayed. However, she had to promote Wen Ning's work and could not fall behind. Jia Shufan shifted the conversation. "Sisters, we shouldn't say such things. As the old saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. We are of an age where consuming copious amounts of medicine can ruin our health. What will we do if we fall ill? It is better to protect ourselves while we are still healthy. Moreover, spending 60 yuan on a down jacket, given our frugality, will last us at least 10 years. 10 years. It is hardly expensive. Having lived this long, do we not deserve a dignified final decade?" Her confidence grew with each word, becoming more resolute in her assertion. "Sisterly Sanmei, your son Zhao is a good boy. If he knew of such a jacket, he would surely buy you one. Just wait and enjoy. Sister Zhou, although you are older and in poorer health, you have 6 sons. Each could contribute 10 yuan for you. Little Wang, I heard your son-in-law's mother passed away young. He is filial, so why not ask him to feel this jacket?" Surprisingly, her persuasive approach proved effective. The interested ants gathered around Jia Shufan, examining the jacket, inquiring where to purchase it and what styles were available. Jia Shufan, unaware of the burgeoning interest she had sparked, promised to inquire with Wen Ning and return with answers, hoping to buy several pieces at a discount. At that moment, a dissenting voice rang out among the crowd. "How impressive. The men toil away, asking us to protect the home front, while you spend recklessly 60 yuan on a coat. Does it have gold embroidery or something? I, Lin Meijin, would rather freeze than buy myself a 60 yuan coat." Jia Shufan dismissed Lin Yuzhen's antiquated sentiments with a nod. "Yes, indeed. Save your money for the afterlife, where you can spend it." Laughter erupted among the crowd, the ants buzzing with excitement. Outside the lively group, a round-faced, middle-aged woman turned to her companion and remarked, "That ant promoting the down jackets is quite eloquent. If she were 10 years younger, she would be perfect for a position at our community office." Her companion sighed, "Indeed, she makes me want to buy a down jacket. It's dreadfully cold these days. Perhaps we should ask her. Her daughter-in-law works at the factory, so she must be able to get them at a discount." Meanwhile, Wen Ning remained unaware of Jia Shufan's tireless efforts to promote her, already securing several orders. She too was strategizing how to market the down jackets. In fact, the Hongxing garment factory, after nearly a year of development, particularly due to the popularity of the red dress, had garnered a stable clientele. They trusted the factory and ordered batches of 50 or 100 down jackets for sale. However, in the face of a stockpile of 10,000, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The down jackets had yet to penetrate the hearts of the populace. Wen Ning believed that the Chinese loved to follow trends, and the most critical task was to promote the warmth of the jackets. Once more people donned them, the buyers would inevitably increase. Their stock would not only sell out quickly, but also necessitate overtime work. Thus, Wen Ning enlisted Lu Wei to assign her several sales staff members, and they rented a stall outside the largest shopping mall in Lucheng. Wen Ning had a banner made, emblazoned with red letters on a white background proclaiming, Hongxing Garment Factory down jackets, wholesale prices for a limited time only. She even purchased 2 full-length mirrors for customers to check themselves in. Additionally, they wore appropriately fitting jackets and enthusiastically introduced them to interested customers. Sister, take a look at my jacket. Isn't it warm? Feel my hand. Brother, the new year is approaching. Buy our new clothes. This endeavor was not solely for profit. It was also to build a reputation. Surprisingly, many inquiries flowed in, and they became quite busy, requiring additional help the following day. After 3 days of this hustle, Wen Ning felt weary, her back aching, and her throat dry, wishing for a moment of silence. One day, Yin Gang came to pick her up, and upon observing her state, concern filled his eyes. Leave the sales work to Lu Wei. Don't overexert yourself. No one will criticize you. Wen Ning waved her hand. Lu Wei's wife is pregnant and has some complications, so I will help as much as I can. Once the down jackets gain popularity, we won't have to do this anymore. Yin Gang sighed. I just think you're working too hard. It's all right, Wen Ning replied. Wrapping her arms around his waist and having the opportunity to work hard is a blessing. Anything is possible. Chapter 91. Your spouse did not prepare for you that day. Jia Shufan approached Wen Ning with a triumphant air. Xiaowen, I've been flaunting my down jacket these past few days, promoting it. You would believe how many people in the housing complex are interested, asking where I bought it. Those ants can't easily go to the city. Could you bring back some down jackets? Wen Ning casually nodded. I can bring some back after work. How many do you need? She presumed it would be no more than 10, but to her surprise, Jia Shufan briskly pulled out a notebook, reciting her requests. For those with a build similar to mine, I need 8 in black and 4 in red. For those resembling Gongzi, I need 15 in black. For those like you, 3 in red. And for Damao and Air Mao. The others at the dinner table were left astonished. This added up to over 30 pieces. After finishing her list, Jia Shufan boldly suggested, Xiaowen, speak with the factory about getting other colors, red, green, blue, and perhaps some mixed patterns. Wouldn't that be lovely? Wen Ning replied, I'll see what I can do. If we were to target the elderly market, that design could work. She assured her that she would bring back the requested down jackets, at which point Air Mao curiously asked Grandma, how did you keep track of all that when you can't read? Jia Shufan shot him a look, proudly showcasing her little notebook. I possess the ability to draw. Look, the short and stout figure represents me, while the tall and slender one is Gongzi. The one with the ponytail is Xiaowen. As for Damao and Ermao, Damao has 1 hair, and Ermao has 2. As for Xiaoyu, I depicted a single corn cob. A hush fell over the crowd. So, you really can draw? Ermao raised his hand to take credit. Mom, my elder brother and I wore clothes to school, and many teachers inquired. We told them they could buy them at the city mall. Damao nodded seriously. The teachers were quite intrigued. I overheard them planning to visit the city this weekend. The 2 children felt proud of their contributions, basking in their achievements. Wen Ning smiled and praised them. Later, Jia Shufan, Damao, and Ermao turned their attention to Yin Gang, who was eating attentively, their eyes filled with inquiry. What about you? Surely you haven't been wearing your down jacket for nothing? Yin Gang paused, setting down his chopsticks. I've been quite busy these days and haven't had the chance to take off my coat. Jia Shufan and the others exchanged disdainful glances. Wen Ning met Yin Gang's helpless expression and couldn't help but laugh. It's just a new outfit. Why the psychological burden? The next day, everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. In the afternoon, Yin Gang observed soldiers practicing shooting at the range, accompanied by Zhou Jinxiang, the newly appointed political commissar, and Commander Zhou Aigua, with high-ranking officials present. The soldiers were all serious, fearful of being reprimanded. As they strolled, suddenly, a soldier's hand trembled, causing his gun to slip from his grasp. The camp leader rushed over, standing at attention to explain, Report, sir. He was startled and fearful of firing. Yin Gang raised an eyebrow. Zhou Jinxiang remarked in a casual tone, What is there to fear from a little startle? Your lieutenant, Yin, has been shot before and still hits the mark every time, even at 600 meters. You should learn from him. Everyone turned to look, and the commissar grinned, given their admiring gazes. Should Lieutenant Yin demonstrate? Yin Gang glanced at Zhou Aigua, who waved dismissively. Just practice. I haven't seen you shoot in ages. Yin Gang saluted, yes. He casually walked to a platform and instructed the person watching the targets to move them back. Suddenly, he had an idea and naturally removed his coat, revealing a vest underneath, and lifted his gun. Bang, bang, bang. The successive gunshots rang out. The target was too far to discern how many rings he hit until someone raised a sign. A soldier leaped up, exclaiming, "All 10 rings. Lieutenant Yin is incredible." The remarkable Lieutenant Yin remained humble, setting down his gun and surveying the surroundings. "Train well." The soldiers echoed in unison. At this moment, Yin Gang returned, holding his coat. Zhou Jinxiang seized the opportunity. "Old Yin, on such a cold day, why take off your coat just to shoot? By the way, what's that inside? It looks quite light." Yin Gang replied casually, "It's a down vest made by my wife." "Didn't your partner make you one?" Zhou Jinxiang. How infuriating. Yin Gang had no intention of provoking him. He knew that Tian Xiu's sister-in-law worked at the clothing factory, so Zhou Jinxiang should have one as well. Observing Zhou Jinxiang's disgruntled expression, Yin Gang cleared his throat. "This garment is quite warm. Moderation is key." Just as he was about to put his coat back on, Zhou Aiguo expressed interest. "I remember your wife, Wen Ning. She previously helped veterans find jobs and reported spies. Is this her handiwork? Let me take a look." Unbeknownst to Wen Ning, Yin Gang was attempting to promote her clothing. She was busy at the factory. The strength of family was tremendous. Nearly 40 down jackets were sold at once. And the partners of the Hongxing garment factory were not to be underestimated. Wen Ning was informed by Liang Shui about good news. "Sister Wen, the boss who previously ordered 50 to 100 down jackets has returned for more. They reported that although the jackets are pricey, the quality speaks for itself. And many are purchasing. This time, they're taking 300 to 400 pieces." Wen Ning smiled, stood up, and grabbed her notebook. "This is excellent news. Let us go find out if those bosses have any feedback on the down jackets. We can incorporate useful suggestions for improvements." Chapter 92. Wen Ning's quick thinking. Wen Ning is a designer adept at heeding feedback, and her notebook is filled with various notes. For instance, customer complaints include: the pockets are somewhat small, the zippers aren't very smooth, the styles are average, they aren't waterproof, the prices are too high, and they're too short for taller individuals. Some issues are beyond modification due to the constraints of the times, and Wen Ning can only take note of them. However, some are amendable, prompting her to repeatedly recreate samples to send to the production line. As she busied herself, she hardly had time to inquire about other trivial matters. One day, as Wen Ning finished work, she suddenly heard a commotion in the storefront. "Your down jackets are not only expensive, but the quality is poor. Look closely at the red bumps on my wife. They're itchy and inflamed, all caused by wearing your down jackets." Wen Ning frowned, setting down her bicycle and approaching the scene. A crowd had gathered. An irate man in his 30s shouted, while a middle-aged woman beside him displayed her arms, covered in a multitude of red bumps. The curly-haired store employee wore an impatient expression. "Impossible. So many people wear our down jackets without issue. How could you be the only ones experiencing this? Are you trying to extort us because our jackets are selling well?" The man, infuriated, retorted, "Who has tried to extort? When we purchased your down jackets, you promised a 7-day return policy for any issues, so we came to the factory. You're in this state, and you expect us to not allow returns?" Wen Ning observed the store employee's irritated demeanor, her brows furrowing tightly. "How do you conduct business like this?" She pulled over a familiar staff member, instructing, "Please call Factory Director Song and inform him there's an urgent matter." The staff member nodded and ran off. Wen Ning squeezed through the crowd, stepping forward with a steady voice. "Hello, sir, ma'am. I'm Wen Ning, the designer of the factory. You can call me Xiaowen. I will handle your issue. Can we discuss this in the office?" The couple regarded her skeptically, the man still somewhat confrontational. "What's there to discuss? If you're unwilling to refund the jackets, we'll call the police and let them handle it." "Very well. We'll also involve the police." The curly-haired employee chimed in quickly, but was abruptly silenced by Wen Ning's firm command, "Be quiet. What kind of attitude is that towards customers? You're fired." The group was taken aback. The curly-haired employee, livid, protested, "On what grounds do you fire me? Do you know who I am? I'm Director Song's relative. He calls me aunt. Then I'll have someone summon Director Song." Wen Ning replied coldly, "He will address you." The curly-haired employee fell silent, her expression a mix of anger and fear. Despite her previous bravado, she understood Wen Ning's standing within the factory. Wen Ning had no interest in further banter with her. Extending her hand to invite the couple again, "Please, this way." The couple stood frozen, surprised by Wen Ning's decisive manner. They exchanged glances, shared silent opinions, and nodded, all right. They followed Wen Ning into the conference room. Barely seated, the man pulled out several documents, hospital examination forms, and purchase receipts. Look, the results from the hospital clearly indicate that my wife developed acute urticaria due to the fabric of your jackets. She hasn't slept at all because of the itching. She has been scratching so hard her skin is raw. Wen Ning examined the documents closely, realizing the validity of their claims. May I ask, do you still have a down jacket purchase from us? We do. The man produced a bag and extracted a black down jacket. As Wen Ning reached out to touch it, she immediately sensed something was amiss. She scrutinized it closely, her brows gradually easing. She walked to the door and called for 2 down jackets to be brought over, then returned to the couple. Dear sir and madam, this down jacket is not produced by our factory, a middle-aged man abruptly interjected, rising in agitation. How can you shirk responsibility like this? My spouse and I purchased it from your stall, spending a full 55 yuan, my entire month's salary. I remember it clearly. Wen Ning calmly responded, please, sir, take a seat and allow me to explain. She struggled to make her point, but the man's spouse gently tugged at him, prompting Wen Ning to address her directly. Ma'am, sir, observe that the collar of this jacket bears no trademark. Our factory's down jackets prominently display the words Red Star along with a distinct design. Look here. She took the jacket and pointed out the details. Aside from the absence of the trademark, the quality of this jacket is quite poor. Just look at the stitching and craftsmanship. Even the seams are inadequately done. I suspect the filling is substandard, which could be the reason for your discomfort, ma'am. Wen Ning spoke logically and persuasively, and soon both middle-aged individuals appeared convinced. However, the man pressed on, I indeed purchased this jacket from your stall and possess the receipt. Are you suggesting that one of your employees sold me a counterfeit item? Wen Ning remained unperturbed, pausing for a moment. That is one possibility. Alternatively, it could be that someone swapped your jacket. Sir, ma'am, I suggest we report this matter to the authorities. It requires thorough investigation, and we cannot allow anyone to tarnish our factory's reputation by selling substandard down jackets under our name. The couple agreed. As they exited, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei arrived. Wen Ning succinctly recounted the situation, and their expressions turned serious. Subsequently, Song Yuanshu instructed his secretary to accompany the couple to file a police report, while the 3 of them convened in the office. Lu Wei looked troubled. Regardless of who was responsible for the jacket swap, it was evident that someone was producing counterfeit versions of their down jackets, leveraging their brand to sell inferior products. This issue must be resolved. Otherwise, the reputation of our Red Star down jackets will be compromised. Indeed, we shall cooperate with the police investigation, Wen Ning thought positively, considering that this incident could serve as an advertisement for their factory. What? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. If we expose the counterfeit products, it will only affirm the exceptional quality of our down jackets. We should have someone write an article about today's events and publish it in the newspaper for promotion. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei understood her intent immediately and gave her a thumbs up. Excellent, Sister Wen, your mind is sharp. However, they all acknowledged that the foundation of this plan hinged on eliminating any internal issues within the factory. There was much to be done. As Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei prepared to leave, Wen Ning recalled an important matter. Indeed, some staff members are inept at handling emergencies. We must enhance their training. Yuanshu, I have decided to dismiss that relative of yours. What relative? Song Yuanshu replied, embarrassed as he explained. She lived next door when I was a child and, sharing the same surname as my mother, insisted I call her aunt. She often recounted how she changed my diapers. I have long wanted to let her go. Wen Ning and Lu Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 93. More devious than unscrupulous manufacturers, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei remained busy, while Wen Ning found herself at ease, having previously agreed to oversee the clothing aspect without involving herself in daily operations. Nevertheless, she remained attentive to the unfolding situation. With police intervention, the matter was not challenging to investigate. Within a couple of days, results emerged. Indeed, unscrupulous merchants were producing counterfeit down jackets, filling them with cheap feathers and inferior materials, rendering them poorly insulated and uncomfortable after a few washes. The woman who experienced an acute allergic reaction likely had a pre-existing sensitivity, which explained her rapid response. The circumstances surrounding the jacket swap were also uncovered. It was Liang Shui who came to gossip with Wen Ning. There's a confused old lady in their family who swapped her daughter's cheap down jacket for her daughter-in-law's. When confronted, she refused to acknowledge it and sat on the ground wailing about her hardships, raising her son and daughter, only to have her son forget her after marrying. Liang Shui sighed deeply. Aren't families supposed to unite like yours, Sister Wen, to live harmoniously? Why create unnecessary troubles that affect one's mood? Indeed, Wen Ning agreed. Every family has its own hardships, an age-old dilemma. She refrained from intervening further. By the way, how are sales of down jackets faring lately? Liang Shui shook her head. Not well at all. People already considered down jackets expensive, and with news of toxic down jackets circulating, sales have plummeted. Sister Wen, when will our innocent story be published in newspaper? Wen Ning speculated, we should wait until the police apprehend the counterfeit manufacturers. There's no hurry. The more vehemently people criticize, the better. Once the truth is revealed, we can launch a promotional campaign, and things will improve. She remained calm, but others were not as composed. As Wen Ning and Liang Shui finished work, they noticed the shop was nearly deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling scene before. While exiting, a familiar black Santana pulled up, and the window rolled down to reveal Yi Feng's charming face. He smiled brightly. Sister, Xiao Xue off work? Recently, with his sister's help, Yi Feng had been pursuing Liang Shui, employing a slow and steady approach while occasionally assisting her. Liang Shui glanced at her sister, adopting a serious demeanor. What are you doing here? I'm not available today. Yi Feng smiled, his eyes sparkling. I'm not here to ask you out. I need some cash and thought to borrow some down jackets from your factory to sell in the neighboring city. Once I make some money, I'll treat you to dinner. Feeling flattered yet embarrassed, Liang Shui retorted, what down jackets? Aren't you selling electronic watches? Two birds with one stone. More income for my future wife, he quipped. Just then, another vehicle approached, and Yi Feng bid a hasty farewell before driving off to collect the merchandise. Liang Shui found herself torn, unsure whether to follow or stay. Wen Ning observed, he is concerned about you and is trying to help you clear inventory. The young man shows initiative. If you're uneasy, go keep an eye on him. Liang Shui turned and hurried inside. Although their factory sold only down jackets, she knew which style sold well and which did not. And it was her duty to give Yi Feng a heads up. Wen Ning then rode her bike home. Upon arriving at the residential complex, she encountered Lu Jinlan with her son. The three entered together. Lu Jinlan, her expression filled with concern, asked, Sister-in-law, I heard your factory produces counterfeit down jackets. What's the situation? Wen Ning, not wanting to divulge too much, replied, we're still investigating. I believe in you, Lu Jinlan declared passionately. Besides, how can they be counterfeit? They refuse to pay for the expensive ones and instead buy cheap goods. Cheap items will never match the quality of the expensive ones. They don't want to spend money, yet create trouble. How shameless. Wen Ning sensed something amiss in Lu Jinlan's words. She turned and inquired, do you know how much those counterfeit down jackets cost? No, I have no idea. Lu Jinlan stammered, forcing a laugh. Sister-in-law, why would I know? I just feel it's unfair for you. You've put in so much effort to sell down jackets, and now your family is involved. It's a pity. Wen Ning felt no sense of loss. Instead, she suspected Lu Jinlan was hiding something. However, she deemed it unimportant and continued on her way. The following day, while at work, Liang Shui knocked on the door and entered, her expression complex. Sister Wen, the police have brought Yin Yuanbao. Upon seeing the 4-year-old boy approach, face streaked with dirt and tears, Wen Ning frowned. Where's your mother? She's selling clothes, and they took her away, Yin Yuanbao replied. Unable to articulate clearly, Liang Shui clarified, his mother was selling substandard clothes, and the police have taken her for questioning. She will be released once the investigation is complete. Wen Ning pondered, could it be that she was selling counterfeit down jackets? The two sisters exchanged glances, both harboring the same suspicion. Wen Ning was indifferent towards Lu Jinlan's plight, reasoning that she would not face dire consequences. After work, she took Yuanbao home. Knowing the full context, Jia Shufan scolded her, but did not insist that Yin Gang or Wen Ning intervene to secure the woman's release. Despite knowing that the down jackets were of dubious quality, she continued to sell them, displaying a heart even more callous than that of the unscrupulous manufacturers. Let her learn her lesson. Perhaps next time she will think twice. Yet, this lesson lasted merely 2 days. When Lu Jinlan was released, she hurried to demand her wages from the stall owner who had helped her. After a series of exhausting encounters, she arrived at the Yin household in a disheveled state. where Wen Ning was also present. Lu Jinlan, in a flustered manner, rushed to embrace Yuan Bao. My Yuan Bao, you haven't suffered too much, have you? Where's Xiao Yu? Yuan Bao, uncomfortable with such an embrace, wriggled free and ran away. Jia Shufan handed her a glass of water, somewhat irritable, and remarked, "What are you looking for Xiao Yu for? Your daughter is a lazy bum, sleeping inside." Lu Jinlan straightened up, dissatisfied, and muttered, "What time is it for her to be sleeping? She's such a pig. Mom, you have no idea how much I've suffered this time. The police station is no place for anyone." Jia Shufan rolled her eyes. "You brought this upon yourself. So stop complaining." Feeling a lump in her throat as Jia Shufan walked away, Lu Jinlan's gaze shifted to Wen Ning, full of resentment. "Sister-in-law, I heard your factory is pursuing responsibility and demanding a thorough investigation into all vendors selling these dubious down jackets. Isn't that a bit excessive? I'm just a small fry helping to run a stall to earn a little money. Why should I be caught up in this?" Wen Ning, rendered speechless, replied, "If you're dissatisfied, go complain to the authorities who apprehended you." Lu Jinlan dared not do so, feeling guilty for her past misdeeds and wishing to avoid returning to the police station. With her fury boiling over, she gritted her teeth. "How could I dare to complain? Sister-in-law, you've made such a fuss that even your down jackets will be hard to sell." Wen Ning casually flipped through a newspaper, her tone serene. "That is not your concern." Lu Jinlan, taking her 2 children, left in anger, directing her frustrations toward her lazy daughter upon returning home. Meanwhile, in the family compound, Jia Shufan was preoccupied with returning the down jackets. Hearing about the dubious quality of the jackets, some gullible neighbors sought to return their purchases to Jia Shufan, infuriating her. However, both Wen Ning and Yin Gang urged her to comply, reminding her that the factory had indeed promised a 7-day return policy and that maintaining good neighborly relations was essential. But was Jia Shufan merely an ordinary aunt who would swallow her anger? Certainly not. While it was important to maintain good relations, she needed to assert herself. Otherwise, people would think her easy to manipulate and would return to her for more purchases in the future, only to demand refunds again. That would drive her to despair. Jia Shufan quickly devised a plan. She called out to the neighbors, inviting those who wished to return their down jackets to come forward. Soon, a crowd gathered in front of a Yin household, composed of both returners and onlookers. They noticed a writing desk set up in front of the yard, with the Mao sitting behind it, seemingly preparing to take notes. One bold neighbor asked, "Sister Shufan, what are you having your grandson do?" Jia Shufan smiled and replied, "He's making a record. Those returning items need to provide a reason. Now, who wants to be the first to return?" She appeared quite amiable, prompting an elderly woman to step forward with her jacket, declaring, "I'll go first." Jia Shufan politely inquired, "Sister Zhou, what is your reason for returning?" The woman, known as Sister Zhou, candidly answered, "Everyone says these down jackets are of poor quality. I fear wearing it might ruin my health." Jia Shufan nodded and turned to the Mao, who began to take notes while reading aloud. "Ms. Zhou Shulan, mother of Uncle Zhao Daqiang, readily believes rumors without discerning the truth, commonly referred to as a fool, and should not be closely associated with." Jia Shufan nodded in satisfaction and handed over 40 yuan, saying, "Here you go, Sister Zhou, take your money." Sister Zhou, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Why is your grandson calling me out by name?" Jia Shufan countered, "Is it true or not? These dubious down jackets are not from my daughter-in-law's factory. They reported it, and the police are still investigating. You believe the rumors. So are you not the fool?" Sister Zhou's face flushed. "If you don't want me to return the jacket, just say so. Why all this?" "Return it," Jia Shufan interrupted, shoving the 40 yuan into her hand and calling out to the next person in line, "Hurry up, next." The remaining crowd exchanged glances, hesitating. One brave woman finally spoke up, "I want to return mine." "The reason?" "Your down jackets are cheap for a reason. I heard the mall sells them for 60, but you charged me 40. Could it be that your daughter-in-law sold me a defective item? Trying to deceive me, an old lady." Jia Shufan maintained a neutral expression as she collected the jacket, reminding the Mao, "This is the mother-in-law of Commander Chun, Li Lu Huan." The Mao noted down Ms. Li Lu Huan, too blind to recognize a good-hearted person, foolishly disregarding the truth, and will no longer be entertained. "I want to return mine. I dislike the style. It looks ugly on me. Consider reflecting on yourself more and blaming the jacket less. It is innocent, regardless of who returned." The Mao had a plethora of arguments to counter, diligently writing down names and the occupations of their children. Gradually, fewer individuals stepped forward, feeling intimidated. Who knew where Jia Shufan intended to send this list? They feared potential disgrace. If their sons or daughters were implicated, it would be rather embarrassing. Amid the crowd, Lin Meijin, who was merely spectating, grew dissatisfied. She voiced her concern. Jia Shufan, returning jackets is one thing. But having to do all this, what are you trying to show off? Jia Shufan shot her a glance. Am I showing off my grandson's literacy and ability to scold? What I said to you? Did you even buy a down jacket for me? Lin Meijin's eyes widened, panting. Jia Shufan, why are you so harsh? I'm just asking for clarity on behalf of everyone. Who asked you to represent anyone? Jia Shufan frowned. Who do you think you are? You really think you have a say here? You're just a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. The absurdity of her claim elicited laughter from the crowd, causing Lin Meijin to appear extremely stiff with embarrassment. Although she attempted to argue further, Jia Shufan had no desire to engage. She raised her hands, signaling for silence. Selling goods is akin to marriage. It relies on mutual consent, not coercion. Therefore, any clothing returned to me in pristine condition will be refunded without issue. However, I am but an old woman who cannot endure constant returns and exchanges. Henceforth, those whose names and reasons I have noted should refrain from seeking my assistance in purchasing clothing or engaging in further discussions, as I no longer trust your character. Now, disperse. With that, Jia Shufan gathered up the returned down jackets, signaling to Mao to close up. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. Suddenly, Lin Meijin burst into laughter, having lost all pretense. Did you really think you were someone important, selling those dubious down jackets with such arrogance? If someone reports you, you'll surely be ousted from the family compound. Jia Shufan halted, her piercing gaze locking onto Lin Meijin. This old hag simply wouldn't quit. How infuriating. Yet, confronting her would jeopardize her relationship with Gongzi and Commander Zhou. She had to endure. As the tension hung in the air, a man's voice suddenly broke through the crowd. What is all this gathering about? They turned to see a young man in military uniform surveying the scene with a smile, asking, I just heard something about a report. Who wants to report whom? I can report it. Faced with the crowd's skeptical looks, he introduced himself. I am Yang Jinza, the political instructor of the 2nd Battalion. As the political instructor, he was in charge of political matters, including reports. Yet, no one spoke up, not even Lin Meijin. Despite her earlier confrontation with Jia Shufan, she knew her son, Zhou Jianxiang, and her daughter-in-law, Tian Xiaoying, had good relations with the family next door. If she were to report them publicly, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Jia Shufan snorted lightly, turning to Yang Jinza. Comrade Yang, do you need something? If not, I'll be going inside. Yang Jinza concealed a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. You are the mother of Commander Yen, are you not? Is your daughter-in-law, Comrade Wen Ning, home? Not yet, Jia Shufan replied, her expression tinged with concern. What do you need her for? Yang Jinza smiled gently. Our leader wishes to discuss matters regarding the down jackets produced at her workplace. When she returns, please inform her to visit Commander Zhou's office tomorrow. Commander Yin has been temporarily dispatched to a neighboring province and will not return for a couple of days, which is why I came by. Upon hearing this, Lin Meijin's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she quickly inquired, so the commander has forbidden her mother-in-law from selling inferior down jackets in the housing compound? Not at all. Yang Jinza chuckled, then abruptly turned to Jia Shufan. Aunt, I've heard you assist others in acquiring down jackets. Are there any that no one wants? Could you sell me two? Jia Shufan paused for a moment before nodding. Sure, but once purchased, they cannot be returned. Agreed, Yang Jinza replied enthusiastically, producing 80 yuan to purchase 2 jackets. The residents of the compound were no fools. Upon witnessing this exchange, they quickly grasped the implications. Chapter 95. Commander Yin married a good daughter-in-law. The commander wished to meet Wen Ning to discuss the down jackets. An instructor had even purchased 2 in person. What did that signify? It indicated that the down jackets were of good quality, not inferior products. Moreover, while they sold for 61 yuan each in the city, Jia Shufan had managed to obtain them for 41 yuan. Buying them was indeed a profit. Onje Yang Jinza departed. The others immediately surged forward. Sister Shufan, sell me one, please. I want a black one. Are there any left? A red one will do. Sister Shufan, I want one too. I'll pay you. Within moments, several people had claimed the 7 or 8 jackets, urging Jia Shufan to retrieve more from her home. However, she had no stock left, so she waved her hand and took Mao inside. The ants who had previously returned jackets were now filled with regret, their faces pale with embarrassment, knowing that the Mao had kept a record of their transactions. They slinked away in shame. Lin Meijin felt an ominous premonition, which soon materialized. Her son, Zhou Jinxiang, had completed his task and finally returned home. After showering, the family gathered for dinner. Suddenly, Zhou Jinxiang asked Xiaoyi, "Aren't you working at the same factory as Wen Ning? Her family is already wearing down jackets. Why doesn't tea ours have even one?" Tian Xiaoyi paused in her meal, glancing at her mother-in-law. With an innocent expression, she replied, "Mom wouldn't tea let me buy any." As a sewing machine operator, she was well aware of the quality of the jackets and would have dressed her children in them long ago if not for Lin Meijin's refusal. Faced with the blame, Lin Meijin set down her utensils, eager to defend herself. "My dear, the newspapers have reported on inferior down jackets that cause rashes. They're quite frightening. How could I allow you to wear them and risk your job? That's just a rumor." Zhou Jinxiang retorted, exasperated. "Mom, why do you believe everything you hear? The factory where Xiaoyi works is reputable. They would produce inferior products. Those are mere imitations trying to make quick money, as clearly stated in the newspapers. If you can't read, have someone read it to you." Lin Meijin fell silent, her voice barely a whisper. "Then what should we do? Should we ask Xiaoyi to buy one for you?" "Not necessary." Zhou Jinxiang waved his hand dismissively, delivering even more disheartening news. "I heard in the office today that the commander wishes to speak with Wen Ning, likely about purchasing down jackets. I should be able to obtain one then." Tian Xiaoyi stared at him in disbelief before regaining her voice. "Are you saying the military plans to buy down jackets from the factory? That must mean thousands of orders, right?" Zhou Jinxiang nodded. "Yes, the military has many personnel." He finally understood why Yin Gang had shed his outer coat. The old man was quite cunning, securing orders for his wife. Tian Xiaoyi was overjoyed, abandoning her meal to rush next door to find Wen Ning. Lin Meijin remained lost in thought for a while before uttering a sour remark. What is there to be excited about? Wen Ning has no reason to celebrate. Even if the military orders down jackets, she won't see a cent from it. Just a lot of busy work. Zhou Jinxiang felt disinclined to engage further. His mother displayed a complete lack of political awareness. The military used to have specialized factories for uniforms, but now they were placing orders with Hongxing Garment Factory, which was thriving. How could Wen Ning and Tian Xiaoyi not benefit? The better the factory performed, the more secure their jobs and higher their wages would be. Next door, Jia Shufan, aware of the news, was nearly bouncing with excitement alongside de Mao and Air Mao. Mao klept agadi. Dad is quietly doing something big, and it's going to be fantastic. Such good news, yet you express it so crassly, de Mao rolled his eyes. Though he conceded that his father was indeed quite impressive, Jia Shufan declared, "When Gongzi returns, I'll prepare his favorite fried meatballs. It's been 6 months since he last had them. Little one, for the next 3 days, I'll cook your favorite fish dishes. Boiled fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish." Wen Ning's lips curled in anticipation. She felt a pang of hunger at the thought. Clearing her throat, she cautioned Sister Xiaoam, de Mao, Air Mao, "We mustn't spread this news too widely until it's confirmed. We wouldn't want any unforeseen changes." "Understood, understood." Jia Shufan was the first to assure her. "We'll keep it low-key and handle big matters discreetly." Air Mao pounded his chest, declaring, "Mom, you can rely on me." De Mao, ever straightforward, added, "I'll keep an eye on Air Mao." "Why are you keeping an eye on me?" Air Mao protested. "I love Mom the most. I wouldn't harm her." De Mao replied in a calm tone, "Your good intentions won't harm Mom, but your ignorance might." Air Mao fell silent, while Wen Ning and the others laughed. The following morning, Wen Ning visited the office to meet with Zhou Aigua. After a brief chat, Zhou posed an important question. "There are many clothing factories. What do you believe is your factory's greatest advantage?" "Advantages?" Wen Ning, not wishing to feign ignorance in front of a discerning individual, confidently responded, "We have numerous advantages, such as fashionable products that keep pace with the times, high-quality standards that are well received by everyone, and a trustworthy team that withstands scrutiny. However, I believe our greatest advantage lies in our capacity for continuous growth and our openness to welcoming employees." Zhou Aigua's eyes brightened momentarily before furrowing in thought as he swiftly shifted the topic. "Has Yin Gang discussed military matters with you at home?" "Not at all." Wen Ning shook her head. "The commander can rest assured of my husband's professionalism. Even if we sit in silence, he would not divulge military secrets." "How did you guess my thoughts?" Zhou inquired with a curious smile. Wen Ning replied with a smile. I have faith in our nation and in the dedication of individuals like you and my husband. As many soldiers retire when there are no battles to fight, how we accommodate them will become a pressing issue. Hongxing Garment Factory has already welcomed a number of veterans and their families. Their well-being is a matter of concern. The better our factory performs, the more we can embrace. This represents a resource exchange. Wen Ning assured that the garment factory would provide some positions for veterans. Yet the military must place orders to ensure they have work to do. Zhou was scrutinized Wen Ning closely, a smile breaking across his lips. Commander Yin married a good daughter-in-law. You greatly alleviate his concerns. Wen Ning paused for a moment, her eyes sincere. Commander, due to our second child, Ganzi has been penalized with 2 years of unpaid leave. I am striving to improve our family's circumstances. Her status as one of the owners of Hongxing Garment Factory might be concealed from others, but not from Commander Zhou. Xiao Aiguo chuckled. Rest assured, military spouses conduct their businesses legally and ethically. No one can contest that. Your achievements speak to your capabilities. He recalled something and felt a wave of sentimentality. If only more military spouses contributed to the economy like you, some comrades wouldn't find their career stunted. For instance, Ding Li Tiao, who is burdened by Chun Minghua. What a pity. Wen Ning chose not to engage in that conversation. Soon after, Zhou was summoned the head of the logistics department to discuss procurement matters with Wen Ning. This portion took considerably longer due to the strict standards and requirements for military uniforms, ensuring quality and supply. Wen Ning took extensive notes, agreeing that if the samples and background checks passed, they would sign the order. This order consists of 8,000 black-down vests in various sizes. With a notebook in hand, Wen Ning braved the chilly wind, gleefully heading to the factory to share this delightful news with Song Yuanshu and Lu Wei. Chapter 96. A personal reward from you. We're thriving. Our factory is prospering. Lu Wei exclaimed, spinning in excitement. Military uniforms. Let's invest in this. Who would dare question the quality of our factory's garments in the future? Song Yuanshu, though equally pleased, maintained his composure. We must cherish our reputation and implement strict management protocols from top to bottom. We cannot afford to make mistakes. I will draft a plan immediately. Exactly, Lu Wei agreed. Moreover, we must promptly promote that we are not the unscrupulous down jacket manufacturers. We need to sell the stock of jackets. We have to make room. I will take charge of this, and, Wenjie, you should focus on creating the military uniform samples. With such reliable partners, Wen Ning felt no need to elaborate further. She smiled, suggesting they handle this in the afternoon since they were hungry. I'll treat you to lunch. Let's go eat. The Fula restaurant, across from the bus station, had become a regular dining spot for Wen Ning and her companions. Upon their arrival, Li Chui and Ma Qingqiao warmly welcomed them. Gumin, the usual? The usual entailed a large serving of spicy hot pot, 2 plates of cold dishes, and a soup. Wen Ning noted, selecting pig ears and a type of herb for the cold dishes, and decided on a sauerkraut and broad bean soup. Got it. Ma Qingqiao noted before heading to the kitchen to place the order. As Wen Ning and her companions waited, they observed their surroundings. Song Yuanshu quietly remarked, Wenjie, your friend's restaurant may not be large, but 5 people are needed just to keep it running. I imagine the daily revenue must be considerable. Indeed, Li Chui and Ma Qingqiao managed the front, taking orders, serving dishes, and handling payments, while the kitchen operated with 1 chef and a helper, Sister Li Si, who assisted with prep work. Additionally, Li Chui had hired a woman specifically for dishwashing. Lu Wei boldly speculated, the revenue must be around 200. That's conservative. Wen Ning thought to herself, recalling that Li Chui had mentioned the restaurant's daily revenue could reach 300. After deducting costs, labor, and rent, the net profit could be about 130. However, this detail was known only to her and Li Chui. Wen Ning smiled silently, and when their food arrived, she shifted the topic. Let us enjoy some soup and continue our efforts. The 3 of them discreetly filled their stomachs, preparing for the busy afternoon ahead. After their meal, Li Chui pulled Wen Ning aside to a secluded spot and said, a couple of days ago, Chun Minghua came here for a meal. Wen Ning responded, Busflet. Didn't she return to her hometown? Li Chui waved her hand dismissively. No, she was quite well dressed and came with 3 men. I overheard their conversation. They all work at Yuhua Garment Factory. It's strange that Chun Minghua didn't seek work at the hospital, but instead went to a garment factory. I wonder if she holds a grudge against you. Be careful. In truth, Chen Minghua had mocked Li Chui behind her back. You've clung to Wen Ning's coattails for so long, finally managing to open this restaurant. Aren't you thrilled? But your joy won't last long once Wen Ning falters. Let us see how you manage. Li Chui had been taken aback. As an adult running a business and befriending Wen Ning, it felt absurd to have Chen Minghua cast it in such a sordid light. Li Chui decided to caution Wen Ning. Later, I had someone inquire, and it turns out that their family didn't return to their hometown. The child is in school, and Ding Zheng. Ding Litiao is working as a security guard, while Chen Minghua is a quality inspector at the garment factory. Making such a significant career leap from doctor to quality inspector was quite the shift for Chen Minghua. Wen Ning paid little heed to this, saying, I understand. Let us head back now, Li Jia. You have work to do. All right. The trio returned to the factory, focusing on restoring the reputation of their down jackets. The execution of this task was led by Lu Wei, but the strategy was devised collaboratively among Wen Ning and her companions. They began by publishing the details of the incident in the newspaper, emphasizing that all individuals involved in the production and sale of the substandard down jackets had faced justice. Next, they took several styles of jackets to Wen Ning's former stall and, before everyone, cut open the jackets to reveal their filling for inspection. Finally, they offered discounts, 10% off for 2 jackets and 20% off for 3. With this trifecta of actions, Hongxing down jackets not only saw an improvement in their reputation, but also experienced a significant surge in sales. Wen Ning immersed herself in design at the factory, witnessing a continuous influx of customers. Upon returning home, she encountered several neighbors seeking Jia Shufan, who, upon seeing Wen Ning, greeted her with warm smiles. Jia Shufan, with a tone of feigned complaint tinged with pride, remarked that when they went to the city to buy down jackets, even with discounts, they still cost over 50. So they come to me, wanting to buy them for 41. I want to indulge them. My response is simple. None available. The most amusing part was Sister Zhou. When returning her jacket, she had told was being foolish, had indeed become foolish, coming back to request 3 more. Wen Ning wished to keep Jia Shufan out of the down jacket business to avoid any unnecessary trouble. She embraced Jia Shufan's arm, praising her, Mom, you did the right thing. They didn't appreciate it before, and they shouldn't expect to be welcomed back now. Mao, shaking his head beside them, chimed in, Yesterday's milk, you turned your nose up at it. Today's milk, you think you're too good for it. Ha! Jia Shufan ruffled his hair, conceding, You got a point there. Mao, supporting Xiao Yu, suddenly perked up, looking toward the door. Dad! She exclaimed joyfully as several individuals rushed to greet the man entering. Yin Gang! Jia Shufan exclaimed, playfully thumping his chest. You're finally back. Did you get hurt? Oh dear, you look thinner. Wait here. I'll make your favorite fried meatballs. She dashed toward the kitchen. Xiao Yu and Jian Mei each clung tightly to Yin Gang's legs, looking up at him with eager faces. Mao and Mao flanked him, waving their hands in unison. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Dad, you're the best. Dad, you're amazing. Dad, you are the greatest. Yin Gang paused for a moment, then asked, What did you and your grandma do wrong? Mao rolled his eyes, while Mao, feeling indignant, replied, Dad, we're thanking you for helping Mom. Why aren't you moved? Yin Gang grasped the situation and, while speechless, managed to mutter, Thank you? Comrade Wen Ning is my wife. Oh. Mao and Mao elongated their voices in playful mockery before sensing the moment and taking their sister outside to play, leaving space for their parents. Wen Ning could barely contain her laughter as she entered the room with Yin Gang, who, while changing out of his dirty clothes, remarked, I haven't been as popular at home since. She couldn't recall such a time in memory, and Yin Gang denied it, saying, There was a previous time. This is the first. Thanks to you, Comrade Wen Ning. Wen Ning stepped forward, adjusting his collar. I must thank you, Comrade Yin Gang. You usually don't intervene, but when you do, it's remarkable, helping me secure a big order. Yin Gang suppressed a smile, maintaining a serious expression. Is that all for your thanks? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Our mom, our son, are thanking you like this, and you're still not satisfied? Yin Gang pulled her into his embrace, declaring, Not satisfied. I've worked hard. I need a personal reward from you. Wen Ning's face flushed crimson. Chapter 97. Do not set your sights on Wen Ning. Yin Gang had accomplished a significant task, ushering in a few days of bliss. Jia Shufan prepared his favorite meals. Mao and Mao, being dutiful and perceptive, catered to his needs. Their married life was perfect, as Wen Ning was ever accommodating. However, 2 days later, Yen Gang found himself receiving no special treatment at home. When he expressed a desire for fried, crispy meat, Jia Shufan shot him a glare and retorted, "Did you buy any meat? You only know how to order. Go to the cafeteria and get your own." Yang Gong, De Mao, and heir Mao no longer idolized him, instead expressing their grievances. "Dad, when will you go on another mission? When you're home. I have to wake up early to exercise with you. I can't sleep in." Yen Gang, exasperated yet amused, replied, "What do you mean accompany me to rise early? You two slacked off on your exercise while I was away. I haven't forgotten that." With a stern expression, he declared, "From now on, when I'm not home, you both will rise early with Uncle Zhou next door." De Mao and heir Mao protested, but their objections were in vain. They conspired against Yen Gang, resulting in a lamentable scarcity of private moments between him and Wen Ning. After a long wait, when the clock struck midnight, they seized the opportunity to convene under the covers, only to discover a mischievous little you nestled within. Yen Gang sighed. "Having too many children can indeed be a burden. When will I retire and finally relish a world of two with Wen Ning?" Unbeknownst to him, Wen Ning was fervently dedicated to her career. 5 days later, she completed the military uniform prototype and proceeded to negotiate with the head of the logistics department. After 2 rounds of revisions, the contract was signed, with the first batch scheduled for delivery in 2 weeks. Consequently, Wen Ning instructed all factory workers to commence the production of the military uniforms, postponing other down jacket orders. Such a labor-intensive process naturally resulted in low efficiency and minimal output. Once the daily operations at the factory were organized, Song Yuanshu promptly set off for the bustling metropolis in Guangdong province to inspect local large-scale garment factories, aiming to procure advanced machinery to alleviate worker pressure and enhance productivity. Meanwhile, Lu Wei's partner, Zhao Tingting, was in her 9th month of pregnancy, causing him to focus more on family matters. Thus, with a stable home, Wen Ning found herself burdened with even greater responsibilities, becoming busier than before. One day, Liang Shui entered with 2 down jackets in hand, indignant. "Sister Wen, look at this down jacket. They have copied us. We call ourselves Hongxing, and they call themselves Hanyang, and they're selling theirs for 2 yuan less than ours." Wen Ning took the jackets from her, a black one for men and a red one for women. At first glance, they appeared identical. "Oh, there's a slight difference," she noted. The label at the collar was a star wrapped around the sun, uniquely designed by their factory, while the other factory simply had a sun, appearing even more simplistic. Wen Ning smirked. "They have dismantled our down jackets to replicate our design. Fearing our pursuit, they merely altered the label. Can we pursue them?" Liang Shui pressed, clearly aggrieved. "We have worked tirelessly to establish our brand, and this Hanyang clothing factory is merely reaping the benefits of our efforts. Wen Ning Sikhet, it's futile to pursue them. This is the nature of the clothing industry. When a hit product emerges, imitation follows." Seeing Liang Shui still brimming with indignation, Wen Ning sought to reassure her. "Let us consider it from another angle. Their imitation indicates..." "What?" Before Liang Shui could respond, Wen Ning asserted, "It signifies that our down jackets are indeed selling remarkably well. Xiao Shui, our focus should not be on anger but on development. Striving to be the leader in the industry, rendering their efforts to catch up futile." This motivational boost invigorated Liang Shui, who clenched her fists and immersed herself in the busy work ahead. Yet, despite her encouragement, Wen Ning harbored her own concerns, particularly 3 days later. While having lunch at Li Chui's Fula restaurant, she found herself face-to-face with Chen Minghua, once the epitome of gentility and grace within the family compound. Chen Minghua now presented a stark contrast, clad in a fuchsia down jacket and exuding a cynical demeanor with her vibrant makeup and cascading yellow curls. Locking eyes with Wen Ning, she smiled. "Wen Ning, I need to discuss something with you." Wen Ning frowned. "Please, don't spoil my appetite." "Not at all. It's good news," Chen Minghua replied, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette amid swirling smoke. "I've inquired and learned that you are the chief designer at Hongxing Garment Factory, and the wildly popular down jackets are your creations. Come work with us. Our factory head has said the conditions are yours to dictate. Money is no object." "Oh, so you're poaching?" Wen Ning raised her gaze. "And your factory is?" Previously known as Yuhua Garment Factory, now rebranded as Hanyang Garment Factory, Chen Minghua exhaled smoke, her confidence palpable. "I used to be a quality inspector, but I've transitioned to sales, earning 100 yuan a month." If you join, you'll undoubtedly match or surpass my earnings. When Ning's anger simmered, it was the very factory that had plagiarized her designs. The resentment within her intensified. She set down her chopsticks, waved away the smoke drifting toward her, and scoffed. So, to you, matching my earnings is a commendable feat? What a joke. Chen Minghua, I have never regarded you as an adversary, but your actions are utterly repugnant. Chen Minghua paused, momentarily taken aback, then frowned. Wen Ning, do you grasp the essence of my words? A monthly salary exceeding 100 yuan, and you're still dissatisfied? It's not about the salary. Wen Ning stood, towering over Chen Minghua. I need not elaborate on how your factory obtained its down jackets. I would rather face poverty than work for a thieving factory like yours. With that, Wen Ning departed, bidding farewell to Li Chui as she left. The restaurant was sparsely populated, and as Li Chui approached to clear the table, she witnessed Chen Minghua slam her fist on the table, seething with rage. Unappreciative fool. Li Chui's expression darkened as she tossed the dirty cloth onto the table. What do you mean by good? Inviting Wen Ning to your factory is merely a means for you to save face, Chen Minghua. You cannot hide your petty schemes. Who do you expect to fool? Chen Minghua's expression fluctuated, finally settling into an innocent guise. Sister Chui, we were once good friends. Surely you understand my plight? I'm doing this for survival. With Lily gone, I only have one Mei, my sole daughter. I refuse to return home and am seeking to secure my position in the factory. Now they've tasked me with persuading Wen Ning to join. What choice do I have? Having served as a women's director, Li Chui was astute enough to see through Chen Minghua's act. She scoffed, do as you wish, but keep your schemes away from Wen Ning. Leave. Chen Minghua clenched her fists, her frustration evident, a malevolent glint lurking in her gaze. Chapter 98. Too late why? Chen Minghua struggled to comprehend. She and Wen Ning had known each other for 9 years. It had all begun at a dance party where both Yin Gang and Ding Liqiao were present. Chen Minghua had first taken an interest in Yin Gang, inviting him to dance, and he had accepted. Yet, after the party, Wen Ning had swiftly pursued Yin Gang, and the two became entangled. Chen Minghua then set her sights on Ding Liqiao, who was significantly